than grains of sand on this earth. And everyone else is like, whoa. And I'm there like, how freaking hell are they going to know how many grains of sand on this earth?
Right.
Let alone count all the stars out there. Like, come on, you pick up one handful, there's like millions of grains there. Come on.
Yeah.
But that's stupid beyond comprehension. And then how deep does that sand go for? Like, they don't even know that when they, dug the deepest hole, in Russia. Like, they didn't even know what layers they were going to come across. They kept getting it wrong. It's just stupid.
Right.
They try and tell us this shit. And then the next one was, we landed in the perfect spot. Any further, we'll be cold, we'll freeze. Any closer, we'll burn. We land in the perfect spot. How's that happen from an explosion?
Yeah,
So
it sounds like complete bullshit.
Yeah, it's too many coincidences that they'll, provoke and
you make a good point there.
It kept scratching my head,
I'm not gonna lie, that's a good point.
Yeah, imagine all the 1,000 square miles of dunes in this, all around the world. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and what was Mars in that spot at one point? And now it's not? What? What, did it get further away? I don't know. What's going on? So yeah, let's not relate Earth to the celestial bodies anymore. It can't happen. No resemblance. But yeah, this channel really opened my mind, especially QE. Once I started hearing him, I was like, this guy really knows his shit. This guy cannot be defeated. He stands undefeated. It's just amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, yeah.
Globy's got absolutely nothing to go on except a belief.
Yeah. Everyone in his channel plays their role. It's quite unique. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too, bro. And what's so funny? People hate on QE so much. I agree that he's a W, bro. I'm a fan. I know he catches a lot of flack and stuff, but we talked to somebody earlier, and they were like trying to flame on QE. I'm like, dude, you wish the globe side had a QE. You guys wish you had a version like that, or you know what I mean, type of thing. I would hate to go against him. Not because of his personality, like you said, he just knows his fucking shit.
Yeah, it's not the personality that gets him, it's the information. Simple. That's why his personality comes out, because of the information, because of the fallacies.
Exactly.
Otherwise,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to say, yeah. It goes unspoken.
Well, I mean, personally as well, I think something men generally are good at is that we can take information in and not worry about how it's being said. We're more focused on what is being said, right? Maybe your boss is like, go do this fucking right now. You know what I mean? You're like, all right, yes sir, gotcha, no problem.
Yeah, your experience picking up on that too. I agree.
Or maybe you're in the military and they're like, give me fucking 50 right now, motherfucker. And you're like, yes, sir. You just do it, So instead of being like, well, I don't like the way you said that. Can you rephrase that more properly? It's like, shut the fuck up, bro.
That's a good point, bro. I was in the cadets for a couple of years, so yeah, that probably helps.
Quit abusing me.
QE's ex-military as well, so it's like it kind of makes sense, as
that discipline.
Yeah, but they talk about this on Fresh and Fit as well. It's like women are usually more concerned with how it's being said and not the information being conveyed, whereas men more typically focusing on what is being said, even if it might not be in a like nice tone. And so when the Globers are in here, they're like, "Oh, I don't like the way you said that. You're being mean. Take a chill pill, Kiwi." All this stuff. You guys are acting like females, dude.
My wife does that all the time. I'm like, did you not listen to a fucking word I just said? But no, she's focused on the way I said it. And I'm
You
like,
said fucking.
what?
Yeah, focused on the fucking word. Yeah, that's it.
It's like Myron, he makes the point on Fresh and Fit. He'll say, if I say 2 + 2 is 4, or 2 + 2 is fucking 4, the information is the same. But like some people are going to get caught up on how it's said, which is just a total fucking L. Dude.
Yeah, it's going downhill, bro. I used to be a chef, right? Now I'm a, construction worker, like clean operator. But in the kitchen, when I was the head chef in charge and that, I'll just run the show. And some weeks I get pulled aside and be like, "You're a real cunt." And I was like, "What?" I was actually trying to be nice. And that's honest truth. I was actually putting in the effort. I'm not going to get called a cunt tonight. I'm going to be really nice. And before you know it, I'm a cunt. I'm like, what? What did I do? Someone's real sensitive.
Your subordinates were saying that? Or your superiors?
Tell them to hurry up. No. The people under me in the kitchen are like complaining to the superiors, yeah.
Fuck them. Yeah. I mean, people are soft, dude. That's like one of my concerns. Like, people need to stop being so goddamn soft.
It's like, oh, they didn't. So, are you saying they said I was incorrect? No.
Right, there you go.
Oh, so I was right.
Yeah.
I was accurate. Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah, if they can't see you're lying, then
can't take the heat.
Listen. If they didn't call me a shit cunt, like what Matrix says, anyone can call you a cunt. As soon as you're a shit cunt, that's the worst thing in the world. You're a shit cunt. What would you say to me?
It's funny.
It's funny, guys. And it's a fact.
Where is Matrix? You need to get him in here.
Yeah, Matrix was one of the first lads I had a good chat to in this channel. He's good company.
He's the homie, dude. We've been on a video call before. Pause. He truly is the homie. I'm a fan. I like him a lot.
I'd like to know what you guys look like. I keep judging you by your avatars.
Don't judge me by my avatar. You'll be way off.
I do. You're such a Gohan, sorry.
That's like my spirit animal right there.
Yeah.
That post hyperbolic time chamber pre-cell fight, the Gohan. That's like, yeah, that's me right there.
Yeah, sometimes it would take 20 episodes to get 1 day in the 1 year in the hyperbolic time chamber, and another time you'll take 1 episode and all of a sudden he's older. What happened there?
Yeah. Or they'll be charging up for 3 episodes.
Cell. I was more Vegeta, Piccolo. I loved Piccolo.
Fuck yeah. All right, finally got me a little seat. Let's take a look. I got my computer. We can cook right now, guys. We have Dolly here as well. Is that a 304? Dolly P. Welcome to the panel. What are you doing out of the kitchen? Dolly P, you're up. Dolly P, you are up. Welcome. They might be shy, guys. Don't worry. Quiet Noobs is here, and Shaggy.
Making sandwiches upstairs. Sorry.
Yo, my buddy's saying that the sticks and the shadows bullshit proves the globe, and I'm telling him he's full of shit.
Are you texting him or what?
Yeah, I'm texting him, and he's begging me for evidence, and I'm telling him that shit works on a flat Earth too, depending on where the light source is. And he's like, "Oh, we have the math, and it reaches the circumference, blah blah blah."
It's funny that people go to the Eratosthenes thing because that just comes up from Google. They can't
he's
go
just
deeper.
regurgitating bullshit.
Yeah, they can't go deeper than surface level. Go ahead. Yeah.
Isn't the rebuttal to that is ask them the question: is the light from the sun parallel, or
that is a good. Yeah. Just say like, hey, are light rays parallel? Or you could say, yeah, just ask him if the light rays are parallel. See if he'll step into a trap.
There was a question there. Are they parallel or are they? And there's
diverging.
Another word for it. Diverging.
Yeah, I mean, all light rays diverge. All of them. That's something Get Beget taught me, is that you don't have what is it? Collimated light sources. Even a laser beam is
now he's linking some
slightly.
SpaceX bullshit.
Oh my god. I wouldn't put too much. I wouldn't invest a whole lot in guys like that, to be. Is this your homie?
Yeah, some kid on another Discord. Yeah.
Don't need to go and ruin your friendship, dude. Especially in the stage he's at right now. If he's just frantically Googling stuff.
He's too scared because he doesn't have shit.
Yeah. I've tried to pull it up on one of my best friends, and it didn't go super well, and I just leave it alone because I like him a lot. He's a good guy, and like I don't need to go. You don't need to go spoil a friendship, which are hard to come by forcing it on him. He'll come to you later if he has anything, but if he's frantically Googling stuff to just say you're wrong, it's not going to go well.
Well, wait till they come to you. I don't know what this guy's like, but bring it up the first time and then wait for them to come to you and approach it in a calm demeanor.
Yeah, I agree. Because if this is what my homie was doing too, he was just on the fly, just Googling shit. Here, look. I'm like, dude, you don't even know what you're presenting. Like.
Another thing, Quiet Noobs, is he really should come in here, and you know why? Look at Base Boomer. He's sitting in here and he's chilling. Nobody gave him shit. No one's ripping him an asshole. Nobody's doing it. The only people that get ripped are people that come in here all hot-headed and with stupid nonsense.
Yeah, if you come in swinging, you can expect to swing back.
Exactly. And it's just facts for facts, right?
Right on.
Yeah. Tell him there's a global in here. That'd be a good idea. He can join.
Yeah, I sat here for like a year before I spoke up, so I could take in the information, so I could, communicate with you guys on the same level. Simple. Right.
Smart.
Come here without the information and you just look stupid, whether you're flat earther or not.
Yeah, that's a good point. I did the same thing, eh? I sat in the back of Nathan Oakley's class for like a while, and then I joined the call, the Discords and stuff. Yeah. So you gotta know what you're talking about, dude. You gotta know what the hell you're talking about. Like, that's probably one of my biggest pro tips is just say things that you know. You can never get yourself into trouble if you just say things that you know to be true. But the problem is people get themselves into trouble by they just make stuff up on the fly. They say it, then Google it. Just say it. If you know it, you're good. You'll never trap yourself. What were you going to say? So, I see Raiden's joined, Jojo. Welcome, guys.
Why do you say if you take a picture of the night sky in Australia and New York State, why it looks so different? What?
Bro, that's crazy.
Wait, repeat that, please.
He said if you take a picture of the night sky in Australia and New York State, why it looks so different?
The Earth is big.
Yeah.
Because there's different sets of stars. There's different sets of stars in the north, and there's different sets of stars in the south. That's our celestial sphere. That's where the stars are located above your head. And we have a different set of them. When you go south, you move away from the ones in the north, and then you see new ones.
What does he think? You see forever? I mean, come on.
They always think that on a flat Earth, you'd see all the stars at the same time. Something. I'm trying to think of a good analogy.
No, but I hear you. But he's saying it's a globe because you see different stars, and we're like, yeah, I know. Why wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because we've got eagle vision.
Eagle vision. I like that.
Yeah.
I like
the
that.
definition of the equator is the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. You move away from Polaris until it's down onto the horizon, and guess where you are? You're at the equator. Pretty cool. No globe involved.
I'm trying to think of a good analogy for like why you shouldn't see the things like locally across the whole earth. Like there's certain trees in my vicinity here. So it's like he's almost asking like, well, why don't I see, like, how come the trees in my yard are different than the trees in your yard? It's like you're in a different place. The earth is really big. They have this weird idea, like if it was flat, we would see all the trees. Right? And swap the trees out for stars, basically. They're like, I'd see all the stars. Why do we see different stars?
Yeah, well, why does that tree get bigger when I get closer to it? Like, that's just weird.
Yes. I think people would understand it more if I don't know how the bad propaganda of flat Earth got to them so quickly, but they rolled that out and it stuck with people. This shitty version of flat Earth where it's like a
Flat Earth Society, brother. As soon as they posted that news, they prepared, they put it on the news. People went and looked it up. Flat Earth Society went and did interventions all around the main cities. My city's like, yeah, I went to one of those conferences, or whatever you call them. I don't care what you call them, but you know what I mean. Flat Earth, and it's just nonsense. Yeah, it's a bunch of actors, but you can't tell them that because they think they're true actors.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, they're going to allow us to go and, advertise this stuff, put it out there, promote it. Like, they're going to allow that. Come on.
Yeah.
Use your head.
They've done it. They had a good marketing promo. Like, they did a good job. If you lined up 10 random strangers off the street and you said, hey, what is flat Earth? They're going to tell you about the disc.
Yeah,
right?
in the space. Yeah.
And then all the questions, where's the edge? How come gravity doesn't crunch it into a ball? Why isn't it the sun shining on the whole earth at the same time? Like, they just
As the water get back.
It's programming. They got to download. But I had some people join. Oh, exactly. Why is it the only flat planet? Like, how come the other things are globes? It's weird. That they all come in saying the same thing. So this marketing worked. So I don't know. That's why I like when people come here, because they can actually get our position.
The only thing they can't do is think for themselves. They got some pre-program that they got to run with.
It's been nearly, close to 10 years now, where you used to be able to go to YouTube and type in flat Earth and get relevant results. Now I just typed it in, and now I got 8 days ago a video. I changed a flat Earther's mind, a brand new video. Then there's one from a year ago, one from 2 months ago, and these are all flat Earth debunked, flat Earth wrecked, and it's all anti-flat Earth.
Yeah. If you didn't subscribe to your YouTube friends that you used to look at back in those days, because I got the same story. I've been through the same stuff, but I did subscribe. And the fact that I subscribed is the only reason that I can find those people today. Because if I just go do a search for them, I can't find them. I can scroll and scroll and scroll, and I can't find the actual name of the actual channel that I typed into the search bar. Doesn't find it. And if that doesn't tell you something, I can't really help you. You can't see that it's some kind of censorship.
Even if you know the name of the video, the title, and you search it, it just
yeah. Yeah, you can copy and paste the title and you won't find it. It's just not there.
Yeah, they waged war against. I mean, you guys got to remember this. You guys all remember this. They waged war. They went to the. What did they do? They held. What was it?
They went to Congress.
Congress. I was gonna say the Senate hearings or something. It was like Congress. Yeah, they're like, okay, we're gonna. Yeah, they're gonna censor flat Earth. It's a matter of national security or something. Jeez.
Well, Dolly, still feel free to chime in. JoJo's here as well. JoJo's with is that with us?
What's up? I'm Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, what's up? Pretty sure there's also Meticulous. Of course, there's Crit, Daz, Effie Batman, Hog eating slop, which is crazy.
What's up, everybody?
Daz.
What's going on?
Well, tell us about the name. What's up with the name?
Oh, my name's Darren, and that's short for Darren. Daz.
Nice.
Yeah. So there's a few other
Yeah.
Darrens in here that don't really live up to the name that I'm pretty unhappy with. But yeah, it means Daz. I like Dazza, or sometimes my lady friends call me Dazzy. It's very nice.
Nice. I like that. Dazzy. Okay. All right. It's nice. Cool. It's always curious, people's names. So we also have
We shorten everything. So Barry would be Baz. Gary would be Gaz. And so on.
I love nicknames and stuff like that. I think lingo and twisting and bending the language is fun, especially when it just works.
Yeah.
It makes sense. The words click.
Yeah, I like giving girls nicknames,
Oh, yeah.
It's really cute. It's really sweet.
That's good riz.
But Australian women don't like it. Aussie chicks, they don't like it. It's like, don't call me that. My name is Susanna. It's like, okay.
Jeez.
But yeah, girls from other countries and stuff, other cultures are really funny, fun, playful, sweet. Yeah.
Yeah.
You give them a little nickname and it suits them.
Yeah.
Bunny Boo or some shit.
Yeah. Yeah. That is weird that that going to the other countries, I've noticed that too.
Yeah, I like nice, bit of lovey-dovey stuff. It's nice. These women are real harsh. They're like,
Yeah.
do this, do that now, do as I say.
Yeah.
Get your hair cut like this, wear this shirt, wear these shoes. Don't say this, don't say that.
Yeah. Yeah, she's not playing her role. She's trying to do someone else's role, which would be yours. So.
And all this, relationships are hard work. It's like, they're not.
No, they shouldn't be.
It's supposed to be easy. If you're in love with someone, it's easy. It's fun.
Yeah.
Hard? Give me a break. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's feminism. It's just like the bad flat earth propaganda. The feminism has some bad propaganda, and it reached a lot of people effectively. So, I think someone said earlier, you got to have critical thinking, and I think that's what it's all about. Flatsy Clancy here as well, Flatsy.
Hey, sorry guys, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm kind of doing a late night gym run. I'm doing a run right now, so.
Sounds good, Flatsy. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, we're just just keeping the panel rolling right now. We got Plum Bob in the chat, Daz. We got Migo Wigo. I think I saw him pop off mute there earlier. Shaggy. Wally's down there. Congrats on the bottom slot. Pause.
Thanks.
Yeah, anyone would think I was high, but I'm not.
Yeah, the 420. Yeah.
Wally's hanging low.
Yeah, hanging low down there. I see you, Wooly. Entropy Truth. Tell us a
Yeah,
little bit about the name.
Oh, it's just that's for me. That's like you can't deny it. It's like the one thing I understand more than anything.
Entropy.
Yeah, second law, gas pressure, empatry, all that. Yeah, it's just like that's like the big one for me. So
Yeah, that's a good one.
See you guys. I'll be back
yeah, a
later.
natural law that no
Shaggy.
one's been able to. No, it's just like you. I mean, we tried to say that it doesn't go the other way, but it doesn't go the other way. You just can't deny it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's actually one of the things that globers get hung up on the most. They're like, yeah, but there's a gradient. It's like, yeah, well, still need gas pressure. Oh, but atmospheric pressure. So still need a container for that. So I think that's a great argument. So I think you could lead with that. Bye outer space container. It's still kind of
For
crazy
sure.
to think that we're inside of a container, though. I feel like we don't even talk about that much, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like everyone says, "I'm going outside," but like outside is really inside, technically.
Right?
Yeah, it's weird to think about.
Yeah, and then there's the globe that the globers believe in, that they actually don't know it, but they live inside that globe on the plane in hell in the middle of the globe with the globe over top of their head. And they don't even know that.
Well, that's interesting that you say that, because I was wondering, like, when you look in the sky, like, is the sky curved or is it flat?
Well, we see it as curved in the sense that we see it like a protractor. From your school days here, pull up the protractor and you see, 0 degrees, 90 degrees above you to 180 degrees behind you. So we see it in that arc. And that's the curve. And that's where the globe exists by those angles to the celestial bodies. That's what the globe is.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
And because there's different stars in the south than there is from the north, you got two celestial spheres, and some idiot stuck them together and turned it into a ball and said, "There's your globe." Woohoo! So, not a real thing, just a concept.
That's a really good description. Like, because when I'm looking at the horizon now, and like, it does kind of look, like that protractor shape.
Yep, just think of the protractor. But you take your arm, right? Take your arm and you put it out straight out in front of you, and then you can arc it up so that your arm is straight above you. And if you're double jointed, you could then bend your arm all the way down to the other horizon behind you. There's the arc. There's your globe.
Yeah. That's wild. So is the sky actually curved though, like, or is the sky flat too? I've heard
Well,
flat earthers
when
say
it
that the
comes
sky
to
is flat.
celestial navigation, the sky is treated as a horizontal plane to the surface of the Earth, because they've got what's called they call it the astronomical rectangle, which is your position, your zenith, the celestial body, and its GP point creates this rectangle, and then you got two triangles in there. That's created from, basically, you're taking the rectangle and you're cutting it with your angle to the celestial body. And you got two triangles there that, when put together, give you your astronomical rectangle. So, yeah, they treat the sky as level and horizontal to the plane of the Earth.
That's really interesting. I never knew that. That's cool. I guess that's another win for us.
I mean, everything goes back to flat plane. Any way you slice it, it goes back to flat Earth. You can't get away from it. And then thing is, like, the globe, in a sense, not in reality, but it's real in the sense that it has measurements. So people can believe in it because there are these measurements. They just don't understand where these measurements are, or the measurements are actually in the sky. In the mapping of, because you talk about the curve thing, okay, and I say it's an arc, okay, like the protractor. When the mapping is done, and they made the maps by measuring flat Earth elevation angles to celestial bodies to map the Earth, and then they put it up into the celestial sphere, you're going to create your spherical excess when you do that, because you need to create more space to fill the sphere that you've created, because it's no longer linear, like a flat plane. So, and then when you go and undo the map, you've got to get rid of the spherical excess. It's built into the equations in doing the process. So spherical excess does come into it. It's a real thing, but it's not in reality. It's a mathematical issue.
I see. I think a big problem for Globers is they don't even think about this stuff. And they don't really. It seems to me that they don't go, like, observe reality, take the time to look at it. Things like this, look at the moon and sun. Sometimes they just are comfortable knowing that everyone else believes it.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much spot on. I know that I had a discussion with my best buddy about this at one point in time, and he had an absolute freak out. He just freaked right out, and I tried to talk to him, settle down. Can we discuss this? And he just wasn't listening. He was just full blown. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. And started emailing me all kinds of crap about globe this and globe that, But the point is that he wasn't listening. You couldn't have the conversation. And that seems to happen a lot with the Globers, is that they're not open to a conversation. They just have to defend the globe at, any state. They can't have it disappear.
Yeah, they got to keep that comfort of the globe. I've had people freak out like that too. I don't do a whole lot of like IRL flat smacking. Not that I won't, but when the time is right.
Yeah, I try to avoid it as much as I can with, unless the conversation somehow comes around to it. But I think other people got to start it, if they're around me, because it just gets too contentious, and is it really worth it? No, not at all. I know that it's flat, and I'm good with that. And if nobody else wants to know that it's flat, well, they don't have to know. They don't want to.
Yeah. Kind of the same. I think when you first learn anything big, you kind of want to go and tell a bunch of people about it. And I'm sure many of you have gone through that experience where you learned about flat Earth and you went to go and tell people, maybe even your loved ones, and maybe that didn't work out so well. So if it does, that's great. Sometimes it does work. Sometimes you do plant seeds, but it's not always the best play. So if it's a random stranger in passing, yeah, go for it. That's kind of like something I think works. If I see a NASA shirt and I'm passing by, I might say something, maybe. But normally with like your loved ones and like your coworkers and stuff, I would probably just
Oh yeah,
do it there.
It's like there's a time and a place for it. It's like at one point in time, I talked to my mom about it, but I just backed off because my mom still thinks that the Anunnaki are coming to save us.
Oh, wow!
And the 9th planet or the 10th planet or whatever the 12th planet, I guess it is coming, and all this other stuff. And she believes in space travel and that there are civilizations on Mars and who knows what else she believes in. I don't know. But she's also like 88 years old, and she's not going to change her mind at this point in time in her life. And why try to make her change?
Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty wild, though. That's cool that she's into weird stuff like that. I mean, there was a time when I had heard about the Anunnaki, and I was like, okay, I'll take a listen to this, but obviously not a thing anymore.
No, I mean, I was into all that kind of stuff too, and then there was always something about space that I just couldn't quite put my finger on. Just as a kid, going back as far as I can remember, just certain things about it just didn't seem right with everything that I had been told and then what I was taught. It just didn't seem right. Something seemed bogus,
Yeah.
But yeah, I used to believe in all that shit pretty heavily. Now I can't even watch Star Trek and not find it annoying,
Yeah, CB. I know what you're saying, though. I've just been listening, but I used to tell everybody first when I got involved with this, everybody that would listen. And then I found that they weren't listening or they were just poking fun. After a while, after, what's it been, 8 years? Whatever it's been. Now they come to me and ask me, hey, remember that when you were telling me about this? you know, and I've kept my mouth shut for a long, long time after I found out what their initial response was always going to be. It was always the same stuff. But now, they kind of, I mean, I live in a very, very small town, but as far as the people that I hang out with, they'll come to me and say, hey, remember when you were talking about that with me or this with me or anything else? And I mean, some people are opening up to it, like you said, and most don't. Maybe there's a time and a place, like you said, for it, but it's been kind of interesting where they all run to when they find out that, you know, maybe the latest astronaut rescue from outer space it looked kind of fake, man. Didn't that dude tell me that was fake a long, long, long time ago? They come running to me to see what I think about it, and that's when they kind of open up to it, you know, just a little bit, just enough for a small discussion. I think they're still space brains, but they, you know, they might want to hear what I have to say now. But at first, yeah, I was all gung-ho. Hey, everybody, the Earth is flat. No, there's no such thing as space. Everything, yeah, blah, 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 blah. But I kind of calmed down on that in the last 2 or 3 years just because I don't like the ridicule. I didn't choose this life. I know the truth, and the truth seems to have set me free. However, I just kind of calm down and sit back and watch. Now a lot of people are starting to come to the realization that, yeah, I was right the whole time.
It's gotta feel good. Gotta feel good. Yeah, it really is a long game planting seeds.
Yeah, you know,
Don't say that people are too old to change. Don't say that. That's not entirely correct. My grandmother was a Catholic. I got her to change to Christianity when she was 94.
Wow.
She was angry about it. But I wasn't giving up. I was, you know, once she's gone, you know.
Yeah.
But she changed. She was convinced by her own words, sort of thing. She heard in a way. But, yeah, she changed, and I'm glad she did.
Well, just like any farmer, you plant a seed and it doesn't grow overnight. And I've been doing that for a long, long time, and it's starting to show its roots, but I don't know. Those people who don't want to hear it, they never want to hear it. The people who do want to hear it, they'll come and, you know, or maybe they were reluctant to hear it at first, but you did plant something in the back of their head, and now they're thinking something's not sitting right with them, and they'll come and ask the guy who said it first. And I'm all open to talk to anybody. I listen to all you guys all the time. Is the best group of people anywhere in the world probably are on these Discord channels talking about it. It's not just, oh, the Earth is flat. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's. You guys have some of the best arguments, or not arguments, proofs and whatnot that I've ever heard. I'm like, I could stand up to any physicist and talk to them, not maybe win the argument, but I could talk to them because I listen to you guys all day, and you guys are great. Best in the world.
Damn, I need a soundboard right now. I need to hit that Don DeMarco. That was amazing. That was a nice plug, dude. I appreciate that. Thanks for jumping on the mic too, man. You just popped off the YouTube.
Who's that? Who are you talking about?
You were you listening on YouTube?
Yeah, I was. I jumped over here because I was listening to you.
Nice, hell yeah. Yeah, I'm really glad. Shout out to the guys that stream. We got Flatloid Right and Helio both streaming. We're live. Wait, chat, are we live? But
yeah, I popped in here actually to see if Alpha was somewhere around Veritas, but I can't find him. He used to be my neighbor, but yeah, no, we grew up together. But
wow,
I just wanted to say what's up to him, but he's not in here. He works nights, but I thought maybe on his break or something he'd pop in here and say what's up. But I just wanted to tell him something quick, but no, I love listening to you guys. You guys are the best of all time.
Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you,
Right
man.
on,
I got you, bro. Appreciate all that.
right on.
We couldn't do it without every individual, like yourself. So
Very good. I'm on mute most of the time, but I heard what you guys are saying, and I actually got into a conversation just recently with a guy in passing that said, "Hey, everybody, this guy that was me walking by. He's like, this guy thinks the Earth is flat." And then everybody came around me and started ridiculing me, and nobody had an answer when I was done talking. And it was kind of, I mean, not like I won the argument or anything. It was kind of humbling. I was like, dang, you guys got nothing to say now. You guys pointed me out of the room. You said, come over here. We want to make fun of you. When it was over, a lot of people were ducking their heads and walking away. Not making fun of me, just, gosh, that guy may have been through something. And I credit that all to rooms like this, where I come in and just listen. You guys got it all. Every single argument it's been discovered, or it's been talked about, and I just kind of sit here and listen. But I heard what you said about getting through to some people and not so much. I've been sitting here for the last 3 or 4 years, just soaking it in, not really talking to anybody, because at first it was all ridicule. Everything was, oh, this guy thinks the Earth is flat. No, I don't. I know it is. But, I mean, I'm not getting into that with you guys, because all you guys want to do is make fun of me and kick rocks at me and everything else. I'm just going to sit here and wait till you come and ask me a question. Not call me a doucheball. Just come and ask me a question. It's fun, though. I like it. It's one of my favorite things.
yeah, it is fun. I think that's why a lot of people tend to hang out here, even when it's quiet. We're still here, so yeah, man, it's a great place to be. I've learned a lot of skills too, like that. Like
for sure. Yeah, no, I mean, usually I sit here. I mean, you guys know Alpha Veritas. I call him Miggy, but
Miggy,
whatever.
yeah, of course.
Yeah, no, he used to be. We had studies and everything else at his house all the time. Taco Tuesday, every single Tuesday, for about 3 years. I mean, I got to know him really, really well, and he moved away now. So the only place I ever get to talk to him is in here. But yeah, no, I was just
wow. What a small world. That's crazy.
Yeah. No, he was kind of one day, probably it's close to 9 or 10 years ago. He said, "Hey, man, you ever looked into this flat Earth thing?" And I almost came straight to his house and slapped him aside the head. I was like, "Are you kidding me, man?" But after we studied it and we sat at his house for hours at a time looking into this thing. I mean, now he's, he runs this place sometimes, not all the time, but I see, he's an influential guy, and I just sit back and watch him, and I'm proud of what he's done, because I know him personally. It's like knowing Michael Jordan or something.
Yeah.
But I'm like, dude, you're doing a great job in there. And he's like, yeah, no, all the studying that we did back in the day, I love it, man. I love it. And, I mean, he's got way more of a knowledge because he stays in here a lot longer than I do. But, it's fun to know him. I always tell him. But, yeah, that's kind of who I was looking for when I popped in here, just to see if he was hanging out. But, yeah, no, it's an awesome conversation. It can go all kinds of different ways and with all kinds of different people. And man, it's been a great journey. But as far as where I learned the most, it's not on any YouTube channel or anywhere else. It's kind of just sitting here listening to you guys. It's been great. But
oh yeah.
anyway, I usually sit on mute, so that's probably where I'll go unless you need me. But yeah, you guys are awesome. I just wanted to say that.
We need W's in the chat, guys. Everybody spam W's in the chat for Dr. K. 'cause That was amazing. That was sick. That was a great content as well, especially, for mostly listener. That was amazing, guys. The delivery was on point. That W's. Let's get the W's flying, guys.
Thanks, y'all. I'm just a regular Joe with a regular job. I know the earth is flat, but, a lot of people don't.
Well, I wonder if we're chosen to know this or something, but it's weird how we've come together. And there's another breed of people that just don't seem to get it. So it is funny that there's a divide on this specifically.
Well, Christian Bear, I figured it out.
What's that?
I see a lot of
Globers are enthralled with the magic of the globe. They love the magic. They can't see the trick.
Yeah, they do.
They also like the belief system that they can be reprobate. That kind of thing suits well for those people.
Yeah, right. And there's no creator. They're just some speck of dust so they can just do crazy stuff. Yeah.
Well, and since the beginning, every one of us and anybody else, all we know about anything is what somebody else told us until we went out and looked at it for ourselves, And it's tough to see beyond the matrix if you are I don't know what people call them these days, NPCs or what. It's hard to get through to some people because they've locked onto something and you can't tell them nothing. You can't tell them any kind of truth because that's what they've always known. And man, you're a retard or whatever they say, and I've been kicked down. I've been beat down by a lot of Globers. It's not like I'm ashamed of it. I just, they don't know what we have seen. And it's hard to explain why they haven't, but it is what it is. I don't blame them. I just wonder why, if I showed you truth, you can't see truth. Regardless. I showed it to you, or I explained it to you, or I brought you down this rabbit hole that goes 700 miles deep, and you still can't see it because you've been trained in a different way. And it's, I don't blame anybody for it. I just wonder why that is the way it is. Truth is truth no matter who you are. Some people refuse to see it. Others, might, like us or whoever else might be listening, they're right on board with it. They want to jump on board and be like, yeah, show me some more. Some people just don't want to see it. And it's weird. It's weird to me. That's why I sit back and listen nowadays. I've taken enough crap from a lot of people. But when they do finally see something that maybe I told them in the past, guess who they run to? Hey, man. They don't call me Dr. K, but they're like, hey, Dr. K, tell me more about what you told me about 6 years ago about that. Well, space is fake. What else do you want to hear?
Love it.
Well, it comes down to you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him think.
Bars.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. But you would think that if you led that horse to water, and that's what they wanted was water, that they would go right for the water. But no, they were taught to eat crap. They weren't drinking water, they were eating garbage their whole life. And it pains me to see them do that because, man, I have a plate of steak over here and you keep on eating crap. Keep it up then. Yeah, we rescued a whole bunch of astronauts from outer space this week. No, gosh, I don't care if it's Elon Musk or whoever they said it was. No, he didn't. Sorry, all you people. He didn't do it. That's sorry. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, and it didn't happen. I'm sorry. You guys want to sit down and talk about it, I will, but otherwise, just keep on pointing at me and saying, no, 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 this guy is a retard, which is what they do. It's fine. I don't care. I have more friends that don't believe the things that I say than do, but it doesn't make them not my friend. It just makes them, I don't know what they are. Just like I said, maybe they're NPCs. I have no idea what an NPC is. I've just heard that in a comment once.
NPCs might be legit. I don't know. Or just, it's like a...
Hey, how are you?
Whoa.
Hey,
Yeah.
how are you?
AI.
That's an NPC.
Let's talk to the AI.
He was just making an example.
Yeah.
I don't know. It does seem like there's like a different type of person out there, but I don't know. It's hard to tell.
It's the symptomology is they have Dunning-Kruger, so they don't have the skill set necessary to tell what is right or wrong. And then they have cognitive dissonance. It pains them to think otherwise than what they've been told.
Yeah, that could be it. But I looked at it like, I mean, we're in the middle of America right here in Iowa. We had a huge snowstorm today, like 8 to 10 inches of snow everywhere, blowing all over. And my grandma, who's 94 years old, she lives about a block away from me. So in the snowstorm, I walked down the street to see if she was all right. Our power's been out today since maybe 10 a.m. It's still not on. I'm just sitting here in the dark talking to y'all. But I went down there and talked about a different subject with her. Not flat earth. I did bring up some flat earth stuff with her because she kind of didn't even know that the earth spun according to the science or whatever they tell us. According to the scientism. She's 94 though. She's like, what are you talking about? The earth spins? What? And I was like 1,000 miles or something an hour. 1,000 miles an hour goes around the earth. This spins. You never heard this, Grandma? I couldn't even believe that she's never heard this. But she said, nuh-uh, the sun and the moon and the stars, they spin. And I was like, all right, well, sorry, Grandma. That wasn't even what we were talking about, though. It was a different subject altogether. I just like to sprinkle in flat earth whatever I can. But the thing about it is that being 94 years old, she has a certain idea of how things are because nothing else than that's what she was taught her whole entire life. You know, she's never looked at history. She's never looked at anything except for when she was little, they had horses and plows plowing the fields, not combines and tractors, you know, so it's different for her. Everything is. That's why I like to run down there and talk to her, but a lot of times, unless she's wanting to argue with me about the rapture or something else, and that's neither here nor there. But yeah, no, it was interesting to hear her, I would call it cognitive dissonance, but just uneducated, and not that I am, like I'm way above Grandma who's 96, but she just didn't know a lot of things. And I was just talking to her about some things that maybe she could look into, but at 96, she has no desire to do it. So she's stuck in her mind with a lot of different things. And when I brought up that the earth, Grandma, you don't know that the earth spins at 1,000 miles an hour according to scientism? She had never heard that one day in her life. And that surprised the crap out of me. I was like, wow, Grandma. All right. That gives me a little hope, but still, I mean, the Earth's not a spinning ball. I kept telling her, the Earth's not a spinning ball shooting through outer space. And she's like, why do you keep saying that it's a spinning ball shooting through outer space? Of course we don't believe that. And I'm like, that's what my kids are taught. That's what I was taught. That's what my mom was taught. That's the like going thing. You don't know that? She's like, no, it's not. We can see that the sun moves. And I was like, there's hope for Grandma, 94-year-old. So I was all encouraged when I walked home in the blizzard from her house 2 blocks away to my house. I was like, good. Grandma has a little hope. But yeah, no, it's just different ideas about different things. It doesn't have to be flat earth. It's just some people believe differently, and it might be a little bit of time to sit down with them and help them through it or give them a different idea. I'm not trying to help anybody through anything. It's to open somebody's mind to something new if they have never thought about it before. And that's maybe why I'm here. I don't know why I'm here. I'm just a pretty boy, whatever you call it.
Nice.
She's old enough that she probably got educated before the space race, right? So there was less propaganda.
Oh, yeah. And once she learned something in school, whenever she learned it, it wasn't about a spinning ball Earth. It was about how to treat your husband and how to be faithful to people and how to be nice. And it was all that, 94 years ago. I don't even know what that looked like. I mean, could have been a new age for everybody, but yeah, she had no idea. I was telling her about scientism and what they teach, and she was like, no way. And she hasn't even lost her mind. She still drives to the grocery store every other day. She's well on her game, but I couldn't believe that she's never heard that the Earth spins. I wanted to talk to her about how the Earth don't spin, and she's like, I agree with you, it don't. I'm like, all right, Grandma, right on. Sit down, listen to the next point I have, because this is going to blow your mind. She didn't like the next point, but it is what it is.
Yeah, my parents weren't taught it. They weren't taught heliocentrism at school. Had no idea what it was. Had no idea what the stars were. Yeah, and they went to school in the 50s.
It seems like
But
to me that
first day of school, I remember my first day of school because I got a really messed up memory. And the very first day, you should get shown the globe. This is where we live. And that was the very first day, very first lesson. And then you never taught anything about it ever again until, well, yeah. Not heliocentrism. Just first day of school, and that was it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like everybody, though. I mean, I used to think everybody until today when I sat down with a 94-year-old lady. But all we know about anything is what somebody else taught us. I mean, even her biblical background and everything. I mean, she heard a preacher when she was younger, or she heard something, and I'm like, well, what's this verse say, or anything else? And she's like, no, this is what it is. And she won't hear anything else. But all we know about it's what they told us. And if we believe that, even if it's not a lie, I mean, it could be a lie, but if we believe that lie, are we liars? Or I asked her that, and she said, only if we repeat that lie, I was like, good job, Grandma. Yeah, that's what I was trying to get you to say. But, if we believe a lie, we're only liars if we repeat that lie. If we just listen to a lie, that don't make us a liar necessarily, unless we believe that lie and start telling others about it. Now we're liars, So we want to kind of examine all things, test all things, make sure that we're on the right track. And maybe some of the subjects out there we'll never find out if we are, but we have ideas about it. We know that There cannot be outer space. There can't be. Second law of thermodynamics, like I said earlier. Or, we can measure over large bodies of water and see that it's not curved like they tell us it is. I mean, that's an easy one. Come on, everybody, get on board. It's easy. It's either they're lying to us in a big time way, or, I mean, there's a lot to say about it. It's just, I don't know where to go with it. I leave everybody to their own opinion, but if you want my opinion, come and ask me. But if you don't, hey, that's cool. Go with whatever you got.
Yo, CB.
What's up?
Bang, bang.
Gang.
Don DeMarco. Don DeMarco. He goes
We
bang,
need the
bang after every
soundboard.
rap battle.
Oh, bro, I don't need. Is that a rapper?
Yeah, bro.
Oh wow, that's a Fresh and Fit reference. They have a soundboard where it goes, it plays the air horn, and it's like Don DeMarco, Marco.
Oh.
It's some other lore, I guess.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there is probably a rap. Doesn't surprise me. There's a rapper called Don DeMarco.
There's a rapper with every single name now. So
I know, right?
yeah. Crazy. I won't be surprised if there's like a rapper who names himself Gravity at this point.
You know what? I wouldn't be surprised either.
Let me see if there's one.
I feel like there might be. God, I'm like falling asleep, but let's just check in. Whoever just popped in. Paris, welcome. Paris, welcome to the panel. First time, or you've been here before?
Why is everybody muted?
We're just trying not to have too much noise. We're live on YouTube, so we don't want a lot of background noise and stuff like that. Just mic etiquette. Oh, he left.
Paris, come back. First time you, first time me. Sheesh.
Yo, CB, check side chat.
46 monthly listeners. That's hilarious. What kind of
CB, you gotta rig a soundboard through your microphone.
Yeah, the hell with that one.
What kind of music is it though?
I'll check.
Where do you see that at? Is that right here on somewhere that we can look at? 46 people listening on YouTube?
No, it's the artist named Gravity on Spotify, I'm guessing. 45.
Just some shit rapper, once again.
I assumed it was a rap. That's funny.
Singing would have been cooler.
Gravity there. Someone said about what'd you ask me about the soundboard? Yeah, I could do it. It's just so much easier the way they had it set up. Like Discord updated and they have their own integrated soundboard. And Matrix and I built like, oh my god, like dude, probably we have like 500 sounds too. Like we have a lot that we built on here. So it's easier to do it that way, but I could do it. I have an iPad that I could play sounds with it through.
What's really weird is this guy specifically is inside of my city. What the fuck?
Weird.
Go meet him.
I'm gonna nuke the whole town.
Type. Don't kill me though.
Gonna nuke you from space. That's the only way we can be sure.
No, please.
Although the panel is kind of quiet, just looking through some of these people that are in here, I mean, I've learned a lot from a lot of you people that are sitting here just listening. That's awesome. I love it. I think that it's awesome that you guys are here. Like Flatsy Klein, dang, girl, you can talk some truth. T Dub down there on the bottom, I've learned a lot from you, man.
I'm having a workout listening to you guys talk.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not trying to put you in a spot or anything. A lot of times I just sit here, but like I said, I mean, we're out of power. We ain't got nothing. I'm waiting for my shift to start here in a little bit, but man, and I work from home mostly, but I mean, it's a great panel.
This is a great panel.
Yeah. Like, I mean, if Jedi or anybody, all those dudes were here, I mean, I'm not trying to say what side of flat earth I am because, dude, there's so many different people fall off the side or, oh, hey, I went down to Antarctica and I saw this. Now I'm no longer a flat. I'm not concerned with any of that garbage, man. That's all hearsay or stupid stuff or you got paid or what. I don't even care about it. What I learned the most is from a place like this and like Flatsy or any of these other people that have taught me so much in my life. Yeah, I'm just grateful for all of you guys. I think it's awesome.
Hell yeah, brother.
You're only saying that because it's true.
This guy's really nice.
Yeah, man. Super W.
It is true. Like I said, I mean, I grew up last 8 or so years living in the same town or even in the same vicinity as Alpha Veritas and has become one of my best friends of all time. I just sent him a text message a little bit earlier to see if he was going to be in here, and he said when he gets to break or whatever. But yeah, no, I'm so grateful for all of you guys, man. It's really made a difference in my life. Not just, I'm a subscriber to this channel or that channel on YouTube. All the little notifications pipe up all the time. And I'm like, oh man, do I have time to watch that? No, it's 2.5 hours long. Or yeah, I could check into that. But when I come in here is where I learn the most crap. It's where I learn the most, truth. It's truth. And when you guys are arguing with Globers in here, some of my favorite times, but I mean, you guys knock them down and spit on their face, and not in a mean way. I mean, they got nothing. They got nothing, and I'm like, haha, Glober, you can suck it. And then I stay on mute. I don't say a whole lot of stuff. Like I said, I was just in here today to look for Alpha, or Miggy, or whatever you guys might call him. I've been calling him Miggy for years, but changed his name. Now he's got a YouTube channel and he's talking to the AIs. I love it. I think everything that he's doing is pretty awesome, but I sit and watch from a distance, and you guys and like Jedi, if he's ever in here, or all these, oh gosh, any of these people that are in here, like I do subscribe to the Nathan Oakley show. I watch that almost every day, and not, I mean, he's a little abrasive, but that whole panel speaks a lot of truth that some of the other ones just aren't. And then I go to some other channels and I love those guys too. I'm soaking it all up, and I'm a veteran here, but damn, I learn something new every single day, and it's awesome.
Yeah, you're a veteran in being a retard.
Yeah, I be called a retard most of in my little small town in Iowa. Yeah, nobody knows what. I mean, they're not doing the same
research.
And not to say that I'm above anybody, because I'm never am. But this little small town of Iowa, I think there's like 300 people in my town, but the closest big town is only about 8,000 people. You know, I mean, and these of the 8,000 people, I maybe have about 15 friends there or less. You know, I have a job, they have a job, whatever. Oh, did you see they don't call me Dr. K there, but oh, did you see Dr. K down the street? He thinks the earth is flat. No, I don't. Stop it. I do not think the earth is flat. Come on, guys. Are you serious? I don't think the earth is flat. I freaking know. The earth is flat. You want to talk to me about it? Come and do it in a personal way. Otherwise, I have nothing to do with you. Go ahead. Do whatever you want to do. Or make fun of me in the personality or the personal space that you have with your other buddies that like to laugh at flat earthers. Yeah, because I see them all the time. It doesn't matter to me. But if you have something to say, I'll come and educate you if you want, because I won't educate you because I'm smarter than you. I educate you because I sit in these freaking Discord groups maybe most of the day. You know, maybe I'm working or traveling down the road or over the road trucking or whatever I'm doing. I'm listening to you guys teach me stuff. I don't say it a lot. I usually sit here. But when I do say something, I guess you guys can't get me to shut up. And that's what Miggy told me that one time. He's like, once you get going, man, just keep going, keep going. I'm like, no, I just like to sit on mute, dude. Just let me sit on mute, dude.
Okay,
So,
Dr. K.
Yeah.
I have a question though.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so how long have you been a flat earther? What made you come to the conclusion that the earth is flat?
8 years ago, my buddy Alpha Veritas, or whatever you guys call him, I call him Miguel. He's my buddy. We did Bible studies for 10 years before we came to Flat Earth. Every single Tuesday, like I told you, or maybe you weren't here, but like I told you, me and Miguel had Taco Tuesday at his house. And he ran a church. He was the lead pastor at a church. I don't know if anybody knew this about Miggy or not, but I'm gonna tell you. Miggy sat there at Taco Tuesday, and I learned to trust him. I learned to like him. I mean, we studied stuff. Sometimes my wife wanted a divorce because I sat in Miggy's driveway just talking about garbage or nothing or conspiracy theories or anything else for till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. She's like, Bible study takes that long? I'm like, no, that's actually, we weren't talking Bible. We were talking every single else thing. And then all of a sudden, about 4 or 5 years later, Miggy called me on the frickin' phone and he was like, dude, I got something to tell you and it's going to blow your mind. And he told me, hey man, I've been doing a little bit of research, just dipping my toe in the water. And I think that the earth is flat. And like I said before, I almost came over there and shook him till he cried. But I said, hey, where's the edge? How come nobody's fallen off? I did all the same thing that all the Globers do today. I said every single thing that you could think of a Glober today. And he was patient with me. He was loving. He was nice. And he said, come over and let's look at it. I don't want to argue with you. Dr. K. He didn't call me that. I don't really know if you guys even want to know my name, but that's what he named me a long time ago. Miggy named me Dr. K. I wouldn't even be Dr. K if it wasn't for Miggy. Anyway, He said, come over here. Let's look at it. I want you to think deeply like we think about everything else. And here's what happened. We dived into it. We went into a lot of different things. In the last 8 years, me and Miggy, we went into every single thing. Not just flat Earth, man. I was up $140 some $1,000 in some cryptocurrency he got me involved in, and I never cashed it out. And I am the same person I was before. I mean, we've been through a lot. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to say what happened with anything else. As we grew together in this thing, the flat Earth was the only truth that I really knew for sure. I don't believe, like I said before, I don't believe that the Earth is flat. I know that it is. I have come to the conclusion that we've been lied to about pretty much every single thing except for air is what we breathe. Air is what we breathe. I don't know if they call it air in the other worlds or whatever, but I know that I breathe air every day. And I also know that the Earth is flat. I don't know the shape of it. I make no positive claims about no dome. I don't make no positive claims about how big it is. I make no positive claims anywhere. But I know that it's not a spinning ball shooting through outer space at nonsense speeds and anything else. And that's pretty much because of the research that Miggy helped me through, or Miguel, or whatever. I don't know what you guys call him. Dr. Veritas, or what is his name? Alpha Veritas now. But yeah, no, all of this stuff. I've been here about 8 years. I like to sit and listen. I don't say a whole lot else. But if you get me going, Miggy says you can't stop me. So tell me to stop when you want me to stop, bro.
Okay, no problem. Okay. So, okay, I have a question. Okay. So, I have a question. Is density a vector or a sector? I mean, excuse me. Hold on. Give me a second. My bad. My brain fried for a second. Is density a scale or a vector?
I get where you're going. I get where you're going with this, and I love it. I think that that's a great question. But why don't you break it down for me? Why don't you break it down for us? Why do you think that that is a flat Earth question, or a round Earth question, or whatever you believe in the Earth, or what the Earth is?
Okay.
Why was that the question you asked? And then I'll answer it. I just want to know where you're going with it.
Okay, no problem. So density, when it comes to our Earth, I believe controls the direction of our Earth, which makes it round, and therefore meaning our Earth is round because density exists. And I know it's hard to explain without you answering the question for me. For me personally, it is right. I need to know like your stance on it. Like, but I can explain it more well with sources too, because
No, that's cool. I get it. And you know what? I love it. Justin Bieber. Is that your name? Justin Bieber?
Yeah, it's my name.
And that's what I call that. I make fun of my kids for listening to Justin Bieber. And I tell them, what a stupid beaver. Not that you are. I just like your name. I like your name, bro. Anyway, let me tell you. You want to talk about density versus gravity? Is that where density and buoyancy versus gravity? Is that where you're going with this?
Well, let's start with this first. Okay, this is the first one.
You're a dude that wants to believe that gravity holds everything together, and that's why it spins. That's why the oceans are curving. That's why everything is put together the way that it is, and blah blah blah. It's all a lot of in a consensual way. It's all a lot of nonsense, but
Okay.
that's what you were taught, so let's go with it. All
Okay.
right.
Well, according to your theory, gravity doesn't exist, but let's move past that for now. Let's move that
I don't
aside.
want to say it don't exist. I just want to know where you're coming from, dude. Is that
Okay.
cool? Is that
Yeah, no
cool?
problem. Let's
All
move
right.
the gravity shit aside real quick. But
All
let's
right.
like focus on density. I have a
No,
question.
no big deal. I'll go with you.
Okay, just real quick, like one question about density. It's just mainly about density. Okay, is density a scale or a vector?
Is it a scale or is it a vector? Sheesh. Somebody call the scale or vector police. Are you actually wondering if it is, or you just want to catch me in an I know, I told you so, my lover? Mother
I mean, I know the answer, but I just want to see what you say.
All
Because
right, yeah,
people
so
get it
you
wrong.
know what most flat earthers would say about this, right?
Well,
Is
I
it
want
a
to hear what you had to
scale?
say.
Some question. That's what we'd say. It's a malformed question.
Exactly. No, who said that? Who said that? Daz.
That was me, Daz.
All right, yeah. No, I mean, I get the same stuff all the time, man. Is it a scale? Is it a vector? Who gives a rip? I don't. Here's what you need to find out. Here's what you need to find out. It could be a scale. What if I said it's a scale? Oh, your density is a scale.
Then you be right, and that means you're a glober like me. So welcome
All
to
right.
the team.
Now, what if I said it's a vector? Then
Then
I'd
you'd
be
be
right. I'm
wrong.
a glober like you too, right?
Well, no, if you said it was a vector, then you'd be totally wrong. But if you said it was a scale, which you just did, meaning you're a glober too.
You're talking about a scale, like a measurement. You're talking about, because like if you step on a scale and I weigh a 222 pounds like I did yesterday, I'm kind of a big dude, but not as big as Andre the Giant or anything. But listen, a scale is a measurement, right? A vector, like you want me to say, or you wish that I would have said, or so that you could argue with me. I look at the earth as this. There is no curvature. Dude, you still haven't answered that question. And there is no vacuum of space. Nobody's answered that question either. So you want me to answer if it's a scale or a vector. Where's the gravity? Gravity is all made up. It's a piece of garbage theory that they had to do in order to make their spinning ball Earth. They had to have gravity. Everything holds together with gravity. Your whole cult belief holds together with gravity. So is it a scale or a vector? I don't care if it is. And I know the answer. I just don't want to appease you or please you. I mean, look at this crowd. 7 billion proud, willing to punch it out. Right, wrong, weak, strong, ashes to ashes, we all fall down. Justin Bieber! Justin Bieber! Justin Bieber. Oh. Listen, dude, did he leave? Man, I had more to say. I had more to say
Nice
to him.
work. Nice going,
What?
Doc. That was nice. Yeah, nice going. He's a real pain in the ass. He comes in all the time.
I wanted more to say to him. Bring him back. Bring him back. I had
You
so many
let's make
cuts
him, dude.
on that guy.
That was great, man. That was great.
I had cuts on his face. I had cuts on his legs. Bring him back. There's a lot more to say to the vector or the scale. Give me a break, man. There's a vector or a scale. I have nothing more to say. Please prove to me how the earth spins or how anybody can prove curvature of the earth. It's never been done. Come on, these flat earth groups, are the easiest to destroy people that don't believe it. I mean, just come in and listen to us logically. There is nothing else. And has anybody seen Miggy lately? I mean, is he coming in here later? Or has he been in here lately? I haven't for a couple weeks, but
Yeah, he was on last night.
okay, good, because just tell him if he comes back in, say, hey, the other night I was in here listening to this frickin' idiot that was trying to start his shift, and he was looking for Miggy, and tell him Kelly said hi. Because he didn't respond to my text message the other day, but that's fine. I know he's busy. I know he's got a night job. But yeah, no, as far as Globies go, man, there's really nothing to talk about. You guys, you gotta come with it. I mean, like a real thing. If you want to go into space, we'll go into space with you, and we'll tell you how it's not real. If you want to go into vectors or anything else, I mean, come on. There's not an argument we can't win. And I've been here for a while, and you guys were the ones that taught me this. You guys were the ones that taught me this. So if I'm sitting here and I'm trying to struggle with a guy that wants to know what a vector is or what a scale is, I don't care. I don't care about that stuff. You know what I care about? The curve, the vacuum of space, the water. The water is a big one, man. You can put a glass of water up near your face. You can fill up your bathtub right there, right next door to you. Go get in it and clean up your dirty ass. Or you can frickin' go out to a lake. There's a lot of them around here in Iowa. They're all frozen solid today, but they're frickin' not bending. You can go to an ocean, man. There's no way that you're going to show 8 inches per mile squared on any of it. Even the little glass of water that you have in front of you. I mean, there is nothing you guys got. You guys can all claim science and, oh, look at this, though. Science says this and science says that. F that, man. Give me a break. I just want to kick you in your freaking, your bird. And kick you in your bird. You guys are idiots, man. Just look at the evidence and then come to a conclusion and welcome to Flat Earth. That's it. There is no other thing. It's not like I have to argue with anybody in the whole entire world. I mean, I was talking to some of my buddies. One of them was Miggy. And there really isn't another argument. I mean, you lay it in front of them, and they got nothing. I mean, really, you can lean back on your scientism upbringing, and that's fine. I love it. I really love it. You guys were all taught the same thing that I was when I grew up. There's no other thing that you guys can say that I didn't already learn. But you guys held on to it because you didn't look any further. I kind of moved around it and thought, well, what about this? And what about that? And gosh, you guys missed it. And here I am to tell you you missed it and you want to call me a retard. So here it is. I don't care. You know, I don't care what you guys all believe. The argument and the winning place to sit is over here with us losers or whatever you want to call us. We have actually studied it. We've done the math or whatever you guys want to say. The equations say that it's round. It actually doesn't, you know? Come on over here. What about the Antarctica thing where they all went down to Antarctica and saw that the 24-hour sun was there? I don't know. I wasn't there.
Yo,
yeah, go for
Dr. K, can I tell you something cool?
I love
you know about this guy named Eratosthenes or something.
Yeah, Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes was one of my favorite old guys. Yeah, love it.
Yeah, Eratosthenes. My bad. I'm like really bad at pronouncing names. Here's something interesting. So you know how you measured the parallel with 7.2 degrees, right?
Yeah.
You know how the sun rays projected it and it came back that the distance of both cities were 800 kilometers?
Yep, absolutely. I know that.
Making 2% of Earth's circumference?
For sure.
The circumference was equal to 40,000 kilometers north to south, close together within cities. Here's the interesting part, though, right?
Yeah, no doubt about it.
They say that that's a sad truth, right? But the thing is, he denounces that the Earth is a sphere. But the thing is, nobody can be clear of what the shape is because it could have been measured to be a donut. It could be measured to be flat. It could be measured to be an ellipsoid. It can literally be anything. Nobody actually knows the exact shape. Although the flat terrain that we see makes it so that the Earth wouldn't be curved. Who knows? Maybe our Earth is a fucking triangle.
Well, that's a case depending on how far you think that the sun is. I mean, they were assuming that it's really, really far away when they were doing these measurements. You know, Eratosthenes, he's like, the Earth is a globe because of these measurements, sticks and shadows and blah, blah, blah. But the Earth's sun, the one that is up there in the sky that we see every day, it's probably really far away. We see it very little or very big, depending on who you are. I mean, it could be a big light in the sky. It could be a little light in the sky. It depends on what dude you ask. Hey, what's the size of that thing? Well, it's a pretty big light in the sky. Or you ask this little kid, hey, what's the size of that thing? Oh, it's a little light in the sky. It doesn't. Everybody is different for their perspective. However, this dude was measuring sticks in the ground based on how far he thought the frickin' sun was away from us. And, you know, I mean, and I'm not sure. I mean, I tend to lean toward that it's a local thing. The local sun spinning around in the firmament, but I can't make a positive claim about that. I don't never know. I've never measured how far the sun was from the Earth. I don't know. It's a good question. I'd love to know exactly if somebody could give me exact proof of it. But guess what? I've never measured it. I can't make a positive claim about that. I can't even make a positive claim about the firmament that's in the sky that holds the gas in here. We are all breathing gas right now. Every single people who leaves and joins this chat is breathing gas pressure right now. You can't deny it. That's what it is.
True.
So there's gas pressure right now. Does that mean that that's the firmament up there? No, we can't say that for sure because, I mean, yes, it's a law of physical. It's a physical law. For sure it is. But can we say that it is the firmament? Maybe if you're a strong, devout Christian, you can say, well, God said that there's a firmament. I would agree with that. However, you know, we got a lot of different people in here. We got a lot of different religions. We got a lot of different thoughts or desires to know what the firmament might be or what's holding this gas pressure in here. But NASA's idea is a vacuum. That makes no sense.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you something about that, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
People say that that's the case, but when you measure gas to a vacuum, that gas just fully takes over the vacuum, right?
I agree.
Therefore, it's not possible for a stable vacuum. because it can't be measured. Because there's no physics behind it that can go,
That's why we
think is the right word.
Yeah, that's why on this side of the coin, we call that pseudoscience or scientism, or there's a lot of different names for it. It's just a lie. It's a lie, just like these saved astronauts that we see all over Facebook or Twitter, or what are they called now? X, or I'm sorry, it's not Twitter anymore. But like, because of the algorithm that I'm in a certain algorithm, all I see is that we saved astronauts from outer space this week, and it was Elon Musk. I'm grateful for the astronauts to be home. I don't care. They went from Houston to wherever they lived. I mean, they went from Houston to Montana, wherever that lady was from, or the dude. I don't care. I know that they weren't in space. I know that they weren't. That's
absolutely. And here's an interesting one. Sorry, are you familiar with one of the recorded ISS speakers who basically talked about something? I don't exactly remember what it was, but as they were talking, bubbles came out of their mouth.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are hinting that all these videos are recorded in Blender, and the videos are removed from the water, and they're just simply under the water recording these videos, levitating, making strict English to exactly match their vocals, so that way people think, oh, it's a projectile, this is real, blah, blah, blah. But no, it's fake. Everything about it is fake. Not maybe, everything that NASA does is fake, but I gotta say at least 80% of it is, because for one, we don't know if it's true because of all the CGI that NASA has used in the past to project certain images of certain planets that are in the distance and guess what they look like, stuff like that. It's just like the guess of our Earth. They have 24/7 satellite videos of them circling Earth, right? But the thing is, we don't know if what they're showing us, projecting us, is true, because it can just be CGI. And we don't know how far up that satellite actually is either.
Yeah, and I agree with you 100% on that. However, I mean, and I don't want to be a dick about it. I'm not trying to be a dick to you or anybody else, but I'm so over it, man. I mean, this was 6 years ago for me, where I wanted to tell everybody NASA's lying. Listen, everybody that wants to hear me, NASA means deceive in Hebrew, blah, blah, blah. Look at the line. Look at the freaking thing. You can see the bubbles coming out in space. Look at everybody, pay attention right here. You see the bubble? Oh, yeah, no, this dude is freaking crazy. He thinks that NASA's a liar. Yes, I do. And I absolutely have overcome it. I've overcome it in my own mind because I know how the flat earth community is. I love all of you guys. Anybody who believes, not believes. I don't care about beliefs. I don't care what you believe, Muslim, Christian, Protestant, whatever you choose to be. That's fine with me. I don't care about that. What I care about is what you know.
I know what you're saying.
And you know what? And
I agree.
I'm against you. I'm over the NASA thing. And just this week, though, when they saved the astronauts from outer space, I mean, I fought myself on the couch last night. Or no, it was this morning. It was this morning when we lost power here in the middle of America. We are out of power since 10 a.m. this morning. And I'm sitting here scrolling through all the garbage and all the algorithms that's on Facebook and Twitter and all of the Instagram. I only get garbage, man. These days, the algorithm is in control of me. So, yeah, no, I like to come here and get refreshed. But, yeah, somebody put on their frickin' Facebook page that they were marked safe from believing that Elon Musk saved anybody from outer space, or that there was astronauts in outer space at all, or whatever. And I thought, because there's no internet, there's no freaking power, I've lost all electricity, and I'm freaking out, man. The only thing I can do is go scoop my driveway, but it's 30 below zero. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to repost that. That's funny to me. I mean, yes, there's no outer...
Here's the interesting thing, right? If they're expected to stay on Earth for 2 weeks, I mean, no, if they're supposed to be in space, right, for 2 weeks, as they claim, right? And they're there for 9 months. How are they getting the supplies naturally to eat and survive?
Supplies. Everything that comes up in Earth supplies. And then they even sent another astronaut up there, and there were 3 of them. Where'd that guy go? And why didn't the rest of them go with him? I mean, there's so many nonsense things. Look at the girl's hair. It's always floating out there, and I just look at it and chuckle. I never make a comment. I just scroll right by it and roll my eyes, because like I said, this has been so long ago that I dismissed NASA. I don't care what my NASA loving buddies think. I will tell them if they want to hear it. Otherwise, you guys are, I just think of them as, I don't know, who was it in here? CB? Kind of NPCs, man. I don't even know what that means, but my 13-year-old son told me it was a non-playable character. Whatever the hell that means. I don't play video games, but...
Here's a better way to play, right? So think about it as something that's said over and over and over and over and over again, that occurs, or something that occurs constantly, that isn't stopped. So it's like, raise your hand, right? Raise your hand right now in the air, right?
Yeah.
Doing it? Right?
My hand is up.
Put your hand down slowly, and then put it back up again. Right? And then put it down slowly, and then put it up again.
I'm doing this because you told me.
And then just keep doing that.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
Exactly.
I feel weird, but
repetitive, retarded movements.
No, I'm doing it because you told me to do it. And you know what? That's the same thing throughout history, or at least for the last couple hundred years. I mean, I don't know about history because I haven't been around, but I've seen that you can look back in history books and see that if you tell somebody, let's say, I mean, for instance, man, they claim today that the JFK files came out. All of a sudden, have you ever seen the movie JFK with Kevin Costner? Dude, this is nothing new, homie. We've been all about this. Yes, of course, it wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald. All the nonsense that they've ever said, it was the CIA or the FBI or whoever.
Oh, 100% it was. They were trying to get him out because he was too good.
Now these files come out, and all of a sudden we're supposed to go, oh man, our government is so corrupt and bad. 60 years ago, or however many years, 69, 1969, 79, 89, 30, yeah, a bunch of years ago, all of a sudden we're supposed to say, oh, we couldn't trust our government then, but all of a sudden we can trust them now because we got... And I'm not against Donald Trump. I'm not against any political party. I don't care. I got a sticker up here on my freaking wall that I wore during voting day, and it says voting is gay. And people made fun of me for that too. I'm just a different guy. You're not going to meet nobody like me. And actually Miggy told me that one time. Anyway, I don't want to bring Miggy into all this all the time, but I don't support any political party. All of a sudden, we're supposed to believe because Elon Musk ran to go get these astronauts, or 60 years ago, or whatever it was, our government was so corrupt that they killed JFK. Give me a break. It's been corrupt since George Washington, and you
Yes,
guys all bought into it. You know, whoever you are, and I don't care.
it's true, and it's very interesting, right? There's a whole bunch of skepticism about it, but what actually happened is, and I know this for a fact because I don't know, I'm just built different. We'll say that. He was taken out of office due to having a lot of control over people and their thoughts, and basically just allowing everybody to have what they want. He was very good at that. He was very good at connecting to people through culture, multicultural people, to the point that after a while they were like, we need to do something about this because he's literally controlling the entirety of basically at the time the planet. That's how deep it was.
Absolutely.
Like, you think Obama was good. This guy was like different.
No, I don't think any of them were good. People like today on the right side would say, oh, Reagan was good. I'm like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, Reagan might have been good. Or somebody would say, oh, JFK was good. And yeah, no, maybe that's why they killed him, is because he was good. But if you look into the history of the whole United States of America, I don't think any of them were good, man. A political power. I mean, and there's been bureaucracies and all this other stuff that's been going on left and right. None of them told us that the earth was flat, and they all knew it. They all knew it. None of them actually came out and said, you know what? I think that NASA's lying to us. No, they all said, let's give them another couple million. I mean, way back in the day, 60, whatever it was, when NASA was formed, they kept on giving it to them, and they kept on, and they're still doing it today. And you know what? I saw a friendly, what is that new, it's the new version of Twitter that Donald Trump started, praising SpaceX for getting these soldier astronauts out of space. It's garbage, man. We know the space don't exist. We know it. I mean, it's not like we're just claiming it and we believe it as flat earthers. We know it don't exist. And then for our freaking president that everybody...
Is this guy okay?
Yeah, no, I'm freaking...
Is this guy okay?
Looks a little glonky.
I'm bound for sound, bro. Keep me up. Miguel would tell me to shut up, but come on.
Yeah. Just hang on there, Doc. Just hang on a sec. Can we just if there's any other Globers in here that want to ask a question or challenge flat earthers or anything, let us know.
The webcam guy's making me uncomfortable, boss.
There's a guy on the webcam. Oh,
I have a sensitive stomachs, so get him out.
Yeah, I'm sort of.
Oh, I can't because I'm on a browser. I gotta deal with it.
It's actually a good idea.
Just not looking.
We have a rule in here, dude, that you can't have your cam on because it limits the room, and no one wants to look at you anyway, bro. So just off with the cam. Yeah, I'll give you like 10 more seconds, bro. You look like you're tweaking or something. So there we go.
Good boy. There we go.
It's actually a good idea. I'm gonna sit on mute. I'm gonna sit on mute. You guys just keep on keeping on, bro. I love all of you guys.
Yeah, bro. Good combo. DJ, what's up?
What's up?
How you doing?
Who is that?
Drinking dude.
Avi, how you going, bro?
You know I am, right?
No, CEO, you're gonna get banned the next time you keep doing that.
Yeah, that time.
I assume so.
Yeah, Avi, yeah, I remember who you are now, bro. How's it going?
Mm-hmm. Good.
Let's go.
Just debating. Just a lot of debating today. It was a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie. I'd say I'm learning a lot now. I stayed in here for like 14 hours. Insane, unhealthy, but Yeah, it's been fun.
Bro, a lot of information would be passed in that amount of time. So
Oh yeah, I basically get the full basis now. I'm about to go to bed, and when I do, I'm gonna watch the entire video about the Black Swan thing, so I understand like what everybody's talking about. Because when I hear that, I'm like, what does that even mean?
yeah, man, it's about the horizon. Yep. They have to have a horizon at a
It's a
particular.
theory about how objects are observed. That's all I know, right? Something like
Well, it's about like they have to have, right? If the Earth's a globe the size that they tell us, they have to have a horizon at a particular distance, a physical horizon, right? It has to be there, right? So you can calculate the distance to where the horizon would have to be based on the height of the observer, right? So if you're like making an observation from 1 foot height, the geometric horizon on a globe would have to be at 1.2 miles, right? If you're 6 foot observer height, then it would have to be at 3 miles. 8 foot observer height would have to be at 3.4 miles, right? And so on, right? But when we go out and do these observations, right, like the Black Swan, we're seeing the horizon magnitudes further than it could possibly be on a globe.
yeah,
That's
that makes sense. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, that's the main
Beautiful.
premise of the Black Swan. Testing their
I'm just trying to.
testing their horizon has to be there, bro.
I'm just trying to go to sleep, but I can't because my head hurts. But I have a dentist appointment tomorrow. Pissed. I have to get my cap replaced on my front tooth that I broke when I was BMXing, and then I have to get like 10 fucking fillings because for some reason, even though I brush my teeth every single day, day and night, I got like 10 cavities in my mouth. It's weird. So weird. I can't be normal, right?
Yeah. The opinion of particular people. Okay. I don't know, man.
I just hope like
I have a question for Aviloa.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I just hope I'm not in pain.
Aviloa, I have a question for you.
What's up?
What is MG plus 1?
Honestly, I don't even know. Force of gravity is equal to mg. I don't know anything else after that, and then F thrust is mg plus 1.
What is MG plus 1?
That would be thrust.
What?
Would that be thrust or no?
That makes no sense.
I think I know.
Yeah, I have no idea. You're just gonna have to tell me.
I'm asking you because I don't understand it.
What's it have to do with?
I don't know how to put it, but deals with force and thrust and how this manipulates gravity. That's all I know.
Adding 1 manipulates gravity.
Mm-hmm.
That makes absolutely no sense.
It's basically like saying that gravity is cool and all, but I'm adding a plus 1 and I'm going above it because it doesn't exist. If that makes any sense. Because mg is the overall calculation towards gravity. If that makes any sense. That as a whole is what holds it. Mm-hmm.
Do you know where that comes from?
The weight of the gravity. I believe it's from Einstein.
No, it's not.
Rip. I'm not too sure.
Comes
Actually,
from
I'm
Newton's
glad
law
to
of
hear this.
gravitation.
What is it?
Newton's law of gravitation.
Okay.
Do you know where
So
Newton's law of gravitation comes from?
Newton.
Albert Einstein?
No, no. What? Do you know when
No,
Isaac
no, it's
Newton
not Albert
died?
Einstein. It was produced in 1611, I think. I forget by who, though, if that's correct.
Are you looking up on Google right now?
No, I'm genuinely, seriously projecting my answer. Like, I have a good memory. I believe that's what I saw.
You know, Isaac Newton.
You'd be able to hear it, though, because my noise suppression's actually off right now. My noise suppression's off. You'd be hearing my keyboard clacky clack.
You know, Isaac Newton died far before Einstein was born, right?
Yeah. So it's based off of Isaac Newton, right?
What is based off of Isaac Newton?
Well, you mentioned his name. I'm assuming that has to do with him, right?
I'm saying it because you're referencing Einstein when Isaac Newton died probably 100, 200 years before Einstein was even born.
I'm saying, like, the model that you're referring to, is it the one that Isaac Newton produced?
Yes.
There we go. Now I know what you're talking about.
But I asked you if you knew where his law of gravitation came from.
I mean, I went through a lot of information earlier. I mean, like, a lot. So I'm not entirely sure what the fuck I did, but yeah.
Comes from Kepler's laws.
I got it from somewhere, but can't remember.
Newton derived his universal law of gravitation from Kepler's laws.
Anyway, it's not important. I just don't believe in gravity. Hate it.
It's actually not important. You are correct, bro.
You missed it, Avi. I'm not sure if you were here yesterday, but there was a guy spiraling out about fucking Foucault's pendulum yesterday for probably a whole hour. His name is Mushkin.
Like the pendulum effect? Oh.
Yeah. That
That's
pendulum that uses
unfortunate.
a magnet to drive it.
Oh, one of those guys? Fuck.
Yeah.
I wish I was there. That would have been fucking awesome.
I'm pretty sure you were in the channel, but I don't know if you were actually there.
No, this is my first day today. That is ever going back. It's been a while.
What? You were here yesterday.
Oh, like in the PMs?
No, you were in the voice chat yesterday.
Yeah, like in the PMs, like 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 12.
Yeah, I think
right?
I saw you here at like 12 in the afternoon.
Yep, you'd be correct. Maybe I saw it. Maybe I zoned out, but think I know. Think I recall. Oh wait, was it the big brain guy?
Who's big brain guy?
Alright, definitely not then. You missed that guy. That guy was fucking insane.
Is that the dude that got kicked out, or is that who got
That's
kicked
the guy
out?
that yapped about time being physical and a whole bunch of weird
Oh, was
shit.
that Robert Utah?
No, wait, that's somebody else. My bad. But yeah,
Bro,
that guy did that.
There is a guy
I'm
named
trying
Robert
to think,
Utah
what the
that
fuck
comes
was
here.
the argument?
He said time is a physical object you can manipulate.
Yes, that's the guy. That's Rob. You're right. I'm trying to think about the other guy though, because his is. Oh yeah. So we were trying to get him to define gravity and explain to us how gravity works, right? And we were trying to make him define curvature. And we asked him for sources. He kept on citing ChatGPT, and he did it like 20 times. He was the most annoying person I think I've ever encountered in a Flat Earth channel. Like, should not be here. But yeah, he was rage baiting the entire fucking time.
That's what they do, man. That's what they do. Hey, dude on the bottom, what's our backwards R
It's
and
ya. Backwards R is pronounced ya.
Yeah. All right. And how do you say the rest of it? Is that
Pindos.
Pentos? All right.
No,
I just wanted to
Pindos
know.
with like a D.
Arpentos.
It's Yapindos.
All right, yeah, Pindos. I want to say it right so that I don't offend. But
Does not offend me at all.
all right, R is the backwards R said R?
Pronounced ya.
Dia.
No, it's pronounced ya.
Yeah, Pendos.
Yeah, I like them. Little homie on the corner. Yeah.
Yeah, Pendos.
That's cool, dude. I just wanted to make sure that I called you the right name if I was to say something. But yeah, I was actually listening yesterday. There wasn't too much activity, but I do remember what you're talking about. And yeah, can I just call you Ya?
Bro, people just call me ya.
Pendos.
Oh, Pindos.
Yeah,
I'll just call you fucking
Pindos. You
Yappy,
can say
bro.
Pindos too.
All right, that's
Pendos,
cool. No,
bet.
I don't want to offend. Actually, the dude with the gravity argument. That guy yesterday.
The guy who kept on talking about gravity, who didn't know how to back up his sources, and
Listen,
was really
I have
fucking
an
gay.
explanation for you that can completely demolish the ball.
All right.
But it requires the black swan.
The blessed one is the blessed one.
It requires the black
So I
swan.
Oh, the black swan.
I should probably watch the video that I had on that, right? Is that like a really good resource?
I'm going to explain it to you right now. So,
all right.
Okay, so if you look at the black swan, it does not tell you the Earth is flat from a glober's point of view, but it does tell you that this ball is it's either flat or the ball is so big you can't even comprehend it, which does not make sense to me. But what's going to destroy the ball is if you look at the law of gravitation, it does accurately predict the motion on our Earth. But the problem with that is using the black swan, it tells you that the radius is much bigger, which is a problem for gravitation, because the law of gravitation requires the constant to be that, as well as the radius. It requires the radius of the Earth to be exactly what it is. But the black swan negates that radius, so it makes the whole globe Earth argument false, as well as gravity.
That is
So
correct.
it's basically saying that the Earth is at a certain point inside of what was it again? The law of where's the tab? I literally wrote it out. The law of gravitation basically is at a higher radius than what it's supposed to be. Is that what you said? Kind of.
No.
I'm so bad at listening.
Because the black swan. Have you seen the black swan?
Yeah.
No, that's why I asked if I should look it up.
Does anybody have a picture of the black swan?
Yes, I have. Yeah, go ahead.
Isn't it like the things with like the oil rigs, right?
Yeah.
Very
Thing with the
far
oil
away.
rigs. I think I've seen a reference, but yeah, there's nothing in chat. Someone should post it.
It's too far away for it to be accurate. So if the globe prediction is right at 3,963 miles in radius, then everything else falls apart.
The reason why it falls apart is because the formulas work with the radius of 3959 miles, but the black swan proves that that is not the correct radius of if it were a ball, it disproves that radius, but the formulas still work. So
Bingo.
there's a big contradiction there in logic, very big.
Exactly. No, way too big to measure
that far zoomed out. Holy shit.
It's way too big to measure.
Yeah, there's no curvature at all.
What I want to know is why does this predictive model work? That's what I want to know.
It don't. Ours does.
That's a good point.
No, it doesn't work.
I actually think I've heard Black Swan today,
I mean, chuck
50
numbers into formulas and you could determine how long it will take something to hit the ground.
Yeah, the Black Swan destroys the baller.
So it's like measuring gravity with the pull down. So it's like free fall minus gravity, right? Got it?
Yes. Correct.
Yeah, I'm probably lost.
No, you're right.
Maybe
The Black Swan, the Black Swan, which yay. What's the R again?
Just the radius.
Radius. Yeah, no, the Black Swan destroys the round spinny ball circular shooting through outer space Earth. It destroys it because if any of their measurements are incorrect, like if they say, well, it's just a little bigger than we always thought it was because of the Black Swan that we've most recently brought to their attention. Yeah, then they're done. They're done. Because if it's bigger, then where did your 3969 or what did you just say? 3963, whatever it was. 3959. That's correct. Actually, if any of that number is wrong, every single other measurement that they've ever made is also wrong.
That's right. Measurements are wrong, but what I find really weird is why when you put numbers into formulas, you can predict what happens on our Earth.
Do you guys know if this is a good video? Inside
It's a
chat?
good one. Yeah, it's a great one.
I just can't comprehend why that shit works out.
If any of their measurements, even by a 1 foot.
Hang on, Doc. Like what, dude?
What?
Like what measurement works out?
Not the measurements. When you plug numbers into their globe formula, like say you drop a ball, you can determine how long it will take for an object to hit the ground. So what I can't comprehend. I know, but the globe isn't real, so I'm wondering why it works.
It's just the agreed upon average, right? It's the approximate rate, right? Because it doesn't, it's not a constant, right? Look at Bremen drop tower experiment or test, right? Look at gas particles, right? So, I mean, sure, if you have a vacuum, things roughly fall at the same rate, right? And then trying to determine, what's the cause of that. It's got nothing to do with a globe, right? Unless they want to claim that they can validate the cause of the effect, which they.
That's exactly right. Who's saying that? Who is that? DJ?
Yeah,
Good
DJ.
job. Smoking it, dude.
Smart guy. You guys are
That's
both
right.
really smart.
Yeah,
DJ, you missed it yesterday. Mushkane was in here, just screaming Foucault's pendulum for a whole hour.
Brute, I can't believe he's still going on about that, right? He's already agreed that there's no practical demonstrations, right, at different locations over the Earth that have consistent results using that method. He already admitted that the ones that have the magnets, the magnetic drive systems and all that sort of thing shouldn't even be considered. He admits that, and he says that one day in the future, hopefully, there'll be like a frenzy where everyone starts doing tests with pendulums and finally proves that the results are consistent. But we already know they're inconsistent. Yeah, frenzy, bro. And he even claims that there was like a frenzy of pendulums, like a pendulum frenzy, like back in the olden days. Yeah, it's like everyone was obsessed with pendulums or something apparently, and they were doing all these tests. I'm like, well, where's all their results? Where's all their practical demonstrations that show, in this particular location, you should get this particular reading, and then you set it up again and again, and it keeps happening over and over again consistently, and then you do it here, then you do it in Antarctica, blah, 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 right? He admits that he can't demonstrate any of that shit. So I don't know why he keeps. I think he's like, he's using it as an excuse not to go to flat Earth.
Remember that video you sent me of the Foucault pendulum with no magnetic drive and it never rotated?
Yeah, I don't know if that one had a magnetic drive in it or
It did
not.
not.
Oh, it didn't.
So I sent a video in chat and I asked Mushkane, "Can you explain this?" And all he would have to say is, "Hey, it was done on the equator," but he didn't even think of that. He didn't respond to it at all.
Oh, well, yeah.
Oh, I remember.
It wasn't done on the equator. It was done in Sydney, and there should be 8 degrees an hour of recession.
Yeah.
Is it? Anyway,
That's the guy who literally talked for like half an hour straight and just would not shut the fuck up. I know exactly who you guys are talking about. What was his username?
Mushkane.
Yeah, it doesn't move at all over 4 hours, 5 hours.
Also, I took this equation from the Flat Earth server. Is this like kind of how it's measured or explained?
Well, it's not an equation. I mean, it's just the observer height is 1 foot, right? He's got the camera set up next to the water at 1 foot, right? And he's zooming out at the horizon. Okay, so we wouldn't know how far away the horizon was, but luckily we have a distance marker, which is the oil platform, right? So the second oil platform's called Platform Habitat, and that's at 9.41 miles, right? And we can see the horizon clearly behind the oil platform. But the horizon has to be at 1.225 miles on a globe. We can see it 10 times further.
That's cool. That's really cool. I'm glad that you actually mentioned that. That's going to help me out a lot when I talk to people that are like schizo.
Right. The bottom 58 foot of the second oil platform technically have to be, right? There's no way around it. If the Earth's a globe, the bottom 58 foot of the second oil platform has to be obstructed behind the 1.225 mile horizon. 58 foot. But we can see the horizon behind the oil platform. We can see the complete oil platform.
I actually can see it. Oh, I get it now. So that's what a horizon is.
Horizon is an apparent location, right? So flat earthers claim horizon's an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet. That just so happens to also be the mainstream definition for horizon. Type in horizon definition, it says exactly. The horizon is exactly what flat earthers claim the horizon is. It's apparent, right? Because it shifts around. If you take time-lapse footage, you look at it on different days, right? You've got different weather conditions, and the horizon's all over the place, right?
So the horizon, the picture that I sent inside chat, like the line that's like right in like the middle of the two things, is that what the horizon would be?
Yeah, horizon's just a line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. Yeah, I'll show you like an image from the Black Swan where you can see the horizon really clearly.
DJ, that's exactly correct. You are correct. It's an impossible.
Yeah.
Impossible. I mean, come on.
What? Something like that I can eat at 427 that won't hurt my stomach.
Right, here's a good one, Avi.
No idea.
This one's from 8 foot, right? Same location, just from 8 foot observer height, and it's done late in the day, right? So it's really, really clear compared to the 1 foot one. There's a bit of haze, right? This one, look how clear the horizon is behind the second oil.
I can
Right.
see it
On a
now.
globe, the horizon has to be at 3.46 miles.
Okay, now I get it. Oh, that's fucking overpowered. I see it now. Okay.
If the Earth was a globe, right, to have a horizon at 10 miles, you would have to be 65 foot height, 65 foot observer height.
And that height's probably not possible.
This is 8 foot. He checks on his iPhone altimeter where he's making the observation from, right? All he's doing, he's walked up the beach a couple of feet, right? And he's just zooming out. He's just standing on a little ledge that's sitting on the beach, right? And yeah, he's zooming out. He's about 8 foot observer height. Right? But we can see the
Now
horizon.
I get it.
Yeah, we can see the horizon like it's not at 10 miles either, right? It's way beyond the 10-mile platform, right? The oil platform's at 10 miles. The horizon looks here like it's like 20 miles out or something. But it's hard to tell because there's not another distance mark. But yeah, we
I
can
know it's hard to understand, but I think that I'm getting it. So basically, the horizon in the back is what's kind of proving the fact that it's realistic because it can be measured. But what can't be measured inside of it is the curvature because it's not seen to be opposed.
Correct.
Kind of like that.
Yeah,
That's
kind of.
I like where
Also-
you're going.
Yeah, like you need to remember that on a globe, you have to have a physical horizon, a geometric horizon, right? It's like if you've got like a hallway that's curving around, right? And then if someone walks off and goes around the curvature of the hallway, right? It's blocking the view of that person, right? That's a physical horizon, right? So turn that up, like turn that horizontally. It's the same thing on a globe, right? You have to have that. Like it's like a physical horizon, and anything that goes beyond it would have to be blocked by it because it's physical, right? So they have a geometric physical horizon claim. It's not even a claim. It's just something that they can't argue. You know, it has to be there if the Earth's a globe of that size. But it's not, right? We've got countless amounts of these. It's not just the black swan, right? There's countless amounts of black swan observations. Tons of these. Different observer heights, different days, different locations.
So there's different kinds of explanations. So there's like ones that can be with like boats and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, basically, I mean, any long distance observation you can
It just
test.
has to deal with zooming into something that's not visible from the human eye and seeing it further in a distance, meaning that it would be flat because it's seeable. Because due to the distances, if it can be seen, that therefore would mean that it would be flat because the water isn't bending downwards and it's simply just staying flat and settled. I get it. Okay.
We wouldn't use this, but hold on, before you you wouldn't use this to say, look, this is a flat Earth proof, right? This is us debunking their radius, right? To say this is actually a flat Earth proof, like I wouldn't do that. That would leave you open to
Oh, so this is just for the radius. This isn't for actually just. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
This
I
is
get
for
it.
their curvature claim, right? This is for the Earth being a globe. This is directly against the Earth being a globe, right? With drop over distance, right? Curvature, right? Because on a globe you have over 10 miles, right, between the observers here and that oil platform. There should be 66 foot of curvature, right? And along with that 66 foot of curvature, there's a geometric horizon that goes along with that, based on the height of the observer, right? So it's from
Okay,
this
well,
8
I
foot
just literally got proved completely that the Earth is flat. Like, completely. Okay. Well, that's good. Because I was actually going to ask a question similar to this, but it's already answered. I was going to say, why is it inside of these photos that I see curvature, yet when they're zoomed into, there's no curvature? That's what the fuck I was curious about. I'm not going to lie. But now I have the answer. It just depends on the person who's filming and if they're biased to lie about it. And in this situation, it looks like that this is very realistic. So now I 100% know that the Earth is flat.
Well, hey, also, no, that DJ, you are absolutely correct on the explanation there. It does not necessarily prove that the Earth is flat. It proves that these liars have been telling us a lie the whole time. DJ, I thought that you nailed it right there. Lisa Loeb or Avi Loeb, what's your name? Avi Loeb. Exactly.
Just call me Maddox.
Maddox, bro. I thought that was a great conversation, though, and it made me think of stuff. But it's not necessarily that thing proves what we just showed in the chat and everything else, that the Earth is flat. It proves that those assholes are lying to us. And that's,
oh yeah, it proves the radius, right?
Yeah, so they could claim, well, no, the globe is a lot bigger than what they say. Well, then why are you lying to us? I could believe that we're on a freaking globe if you want to. Just don't lie to us about the dimensions, because we already know the dimensions. We've already measured it. So tell us that it's 700 million miles around or whatever you want. But DJ, you nailed it right there. Sorry to interrupt. I didn't want to interrupt there. I've been up all night.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It was helpful because you...
Avi, you got to remember.
I was going to say it's helpful because he helped me remember that
if they
the correction was radius and not...
Yeah, exactly, bro. Look, if they claim the Earth's a bigger globe from this observation, that's like that's the worst argument that they could possibly, because that's what we're testing, right? The radius value, right? So to be able to send satellites to space, to be able to go to the moon, right? The distances to all the sizes of all the planets they talk about, gravity, everything is destroyed if they don't have that correct radius value.
All their calculations are based on that radius value. So if they say, well, no, because you guys have proved that our curvature model doesn't match, our globe is way bigger. Well, then you've just screwed yourself on every single thing. And we, as flat earthers or whatever we are, I don't even know what we are, but whatever we are, we know that you're lying pieces of crap. We will not believe you whatever you say for the rest of your life unless you show us some proof. The only proof you show us is garbage, and we're out. We're out. You didn't show us any proof. And that DJ, you nailed it. Avi Lube, you picked it up, and that's awesome, dudes. Anyway, I don't want to talk anymore. I'm just going on mute.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Avi, have a look at the next
You remind
observation.
me of someone that I used to... He actually reminds me of someone that I used to play Call of Duty with.
That dude was awesome.
Yeah, same with Shin Zombie. He was actually a goat.
Well, then that dude was a piece of garbage. I'm awesome. Sorry.
Oh.
Just kidding. I've been up for too long. We ain't got no electricity here. I'm just going for it.
I feel that. Fuck, I should sleep soon.
I just got to
save both of these photos.
On a side note, I just got a report here that we had 13 inches of snow today. That's why I don't have any electricity. Nothing else. It probably destroyed every power line from here to the next big city. So the reason that I'm hanging out with you guys tonight and exchanging my ideas is because I kind of ain't got nothing else to do. Sorry. I love listening to you, though. DJ, you nailed it. Matlock, Maddox, what do you say your name was? I love you all. And T-Dub down there listening, you guys are the best, man. I'm going to go into my little corner. I'm not going to say much more, but when you guys say stuff that is interesting to me, I might say, right on, buddy.
God bless you.
Hopefully, you guys did not just hear my keyboard. That would have been embarrassing.
Unless there's too much dead air, like there was for the last 14 seconds or whatever, then you call on me, dude. I'm here waiting for my boss to call me, and he's probably snowed in, and I'm gonna be here till 4 a.m., dude. I'm just sitting here. But yeah, no, I love the discussion. It's my second favorite discussion in all of life. And I will contact you if you want to say something, but I mean, let's talk about what? What do you guys want to talk about? Satellites? You want to talk about the sun in Antarctica? You want to talk about the black swan, which we just did? We covered
Sun
that.
in Antarctica? What? There's a sun in Antarctica that can be viewed? What?
Sheesh! Somebody call the Antarctica Sun Police. But DJ covered the freaking Black Swan very well. I thought you'd nailed that, buddy. And then we got Dr. Jordan in here. Is that the real guy that is on all those YouTube videos, or is that a fake? Anyway, he's probably just monitoring us from a CIA location. Anyway, no, I love you guys. I'm sitting here waiting for my shift to start, but my boss won't call me. So whatever you got to say, I'll say it, dude. I ain't got nothing to do but to sit here and listen to y'all.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to bed. Good night, guys. I need to fucking sleep. It's fucking 4:40. Yeah, I gotta go.
Hey,
Good night, guys.
440.
Thanks
That
for
sounds like
everything.
that sounds like some East Coast crap. 440. Damn. Good night, bro. You should have been in bed like
I'm
3
fucking
hours.
addicted to this channel. I realized what
too.
it's like. At first, I was like, flat Earth. Now I'm like, fuck you, baby.
Yeah.
Woo. All right.
I dig it, dude. Good night. I like talking to you. You were great. Good night, bro. And anybody else that wants to talk about anything, I'm just listening. I'll put myself on mute and I'll tune in when it's something interesting to me. Otherwise, have at it. Any Globers out there? And that Dr. Jordan guy, he freaking, he's got me interested. Maybe I'd talk to him about some stuff. I think that's somebody famous or something, maybe. Or, down here we got that dude from Russia or whatever. He had some great stuff to say. Anybody else that wants to talk? I know Crit's always in here, but anybody else? Man, let's get some Globers in here or something. Anyway, I'm gonna go on mute. I won't say another word unless you guys say something that piques my interest. I'm going to work, bro.
Hello, Q338.
Was that me? Sorry.
No,
Thought it was on mute. I'm going back on mute.
you didn't even do anything. What do you mean?
Oh, I was talking to my daughter on the other line, and I thought that you guys were saying, "Hey, put yourself on mute." Sorry.
No, we couldn't even hear you.
Sorry. All right. Cool. No, I've had a long day, bro. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just trying to talk to this guy, but I don't think he's here, so I don't think I'm gonna be talking to him.
All right. I told her to hold while I came back and told her that I needed to go on mute in the Discord. She's like, "Go and do what you want." I didn't. I thought that was me. I'm sorry, bro.
Hey, good man. Thanks for the shout out, by the way, Dr. K. I don't know if that's deserved, but appreciate it, man.
Who was that? Who was that? I like you.
T-Dub.
T-Dub, you're the man, dude. Actually, I haven't heard from you since I started here, but I saw that you were in here. Yeah, dude. I've learned a lot of crap from you, man. A lot. More than you know. And I use it in my day-to-day discussions sometimes, and you're the man. Sorry,
I appreciate that, man.
I'm waiting for my boss to call me, but he's been snowed in all day long. And I don't know if he's ever going to call me, but watching the discussion here, I think that there's some real champions in here, and you're one of them, bro. Thank you for being here.
Cheers, man. I appreciate that, but I feel like I'm like if the Globers can't meet my bar, then they got no chance against like some of the other legends around here, man. Because like I'm like the like I'm like the bottom standard, That's what I feel like. I don't feel like I'm like meet
When
like
I come in here and I'm usually just on mute, but today because I'm waiting to start my shift and my boss won't call me. But I looked through the group here. I mean, there's some champions in here, dude. Like Crit is up there. I don't know if he's listening. T-Dub, you're down there, man. When you talk, I listen, bro. And you're good. You destroy Globers all the time, and I like to hear what you have to say. Usually, like I said, I'm on mute, but I appreciate you, bro. I'm a night guy. I work during the nights. I sleep during the days, but T-Dub, hats off to you, brother.
cheers, man. I'm still learning a lot though. Still learning. I think we all do, right?
Yeah, as am I. I learn something new every day. But yeah, no, I've been here a while, but I just don't say a whole lot of times. But except for in the night, once in a while I tune in. But it's a good panel. It has been all night, man. I mean, I just came in here to look for Alpha, but he'll be in here later, he said. But yeah, you're a great guy.
Cool. Yeah.
Alpha's
tops, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, I don't know if you've been listening. He used to be my neighbor. Used to be my homie. Used to be my ace. But now he moved away and he wants to slap the taste out my mouth. I'm sorry. That ain't real. That's not real. I miss him though. I wish that he lived next door to me again, but he moved away. So whatever. But yeah, no, if any of you guys, anybody in the room sees Alpha, tell him Kelly said hi.
No problem, man. We'll do. We got Pads back. How's it going, Pads? I don't know if you can mic up or not. I think Pads has got the fever. The flat earth fever. Yeah, that's it, DJ. That's probably Pads, man.
Yeah, man. That's a funny meme, whoever made that.
There's another one similar, like where the girl's talking to the brain, and the brain will say something about like, drop over distance or something, or the horizon or something, and then the girl's just like trying to get to sleep, but she's just like wide awake. Yeah.
Yeah. Haven't seen. It's definitely an addictive topic. Like some people come in here every single day. Why does it matter? It's like, bro, you come back every single day. Clearly it matters to you.
Right. Yeah. Or that one. There's that one meme. I wish I was on my other device because I got all those memes. But the dude's like just opening the door up and peering through with this like stern look on his face. And it's like a Glober returning to 24/7 after they lost the debate. They're like peeking in. I want to come back, but I know I'm gonna get my ass kicked again.
Yeah, I got one for that.
Yeah, dude, I'm here because it matters. Maybe Globers come to laugh at us or say whatever they want, but the reason I come in here is because it matters. It does matter.
Oh yeah, anyone that says it doesn't matter is just it's just a bad argument. What does the true nature of reality matter? What does it matter if I'm being lied to? Like, come on. It's like some cuck mentality.
Yeah. I don't care if I'm a sheep.
Right. That's what gets me every time. I don't even know what to say about it. I have still I've figured out some things in life. Like, I do not believe the lies, but give me a break. Does it matter? Of course it does. You've been lied to your whole entire life. Does that matter to you? I mean, we only got one life to live. Damn, it matters to me. And maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm just out here shooting the crap, man. I love all of you guys. Everybody. But
People that say it doesn't matter, it's like the system just broke. Right? They're broken people. Right? They're just like going to their job. They're probably like, just not happy. They're just grinding along every day. And
exactly.
There's like sheeple mentality.
And, those people that say, oh, it doesn't matter. The reason that it matters to me is because it doesn't matter to you. I want it to matter to you because, damn, look at this thing. Look at it. I mean, there's no other way to look at it, but it matters. If it doesn't matter to you, then you are freaking... You may have lost it. You may have lost it, and I want to get you out of that spell. But absolutely, I don't care. I mean, if you're that far gone, I'm more power to you. That's what I always say.
Hey, Doctor, quick question. Was it just you that mentioned about Globers coming into the VC to like take the piss and shit like that and have a laugh? Was it you that just mentioned that?
Oh, they do it all the time. It probably wasn't me. I was off for a second, but
I thought somebody mentioned it. I was going to say they are whoever it was that said it. I must admit, to be stupidly candid, I think that is how I entered Flat Earth, to see like what all these wackos and nut jobs were thinking the Earth was flat, and they must be wrong. But if you actually do listen to the people in the VC, it's quite clear. Like there's some very clued up people. Like there's some very smart people here. They've got good jobs, respectable community members. So I must admit, yeah, that a lot of Globers will come here to take the piss, but the ones that actually listen quickly realise it's not a VC full of crackpots, It's a VC like strong-minded people,
I hear you there, bro. Like the reason that I got into Flat Earth was to prove that the Flat Earth was wrong. Yeah, I mean, and a lot of people say that. I hear it all over the place, but I don't know if you specifically Pads. Is that Pads talking?
It is Pads, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
All right, yeah. I don't know if that's specifically you talking, but when Alpha Veritas, he's maybe a regular on here, or he talks a lot here, but he told me that the Earth was flat a long time ago. Like, I think it's been 8 years ago, 9 maybe.
Oh shit, nice, bro.
And I set out to prove him wrong. And at every point, it was Alpha Veritas. His name is Miggy. I like him. He's one of my best friends of all time. But I set out to prove him wrong. And guess what? At every point, at every corner, at everything that I said to him, I couldn't prove him wrong. And it frustrated me. It frustrated me for almost a year. Almost a whole year. I battled him and I came against him. And guess what?
You lost.
I had no argument. I had no argument, but I was humble enough to say, yep, no, we're on this side.
That's literally what I'm up to now. I'll arguing with Alpha Veritas about various shit. And
he's
starting to realise I don't really have an argument if you're with us. Like the longer I spend in here, the more I'm like, fuck. They're getting to me, bro. Fuck.
He's a tough one, man. He's a tough one to get through. And now I don't know. I don't want to promote anything other than what we're doing here, but he's got his own YouTube channel now, and he's arguing with AIs all day and everything, and he's winning against the AI, and I think it's crazy. I'm like, damn, are you arguing against demons, or are you arguing against some computer program? I don't even know. But yeah, no, he's got this channel. If you wanted to go look at it, I don't know if I should promote it or not. But anyway, Alpha Veritas, he used to be my neighbor. He moved away now, but
really? Nice.
For like 10 years before we even thought about Flat Earth, he was my best good friend.
Oh, really? Oh, shit.
Yeah. No, like Forrest Gump and Bubba said. Forrest Gump was like, hey, Bubba was my best good friend. We were going to buy a shrimping boat and shrimp forever. That's what me and Alpha Veritas was. And then we got into all this crazy stuff. It was nonsense. But yeah, no, he's a good guy. I love the crap out of him. I'd go to the wall for him. If I had a pickaxe, I'd try to go through the wall. But usually when you go to the wall for someone, you don't really have a pickaxe in your hand. But yeah, I'd go to the wall for Alpha Veritas every single time.
Fair play, bro. Fair play. It's so wild that you mentioned him because he's one of the flat earthers I really do not get along with.
Yeah, no, and actually, we had, I don't know if you just joined or whatever recently, but yeah, no, for 6 years before we became flat earthers, dude, we had Taco Tuesday at Alpha Veritas's house. I call him Miggy. He's like my little Mexican buddy. I mean, not Mexican. He's Hispanic though. He speaks better Spanish than I do. But yeah, no, we had freaking Taco Tuesday at his house every single Tuesday for what was it? 3 or 4.
What do you have now, like Flat Thursday or something?
He asked me what I thought about flat Earth, and here we are today.
Oh, Doctor, you've gone super quiet, bro.
Here we are today.
Or is that my headset?
It's crazy. But anyway, sorry guys. You guys have a great night. My daughter's calling me. I gotta answer it.
No worries, take it easy. Yo, DJ, you there, mate? What are you up to?
Who's that? Pads? Hey, going?
Hey, there he is, bro. How's life, bro?
Hey, good, brother. Yeah.
What's
Good,
the
nice.
news down under?
I'm in Poland, bro.
Oh, are you? Ah, dzień dobry.
Can't you tell by his accent? What are you?
Yeah, of course. yeah.
Kidding.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
We can be what's colleague? Kumpel? You speak Polski?
No.
Oh shit. Okay, never mind.
A little bit.
Enough to order a cup of coffee, maybe? Is that it, DJ?
Enough of what?
Coffee.
Cup
is
of coffee from a cafe. Yeah.
Kava.
Kava.
Sorry. Mleko I chleb.
Yeah. Mleko I kava.
Yeah, Duolingo for life. Yeah, milk and coffee. Milk and bread. So what's Polski saying? What's Poland saying today, bro?
What's that?
What's Poland saying today?
Oh, it's a beautiful day, man. Blue sky.
Oh, nice.
Probably freezing cold, but I haven't been outside. It's only 10 a.m. here now. But yeah, man, it was snowing a few days ago, so it's good. It's just starting to get warm again.
Yeah,
Winter. So I hate the winter here. Usually we go overseas, so like for the winter, or we go to like somewhere hot, like Southeast Asia.
I
But this
genuinely
year,
thought Australians were allergic to the cold, mate.
I am, bro. Yeah, I'm a pussy when it's cold. I mean, yeah, I go out and other people are fine, but like my hands will start to like go numb and shit. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, shit.
Not used to it.
Hey, why do they call it Poland? Because it's not near the pole. Like, what's going on?
Man, it's like you hear some interesting stories about it. It used to be, I don't know. I need to learn more about it, but it used to be much, much bigger. And even at one stage, it wasn't even here at all. Like, yeah, some crazy history with this country.
I know the largest export for like 200 years is people.
I think one of my neighbours is smoking weed or something. I can fucking smell it strong. It's like, hey, share some. Pass it over here, man.
That's good.
Can't blame me.
Quick little flat earth question, guys. Can I stream real quick just to show you?
If you have, yeah, if you can.
Yeah, hell yeah. Let's go.
Yeah.
I don't know why I can in here, but I can. Might be a super simple explanation for it, and I'm not claiming anything. I'm not claiming a globe. You know my stance. I'm not here to make claims. Can you see my stream?
Yep.
Why do, and it's just a genuine question, it's not a gotcha, why do impact craters, when they're like, how do I explain it? When they're like down the front faces of a moon, appear round, and when they go towards the edge, they kind of like appear more obloid.
I don't
Whatever.
think those are impact craters that you're pointing out.
Oh, are they not? What? Okay. What are these?
I don't think the big dark patches. Oh, are they?
It's more the perfect circle ones.
Man, they're like seas.
Okay, those
So, tell us, how did they hit that side of the moon without hitting Earth first? If that side's always facing Earth, these must have been precise meteors or comets or whatever you want to call them.
Fuck knows, bro. But like, because to be honest, I don't even know if these images of the moon are fucking real for a start. But in terms of like hitting shit off the Earth, no idea, bro. I'm just treating the moon as
looks like moss.
It is.
There's moss
Yeah,
on
look,
the moon. Look.
I know.
According to the mainstream pads, right, it says the dark patches on the moon are called Luna Maria, Latin for seas. Vast. These vast flat plains appear darker than the surrounding highlands and were historically mistaken for ocean by early astronomers.
When we say like the Sea of Tranquility,
did you just say flat plains?
That's what it says here. Yeah.
There you go. Is the moon flat? Well, we'll just give him that quote.
That's according to mainstream science.
Tranquility would be.
According to mainstream science, the Luna Maria are said to be basaltic plains formed by ancient volcanic activity. The claim is that billions of years ago, massive asteroids impacts cracked the moon's crust, allowing magma from beneath the surface to flood these low-lying areas.
And then it's settled flat.
Until we witness the other side, it appears flat.
I think I've actually found a better example here. Can you still see the stream? So, like, forgetting the black spots, obviously I've pointed out the wrong thing. So these look like impact craters, right?
That's what they say.
Yeah, well, so they say. You see how on the front, like the front face, they appear a circle, and then as you move, like, towards the edge, they tend to, like, lose the, not circleness, but they change shape, man. They literally look like they change shape.
More oval?
Oval, sorry, yeah, oval, oblong, whatever it is.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm just curious, if anyone's got any ideas why they would make it look like this if it's not the case, or just what's the just general running theory on it?
Well, they'd want it to look like that to indicate that it's the other side of a sphere. Like we're not privy to that vantage point of the other side, are we? Right?
No.
They're saying, hey guys, like we can go and have a look at the other side of the moon. Here's what it looks like. It looks like this moldy old rock. Right?
Yeah. I mean, it could be again the back side of it. For all I know, could be a sheer plain face, bro. And this is just like a bulb or something. You know what I mean? And the back of it's flat. We just don't know, do we? But so do you reckon that's what it is? They just want it to make it look spherical. That's the only thing. I'm not supposed to explain it.
It looks spherical to me. I don't know. I mean, we can't tell what it is. We don't know what it is. But, I mean, it looks like half a sphere to me. I mean, there's some footage.
Could be glowing in dark dirt. Could be dirt that glows in the dark.
We don't know what the hell it is. It's one of the biggest mysteries, actually.
And the next question I was going to ask, obviously, for a start, it's weird, and I think I've mentioned this before, that there is no like impact trails or craters or like tails of impacts. They're all just appear absolutely fucking perfect circles, which is weird anyway. Again, no real fucking science behind that or whatever.
Well, you know what Neil deGrasse Tyson says?
I do not.
Turns out there's a magic speed, right?
Actually,
so it doesn't matter at what angle, apparently, a meteor or an asteroid or whatever hits the surface of the moon, it will leave this perfectly circular pattern.
Bullshit. Yeah. I'm calling bullshit on that straight away. Ain't no way.
Yeah, I can back that up.
What bullshit? I mean, it just goes against everything I've ever known when throwing a stone into dirt or sand or fucking anything ever. Rockets, fucking whenever shit lands, it never lands perfect.
My mother was questioning, like probably 20 or 30 years ago, she was questioning impact craters, like even the ones that they claim to be on Earth. Like she's like, what the fuck is that? Where's the rocks? Where's the evidence? Like she was questioning it, and like, it wasn't to do with flat Earth. She was a glober. Like she was just questioning the story about how craters are made
in general,
right?
That's right.
Yeah,
Man, that's where
and I was. She was saying it one day at this like river, and there was like a sandy bank, and I went, watch, Mum, and I threw this rock up, and then it landed and disappeared into the sand, but left like an indentation, like not a crater, but like, you know, I said, there you go, that's what happens. And she's like, bullshit, that's soft sand. What if it's hard rock, right? Like, you know, I said, well, it explodes and just vaporizes, you know, like just turns into dust and just spreads out, you know. And I was trying to look like, you know, like, and she's like, no, I call bullshit. There'd be like traces of something, you know. Like,
I think so, yeah. Like that, like.
Should be good flat earther.
Yeah.
Man, I wish, like, because I came across it like after she passed away. Man, I so wish she was alive. She would be into this so big time, man. She'd be on here fucking blasting the globe as something shocking. I guarantee you.
But yeah, zooming in on this image, yeah, they definitely do change shape, or appear to change shape, is what I should say.
Have a look in the side chat, Pats.
Oh,
a couple of things I posted there.
What is that? What the fuck is this?
It's a diagrammatic presentation of a theory held by many astronomers.
I have heard it before that it came from. A chunk of it broke off.
But yeah, we don't know what those things are on the moon. We don't know what the moon is, but we can't confirm they're from craters. I mean, from astronauts. It's just unconfirmed.
Yeah.
They don't.
TW saying
I don't buy
really.
into that at all. Even if the Earth is spherical, I mean, if the moon is spherical, I still don't buy that. That's what.
I mean,
what we do is crazy electrical phenomena.
Yeah,
in the sky.
I was going to bring that up. Yeah, have you seen that, Pads? I don't know if you've seen that.
No,
where you can create in certain surfaces and using electric, like lightning, you can cause those, you know, that kind of effect.
Okay.
Craters. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a good example of that here. I'm just trying to find it.
Just ran over a little bunny on my driveway. Don't feel bad.
Just whilst DJ's posting that, is there any branches of flat? Oh, go on, sorry.
No, sorry, I was just replying to. Is it Jado or Jado? What do you prefer?
Isn't that Shaggy?
Jado? Oh, was that Shaggy? Sorry, Shaggy. I thought it was.
That was yeah.
Sorry. It's all good. Continue on, Paz.
Definitely not the bunny.
Sounds like he hit a hop stop.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, is there any branches of FE that still claim the Earth to be flat but don't have an issue with space? You know, still like somewhat believe the moon to be round, spherical, whatever. Is anybody?
There's Effed Up World. Effed Up World thinks that they're doing things in space, and yeah. Like,
while we're still on the moon, they say it's facing us. It's in tidal lock because of its mass is uneven. So if its mass is uneven, where do you get this perfect sphere? Wouldn't you think an uneven mass would be an uneven shape?
It could be uneven on the inside, but on the outside looks perfectly round. You know, I look fucking.
Somebody was on about the side of the moon or something.
They say it's like hollow, like they smashed something into it and it rang like a bell, all that shit. I think it's all bullshit.
It's a base or a load of crap. Yeah.
Somebody was talking about how thick the Earth was as well, like the surface, how thick the surface is, suggesting like the majority of it was hollow. I thought that was pretty wild.
Yeah. I believe those theories are put out there to make the real ones, look ridiculous because, it's just trying to promote stupid conspiracy theories. And then all of them are stupid. If one of them is, they're all stupid.
Let me ask Pads a question. Yo, Pads, check out the side chat for a hot second.
Yo. Yes.
Right. Just posted a GIF, an MRI of a human skull.
Oh, nice. Oh, like slices of it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, pieced together.
Question to you, brother. Do you think that the moon resembles this?
Sorry, I don't know if you have an answer. Hello? Yeah, no, I don't. No, it doesn't. I don't know if you heard me.
Oh, sorry, brother. I didn't hear you. I apologize.
Oh, okay. No.
So there's a theory that was presented by, I think, a scientist or something way back, I think in the 60s. And he was basically saying that the moon is an image that propagates up in the sky. And there's this idea that you're actually seeing, and again, it's just a theory that was presented by the scientists way back when, that you're actually seeing a map projected up in the sky. Now, again, whether it's an actual map that we're looking up in the sky is one thing, but I'm presenting the idea of it being an image, strictly, the moon being an image to you as a light, propagating through electromagnetic resonance up in the sky. Because in fact, if we're dealing with an electromagnetic closed system, then same premise as an MRI machine works would be how that image could propagate up in the sky. Just a thought I wanted to put forward to for you to consider.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. When was this given? Like what decade did this start becoming a theory or idea? Out of curiosity. Am I cutting out? Can you hear me?
Just recently, I think. Wasn't it, Killian? Just recently, right?
After the plasma claim, yep.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Different. Very different.
Because you're going to get a bunch of if you're just going to challenge current narrative about the universe, etc., and you're not accepting like an absolute worldview, you're just skeptical, right? You're going to explore like other explanations, possibilities, reasons, etc., right? So that people are throwing out a bunch. It's almost just like a think tank. Like they're just spitballing. Okay, what if it's this? What if it's that? Like, what if things work this way? What if things work that way? Like, this sort of present. And sometimes people latch onto certain ones and go, "Oh yeah, that sounds good. I like that way. That tickles my ears. I'm going to run with that." And they push it, and like next minute there's a whole group of people going, "Yeah, the moon is a map of the Earth," like and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, no, yeah. But you got to venture into them, even if to find out it's not for you. It's sort of thing. You still got to look at it.
Yeah, there's nothing
do
wrong.
Not like that. I'm slowly getting one over. Go on, sorry.
Speculating, but as long as we are very, very clear that it's just pure speculation. Right?
Yeah.
Killian was clear with that.
Yeah, 100%. Sorry about the disconnect. I was just getting on the bus, but just presenting that idea.
It's different.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think I'm landing somewhere in the middle. Some of the I know what you're saying, because some of the stuff that I've explored in Flat Earth, I straight up just don't. I keep saying subscribe, but that's the wrong word. And other things that I do find very, very interesting. So there's you got to venture down it all, I guess.
Well, Pads, have you heard of the Electric Universe folk?
Maybe actually.
Yeah. There's a whole like a huge following of that idea that the universe isn't as like current so-called scientists are saying it is. It's actually an electric universe. That everything up there is plasma, and there's all these electrical like fields and things like and so even and they think Earth's a globe. They're not flat earthers, right? But they're still running with a different script than what we've currently presented as being true. Right? So there's a whole different there's a whole bunch of different like people out there throwing ideas around about reality. All of it can't be verified. At least we're saying, hey, that's a cool story. But how are you going to prove it, right?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, how are you going to prove it? Comes down to that, doesn't it? I can't prove the moon is spherical, but I do believe it to be. Sorry, I thought somebody wanted to speak up.
Yeah, I'll say something. I feel like there's two types of flat earthers. You've got the flat earthers who stick to the empirical arguments, who only work with what's verifiable. And then from that foundation, you get your metaphysical flat earthers who like to speculate, who like to use philosophy to try and put some sort of idea of a model together. But it's all philosophy and metaphysics, remember?
Yeah.
With that comes the standard ask, right, of foundation. Like, how did you build your theory? What was your foundation in order to get to where you started theory crafting? Because that's the biggest problem is, like, when we take on the globe proponent, how did you get to that? How many leaps, sorry about the noise, how many leaps of logic and faith did you take in order to get to that part where you started theory crafting?
I like the way the theory crafting. Nice. It's a good term. Shit.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
I'm getting suckered in, man. I can feel myself getting fucking suckered into flat Earth. I'm not gonna lie. I did come in here for entertainment values a few weeks ago. Like I say, to think, what are these fucking crackpots on about? But you spend a bit of time here. Like I say, it's fucking wild how I'm getting suckered in. People have got good, respectable jobs. There's architects, engineers in here, doctors. It's fucking wild, man. I do not like the fact that I'm getting suckered in. I do not like it.
It's definitely not what you think it is at first, right?
It's not what you think it is. No, honestly, on the surface, and this is why I really don't like the Nathan Oakley type characters. On the surface, it seems like a bunch of wackos living in basements. You know the score, bro. You know that, you all know this. But yeah, it's really not. You've got actual contributing members of society, like people that, might do a surgery on me or some shit, bro. Actual members. I don't like it. Don't like it one bit.
Yep. As some of the smartest people I've ever, listened to. People like India 007 and, some flat earthers, it's crazy. I went in like you, bro. I was the same thing, went in kicking and screaming. And then, the thing is though, bro, the more you look into it, right, the less the globe starts to make sense. And that just that keeps getting worse and worse the more you look into it, right? Because most people that believe in the globe, they don't realize how little they know about it, right? They've just kind of believe it, but then once you start looking into the finer details, it's what the hell? They claim this? There's no evidence for it.
I've learned a lot of the globe model since being in the flat Earth realm. Well, again, whether I subscribe to it or not, it's apparent you don't know shit. When you start talking to a flat earther about the beliefs you have in the globe model, it does become apparent very quick. You actually don't know shit. The average layman person, obviously. But yeah, you hear them in there all the time, DJ, coming in. I've heard many globers coming in and go, it's obviously round. And you ask simple questions like, where's the measurement? Show me the calculation. Just basic shit. And yeah, nobody's got shit. It's wild. It's absolutely wild.
The radius value?
Exactly.
How fast is the spinning? How far away is the sun?
It's shit. It's
what
context.
gravity? What's the horizon? They don't know anything, bro.
Yeah, literally.
But obviously it's a ball, right?
Yeah, dumb flat earthers who know a lot more than I do.
Yeah. I honestly don't blame him though, because I don't blame me as well, because that is essentially what indoctrination is. It's ignorance. It really is bliss. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if I can. I don't like to call them or myself or whatever globetards, because that's just the default. Everybody has that view by default because it's what we're told. It's not like you're a retard. It's just you're more of a sheeptard or fucking whatever. You know, a global for a sheeple. I don't know, but.
Yeah, we don't call globers retards. We only call retards. So there just happens to be a lot of retarded globers. That's all.
Like the point of coming in and trying to argue for a globe model without having like the vocabulary in the arsenal behind you is a stupid move. I did that move. Everyone's done it. It is a very stupid move, sure, but if everyone's on the standard default, like it's a planet, it's more indoctrination than idiocracy, whatever. It's just more indoctrination than anything. Well, and I can't blame the individual for indoctrination because, I mean, it's indoctrination. That's the point of it.
No, I understand. Yeah, we don't blame people for indoctrination, but what we do is we it's how you react to it. So if we present to you ideas that make logical sense and your ideas aren't consistently logical, and you can't see that, and you're still being abusive, and you're not listening, and you're arguing, and you're just being a stubborn little brat about it, then I think that's when you deserve a little bit of a kick up the arse, right?
Yeah, that's fair play. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, fair play.
Earlier you were talking about the idea of like things that make sense, right? Individuals that exist that are able to take on the design and figure things out accordingly. And that's what this really boils down to. It's like intelligent design. This realm, it has to make sense in order for it to exist, to be literally a closed system that is constantly washing and cleaning itself in order to supply for the living things within it. And this is where we get to the idea of evolution and things being happenstance. This design is too perfect to be happenstance, just to be evolution. Like we just happen to stumble upon where we're living completely comfortably with in the realm that we're in.
I heard, Killian, I don't know if it's true, but I did hear from a flat earther that the odds of this world being assembled the way it is through natural selection and Big Bang Theory and evolution is the same odds of sending a tornado through a scrapyard and then out the other end comes a fully working 747 with a refueling station. These are the numbers, but people don't understand big numbers, so they're like, "Oh yeah, it's unlikely, but it happened." No, it's ridiculous. It's impossible.
Yeah, you know, bro. To be fair, if you give enough monkeys enough typewriters, they'll eventually, and enough time, they will eventually write Shakespeare. I don't really think what you just said is true.
That's absolute nonsense, bro.
It's not nonsense. It's just that when I say enough time, think of an infinite amount of time or infinite amount of monkeys, typewriters. Eventually, they will hit the right combination of words because that's what infinite is, isn't it? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's a ridiculous thing to try and gauge and wage. It would never happen in our lifetime. It is a ridiculous abstract thought, obviously, but nah.
So, in the infinite, ever-expanding universe, right, you could be like flying a spaceship out there one day, right, and just come across a piece of rock that just so happens to exactly match, the Statue of David, right? Just like nature alone just created that, right?
It's just that,
and that's where, Pads, that's where my question comes in, right? So you say monkeys just happened to write Shakespeare. Who hit pause when they wrote Shakespeare and said stop evolving right where you're at? Who didn't over-evolve the evolution theory or evolution story?
Oh yeah. No, I get what you. But we haven't.
And where are the evolution museums?
Yeah, but they argue.
Where are the evolution museums? We got dinosaur museums. Where's the evolution museums? Those bones should be on top of dinosaur bones.
To be fair, I mean, even museums, in terms of like history, they've only been a thing since recent years. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think this argument or anything.
Oh, come on, you're just dribbling shit. Get over
Nah.
No, he's not. He's not. He's working through this, mate.
In terms of human history, museums and humans preserving artifacts and displaying them, that has only existed recently. It seems like a long time, but it's in the grand scheme of things, it's not, is it? It'd be like a second on a fucking clock, not even that. You must have heard this shit before in terms of like time and.
Yeah, but the argument is these numbers are so big that people don't really understand the odds here.
Oh, yeah.
And when I say a tornado goes through a scrapyard and assembles a 747, you got to understand how unlikely that is. No, I mean, how unlikely one bolt could be screwed in through random chaos and weather. Never mind a working, we got human beings who can't build these things. And I just think these big numbers really baffle people, and they think, oh, but there's still a chance, No, I think infinity has got people's brains boggled.
Yeah,
I just think it's, we've got to recognize at some point this becomes impossible. This is not possible. This is not a real theory to be considered.
Yeah, I mean, it's abstract. It is abstract as fuck. You are right. It's not like a real thing. I wouldn't really say that monkeys could actually. I mean, they can give it enough time. They will do it. But like somebody just said, then who's hitting pause like at the end of it, like to produce it or anything else? Like, it is very abstract. It's very abstract. It's weird. But what I was going to say, people don't. I don't like. It's hard to grasp numbers. If 1 million is like 11 days worth of seconds, right? 1 billion is 30 odd years worth of seconds. People don't even grasp the distance between a million and a billion, let alone like infinite or trillions. Like,
Ads, have you seen the video of the hypersonic sled before?
No, what the fuck?
Oh, bro, I'm gonna post it. Right, this thing
moves.
It moves at Mach 8.6. Right, I want to show you how fast Mach 8.6 is, and then we'll go over some speeds that the globe's claiming.
Where are they? Like the salt plains or some shit? Where the fuck?
I'm going to give you some advice though. Don't blink. You might miss it.
Yeah, bang it in chat. I've got.
I don't think you can see, even at half speed. I don't think you can see it. I see it.
Mach what? 8.
Okay, 8.6. Yeah, I'll just find the video 1 second. Maybe you can even chuck it on your live.
Yeah. I will do. I've got so much shit I need to go through. I'm stacking them up. Somebody link this one into the chat. This article. I've not even had a chance to read it yet. I'm stacking them
All
up.
right, here's the video. I'll just pop it in the side chat.
Oh, it was killing. But yeah, this is getting a bit abstract, this conversation. It gets hard, but it is the actual observations, not to change the subject, but the observations on Earth that are really winning over the FE argument. Not all this abstract stuff and space stuff. That's going to take a whole lot of convincing.
That's what you'll realize that once you look more into the globe, right? It's all abstract stuff. It's all belief-based stuff. It's all about memorizing and regurgitating things that you
can. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, chuck it on your stream, bro.
It is, isn't it?
Oh, it is?
Oh, can you not see it?
Oh, yeah. Can you start that again? Yeah.
Yeah, I just slowed it the fuck down, but I'll speed it up once.
No, just speed it. Oh, yeah, it slows it down in the video the second time.
Oh, it's magnetized, is it? Sorry, is that what it is? What is it, like magnetized on rails or some shit?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Like the bullet train shit, but just ridiculous.
I would argue that you can't even see it, right?
You're gonna have to slow it down more than that, bro.
Yeah. That's Mach 8.6. You'll chuck it on the lowest speed, right? See if you can see it.
What is Mach to like miles per hour though? To give me
How many times faster than that are we supposed to be going around the sun?
6,598 miles per hour. That's what that was going.
6,000 miles. So that's
6.5.
So 10 times faster than that we're supposed to be going around the sun.
Wait, what?
Yeah, 66 0.6 thousand miles per hour is the speed that the Earth is allegedly.
So a tenth of the speed.
No, 10 times more. 10 times faster.
The Earth is traveling around the sun at 66,000. Is that what you just said? Miles per hour.
Yeah, 66.6 thousand
miles per hour, and this is 6.6. So this is a tenth of the speed of.
Of the orbit.
Yeah, it's not 10 times the speed that what we're traveling. It's a tenth of the speed, right?
No, this is a tenth of the speed. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I thought you were saying this is going 10 times quicker. I was like, it's not. It's not.
That give you an idea of these ridiculous. Like they're throwing numbers at us, right? This is what you were talking about before. They throw such big numbers at us.
Yeah.
This space math, right? That it just jumbles people's brains, right? And you can't comprehend it. And then it's not only right. So you're orbiting. So you're spinning faster than a bullet, right? The angular velocity on outside of the globe, right? You're faster than the speed of sound, faster than a bullet, right? That's just the spin of the Earth, right? Then 66,000 miles per hour around the sun at the same time, right? And then 480,000 miles per hour chasing the sun, right? And at that point, people's brains short circuit, and they're just like, "Oh, yeah, okay, yeah,
that's what I'm like.
I'll just parrot like what they've been told. Well, you wouldn't be able to feel it because can you feel when you're going forward in a plane? Blah, blah, blah.
Don't forget the sun rotating around the supermassive black hole.
I still believe all that, though, boys.
At 1.3 million miles per hour, that whole system's rotating, right? So you're moving in all these vectors at millions of miles per hour. It's crazy. It's crazy to even, like, our minds
and the black hole is going towards the Great Attractor.
Oh, yeah?
Don't you know? Have you heard about the Great Attractor?
I've heard about it.
Massive black hole?
I don't know what it is, but it's a phenomenon in pseudophysics where they say that everything in the universe is being attracted towards this thing called the Great Attractor.
Sounds like it was named in the 80s or some shit, bro. What the fuck is that?
In the 80s? Let me find out when it was discovered.
Sounds like a Tonka truck that they failed to make. The Great Attractor.
Recall, bro.
See.
And the story that they'll tell you is that we can't see all that because we don't have, a reference frame in order to tell that we're in fact spinning. So it's like, oh no, stupid, you're not able to see it because you don't have a reference frame in order to detect the said spin.
I mean, you might be right. The issue is, I mean, I still do believe in space and shit like that. The issue is, and I get why you say it, is you don't provide an alternative. Now, I understand why you don't, because you don't know. Fair play, granted. But humans don't work like that. We like to put a reason behind shit. We like to, as a people, as a race, species, whatever, we like to understand shit. So it would be very beneficial if actual other models could be presented, or just something rather than just, because what you say might be true, but rather than just we don't know.
Oh, they're there.
I think that's where a lot of people struggle.
They're in the community pads. It's just we're very careful in this room because we're very front facing. We are the front line of new people. And what we've learned through experience is, I mean, all of us here have our own theories and different, backgrounds in belief. But we're all aligned that we don't lead with that stuff. And we're very careful with that stuff because if we start talking about it from a biblical cosmology point of view, all the atheists are put off. We start talking about it from a highly metaphysical point of view or esoteric point of view, then all the imperialists are turned off. So we have learned that the happy medium is to stick to the empirical arguments, but allowing for people to make their own decision on these bigger questions. We just want to stick to we want to give you a foundation of logic. We want to give you a foundation of truth. From there, we can speculate. We tend to do it on a Sunday, but there are plenty of different theories that flat earthers have that I would say are very convincing.
Fair play. Yeah, to be fair, like you say, it's more face forward. Yeah, this is these discords are my only reference to flat earth, so I sometimes forget it's larger than these discords. But you know what I mean? Like,
people should also be willing to realize that some things just may be left unknown. Yeah, guess and try and speculate all you like, but admit that it can't be known. like with certainty. You know what I mean?
You are right, but I got in shit for that. I got in shit for that in this channel the other day because somebody was calling me a 99%er or something because I said, look, I don't believe in a deity. I don't believe in creationism or anything like that. However, I cannot rule it out because I just can't. It's just it's not practical for me to be able to rule it out 1,000,000%, you know. And people call me out on it, bro. So I get what you're saying, but it doesn't always fly around it.
Nothing can be known with 100% certainty. Yeah. We're saying distinguish the difference between that which you can be certain of and that which you can't. Yeah, that's all we're saying.
Yeah, quantifiable, demonstrable, observable.
Yeah, so we can demonstrate. Yeah, we can demonstrate that the Earth is not a curving, spinning surface. We can also logically, through logical syllogisms, prove that you can't have a vacuum next to an open system. All this is great. You know, this is all verifiable stuff. And then everything else after that is speculation. And that's, to me, that's the beautiful thing about this community. We don't have to push a narrative. We don't have to replace cosmology. All we have to do is highlight to you your belief is that it is a belief, and that's all. And that's what's beautiful about this, because then you have the freedom to go and explore, make these decisions for yourself. You know, and I think that's a blessing. You don't want us to push a cosmology on you.
Oh no, but I'm just saying it would be fucking helpful at times. You know, I mean, just a wrap it. I have seen some what appears to be like earlier, more on point takes, or what would you call it, more definitive versions of a FE model. I think they were flying around earlier, but like I say, everyone quickly got rid of it and realised it's not the best approach.
So let me ask you this, Pads. On the surface, are you able to observe any other directions besides up and down?
One sec. Who Roots just mentioned about there being different stages. You know, the observable, demonstrable stuff. I'm pretty much on board with a lot of that these days. I reckon all the shit on the surface related to observations, up, down, all that shit. I'm on board with. Even gravity. When he said stage 3, like the container stuff, that is where I don't believe anything from flat Earth. Stage 3 upwards. So stage 3, I believe you can have a gravity and gas and stuff to make an atmosphere. I do believe that. And upwards, all space shit, that seems to be like global side. But stage 1 and stage 2, or whatever, observational stuff, I am pretty much FE side. You know, we can demonstrate on the surface. Just save you a bunch.
Let's talk about gravity then. Let's talk about gravity.
I've gone
because you're saying that gravity can contain gas. Right.
It seems like it, yeah. It does seem like it with it, when enough mass is at play. And I'm not saying that the gravity is an effect from the mass, and that effect then somehow is used as a force on the matter to keep it on the surface. How, I don't know, but yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, but what gives you the right or the grounds to say that? What experiments have you seen? What evidence have you seen that gravity is no longer pulling things upon larger masses, pulling masses to larger masses? Now you're giving gravity a new attribute. It can contain gas. Yeah?
Yeah.
So what evidence do you have to back that up? Because you're saying, oh, it seems that way.
Yeah, nothing but that itself, like no demonstrable, like localized scale experiment, or not even experiment, but nothing that I could show you. Absolutely nothing. But
exactly.
Again, so comes down to faith, bro. It just comes down to
exactly. So you said it seems that way. Hold on. You said it seems that way. That was a wrong statement. It doesn't seem that way. You believe that, but without evidence, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a big difference to saying it seems as though. No, it doesn't. It doesn't seem as though. That's the theory. But that all that is
I think
rhetoric.
One sec. It's what? Sorry, rhetoric?
Yeah, it's not bound.
It's not even rhetoric. It's just poor vocab on my part, bro. It's not.
No, but I mean the idea that gravity has any evidence that it can contain gas. is just a faith-based claim without any evidence whatsoever.
No, sorry, that was wrong. No, that does. I'd have to go through. I've been watching a bunch of videos over the last few weeks, bro. But physics does seem to suggest that it's possible given enough mass. I've seen calculations. I cannot fucking repeat them to you, bro. But I need to start getting a folder
So
of
how much mass?
what is needed.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a case of how much mass is needed. I just think it's the more mass, the more gravity. I don't think there's a minimum required. I think everything, to a degree, by the looks of it, has gravitational fields. It's just the field is obviously negligible. It's that small, by the looks of it.
Have you seen any measurements that show mass attracting other mass?
No, it's more maths and atomic level shit. Oh, I think it is molecular level shit.
Is that the Cavendish experiment?
Oh, which one was that? Yeah, the Cavendish experiment. Sorry, I was hitting a fly.
Yeah,
I've googled that recently.
So pretty much two balls can be attracted to each other. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand how that works.
So pretty much the experiment is that you have two. Well, it's two balls and it's almost on like a pendulum type setup.
Yeah, it's two.
I will post a picture in.
Torsion. It's on a torsion.
Yeah, so
rod.
I'll post a picture in the chat.
I know what it looks like. I just don't understand how that shows mass attracting other mass.
So, because if it's on a torsion, then it will eventually settle at a certain point, right? And what you can do is when you introduce the larger masses, you can see that it settles closer to the masses than if they aren't there.
Right, sweet. So it's literally, we can observe this shit. We literally...
Yeah, so you can isolate it, basically.
Perfect. Right, so yeah, again, it does seem some forces at play. I know nobody likes him. Is that
yes, it does. Yes, it does, but it doesn't mean it's gravity, because we have all sorts of forces that could be attributed to this attraction. The problem is with gravity is you're claiming a singular downward vector.
Yeah.
Okay, but this Cavendish is not showing and has nothing to do with the downward vector. So you're not actually backing up gravity. You're just showing some sort of relationship between matter.
Mass.
Okay.
What is
matter? Matter. You can't isolate mass without the matter. So it could be matter attracts matter based on, I don't know, different forces. And I'm not gonna throw anything out there, but there are plenty of theories, strong theories, that have other forces.
I thought mass was like a collection of matter, like once it becomes substantial. It might be super layman's, but what is mass versus matter? So like Jupiter, is that not mass? Or which is the fire one? That's not really a planet. It's the sun. That's mass in it, right? It's not like it's like a nuclear reaction or whatever the fuck. It might not be a physical thing, but surely even that can be seen. That's mass, right? Like I don't. What's the issue with mass? Is it not just a collection of matter?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is there is a difference between matter and mass. Okay, so mass is a measurement, right?
True.
So
a measurement of.
Yeah, and matter usually has mass, but the point is to claim that mass attracts mass is a faith-based claim. If you're going to use Cavendish as your own experiment, because you're not dealing with a downward bias, you're dealing with an attraction between two objects. Now, this is like, it's nullifying the downward bias. It's completely like not involving the downward bias, and it's just showing a relationship, an attraction. And there's all sorts of attractions, forces that could be attributed to that, whether it's electrostatics, whether it's magnetism, whether it's there's other theories as well. But the point is, if you can't isolate gravity and you can't do an experiment to manipulate gravity, then why do you get the right to claim mass attracts mass when you don't have that?
I think just reading the effects, just reading the effects of gravity is enough, right? Like it's not.
Can I respond to that one?
Yeah, go for it. You're more techie than me. That's
yeah. So, there's a couple of things there. So the downward bias, it's not dependent on, the Cavendish isn't dependent on gravity pulling an object down. It measures the lateral attraction, right? That way you still have the gravity of the Earth, but it's pulling in the constant direction of it being down, but we're not measuring like the y-axis, we're measuring the x-axis. But then if you were like a tiny little ant on that ball, then it could still be down. Do you know what I mean? So like the down is like a relative term. Down's not absolute. And then when you go into things like, well, what else could it be? Things like electrostatic, like it kind of just can't be, because there are some things that are attracted more by electrostatic energy, or things that are attracted more by magnetism. But they don't seem to have anything special happen to them when you drop them. Like if it was magnetism, if I grab a neodymium magnet, which I have right here, and I drop it, it drops the same speed as if I were to drop.
That's awesome. You're leaning away from Cavendish.
I don't see your point there, but if I drop any two objects and then I drop a magnet, they both look the
magnetism
same, right?
has got nothing to do with Cavendish.
I know. I'm replying to what he said.
Yeah, you're getting away from Cavendish. Nowhere in Cavendish's paper was he looking for the gravitational constant. Please go and check it for yourself.
No, I think he was just responding to what Roots was asking him, though.
The problem was...
Yeah, that's what he said.
He started off talking about... Don't do it, boy. He started off talking about Cavendish, and now he's straight on to magnetism and everything but Cavendish.
We can go back to Cavendish, mate. I was just responding to what he said. So if you don't want to talk about something, don't bring it up.
Hey, technologist, top tip. Don't tell us how to run the room.
I mean, you're
excellent. I'm glad
yourself.
you agree with me. Good boy. As you were.
Is that right? So, all right, we don't have to bring up magnetism since old mate had a little spaz attack there, but the point is that downward is relative, right? So it's like, it doesn't have to be like specifically down, because it's relative wherever you are on the Earth, or yeah. So I don't know how you want to respond to that.
Well, I have a question on Cavendish. Cool. How this claim of a torsion wire? How does it get the? What does torsion do?
Make something rotate around a pivot.
So the Cavendish experiment needs to have torsion applied to the wire in order for the experiment to work. Is that correct? Technologist.
Well, I guess not, but it makes it a lot easier.
Well, no, it's not. I guess not. It either is or it isn't. Right? If I take away the... Hold on a minute. Torsion, which was just answered by my brother here, is the explanation of twisting. So if I take away the torsion, the twisting that you have to invoke on Cavendish for it to work, does the experiment still work? Yes or no?
Yeah, no, it would. You just need more expensive gear, basically.
Yeah. Interesting claim. Go ahead.
The reason why we use torsion is because the forces that we have are super weak, and so it basically acts like a super sensitive scale. That's kind of the reason why.
Yeah, but the bottom line is you have to invoke an energy upon it in order to observe the experiment effectively working. Just like the claim of gravity, you have to drop the apple in order for it to you observe it falling, versus you actually realizing you still had to pick up said apple in order to observe it falling. Go ahead.
Well, I don't really see what you're talking about, because the force is already present, right? The gravity that we're measuring is already existent between the masses, and the torsion doesn't create anything, right? The overall force on it isn't. We're basically measuring where the balls are when I guess we'll call them the large balls, when the large balls are next to the torsion balls, and then we take them away, right? So the whole idea is that we're not measuring the torsion, but we're measuring how it acts when it's...
But again, the idea of torsion, right? Torsion is a twisting, right? This is something that exists. Right, and the idea is if you take away the energy input of torsion, and you're just left with the experiment sitting there with no energy input, does the experiment still function? And it sounds like you're not able to effectively answer that because you haven't tested it yourself, have you?
No, he
Personally,
said
no.
he said the force is so weak, didn't he? Like the force is too weak, essentially.
Yeah, so
Why
you
is that?
would
Is that
you
'cause
would be
we're
able
only
to
using,
technically
like,
do it.
small matter?
Have you tested it? This is the question. The question is,
Personally,
will the Cavendish experiment work if I take away the energy called torsion from the experiment? That's the question. If somebody's tested this, I'd love to see it.
I mean, it'd still work. It'd be expensive to do. That's why I personally can't do it. If you're happy to buy all the stuff, then I could run you through it, and I'm sure the people would be able to help you do it. But I can't see how the torsion itself acts in a way that mimics gravity or mimics what we see to be gravity.
No, gravity is a description for the fact that things go down. Yeah, that when you're talking about attractions between objects, you're not necessarily talking about gravity here, because there could be, like I said, other explanations. So you're just assuming this is gravity when gravity is synonymous with weight. Gravity isn't, you haven't got that evidence or proof that gravity is causing the attraction. And that's all we're trying to say here. It's an assumption.
Well, not
weight
really,
just, like,
because
matter and gravity, though. Like,
yeah,
like,
weight
scale.
doesn't cause gravity. It's
Yeah,
mass causes gravity.
Weight's just a scalar.
Okay,
Like,
so then
Yeah.
Cavendish doesn't
You
work
need gravity to
because he
have
never
weight.
manipulated any mass.
Well, yeah, you do, because the larger balls that you have, you can manipulate the size of them or whatever. So, or you can just get rid of them. That's actually the way the experiment works: is you get rid of them and then you bring them back. So that would be like the independent variable.
no shit.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very interesting. Honestly, like I say, I can't get past the container and the gravity upwards. I am starting to believe flat Earth on observations, like not being able to prove a curve and of the black swan and shit. That shit's got me. But yeah, that gravity upwards seems to confuse the fuck out of me with flat Earth.
So
gravity seems to be a thing, man. I
how do you
don't
know
how
that
to
when
deny
you
it.
add these balls into the equation, it's gravity and not van der Waals forces that makes it go towards the mass more?
Is that to me?
Whoever was talking about Cavendish.
Oh, yeah. Well, van der Waals act over like super short distances. Basically, like 1 nanometer, 1 or 2 nanometers. So that's how we know it's not that. Because you can see the gap between the two. So
You're not varying and manipulating the claimed cause, right? So it's still just an observation of an effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that is true.
Really a globe proof in any way, shape, or form at all.
It's not a globe proof, but I think the point was it's matter attracting matter, which was the point.
Yeah,
Ian
which is
Roots was
gravity.
disputing. Like, so,
They have
yeah.
no results like so often when they try to set that up, right? I've seen people do it with freaking chickens and Christmas balls and things like that, right? I wish India was in here to go over all of the flaws in Cavendish.
I mean, I've just Googled it real quick, and there's a bunch of people chatting shit about it on Reddit and all of its flaws. But what technologist has said so far seems to make sense, doesn't it? Like, I can't remember the words. I've done with
Pat,
two. You know, it seems to make
what
sense.
was the purpose of the Cavendish display?
To observe the effects of gravity, no?
Wrong.
No.
What? No? What? After all that, I still don't get it. For fuck's sake.
That's the problem.
Yeah,
You've
you
just
just
been
type it
baffled
out.
with bullshit from a kid.
Well, what was
and
the
now
point of
all
the
a sudden
Cavendish
when someone
experiment?
says wrong,
It was to measure the density of the Earth.
55 past the hour.
Wait, what?
Sporadic
It was to
put
measure
it up for
after
you.
all that, it was to measure the density of the Earth. Like, how did they
Correct.
get? How did they get from what? Because what you've just said like sounds legit, but how did they get from that to measuring the density of the Earth? Like,
Or it goes the other way. How do you get measuring density of the Earth to that?
yeah, true.
Right, but that's like the hypothesis. It doesn't really, it doesn't really affect
It
the
doesn't
findings.
matter. It's just that we claim gravity, and that's our sideshow. So
regardless,
tell us
no,
what
not
the
really.
actual test was. Yeah, really. Go
I
on.
mean, regardless though, for a second though, is what you just said about moving, like, a nanometer and stuff, based on mass. Is that's all still legit though, right? Like that, we can still observe that shit.
Van der Waals, are you talking about?
Yeah, somebody
Mass
mentioned it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
But van der Waals happens over like really, really short distance.
What's
you probably use van der Waals when you use like a microfiber cloth.
What's the cause of the effect?
Cause the bending of space time, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a physicist, so I don't.
Right. So you just okay. So what if I said it was invisible fairies riding little unicorns that did it? What if I said
that's probably the most compelling flat Earth argument I've heard in a little while. To be honest.
Well, hold on. What if
That was good. That was quick.
What if he said it was electrostatic forces? How would you disprove that?
We'll be right back.
Well, we could go and you couldn't really isolate that, or I guess you could get an electrostatic field, and but electrostatics like affect certain masses differently. But as we can see, like
your bendy space-time fabric, when did you vary and manipulate that and isolate it? You didn't, right? So it's no more ludicrous than what I said then about fairies.
Are you talking about electrostatics or fairies? It could be fairies.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I never mentioned electrostatics, right? I was saying.
I think that was someone else.
Do you have any experimentation to validate your bendy warpy space-time pseudoscience bullshit?
Me personally, no, I don't have the fancy equipment.
No, not you personally. Obviously not you personally. Anyone. You want to present a scientific experiment in the side chat where they validated the cause and the effect of the ship to be bendy warpy space-time fabric bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of things, like there's gravitational lensing.
Side chat's right. Chuck it in.
But you've also got small things like if you go super fast, you find that like time dilates. So you can see like on GPS satellites, you see that the rubidium clocks actually have to be offset by a bit because they basically speed up or slow down. I can't remember which one. I think it's slow down. So I guess that would be like a direct proof of, well, what's the cause of it? Well, the reason why it's going so fast.
That's varying and manipulating space-time, is it? Through scientific experimentation. What you just said.
Yeah.
Is that just an observation that it's not even really an observation, but that's your experiment, is it? I mean, that's the best one. All I'm saying, bro, is like, what's your best scientific validation of your bendy warpy space time? Chuck it in the side chat so we can have a look at it, right? Because right now you're just like, you're just parroting science bullshit. Yeah.
Well, remember? Yeah, he's a simple one. GPS and relativity.
What you've done, right, you've memorized and regurgitated some bullshit which you're parroting now, and you think that makes you smart.
Well, I mean,
have a look at the link that I posted. No, I do deal quite a bit with GPS. Like I read the signals of my fucking SDR and stuff, so that's why I'm comfortable discussing GPS.
We got
and time dilation.
So your signals don't tell you where they're coming from. It just tells you a time frame. That's it.
Well, not really. You can tell they're coming from the sky if you have like a Yagi antenna or something like that.
So
like a directional,
it doesn't. You can't measure the distance. It just gives you a time frame. One will be 0.76. One will be 0.81. One will be 0.53. That's it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you can only say they're up.
Well, you can tell which direction they are. And you can also tell where you are on the Earth using that and where everyone else is on the Earth. You can also tell how fast you're going as well. Oh, they're going, sorry.
So all you've got is a little beeper that just says 0.7, 0.8, 0.2, 0.4.
Right, but you also
you can sort all this shit out from that.
What do you mean all this shit? As in your position, or we're talking about space-time?
It's your claim, boy. You're the one that reckons you can prove all this satellite stuff just off a couple of fucking random numbers.
Well, yeah, you can, because if you have a directional antenna, then you can point it up at the sky, basically, and you can track it. I did it the other night, actually. I'll post a picture of some of the pictures that I took from NOAA 15 and NOAA 19. Should load.
Right. So remember what I asked for specifically, though? I said an experiment that validates your bendy warpy spacetime that you claimed to be the cause of the effect. Right? For exactly what we're talking about. You've posted some cartoons of satellites, right?
Wait, I gotta ask, DJ, what kind of you're asking him for proof? What kind of proof would satisfy you?
A scientific experiment. I specifically asked for a scientific experiment that adheres to the scientific method, where he can vary and manipulate the cause of the effect relationship. I was very specific about that, right? And because I already know that he's not going to provide it. I just want to see if he wants to be honest.
Yeah, but like, I mean, okay, show me some scientific experiment thing that proves whatever you're talking about.
What am I talking about?
No, not you, not you. I'm talking the other guy.
Sure claim.
You made it? Yeah, I assume so. I don't fucking know. I'm sorry, I just not here.
Yeah, so I was saying the atomic clock inside GPS receivers, and then we started talking about fucking antennas, and I posted a picture, but basically if you get an atomic clock here and then you get it up in a satellite where it's going very quick, or in a spaceship, or even in a car that's going super, super, super quick somehow, if you manage to do that, then you'll see that the two clocks, if you like stop them basically, or if you stop get them moving at the same time, after like a month or two, they'll both be out of sync with one another. And you can get like multiple clocks and do it with that, so you know it's not just someone fucked up when manufacturing it. You can see a very consistent difference.
Wait, I gotta ask DJ. DJ, if he posted a video demonstrating that, would you accept that as proof, or are you just gonna say it doesn't matter?
A video? No, I didn't ask for a video. I asked. It can be in the form of a video, I guess.
Okay. Would you? Is the thing that he just said, does that constitute proof for his claim? Do you think?
Do you know exactly what I asked for, right? A scientific experiment, right? I don't know if you know what a scientific.
I've just found the name of the one that I was thinking of. Alfeely Keating. So that's when they used that. That's what they did. Basically, what I said. Except they used planes instead of like satellites, but the concept's obviously the same.
So they vary and manipulated space-time.
Speed, basically.
Sorry? Is this it? Is this your scientific experiment here? Is this the one?
Well, that's an article on it. I'm sure you can find the actual paper. I'll see if I can find it for you.
Thank you.
Actual paper.
I guess we're looking for two things. We're looking for evidence of the claim that he's making, and also we need like a win. I don't want him like wasting time like writing a thing, and then someone else says, "Well, this doesn't matter." It's like, well, why did he waste his time looking it up? You know.
I already look. Even the experts on this, right? They say we have no idea what it is. Right? They admit we have no idea what it is. We have no idea where it comes from. Right? That you get these like less educated people that think that there is scientific proof of this concept, right? But there isn't. It's ridiculous.
So I just posted the paper.
Yeah.
3-pager. It's only the meat
what was the experiment
of it, basically. So they get basically clocks. They get 4 of them, and they flew them around the world, basically.
That sounds cool as shit.
And they put it on like commercial airliners, which is, I guess, the cheapest way to do it. And then they compare that basically to one that is stationary or just sitting, I don't know, in a lab somewhere. And then you can actually see the time dilation, because one of the clock would obviously be running fast, one would be running slow.
How'd they sync them?
Well, they'd have them all together at one point. And that's why they use multiple clocks.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And the offset was obviously the offset was in such a way that you know that it's not just like, oh, one of them fucked up. And even if one of them fucked up, like, you could tell, basically, because it would be completely different to the other three.
Yeah, and if it did, you just run the experiment a second time, a third time, and then it becomes increasingly less plausible that one clock just fucked up.
What are some of the things that can affect the results?
The speed. That's what they're measuring. That's the independent variable. The speed.
And what can affect the results? Is there any other variables that can affect the results?
Can't really think of any. The only other thing I can think of is radiation, but I mean, you don't really get that much radiation in a plane. Well, you do, but it's not enough to kind of somehow bit flip like a
like everything has radiation in it, my dude. Bananas have radiation.
Yeah.
Very little.
Yeah. Well, they say taking a plane or whatever is the same radiation as like half an X-ray. I don't know. But the point is that there's nothing else that I can think of that, unless someone's sitting there fucking hitting it with a hammer or something, there's nothing else I can think of that'll make an atomic clock tick faster in a very consistent way that kind of also lines up with other observations.
Sporadic there, dude. Right, so the guy that wrote that paper that you posted is deemed fraudulent in various journals, including harsh criticism in the Scientific American, right? And then he's asking you how fucked up clocks link to weight.
Can you post that? Wait, you're saying his experiment was rebutted or something, or is discredited? Can you post a thing in the side chat?
I'm sure he will. I was just reading what someone else wrote in the side chat.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought you were like reading from a thing.
No, just Sporadic E just posted that in the side chat. No, I don't even know. I mean,
where's the yeah, he said he'll post it later, but
what he'd like to know is how these clocks link to weight. What's the logic, the connection?
Oh wait, well we're talking about the bending of space-time.
Gravity, yes, the bending of space-time.
Yeah.
So apparently atomic clocks are very sensitive and can be affected by magnetic fields, electric fields, force, motion, temperature, and other phenomena. So how are all those variables isolated and accounted for?
Well, the reason why we can kind of tell that is because they're using multiple clocks, so they'd all have to be experiencing the same level.
Yeah, there's no reason why one clock would be affected by electrical waves like more than another clock.
How were they isolated and accounted for?
Because you run multiple.
Yeah, like if you have let's say you have two clocks.
Okay,
right?
guys. It doesn't matter if we run one clock or 1 million clocks. How were they isolated from magnetic fields, electrical fields, force, motion, temperature, and other phenomena? We want to know how they were isolated from this, not whether we give fucking 1 million clocks a go.
Well, the
how were they isolated from those?
Here we go. No, I found it. So they actually use magnetic shielding specifically.
Oh, do they really?
And they also use cesium. I think they use cesium. Let me check. Cesium.
All right, so
so cesium's very stable, and it doesn't actually get. It gets like. It doesn't get affected basically by the magnetic field, or not in a way that would be measurable.
Read a little bit just about this guy, right? Hafel, I'm not sure how to say it. Keating, right? The Hafel-Keating experiment conducted in 1971 was harshly criticized for numerous methodological inconsistencies and flaws and questionable data handling, right? The experiment involved flying atomic clocks on commercial airliners around the world and comparing their time readings to a stationary clock, allegedly testing Einstein's relativity, right? And there's a huge list here of like all the things that he's been accused of being fraudulent about, right? I'm going to paste all of this into
the side chat because I want to know more.
But these were just the first guys to do it. Like this has been repeated before. If you have a look at this one,
yeah.
So how
this is from the Wikipedia.
How are these clocks linked to gravity?
weight.
But we're talking about the bending of space-time.
Yeah, or aka gravity. How have clock prove gravity? What's the logic behind that? The logical syllogism.
Well, we're specifically talking about the bending of space-time. So we're talking about
So
gravitational
the purpose of these
time
clocks
dilation.
is what then?
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
So the purpose of you chatting about these clocks for the last 15 minutes is what then?
Well, I was asked about time dilation. It's why, like the bending of space-time, and that's how we know it exists.
Excellent. So these clocks
I can't remember
logically
who it was.
prove this somehow. So excellent.
Well,
Please
yeah.
provide how they prove this bending and warping of space-time.
Well, because you have clocks that are moving faster, and those that are moving faster were off by a specific amount that's
Dude,
consistent.
it says here that they were put in commercial flights. They weren't in controlled environments, right? It says the atomic clocks used in the experiment were highly sensitive and susceptible to temperature, pressure, and magnetic field variation, all of which could have skewed the results, right? It says the clocks were placed on commercial flights, right? Meaning they experienced irregular altitude changes, turbulence, delays, making it impossible to control all the external variables.
But people have repeated it in proper environments, like not on commercial
So the
flights.
one you posted, you posted the one that wasn't done correctly, right? So maybe post the one that was done correctly instead of the one that wasn't
I
done
haven't scroll up. I did. I'll post it again. This one. And so this one is where they put it up in a rocket in space and then came back.
Yeah, that's cool.
So the very
Just
first
wanna
one
know
they
how
list
it links to
is
the bendy warpy space time. Link
So I've
the
already
clocks to
explained
gravity.
that.
Link the clocks
I've
to
already
gravity.
explained it.
No,
So
you haven't.
I was asked
You've
about.
sidestepped it. No, don't
No,
care.
I haven't.
Less yap. More action. Come on.
Mate, I'm trying to explain it. If you listen, so I was asked to prove how space-time warps, right? Or can we tell that it warps? And I said yes. Isn't it an instance? Do you want to talk about gravity or the time dilation? Like, which one do you want to talk
What
about?
we want from you is to link through logical syllogism how the clocks prove your bendy space-time.
Okay, well, you got to take a step back and understand what we'll talk about first, which is Cavendish, and then somebody asked me specifically.
Cavendish is a parlor
So Cavendish
trick.
experiment.
Any fuckknuckle that's ever done it knows if you offset the weights, they'll turn. If you get them perfectly balanced, it'll sit still. That's easy. Done. Next.
Really? Can you provide a source of that?
He actually did it. I've been sat here for ages talking about bendy space-time, and he went to Cavendish. It was hilarious.
Right? Can you provide a source where you can, if you if you get them offset?
Time for the last hour, you'll notice that mass attracting mass is instantaneous action at a distance, so not time. You got
instantaneous.
Instantaneous, not over time.
Right, but that doesn't mean they'll touch each other instantly. Right? If I drop a ball, it doesn't instantly fall to the ground. It takes a second.
My goodness me, I can't believe you even did this. And you're going to double down and try and defend it.
Instantly starts moving, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. If the sun was to move
it does. It is attractive. The reason why is...
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry,
excuse
you
me.
go.
Yeah, well. So if the sun was to move off of its axis, we would feel the action here on the Earth immediately, not over time. Fucking idiot. Would you like a citation for this as well? Because you can't conflate.
The point is...
Sat here. No, hold on. Would you like citations also? Because you can't conflate the two, mass attracting mass, instantaneous magic at a distance, and Einstein's time bending. You can't use these in the same fucking breath. They are not the same thing. They do not happen in the same geometric space. One's got time with them. Like citation.
Right, so are you talking about how Cavendish... I don't understand the point you're making about... Yeah, but I don't understand the point you're making about the instantaneous nature of it. Are you saying that, like, the ball should be instantly moved, or
Yeah, you can't. You
like
can't
why do you have
speak
to let
about
it settle?
You can't speak about these two things in the same breath. Mass attracting mass and Einstein. And different things. You've been talking about time for the last hour. Surely you should understand it.
Because somebody asked
This
me
is the
about it. Right?
mechanism. Let me ask you this question. Mass attracting mass. What's the mechanism?
The gravity, I guess.
The gravity, I guess.
That's the explanation of it.
No, let's try better than a word.
Are you asking what
what's the mechanism?
Of gravity is?
Let me ask you again. The mechanism between mass, the amount of substance in the space. What is the mechanism that attracts mass, the amount of substance in the space? What is it?
General relativity, I guess.
Okay, so not the same fucking thing then. You're just going to abandon mass attracting mass and replace the instantaneous action of a distance of the amount of substance in the space with Einstein's time and space dilation, where mass distorts the curvature of space-time.
I don't. I'm not following. I don't get your point. Like you're probably just throwing a bunch of jargon in
mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
The mechanism you've just thrown away of the mass attracting the mass, and now it's time dilation. It is not the same thing.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying time dilation causes.
Oh, okay.
Gravity.
So what's? How?
I never said that. I'm saying that's a byproduct essentially that you can observe. The bending of space time.
Okay, so you're just going to assert the thing that you just said you're not going to assert.
No,
you're a liar.
I said that I'm not. I'm talking about the bending of space time. You're talking about
don't
time
talk about
dilation.
Cavendish then.
Why when I talk about Cavendish?
Mass attracting mass. Do not speak about it when you're talking about time. I'll just ask you what the how and why mass attracts mass, and you'll drop mass attracts mass with no second thought and start picking up your time dilation again.
What? I don't think you're following what I'm saying.
I've got a clue what you're talking about.
Can someone else
help me
elaborate on what he's talking about?
I'm
talking about. You're saying what's mass bending of space time? Yeah. And now
Cavendish.
The reason why I brought up the dilation of time.
Excuse me. Cavendish.
Yeah.
You brought up Cavendish. Mass attracting mass. The instantaneous action at a distance over 3-dimension space. How?
Was that a question?
Yeah, how?
Gravity.
Gravity.
I feel like we're going in.
What's that? Yeah, exactly. What's that? Are you going to start talking about time again?
No, I was asked about how you can tell. Like, what's an experiment that you can do to prove that?
Oh, this was never an experiment. You sick in fucking season 323 and fucking clocks and airplanes. This was never an experiment, Sunshine. You're talking about
right, but they've reproduced it in proper environment.
Right, you've been asked for it. It's definitely not an experiment. We've given you the information.
But as I've posted before, they have recreated it, though.
He's off again. Got the time thing. When we started getting to that, you said Cavendish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not understanding the difference between the two gravities, which I'm trying to point out to you by asking you the simple question, how?
But I'm answering your questions and you're not making any point.
Can't have two gravities simultaneously at the same time. If you're talking about Einstein and cesium 323, the vibration of the clock, because of the distortion of time, don't pick up Cavendish, which is instantaneous action at a distance.
How don't you pick it up?
Oh my God, are you stupid?
Hey, kid, this is how it works. You've either got to use one or use the other because they're both different. Different mechanisms to describe the same thing. If you're going to use one, it contradicts the other. Do you understand that?
I don't see how they
contradict. You've got to pick now whether you want to go mass attracting mass or bendy space-time. We don't care which way you lean on. That's up to you. But you can't use both of them to describe the same thing.
Right, but it's the mass.
It doesn't matter
and the
what
effect
you want
there
to use it
is the
for.
bending of
You
space-time.
can't use
That's the
both of
outcome.
them to describe the same thing. So pick one.
Why not? Why not?
The reason for it is because Jedi just spent the last 10 minutes explaining it to you, and you didn't want to fucking listen.
No, I'm listening. Is just
No, you're
not
not.
making any sense.
Yeah, because you don't want it to make sense, because you're fucked. You know you're over a barrel,
No.
and there's nothing you can do about it.
No, I mean I've remained pretty
it's not
consistent.
going to get out of this one. So pick one: bendy space-time or mass attracts mass.
Why do they contradict?
Pick one, boy.
Why do they contradict? Can you give me an
I'll
example?
read it out to you, for fuck's sake. So, because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behaviour of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity, for it requires an unspecified action at a distance through which any two objects, such as the Sun and the Earth, instantaneously pull on each other. No matter how far apart, however instantaneous response would require the gravitational interactions to propagate at an infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. You cannot use them in the same breath.
Right,
You can't speak about time and the oscillation and dilation of cesium atoms 323 and then invoke Cavendish, which is mass attracting mass. One
Right, but
violates the other.
Newtonian gravity is an approximation, essentially, of general relativity.
Just don't speak about the two things at the same time, especially when you've been whittering on about time for the last hour.
Well, I mean, someone asked me about it, so of course I want to talk about it.
Yeah, he asked
but
you for a scientific
again,
experiment.
to my point. Yeah, so I talked about time in order to.
So which one are you throwing in the garbage?
Pissy. So
Which one are you throwing
my
in the garbage?
point that I was trying to make is that Newtonian gravity is essentially an approximation of general relativity.
That wasn't your point.
All right.
What are you
Well, if you don't
sidestepping
listen
for,
to me,
kid?
you don't have to listen to me. But
No, we were listening. That wasn't your initial point.
right, but I'm trying to
Got a
understand what you
citation
guys
for
are
that?
Now
saying.
you're sidestepping.
No.
That's what you're
You
doing
got a
now. You're
citation for
sidestepping.
that? Got a citation for
What I
you
was
just said?
saying is that they're not incompatible, right?
Have you got a citation for that? What you just said about it being an approximation of general relativity?
Well, it's an incomplete model. We can use Newtonian gravity to explain certain things or not.
So no, then.
Do I have a citation? I guess I can find one if you want.
Yeah, like what we keep
Are you
providing.
just talking out your ass, or you read about this, or is this what you were?
Yeah, I have read about this in like high school. You know,
in high school.
I never heard about that in high school.
See, to
Being paid
anyone
attention.
listening, you'll be able to realize, hold on a second, dude. Right, to anyone listening, you'll be able to notice that whenever we claim things, we can back it up with citations, practical demonstrations, all kinds of things, right? We don't just say things, we don't just parrot information and then fail to back it up, right? Like every single claim this guy's made, he's failed to back it up. Every
Really?
single thing.
I mean, I've been.
Even that second paper that you just sent me, dude, right? Once you start looking into these so-called experiments that you're telling me, right? So the one in space, right? In the second law of thermodynamics violation, right? Even among the mainstream, it's highly scrutinized, right? There's no replication of it, right? It's never been repeated. And it says here that the raw clock data has never been publicly released, right? There's massive scrutiny behind all of these things that you've been sending.
Right, but the clock. What I was talking about was that you can view it in GPSs, and that raw data is available because it transmits it constantly.
Why do you keep posting all these flawed things then, right? Why would you, if I asked you for the best evidence, right, the best experiment, why do you keep posting the ones that you seem to admit that they're flawed, right? So why are you posting stuff that you know is shit?
Not. I don't think it's shit. I'm just not going to sit here and argue
because he doesn't know. That's why.
No, because you're like, what's your argument over the space one making sense?
What's that?
Like not being correct.
No,
the
I
one
asked
where they
you
sent the rocket.
That's right. Yeah, the rocket.
Yeah.
Okay. So no.
But why are you saying that it doesn't?
Well, okay. So the raw data has never even been publicly released.
Right. I mean, they don't always do that.
Yeah. Oh my god. So it's just blind faith, right? Would you admit that at least? It's just you're just like trusting their word for it, even though they haven't even released the raw data.
I'm sure if you email the guy, he'll fucking give it to you.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. That's why all of these academics are questioning the legitimacy of it. Right? I'm sure they didn't think about just asking them for the raw data since the 70s.
Right.
In 76. Right. So
but you're saying that it's never been
I thought of that until
repeated.
you thought of it now. Yeah.
The thing that I posted was them doing the same experiment and getting the same results 5 times.
No, it hasn't been repeated, right? So this is no independent replication of the experiment has ever been conducted under the same conditions.
I'm not talking about the experiment, I'm talking about the effect. Like, it doesn't need to be the exact same thing.
It's now not talking about the experiment. What? Do you double speak for a living?
No, so what I'm saying is you don't need to, you just need to isolate speed. However you do that, it's up to you. Like, you can put in a rocket.
Speed. The only thing you need to vary and manipulate is speed.
Yeah. Okay, so you could do it in a rocket. You could do it in a fucking train.
Not scientific.
You do it in a satellite.
Oh, it's not. He's going to talk. In this not scientific experiment, all you need to vary and manipulate in this not scientific experiment is speed. Aren't you supposed to be very manipulating your presumed cause? Is your presumed cause speed?
No. What?
No.
Wait, for the changing the clock, yeah, it is.
Well, you're not very manipulating your presumed cause then. DJ politely asked you several times for a scientific experiment.
So what they're doing is they're having it at different speeds, and that shows different effects.
Speed. So speed.
So the speed would cause it.
So speed causes what? The rate of change of the vibration of the
dilation of time.
The dilation of time.
Yeah.
The phenomena of the dilation of time is caused by speed. It's the dilation of time. Is that because the cesium 323 changes its oscillation rate? You think this is time?
Are you saying that the cause isn't the speed, but it's actually
the cause isn't the speed? That's the only thing that you varied and manipulated in this not scientific experiment. But do you think that time is the vibration rate of an atom?
Decay rate.
Oh, you can measure it by that.
God's sake, this person.
What? Do you not understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, in your failed experiments where you had to... What did he actually not do? Have you read anything that DJ's given you? Have you read anything that anybody's given you?
Look, I've read a couple of them. It's kind of hard when there's a million.
Okay, so not this then, because you wanted to throw this away 5 years ago, didn't you? Not this.
No, I didn't. I didn't. I never said you guys want to throw it away because it disproves your point. Initially, my point was about GPS receivers, and you said, "Oh, well, it's not a scientific experiment."
Seems to be a ball around your neck at the moment. We're telling you that you should drop this, but you want to hold on to it and keep fucking asserting it for some fucking reason, and you want to very manipulate speed.
Yeah, what's your issue with varying and manipulating speed?
So, in the scientific experiment, would you vary and manipulate?
What you're asking the same question over and over.
Over and over. Yeah, I'm hoping you understand. Even DJ pointing this out earlier. You don't know what a scientific experiment is. That's why you've been putting atoms in fucking rockets.
And can you explain that? Can you elaborate on that? What's the issue with speed?
What's
changing?
the hypothesis?
The hypothesis, I don't know. I can't remember it off the top of my head. I could find it. But the hypothesis would be something like, speed. The difference in speed would die over time. Relative to that one on Earth. So what's so hard about that for you to understand?
Yeah, your microphone shit. There's nothing's hard for me to understand. I'm not understanding why you're not getting this through your head. Seems to be taking ages to get a simple point across to you.
Which is?
You're not very manipulating your presumed cause, dude.
Right.
All
You
you're
keep
doing
saying
is-
time, but it's really a decay rate, right?
Yeah.
You're saying that speed isn't the end result. It is the end cause. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm trying to say. What don't you get about my experiment? I still don't understand. Are you trying to say that speed isn't the cause?
Okay, how does speed affect the clocks changing?
Because you're moving differently through space-time, essentially. It's
Wrong.
kind of a bit hard
It's
to
the
explain.
vibration of the device itself. Remember
The
earlier,
vibration.
motion was one of the things that affects them?
And what you
Yeah.
did is
Right.
called begging the question. Just now, you used circular reasoning.
Could you?
So, something one of you fucktards said to me about like a week ago about how when you look down a hallway and the ceiling will meet the floor, and saying that I never took an art lesson. Well, I didn't respond to that because I was trying to put it through the lens of how the fuck do you think that means the earth is flat? Right?
No, I think it was
right, and that's
you.
the problem.
I
That's
think
the
it was
problem.
you
So,
saying that the ceiling went underneath the floor.
Also, we don't appreciate that tone, fucktards. There's no need for that sort of negativity, my friend.
Yeah, seriously.
Bring it back to the cesium clock.
Well, the bottom line is, let's just say this, address that stupid statement that was just made. When you have two horizontal planes meeting off in the distance, that's called a horizon. I posted a picture of a long hallway in the side chat for you to take on in your mental so you can actually walk away from calling people fucktards. Go ahead.
okay, so here's the thing. I get how when we look at things, right, how light enters our eyes, right, and it's processed in our brains, and that's the result. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what's out there. Okay. So, if it were true that the Earth was flat, right, then a lens could be created to view beyond what our eyes can perceive, and bend the light in a way, that would
Hey,
reveal the
Special.
truth.
Let him
Go and grab a set of binoculars.
Yeah, seriously.
Stand at the beach, look at boats disappear. The second it disappears, pick your binoculars up and have a look at the little boat that's just disappeared. Ta-da! Happy days
Yeah,
for everyone.
Perspective vanishing point displaying itself in real life. You coming in with, just because we see things doesn't mean that's the way it is. Bro, go observe reality for what it is and stop believing the lies that they're trying to push down your throat.
Might be too painful for him.
Well, I'm trying to build a bridge here so there is communication, because when this flat Earth stuff first arose on the internet, I didn't acknowledge it for a good while, because from my perspective, it was just, oh, please don't tell me that there's people actually going back over that old information where they're saying that the plane routes didn't match and this stuff, because that surfaced on the internet like late 90s, right? And this was like 2010, 2011 when it started to resurface, I guess. Maybe might be off on that. And
Hey, Bright Eyes, question for you. What tells you from your vestibular system that you're dealing with a ball surface? Because your appeals that you're making are just talking about timing and trends and all these different things. I don't care about that. I care about the truth. I want to know from your perspective, what tells you that we're actually, in fact, on a ball? Go ahead. Make your appeals.
Wish I
You
had a
gone silent?
soundboard.
Come on, please, get with it. Let's go. Choppy, choppy.
well, we're just going to all talk over each other, so what's the point?
No, I'm asking you to actually apply some evidence that doesn't have anything to do with timing. Stuff that tells you we're dealing with a ball.
Dude, Killian asked you a question and then nobody else spoke at all. Right? So what are you talking about? Everyone talking over everyone.
Well, there's some empirical evidence, and I know you guys have gone over this independently or whatever, right? But you got to state a couple redundancies, right, before you say something to build some kind of foundation, so we're possibly talking the same language, right? So
please cut to your evidence instead of leaving these long pauses. I want to hear what your evidence
we have to
is.
communicate with each other, and patience doesn't help.
Yep, you're going to use your mouth to communicate. He asked you for some evidence. You're going to speak it or post it up in the side chat. Thank you.
You also didn't start very well by calling everybody fucktards, so I think you have some ground to make up.
It's not a popularity contest, is it?
Yeah, but if you want to build bridges, you don't build bridges with abuse. even a child.
Sometimes you got to kick the door down.
Oh my God, he's just
I don't need you. I don't need you to teach me etiquette.
Apparently, you
I think you do. I think you do. It's called building rapport. You need to learn that skill.
Yeah, I was going to jump in and ask him what kind of a bridge.
Another time, you just got to build bridges. It's just brilliant.
And I was going to ask him what kind of a bridge he was attempting to build. Would it be a suspension bridge or a pier bridge? Please let us know.
Who cares as long as it gets over the door?
Oh my.
Oh, shit.
He's going to be referencing level to do that, right, Killian?
Oh, dear.
That's exactly it. To sound like my one-trick pony self, you're going to be building things, you're going to be observing level, you're going to be observing plumb the entire way. So again, brother, what kind of bridge are you looking to build here between us? Bridge or pier? Go ahead. Oh, sorry, torsion.
Well, you can monitor
suspension
the fact
or
that
Go ahead.
the planets Mercury and Venus orbit between the Earth and the Sun.
Okay, so you're going to claim that there's in fact land in the sky called planets. Is this correct?
Finish my sentence. You see,
brother.
You failed. You failed. You didn't know.
Yeah,
what
but
I was gonna say.
you're proceeding under a false dichotomy already.
Period.
You started off by talking about planets and shit. We're talking about Earth. You know, the ground beneath your feet.
Right.
And you're looking up into daydream land.
You're just here to troll in this thing, and that's
I'm here to troll.
You're not interested in it. It's like the.
Yeah, no, we don't want to listen to you cry. We just want evidence. It's really, really simple. So, how about we start again? You're going to be nice, and I'm not going to kick you out. Deal?
I got one question. This is funded by the DoD, right?
The fuck's he on about?
Wow, who's here to troll?
Is
the
it?
moderator or the person asking stupid questions? No, you're asking dumb questions.
Paid tax dollars to do this, I'm gonna doze your fucking ass in about.
Oh my gosh! Wow, you're already cussing, already getting emotional about it, eh? That's a quick way to lose a conversation. Get emotional.
Just try to build bridges, guys.
Suspension or pier? I'm still waiting. Suspension or pier? Go ahead.
Is Bummer no? He left. I was gonna say yeah. Let's go down that logic. Let's say we're all government funded here. by DOD, and he's going to doge DOD to see where he goes. You know, like, do they just increase defense spending? Like, are you not paying attention to current events? You know, like the last spending bill, like, added billions to the defense budget. Where do you think that money's going? What do you think that they're doing with that? But it's a bummer he ran off.
No, he didn't run off. I used me stick with a lump on the end to start building the bridge. First bit of the foundation.
So can we get back to space-time as a...
Well, you weren't doing a good job of it.
Yeah,
No, just wants to
Right,
go.
because you weren't actually making
No,
any sense.
you didn't listen to Jedi. You should have listened to Jedi. You chose
Well, I
not to.
was, but he wasn't making...
Well, just connect space-time to the topic flat Earth. Like, try that.
Well, specifically, somebody asked me about it.
Okay. Yeah, maybe you misunderstood. Okay, try to connect space-time to the flat Earth. Can you do that? Is it because the universe is flat, therefore the Earth is flat? Is that what you're doing, or what?
It's because we were talking about gravity, and for gravity to exist in a way like we know it, then the flat Earth would just crumble into a ball anyway.
The way that we know it in a mathematical reification. Okay. Dependent on the R value of the mass. Okay.
It just crumble into a ball, I guess, for some
Yeah.
reason. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever seen a flat? Have you ever seen like a flat planet?
Yeah, the whole universe is flat. The solar system is flat.
I have a question. Have you ever?
You got flat Asgard.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a flat planet?
That's a good question. Has anyone seen a flat planet?
Yeah, you got flat Asgard. You got middle.
There was the peanut-shaped asteroid.
You got the poop-shaped asteroid too.
Yeah, for sure.
The
Dropped
whole,
one of those
all
in
the
the toilet.
rings on Saturn, flat. Solar system, flat. Milky Way, flat. Universe, flat. Earth, ball. Like, really?
Right, but the rings on Saturn can look like a disc, but Saturn itself doesn't.
Flat.
Figured out the moon was flat earlier.
It's like you got all this stuff that's flat. Flat universe, flat solar systems, flat galaxies, flat. Earth, that's a ball. Really, dude?
Zero confirmation of spherical. Zero confirmation of sphericity, though. And if you're just going by optics, you can't tell whether a planet is flat or whether it's spherical, whether it's concave, just by observing. So it's just another assumption.
If you look at it from two angles,
Yeah, what's that even have to do
and you
with
see
anything?
different
What
things,
does-
then
what
you
do
can tell
other
it's a sphere.
planets- How it's looking at another planet? How's it looking at Earth?
No, well, someone brought up the other planets. Are they flat? So
I put a test in the chat. Have a quick look at the image and tell me which one is the sphere before you open the meme and find the answer. So answer very quickly in the chat. Which one? Number 1, 2, 3, or 4? Which one's the sphere?
So I wouldn't be able to know unless I moved my head, basically.
Oh, you wouldn't be able to know just by looking?
Yeah.
Oh.
Unless I moved.
Then. Because when you open this, only one of these is a sphere. Only one of these is a sphere. So which one is it?
Right, but that disproves your point, because what I'm saying is that I could do that if
Actually,
I moved my
it
head.
kicks you across the floor, boy, because you're claiming you can look up into the sky and prove these things are spheres, but yet you can't tell something right in front of you is a sphere.
We can, because we're looking at it from different angles. So do you understand what I mean by that? I can go into detail if you want. But if you're looking at different angles at a sphere, so if you have a soccer ball, for
Yeah,
example,
but you're not at
and you're
different
looking
angles.
at dead
You're
on,
at your house with a telescope looking directly at something. Monocular
right, but
vision.
my friend
one
can be
off.
at his house and take a photo, and
I'll
we
tell
can
you something,
compare
kid. You're in
results.
here. You don't have friends.
So do you want to explain why we see different? Yeah. So if we viewed it from different angles, right? Why do
So
we see
he's looking
different
at something and you're looking at
surfaces?
something, both with your own independent vision, but yet you can magically see what he's seeing.
No. So if you take a photo, for example,
Excellent.
that's probably the easiest way to do it. You have the same setup, and then you move it to his house. You actually
So let me
see
get this
different
straight.
things.
Let me get this straight. You, from your house, have got your little telescope out in your backyard or on your back veranda or wherever you have it. You grab a photo of, let's use fucking Jupiter. I don't care. I'm not really that interested. Your mate, who's 300 k's away, also same telescope, awesome vision, photo of Jupiter. You go to his house, look at my photo. Look at my photo. It's a sphere. How can you tell? Oh, because the fucking
You can tell
angular
because of the
resolution is so wide, we can pick that it's a fucking sphere.
no, because what I'm talking about is, for example,
Yes,
if you're
because
looking at
that's
the
what you
moon
need.
and you have a crater on an edge, and then you have somebody that is.
Oh, so now
further
you've jumped to the moon.
Oh, what?
Why did you jump
Well,
to the moon?
it can be the moon or it can be Saturn. It doesn't have to be any. It can be either one. It's just if you have a feature. Let's say a feature. If you have a feature
Hey,
at
kid,
the edge of the, and
You're
you
not
move
doing yourself any
to
favours
the other. If you have a feature on the edge of the angle, that may or may not be visible. It may be closer center. It may actually.
Is it just me or is his thing all breaking up and shit?
Yeah,
it's breaking
let me
up.
move close to my mic.
Fuck that. I thought it was my end.
All right, I'll move close to my microphone then. So if you see a feature on the edge, and if you are close to the equator, that would be, you may be able to
It's
see
not your
this feature.
microphone, kid. It's your
edge.
internet.
Leave and
I've got
rejoin.
pretty good internet. All right, 1 second.
Yeah, rejoin.
Can you permanently? Oh shit.
I've got pretty good.
Oh, fuck me.
He's all right to have a bit of fun with. He's not intolerable.
That's hell. You sure?
Jedi, you enjoying the sunlight? Isn't it flipping glorious in the UK?
It's fucking springtime turned up fucking suddenly, didn't it?
Can you guys hear me now?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Loud and clear. Beauty. So if you are on the pole or wherever the equivalent would be, right, and you see something
you're not.
right
You're
on
in your
the edge.
backyard. Wait, you're not.
Yeah,
You're in your
okay.
backyard.
I'm close. I'm close. I'm in Australia, but then you go right up to the North Pole. You wouldn't be able to see
You were
that.
talking about one of your friends. So I'm assuming one of your friends lives like only 2 blocks away. So this is cool.
Well, I've got mates in the US, for example, so you could get them a little photo of
So
the
now you've got to
moon.
use one that's on the upside downers. Awesome.
I don't see the point you're trying to make. The point is, if you viewed it
Kid,
from
if you
different
haven't
spots
worked
on
it
the
out
Earth.
yet, I'm taking the piss out of you because I've got nothing. better
I get that, mate. Yeah, I get that. But the point I'm making is that you can't explain is why do you see different features on the moon? Based on where you are, like something around the edge, you may not be able to see depending on where you are on the Earth.
Because of vibration.
Vibration. Okay, I've never heard that one before.
I'm going to explain it to you. So throughout the cycle of the moon, we get to see about, I think it's 54 to 56% of the lunar surface. If you just got a sphere that's tidally locked, you're only going to see that 50% of that surface. But because of libration, we call this like the movement as it moves across the sky through waxing and waning. We get to see about 54 to 56% of the lunar surface. Awesome. Can't prove that it's a sphere until you actually go there, though.
Right, but how does that then explain the fact that the feature would still be visible? It would just be moved. Or it may not be visible, but it'll be what is essentially around the other side, but different features would be moved.
I'll go and get you the definition of libration beings. My explanation wasn't good enough for you. Give me a moment.
All right, thank you.
Either way, you do realise it's a massive assumption, right? Based on things that you assume. This is no way to verify.
Yeah. Why
You're
are
not
we trying to
verifying
prove
any
that what the
sphericity.
moon is. I thought this was about Earth, but my bad. I'm sorry.
We were talking about someone brought it up. I can't remember who the planets.
Yeah, probably you.
Yeah, it was him. It was him. This is his claim. His claim is that we can confirm sphericity in the sky.
Yeah, that was me. That was me who called him out on that because he started off talking about planets, and I called him because he was proceeding under something that is yet to be effectively proven, i.e., land in the sky.
And I find it interesting how he switched to the moon, because all the planets and stars, they emit light, so we're not seeing these shadows, we're not seeing these features in the way that we do on the moon. So it's convenient that he's moved to the moon now.
It can be either. That's my point. That's why I'm saying like a feature. You know, the reason why I said a moon is because like a crater, it's very close. You can see it very easily, with even just your eyes.
Why isn't it lit up when they're standing on it? What turns it off when they're standing on it?
It is. They're using so when they take photos, they just use super low aperture. That's why you can't see the stars as well.
So you're just gonna start making up words and stuff. Oh, yeah.
So aperture is the amount of light that gets let into a camera. So if you ever take a photo, or like a video, and you move to something like the sun or something very bright, you'll see that the rest of the field in the video gets super dark. That's because the aperture drops.
Yeah, you misunderstood. You're just gonna use words, any way you want, mate. You just twist it.
Like which ones? Can you give me an example of that? Or?
So how did they control the aperture whilst wearing fucking great big spaceman suit gloves?
Is that a serious question?
Well, being that I do a little bit of amateur photography,
amateurs.
Yeah,
the key
I know
word
I can adjust.
So
all
yeah,
this
you
stuff.
can.
So
yeah,
how
so
did
you can just get a little
shut
dial.
up. Yeah, so shut up for a second. So how
Get a
did
little lever.
our fellows that went to the moon, cough cough, allegedly, adjust for this?
I don't know. They probably
Wearing
did it
those
manually.
fucking great
Maybe they
big
did it
gloves.
automatically.
Nah, not them cameras, mate. It wasn't auto.
Definitely not, dude. It's not even.
No.
To the moon.
Yeah, so you can. I mean,
We're
you
kind
can
of
think of
wasting
any
our time
number
here,
of fucking
brother.
ways. Yeah, it's kind of a retarded question.
There's
It's like,
nobody
okay,
in
you just
here.
get a
It is
big
because the
dial.
Hasselblad wasn't configured like that anyway, so.
Yeah, and nobody in here believes that looking at the sky and making assumptions is any way to validate anything to do with the ground or surface or the claims.
Correct.
So we're just wasting time here. What we should be talking about is what direct evidence is there of the claims of the heliocentric model. If you don't have any direct evidence,
So
of
the
those
reason
claims,
why you're switching
then you
up
need to
is because you
concede.
guys can't explain.
Let me finish. I'm nearly done. If you cannot provide any direct evidence, then you have to concede that this is a belief, and you have no evidence, direct evidence, for your belief.
No, so the reason why you're switching, for those listening,
Right.
No, I
the
wanna
reason
go
why
back to
you're
what
about to
just-
sidestep is because you've had your ass handed to you 9 ways from Sunday, and now you're going to say the reason they're switching it up is because they didn't answer my question. Listen, kid, you haven't put any questions that are worth answering forward. It's all been babble and bullshit. So how about we get to the proofsies of a baltard, and everyone will be fucking happy.
Yeah, and to do that, we can also rewind the clock to about 35 minutes ago when I asked for logical deductive syllogism that links your claims of messed up clocks on the Heffel-Keating demonstration to the concept of weight.
Now you're also half an hour.
If I could jump in for just a second, just before we go anywhere,
oh, am I unmuted?
Yeah, dude. Obvious. Yeah, that's
Fuck
like
yeah.
when you don't have the little red thing. That means you're unmuted.
Yeah, I know that, mate.
You can just look. You don't have to really ask.
Righto, mate.
So 2 minutes after the hour, right? Can you see that? I just wanted to hear you try to defend that footage. I thought that.
What time was that, DJ? You cut out.
This GIF.
2 minutes after the hour. Yep, it's a GIF. Yep,
Copy.
it's a compilation of NASA footage, official NASA footage. Believe it or
Post
not.
a source for it.
What's that? Sorry.
Can you post
Yeah,
like a
DJ.
source for it?
Yeah, I will post the source afterwards, right? So What do you think about it?
I don't know, it's fucking made up.
It looks ridiculous, doesn't it? Right. So I will post the source. Right. I can post all of this, where this footage was taken from the official NASA YouTube channel. NASA.gov has images of it, but they do post the video formats right on their YouTube channel, and also the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum official YouTube channel as well. With that, they're the ones that have all this Apollo footage. Right. So yeah, we'll post the sources. Right. So at least you admit that this looks ridiculous. Right. So that's cool. I'll go get the sources.
Well, it looks fucking weird for sure.
Oh, maybe they just
surely
faked
the
some
original had
footage.
better resolution. Did it?
You're a very trusting guy, aren't you? You trust NASA with all your heart, don't you?
Who, me?
Yeah, you're willing to overlook the
Is that their final
fake footage.
result? Is that their final resolution? Is this by death? What?
What Hog in the chat brings up a good point. Do you guys not
Yeah, but we're
believe
not
in
talking
time
to Warhawk,
dilation?
we're talking to you.
Right, but that's what
Yeah, nah.
Crit brought, not Crit. Who's
Too
the other
late.
guy who
Listen,
said
Fortnite,
something
keep
about
up with the
35 minutes
conversation.
ago?
Don't go backwards. That was nearly 35 minutes ago.
Okay, so what did you want
You're
to talk
playing
about?
catch up.
You brought
What
it
did you wanna
up,
talk
dude.
about?
You brought it up, and I wanted
Yeah,
to know
this
how
guy's
this how this relates to weight, because we were talking about weight, and you immediately jumped to atomic clocks.
Yeah, so it's general relativity, right? So it's the gravity.
Yeah, I know the
Warps
claim. I need a
space-time.
logical deductive syllogism, dude. You're going in circles. Either provide one or say you can't, and then we'll move on.
So mass itself, we can see that it bends space-time, right? And the way we
No,
can
stop
tell that-
there. Stop there. How do you know mass bends space-time? You have to define
Because
mass,
of the thing
define
that I was just
space-time,
about to
and then-
say.
and then
So I was
formally
just
link the
about-
two together logically, right?
So I was just about to say that, yeah? So are you ready? So we can tell that because speed affects the way that clocks, how fast they run.
I don't think that's been established, and not by Hafel Keating, so.
So do you disagree? Because Warthog brings up a good point. You can actually have RTK GPS, and it gets up to like a
All
centimeter.
right, so are you running away from Hafel Keating? I want just a yes or no, dude. Like, what the heck? Why are you bringing up GPS? Stay on point.
Because GPS experiences time dilation. That's why. And in order
That's
to
another
get that
claim. Okay, can we
RTK
go back to the first claim about time dilation and how this relates to weight?
I've already explained this, haven't I? And then
No, you
asked me,
didn't, dude.
"Oh, well,
I asked
Imogen,
you for a
can't."
logical deductive syllogism that can logically link the two concepts together. I haven't heard Jack, and neither has the audience.
I'm trying to explain this to you. So you have gravity.
Yeah,
right?
I'm giving you a
And that
framework
is
to
caused-
explain it. If you can't put it in a formal deductive syllogism, I don't want to hear you yap about it, and we can move on to a different topic, provided you concede.
So I'm talking about gravity. Yeah. So what we're saying is that the gravity itself warps space-time, right?
I don't know that's true,
If we
okay?
measure a warp
That's
in
one
space,
unproven
shut up.
premise.
If we measure a
Shut up.
change
No,
in time,
that's one
then there has to be
unproven
a warp
premise.
in
What's your
time.
second? Dude, let's pump the brakes, man. You just made a claim. I'm telling you, I disagree with it. You don't get to slide that in and hope the audience accepts an unestablished claim. Why don't you stop right there and say, okay, now justify that claim?
Which claim?
For
That
crying out
time
loud,
dilation
dude.
exists. That time dilation exists.
Pro tip: don't do that in the microphone again, or I'm muting you.
Yeah, if I don't do it first.
All right.
Yeah, that was
The claim is that bendy warp that things weigh things because of bendy warpy space time. And then you submitted Hefel Keating, and I predicted you would before you did. You submitted that as an example. Yeah, it's because I've had the same discussion with people like you for years. You guys are following a freaking software script inside your brain. It's predictable. So you submitted Hefel Keating, which I refuted, and then I'm going back at you and saying, what's the whole point anyway? Can you create a formal deductive syllogism that logically links the claims of bendy warpy spacetime to the phenomenon of weight, like when I step on a scale to weigh myself?
Right, but you're talking about Hefel. You're presuming that Hefel Keating didn't prove shit, but it did. What you're saying is that it
I didn't presume it. I mean, this is what A.G. Kelly did in his paper,
or radiation.
1979.
Amish, can you expand on that a little bit for the room and just sort of highlight the issues?
Sure, they took up 2 planes, flew one west, one east. They synced the clocks initially with the U.S. Naval Observatory. The claim in Hefel Keating was that these clocks would experience time dilation due to their relative velocity being different from the location on Earth at the U.S. Naval Observatory. As a consequence, the clocks would shift predictably in different directions, right? But it didn't. In fact, there was no correlation at all, and there are corrections, that were applied without it being formally documented, and there was data thrown out, according to A.G. Kelly's research, whose work has been picked up over the decades, beginning in the 1980s through the 2000s, where he's totally ripped this apart, basically denouncing it as fraud. So, but besides that, I'm like, okay, so this is my refutation of Hefel Keating. Let's take a step backwards. And why is this logically evident that weight exists and weight can be variable? Because you see fucked up clocks doing different things. I want that formal logical deductive syllogism that tells the audience why they should accept one is linked to the other. That is it.
Sure. All right. I'll explain it. So you got to understand a couple premises, right? So
I understand general relativity and special relativity. You don't have to educate me, okay?
The speed of light is constant, right? Regardless of motion and
That's
position.
a claim too, okay? I don't know if I accept that.
Okay,
I mean, doesn't relativity show that the speed of light is not constant?
So you're going to keep interrupting me, are you?
Well, I mean, I'm going to take... If you're going to submit a claim...
Oh my God, give me a syllogism, and I'm trying to tell you the syllogism.
But you're not giving any syllogism. You're presenting these...
I'm trying to. You only let me get through point number 1. It's not a syllogism yet now, is it? Because I've only got through 1 point.
Technologist, you're crying at the moment, and we don't care. That's the first one. You are claim stacking, okay? So...
Okay.
Get on with it.
That's what a syllogism is, mate.
In the process of proposing a logical syllogism, you're going to give us certain premises that we can challenge. I'm stopping you at the first one because I don't agree with it. I'm allowed to do that. Am I allowed to challenge your premises, or do I just have to accept them, whatever BS you may spew out, and wait till the very end? If you grant me these special pleading fallacies right now, it'll totally make sense. I just got to wait to the end. I promise. Wait for it, dudes.
Okay.
No,
Every
that's not how
time
it works. I'm challenging your premise as you bring it up.
The same speed.
All right, go on.
So that's the proof. So did you listen to what I just said?
No, because you were talking through me, dude.
Fucking idiot.
Okay, every time light's been measured, it's been measured at the same speed.
No, it hasn't. It changes speed in different media. And this is proven by Maxwell's equations.
But if you have it through the same medium, it would be the same speed. So if you have it through the exact same medium over and over, if you test it over and over, you'd get the same speed.
Dude, that's wrong as well.
That's not even true, dude, with Michelson-Morley. So, I mean...
Yeah, and if you know anything about the two-way speed of light being unmeasurable, you wouldn't say that nonsense.
Right.
What are you talking about, Michelson?
Measurable. They've measured two-way.
Right. It's one way they can't measure. Yep, and Michelson-Morley picked up a variable speed of light, right, in 2 different axes.
No, he did. When did he do that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, with their laser interferometry.
Yeah, this is widely known, dude. You need to update yourself. Like, they can't measure the one-way speed of light.
Can you give a proof of this, please?
What, the one-way speed of light? Well, no, the claim is that there is a one-way speed of light. I've not seen evidence presented to substantiate that claim. It's not my burden of proof.
Well, you are. I'm saying that every time it's been measured, it goes the same speed.
Now you need to substantiate that, and I provided some examples that anybody can look up that refutes what you said. So why should we continue accepting what you just said?
You haven't given. You said Mickelson Morley.
Right, because they set up an interferometry test where they use light on two different axes in order to ascertain whether or not the Earth was moving or that the ether was moving. And they picked up fringe shifts, which means that there was some variability along both of the axes. I mean, this is widely known.
How large was this shift?
Off the top of my head, I don't freaking know. But the point is it wasn't consistent, right? It was different, and it changes depending on where they go.
Can you post where they found that?
Don't flip the burden.
Yeah. Why don't you go?
No, you just made a claim that they found a variation. That's your.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. And Dayton Miller came in afterwards and did like 1 million different tests. So this is all like historical facts, dude. I feel like you're trying to slow things down by saying, no, you have to post a link. I don't believe the story is true.
So surely you would be able to post it then if it's over. So,
all right, well, why don't you post the evidence that it's consistent? Because that was your claim.
That it's consistent. Well,
everywhere it's ever been tried. Everywhere it has ever been tried in all instances. Why don't you post your evidence for that? Because that was your claim. And I'm saying I don't buy it because of all these exceptions.
I mean, if you just want to Google 3 seconds.
So if you're talking about like a spinning ball Earth, you're going to need an R value for that, and no one's got one. It's never, curvature's never been measured.
So we're trying to kind of get that, mate. So if you listen in, you'll...
Yep. Anyway, once we get through all this, you still have to link the messed up clocks to variable weight claims.
Yeah, so
that's still the sword of Damocles hanging over your head right now.
Specifically didn't find any meaningful fucking variation in light.
Meaningful. Okay, so just add these qualifiers in. Hope nobody notices.
No, because
meaningful.
It was done. I'm reading here. It's done in 1887.
Oh, okay, and so
why would no one ever be able to reproduce what they did?
I told you Dayton Miller did afterwards and did like 1 million reproductions.
And you
substantiating the same claims, by the way. So I don't really. You don't have a solid claim to stand on. You're saying that it's the same and measured the same everywhere at all times. Well, what about these? What about interferometry that supposedly proves that the Earth is moving? In which case, the speed of light couldn't be the same in all reference frames in order for you to make that determination. So you're stuck with the paradox.
Right, but I'm still waiting on any kind of proof.
You're stuck with you're stuck with the paradox, dude. It contradicts itself. It gets even worse when Einstein said you can't determine the absolute speed of light across reference frames because it's all relative. Yeah, so you got a big hole to dig out of, dude.
What you're saying.
And I'm waiting
for you to say that the speed of light is the same everywhere at all times. Prove it.
Even the mainstream don't claim that. It's an agreed upon average, and that's ridiculous.
I was going to go there next. Their scientific committees met and literally voted on what the speed of light should be. Yep, because it is an average. It is variable.
Right. So can you, if it's so easy to prove this, can you post the Peyton Miller?
It's not their burden. It's yours because you made the claim it's consistent at all times. It's
no, he said Miller.
He said, I don't give a fuck what he said. You, yourself, technologist, made the fucking claim. You are going to post up your proof of consistency. Post it.
It's a good point, technologist. It was your claim, my friend. That is the burden of proof. We know better.
When you post up said proof, hold it, Roots. When you post up said proof, boy, then we'll turn around to Sporadic and hit him up for his proof. But till you've got yours, bad luck.
He didn't listen at all.
I know.
It's like unmute. Like, post your proof, dude. That's the thing. You got the citation, demonstration, primary source. Let's do it. Come on, go through it.
So chuck it up.
Yep, Sporadic would have his
So the point I was making is that Mickelson.
No.
doesn't
You're not
prove that.
listening,
He
boy.
actually
This is how it's
proves
going to
the
work.
consistency
Post
and
up your
speed.
proof. Post
So
your proof up.
Mickelson Morley. Do you want me to?
Okay, obviously this kid's got a hearing problem. We would like you to post up proof of this. Consistency in light speed. So if you've got some kind of experiment, I don't care what their names are, post it up.
All right.
Yeah, that was a fail.
I found.
Freaking disgusting, dude. Freaking troll. Like, you come in here, you start belching, hope nobody bans you for it. Shifting the burden, shifting the goalposts
bullshit.
all the time. What is this, technologist?
No. I told him
It's a
earlier if
coping
he'd done
mechanism.
that, I was going to ute him.
Yeah, he was warned.
Sorry, Sporadic. I know you wanted to kick the shit out of him, but yeah, I warned him earlier. I think it's disgusting. There's the one that did it the other day.
Yeah.
That's like his MO, like to come in here and make like really goofy noises and act all childish and.
Oh, we'll see who else we got in here. Warthog, you there? You want to ask any questions, present any globe evidence? I see you're active in the side chat.
Biggie Cheese rolling too.
I just like watching the show. It's good entertainment for a while.
Want to ask some questions, mate? It's easier than typing.
Add some content. You like the entertainment value, be interactive.
You might be able to learn some more stuff in Ari.
What do you think of the quality of Globers that we have in here? Do you align with the Globers, or are you seeing the problem that they're all facing in here?
The only problem is if you don't trust other people, which I think you guys don't trust other people.
Well, no, that's not the case because the model.
You want to do it all yourself and research.
You're incorrect there.
Independent research.
No, you're incorrect there because when you walk into the vehicle assembly lab for NASA, huge sign on the wall says, "In God we trust. Everybody else bring your data." So this idea of a lack of trust is built in. It's baked in to the scientific method. You don't trust it. You verify every single thing. Repeatable, observable, and measurable. The only thing you can trust is God. That's it. According to NASA, anyway. So when you come in here, you'd be like, oh, hey, flat earthers, you don't trust people. Well, duh. Yeah, like, is there a reason to trust them? What would be the reason to trust somebody?
Just blindly believe everyone, it's fine.
I mean, we're supposed to be human beings using discernment and logic, not sheep. Why do you want us to be sheep so badly?
Here, just because I bring receipts. Resolution 2 of the 3rd CGPM, Declaration on the Unit of Mass and the Definition of Weight, Conventional Value of G. 1901. In 1901, at this proceeding, this is where the scientific community, called the Conference Générale de something in French, where they agreed that gravity would be an average of 9.8 meters per second squared as a convention. So, Resolution 2 of the 3rd Conference Générale de Poids et Mesures, or however you say that crap. They declared formally here, the value adopted in the International Service of Weights and Measures for the standard acceleration due to gravity is 980.665 centimeters per second squared. Value already stated in some of the laws of some countries. So let me post a screenshot of that. Anyway, continue. It's important to bring receipts.
Yep, appreciated. Massively appreciated.
I mean, we talk about it so much, you may as well like have something ready to go. There it is. So since we talk about it, there's how to look it up. There's the reference. I mean, why would they have to average it if it was a total constant, right? Oh, the constant is an average. Well, okay, so our point is it has a ranged value, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and further demonstrations of this is like the Bremen drop tower test. I mean, there's so many instances we can go to. I've got a great paper called on the paradoxes of gravity by some astrophysicists who have like 15 objections to special and general relativity. And it goes into detail about all the paradoxes associated with accepting this framework. I mean, this isn't in contention, dude. Like these globers come in and think that reality just conforms exactly to their ideal notion of it. And it can't in any way deviate from that ideal notion whatsoever. We point out all the problems. We've documented and highlighted glitches in the globe matrix and show them, and they're not ready to be unplugged, man. This is what they do.
I sent that to Technologist, and he doesn't understand the point.
Yeah, well, he said that we are lying about this and begged for us to provide this source. So there you go. If he doesn't understand, then that's his problem. It's like these other people, you know, they don't listen to us. They just wait for us to finish yapping so that they can talk and provide their points. They're not engaging meaningfully. I mean, the whole point of this discussion is because he wanted to provide evidence of a causal agent for gravity, giving rise to weight. And when pressed to give it, he said, okay, I got one. And I said, I bet you dollars to donuts it's Hafel Keating. Within a minute, he posted a link to Hafel Keating. And I asked him in text chat, and a few of you in voice chat asked him to please deductively link these atomic clocks showing variability in their timekeeping to the variability of your measured weight on Earth. Because that's the whole point, was to say, well, this is my claim. And then he has to provide evidence of Earth movement and rotation. You know, so we didn't even like get off the starting line with this, and it's been like an hour. He kept gish galloping from one thing to the next. Oh, GPS guys, satellites. Knowing how it goes, the next would be pictures from space. And then NASA, and then that's where Euclid came in, and you're like, I'm just going to cut this off at the knees. NASA's a space religion, dudes. They tried to link it with Christianity. They knew it would make it easier for the public to believe their horse crap if they appropriated Judeo-Christian themes within their mission, within their conferences, within their framework, within all of their PR. And they have. Because they knew that America was fundamentally conservative Christian. They exploited that. They exploited that to defraud the public about their achievements in space. That is disgusting.
Do you think it's fake? All the astronauts being saved and all that stuff. Fake or what? Real?
I mean,
fake.
No, he was called out for manually adjusting the data.
Yep.
You know,
for Hafel Keating, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, there is data manipulation, and it's admitted now, but people are still claiming. It's crazy.
Right. It's the same with Cavendish. Everybody claims that Cavendish measured G, and it's not in the paper at all. He didn't measure or calculate G at all. Not even once did it appear as a constant or otherwise. He did not do that. But it shows up in freaking textbooks, right? So we point out the problem. We're like, look, okay, there's your source. I see your source. I'm not hand waving dismissing your source. Okay, I get it. Your physics textbook says Cavendish calculated G and proved max mass. Okay, I see your claim. But take a look at what we're saying over here. Let's go look at the actual paper by Cavendish and see if that's in there. And it's not. So what do you want to do with that? Are you still going to cling to your college textbooks and to these fancy people, on TV telling you otherwise? Or you want to go directly to the primary source document? We got primary sources all over the place, guys. I don't know what to say. Yeah, they used to call it kilogram force. They used to call little g, they used to denote it in units of kilogram force. Isn't that interesting? The strength of the weight, the magnitude of the weight, huh? And you're somehow going to determine that number is subject to the bending and warping of space-time by putting airplanes on clocks and flying them. Get out of here.
I liked earlier when Junior was talking about bendy warpy space time, but the Cavendish experiment had fucking Jedi and he flipped the wheel. I'm sure he fucking busted a cog then.
Yep, I mean, it's true. I mean, we're mixing up even cosmologies. This was such a train wreck, guys. Like, I'm so glad you were on top of it. I'm glad we were, but it's just upsetting because you come in, you yearn for a productive and honest discussion, and you get this, right? You get these people.
Yeah.
And then we're at fault for trying too hard with some of these people. If anyone can criticize us, it's actually that we give too much of a voice to the people who don't deserve one.
Yeah, good form on having your stuff there too, mate. I knew you would. Oh yeah, Crit. It seems you've got a favourite news article, that McClown one. Everyone's loving that. That's probably your best yet, mate. How's it going? You looked at that Jedi, you were going to say something, and then you thought yourself, nah, fuck it, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, I might not bite on this. Give me a second.
I thought the same thing. That's what I just thought, how's it going? We'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Sometimes it's better to err on the side of caution, dude.
Oh, shit.
But I like that, Matrix. You know me so fucking well. I appreciate that.
The only reason I called you out on it is I did exactly the same thing, and then I saw your mic unlock, and and then you pause, and I'm thinking, he's just done the same fucking thing that I just did.
Just give it an extra second or so, see what happens.
Oh, shit. Who else have we got dropping in? We've got someone, there was a cat there, Palace Cat. I haven't heard that name before.
What was the name? Oh, Palace Cat. No. What's up, Palace Cat? What brings you to our corner of the internet? If anything at all.
AKA Peter in Ho.
Yeah, I know that name.
Okay.
Palace Cat, you are allowed to run away? Oh, okay.
All right, yeah. See ya, bye.
Not even oh, sorry guys, I clicked the wrong room. Oh. I see Biggie Cheese has got his headphones in. What do we got? Holy shit, Roto's in. I haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah, yep. We got Roto back. Yeah, I was a bit slow on helping him out with that, but we got there in the end.
And we got Azza just dropped in, and someone else just dropped in. Don't know where. How's it going, Azza?
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening.
And good night.
Thanks for coming.
What brings you to our happy little channel?
Seeing what we've all got to say. What's the topic? What were we just chatting about?
Well, it's been quiet for a couple of minutes. Probably everyone's just having a little moment to reflect upon the last a lot of nonsense that come through. But anyways, what's your take on it? Is it flat or is it round?
I don't know, to be honest.
Don't know.
No.
Haven't been far enough to tell.
No, not been high enough yet.
Oh. What? High as in Cheech and Chong or
Bit of both.
Snoop Dogg?
You've got to be high to go high enough. Snoop Dogg fallacy. I heard that one the other day from someone.
Well, since half of us are white and we can't jump high enough, what tests do you reckon we can do on the ground to prove it?
Lasers?
Yeah? They're pretty
Very,
handy.
very, 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 very long laser.
What? So something that goes like 20 or 30 mile?
Probably more.
All right. Well, we split
Over the longer distance, the better the evidence, right? I'd imagine.
So something like the military use, probably like 150 Ks. What's that about? 95 mile?
Yeah, probably.
That'd be badass, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there we go. Boom, done.
That's a pretty solid distance to shoot a laser, but yeah, they do it.
Bendy laser.
They don't bend too much. Probably a reason why they use a tri-band.
Can you use Starlink in Australia?
Yes, we do use Starlink in Australia. I don't know what that does to prove the shape of the ground, but yes, we do use Starlink in Australia. What, did you think it was a US only thing?
Yeah, I weren't sure really. I assume it would be every country would have access to something that's up high.
It actually works quite well. I know this because my parents have got it.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, you're not meant to exist. I hear flat earthers say Australia doesn't exist.
Yeah, we get that a bit. Normally we get people trying to take the piss out of my accent, and I score them out of 10. And I've had a couple of good ones, but I think the highest score we've had is an 8, then under that it was a 6. So because Australia doesn't exist and Australians sound like cartoons, yeah. Anyways, I find it interesting that a lot of people say it doesn't exist. Then I go down the list: 1, 2, 3, 4. I count Jedi as an Aussie only because I'm a cunt.
What do you rate my accent, mate?
Oh, that's a good one, mate. Crikey.
See?
I've seen Crocodile Dundee enough to know you sound Australian.
Ha! I see you've played Knifey Spoony before.
Call that a knife?
I love when people with other accents try and do it. Fuck, it's funny.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Back to the drawing board.
Yeah. So which side of the fence are you sitting on?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I like the subject, the psychology, the thinking, the talking, the interest behind it all. Once I get up high enough, I'll come back and tell you, oh, by the way, I've seen the globe. I've seen the endless plane. And you'll go, all right, cool.
Well, apparently, if you can get us to the elevation of the ISS, what is that, 240 miles? Not right, is it? 240,000 miles? I don't know. Anyways, they can only see something like 3% of the Earth's surface. So
I hear that doesn't exist as well, even though you can see it with a telescope.
well, it's not that we don't think that satellites don't exist. This is some, I don't know, ball-tard misconception that gets thrown around. Oh, flat earthers don't believe in satellites. No, we just don't believe things in the vacuous environment of space. We think that's a little bit of bullshit there due to natural laws and such.
So how'd Starlink stay up there? Because obviously if I ever say every satellite's on a balloon, even though you can see satellites with a telescope.
Why don't you show us? I don't care.
Oh, did I touch a nerve or?
No, I really don't care what Starlink is or does. It's just how it is. I mean, it's if you think Starlink is going to help you, then you need to show us how it works.
You just chimed in there quite aggressively, rather than
I know.
Just
I'm
throwing
sorry.
rubbish out there.
Want
And
a
I feel
cookie?
like you're a bit touchy.
I got lots of cookies, man. You want a cookie?
How's that? Normally I get blamed for being the aggressive one. Holy shit. It's reverse day. Oh
Come
man,
on.
that's funny.
Take a laxative and go and have a seat for a bit.
Yeah. All right, Matrix. I'll be the good cop. You can be the bad cop.
All right, we'll switch.
Yeah,
it
let's
up.
flip it. Let's flip it.
Yeah,
Okay.
you probably don't want that.
What keeps Starlink in the sky? Tell me. Urgh.
Oh no, I just ban people.
There's no balloons keeping it up because you can see it.
So, Azza, just so you know,
Talk to me.
we don't disagree that there's things up in the sky, drones, planes, shit like that. So when you guys come along and say, "Oh, we don't believe in things up in the sky," yes, we do. We just don't see them in space. And I'm doing the meat hooks at the same time. Thanks, QE. We don't believe that
They're just up very high, right? Because we can see them. They're just up very high. Exactly.
That's it.
So that's what I'm saying. I wondered what your
How
opinion was.
you claim they're suspended or travelling or whatnot, that's totally up to you, because 99.99% of us in here will all sit back and go, you know what? Your Starlink satellite does not prove the shape of the ground.
Right.
Which is what we're interested in.
How people claim they work is contradictory too. So, I mean, what are we supposed to do with that? You know, somebody says, okay, satellites are doing this, and we say, okay, here's a measurement of flat Earth, and here's that measurement supported by all these other observations. What are we supposed to do with that? You know, flat earthers, right? They go to Antarctica to see a 24-hour Antarctic sun. Great. How did they validate their latitude? Like how far south they were? Oh, they took an elevation angle to the sun. You know, and they compared its zenith, where it's at the highest point, to its lowest point throughout the day. Okay. So that means they had to measure Earth flat to the GP of the Tropic of Capricorn at this time of year. Okay, so Earth measured flat underneath a 24-hour Antarctic sun. What do you want us to do with that? Like say, well, Earth has to be a globe now. So
You want to have a word with your flat Earth buddies then that went.
Well, I disagree with most flat earthers. Like our big problem in 24/7, this community, our big problem is people coming in hearing all sorts of horse shit that David Weiss and Jaron and all these other folks holding themselves out as true earthers, all their claims. People bring in the baggage of their claims and try to put it on us, and we say no. We're the people, we're the community that David Weiss used to send to go collect 3 Bitcoin for proving the globe. But we had a bit of a falling out.
They're not interested in flat Earth, though, obviously. You know they're not interested in flat Earth. They just want to get as many channel members and people to visit their flat Earth website that has nothing to do with flat Earth. It's just full of merch and more merch and crypto and buy my dodgy app.
Yeah.
They're not interested in the flat Earth, you know that.
Right, they're trying to make a buck. They're
So
trying to monetize. Yep.
They're using a group of people that want someone who the ones that need to feel like they need a leader, and they're the ones that swarm to them type of people, and it's just abusing that position of the weak-minded.
Right, they're even selling dinners over Zoom calls. Like for $250, you can have a Zoom call dinner with Jaron and Whitsitt to give you the secrets of the universe.
If you add an extra $200, right, he will, like, over that dinner, he will teach you to be a better man.
Yeah, because he knows everybody else but him has been stumbling through their love lives, not getting anywhere. He's got all the secrets, man. He's got the secret to love, the secret to the earth. He's got all the secrets. Just got to pay for their secrets. Go buy some herbal remedies. Go buy some essential oils while you're at it. Meanwhile, Earth is flat, guys.
Check Dave Wise's website. It's so funny. He calls it his flat Earth website, but literally the whole homepage is just full of merch, chili sauce, and at the bottom there's some flat Earth links. It's crazy.
He probably can't help it, but I'm not going to go there.
No. But like you say, if you have your belief and you keep on your topic, that's all you can do at the end of the day. There's always going to be people that will abuse others for money. And the same on the other side, the people that call themselves the flat earth debunkers on YouTube and that, they're doing the same the other way around, really, if you want to call a stick a stick.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, since yet again you have no proof of Baltardia, I'm going to call it a night. I shall catch you all tomorrow.
All right.
Peace, guys.
Ciao,
Good night.
See you, mate. He must be 12 hours ahead. Or 20 hours ahead of the West Coast.
Flat Earth forums should be the most ignored forums on the internet.
Because?
Never even heard of it.
I think that's a generalization, I believe.
Well, I just mean like take this one for instance. Sorry. It's smashing in the stats, right? In this server, most popular channel, right? Shouldn't be. People should come in and go, whatever. Yeah.
People like crazy. What can you say?
What they think might be crazy,
Exactly.
That they insist is still crazy, even after talking to us.
Isn't it weird how the very thing that you observe and experience, right, in reality, is the thing which people are accusing others of being crazy for believing.
Yeah. You're delusional. Ugh. Really? Really? I don't imagine how I think about the world. I don't run it through any filters, and I'm delusional for that? You imagine that you live on a globe when you see a sunset. Sorry, I'm not saddled with that burden. I'm not delusional.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Like if someone started up a server about blue sky, nobody's gonna go in there and contest it, right? You're
Be
crazy.
surprised.
Prove it.
Try it. You'd be surprised.
It's just like what was that? Brave New World or 1984? Who was the guy who was in prison? They tried to brainwash him.
Oh, it's been years. I can't even remember the plot.
You know, 1 + 1 = 2 or something. Two, like saying 2 + 2 = 4 is the most defiant act of truth telling. The amount of sheer resistance we get from the modern world for declaring what is obvious and true is just mind-blowing. This creates more flat earthers than anything else. And when the audience sees this behavior,
I'll be back.
Surely there's no way there's this many people in here who think the Earth is flat. Unbelievable. No, I'm just memeing. It's only me.
Yeah, yeah. Check out that article. Man. This is exactly what we were just talking about. Like, okay, so Alexandria is at risk of being submerged, right, in 100 years or whatever, right, because of climate change, and the locals are saying, "What a load of bullshit! I'll believe my eyes over the weather forecast any day. You scientists are full of shit, right?" They're even saying, like, this year, man, the water's receded. Like, we can walk over this area that we usually have to swim across, right? Like, fishing is down. Like, your hauls are down. Like, they're giving it back to these fucking idiots.
The thing is, though, it'll be a case of climate change means the water's going up, because that's the argument, right? Climate change means the water's going up. And the locals say, no, the water isn't going up. Not only is it not going up, it's going down, and we're catching less fish. To which they reply, aha, further evidence of climate change. Like, you can't win with these people.
Right, exactly.
You can't win. Like,
well, that's part of our prediction, you see.
Like, all the people buying beachfront properties, literal multi-million dollar beachfront properties, saying, no, the sea level's rising, the sea level's rising. It's like, well, I'd be inclined to take you a bit more seriously. Same with the people who fly around the world in private jets with security entourages, with carbon outputs equivalent to a small country. And if they themselves were living in the cave, saying, "Don't you understand, you fools? The standby, the little red light on your TV, the standby light. It's killing the planet, don't you know, Timmy?" But they themselves, rather than flying around the world in jets and living in mansions, they themselves were living in a cave and wearing potato sacks, so frightened were they at the very real prospect of impending ecological collapse. Then you think, well, do you know what? I am inclined to believe that they believe, might not be true, but they believe what they are saying. Whereas it's so obvious with some of them, like, they don't even believe what they're saying themselves. And it genuinely frustrates me when other people can't see that. And you can explain to people, so you don't think there's a problem here? Taylor Swift lecturing the people on climate change. Like, you don't see the contradiction. You don't see the issue with this, given, how big her detail must be, and they just like glaze over, and I don't get what you mean.
And then they'll point the problem at the industrialized world, which has a minority of the population and minority of the carbon output per capita, and say, you guys are the problem. India and China can just go on and pollute all day long, right? They can belch out as much carbon as they freaking want. But you, industrialized country, you're the one that needs to have your production capped.
So we did the maths on exactly how much of the known atmosphere Britain specifically contributes to. And it was a fraction of a percentage, like literally a fraction of a percentage point. And then so you say to people, so if this is how much of it we represent, explain to me the benefit of crippling our economy, crippling our domestic production. Because if you look at green manufacturing, as far as I can tell, the plan for green manufacturing here in the UK is make the cost of manufacturing here in the UK completely unaffordable. Because if nobody's making anything in the UK anymore, bingo, green manufacturing, am I right? But people don't. They don't. Even when you put to them the hard data, this is scientifically, because we know you love science, how much of the known atmosphere we contribute to. But then it's never been about facts. It's never been about the actual reality. It's feelings and what feels right, and well, I feel like this is the right thing to be doing. So,
yeah, and they manipulate the statistics in accordance with those feelings. Like they won't put certain facts and figures into context with like per capita GDP for carbon output or anything like that. Or they'll make up their own way to baseline the numbers that conform to like critical race theory and Marxist labor theory of value.
Well,
right, so they'll come in with these statistics, but they won't show you the other statistics. Yep.
You can pick and choose, can't you? Because they say that the GDP in Britain is going up, and it is. The GDP is going up, but the population is increasing by millions and millions and millions in the past 10 years. So yes, GDP's gone up, but GDP per capita is dropping off a cliff because individually we are all now less. Yeah. We are all now less poor. So it's like, well, we won't use that one. We'll pick this one, and it's just picking and choosing the figures. It's like with it's like when people talk about the horrors of the colonial empire and colonization, and it gets really hammered into your head when you're at school in Britain that basically Britain was Darth Vader. And it gets really rammed into your head that there's this kind of generational, historical guilt we all carry. But when you look at the numbers, because again, what we've discussed there is feelings, but let's talk about the numbers. When we quote unquote colonized India, the population of the numbers of British people in India at that time represented less than 1/10 of a percentage point of the Indian population. So 0.01% of India was English, less than actually, but let's call it 0.01% of India was English during when we colonized India. But then if you say to people, okay, so let's look at what percentage of London, for argument's sake, or you pick other major cities, and then people just like completely glaze over because the maths and the fact, the cognitive dissonance kicks in, and they're like, I can't compute with this. I don't want to go there.
Yeah, I mean, in America, we get told that we're a horribly racist country. We're one of the last developed countries to get rid of slavery, and elements of slavery persisted through decades, and it's just such a horrible racist place to live. And in the same breath, they're like, but we're going to open borders to all these minority groups to come to America. Like, why would you do that? If America's such an oppressive place, why would you bring the very minorities that you say are currently oppressed in America? Why would you bring more people to get oppressed into America?
Like, why, if it's so horrible, same in England, if it's so horrible, why are people flocking in their millions to come and live here? It's so awful.
Yeah, and then when there's strife, why are you acting surprised? And you told us, like, our entire lives that this was going to happen.
It's funny because the kids at school have been learning loads about like minorities, and obviously the having the little microchip installed. But if you consider that England is, I think there's probably about 50 million English people in total in the world. So how are English people not a minority? There's only about 50 million of us. There's 1.3 billion Africans, 1.6 billion Chinese people. But it's like they're minorities. But then there's only 50 million English people. And we're not a minority. We're like the oppressor. There's hardly any of us. If anything, DEI programs should be available to us. There's only 50 million of us. But that doesn't fit the, it doesn't really fit the narrative, does it? It's like, don't you need to start bringing maths into this?
Google says the number of Britons in the world is 200 million. It's still not 1.5 billion. Though.
I don't trust that number whatsoever.
Like 2 billion, 1 billion in India, 2 billion China.
Even if we take that number at face value, and I'll be honest, I'm doubtful. There's still not that many of us. If we're talking worldwide. If anything, the people of Africa should be holding rock concerts for us, not the other way around.
So the country where the most Brits live outside of England is, can you guess?
Most outside of England. I'm not Googling it, by the way. I'm actually trying to guess because I've got my brain going now. Australia? I guess. Well, don't leave me in suspense. Do you know what I mean? Leave me hanging here.
Sorry. So it was Australia, 1.3 million.
Ooh, there we go.
Yeah, so you're right. And then, like, America, 678,000. Canada, 600,000.
How's the 200 million English people in the world?
France, 400,000.
Like, the math.
But yeah, Australia, 1.3 million, and there's 67 million in Britain.
Yeah, but there's not 67. There's not 67 million English people in.
Well, it's sort of. Yeah.
So how's the 200 million English people in the world? That's what I mean. I don't trust that number. Like that number.
Well, UK comprising England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland has a population of 6. So that's a whole UK, 67 million.
Yeah, exactly. So there's not. I just don't see how there's 200 million English people in the world. When?
Yeah, well, it's from British descent, 200 million.
Yeah, interesting.
It says from British
Would that be your parents were British? I guess it's your parents were British.
I mean, everyone in Australia is also in that category. Well, not everyone, you know what I mean. Or just of descent, right?
No, yeah, like of British descent.
Changes it big time. So I would be on that list.
Ah, fellow Englishman. Fancy meeting you here. Be right back.
How can anyone be sure that the population numbers are accurate anyway? I mean, how good are surveying methods for demographic studies in places like China and Indonesia? I mean, there are a lot of rough parts around those parts of the world. You know what I'm saying?
I just realized DJ's picture is Leonardo DiCaprio as an astronaut holding a frickin' old-timey frickin' copper underwater helmet. It's frickin' funny. DJ, is that an old timey like 1800s underwater diving helmet Leonardo's holding?
Yeah, bro. I just put the big picture in the side chat there.
Oh, that's good.
Did anybody watch the footage of just the astronauts that had been, stranded in space for 9 months? And there was the footage of when, I think it was the other day, was it within the past week? They got rescued from space after being stuck on the ISS for 9 months. They were only supposed to be there for 6 days, or I might be getting some of the exact timelines wrong here. But I was watching the footage just out of curiosity, because you look at anything right, just let's see how realistic, how convincing is this going to look? Because sometimes you think to yourself, maybe I just look at it through a different lens. Obviously, thinking some of the things I think and some of the things I've looked into. It obviously must look quite convincing because everybody believes it. So it must, So I'm looking at it again and thinking, right, let's just look at this with fresh eyes. And I'm watching this footage, and you're like, nope, still, nope. And you just right back through. How on earth? Like, I just think people don't look. They're not watching it. They're not looking at the footage.
Did they act like? I mean, how do you go 9? All right, so if they haven't been rescued and they're up there like stranded, whatever. What was the story about food? Like, they had plenty of food packets.
I think they had space cakes, mate.
Wait.
Plenty of freaking like dehydrated space ice cream packets left over. They were surviving on those little ice cream balls that we got at the Science Center when we were freaking kids. Oh boy.
Thing is, it don't matter how fake it looks. The whole point of it is that a lot of people looking at thinking, God, they're back from space. They've landed, they've come out of this vacuum of space and been rescued. So it just implants space into your mind. They've come out of this area which doesn't exist, and now they're back on Earth. It's just to fucking get that embedded in a little bit more.
I'd like to know what the protocol is, like what the resupply. Like, why the frick? I mean, they can't just frickin' like take up 3 years worth of frickin' astronaut food, right?
I know where you're going with this.
Gonna last.
It's like you're stranded. You're stranded on the ISS, right? And you're stranded there. You're thinking, oh, we need some more food. So Space Deliveroo, right? Space Deliveroo flies up with some more food for you. And then you're like, hey, brother, while you're here, can you run me back to Earth? Nope.
Elon Musk's little freaking rocket lands in little freaking cradling arms with a freaking bunch of pizzas and like
God bless America.
soft drinks and a couple big
God
gulps.
bless America.
But there's no room to take the astronauts back.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's only enough room in here for me and my pizzas, and that's it. No room for you. So you stay tight. We'll run you some more pizzas up in a week.
Aren't humans supposed to get poisoned by just breathing 100% oxygen for more than 2 days? 3 days they start getting poisoned. More than that, it's just something catastrophic for humans. So how can they stay there for longer than that period?
Well, the thing is, you'd have a fucking method statement, that risk assessments, all this would have been, every scenario should have been looked at, in this imaginary place called space. If these things happen, what is the fucking plan? And if that plan A doesn't work, what's plan B? This should have all been fucking documented and looked at.
Isn't it like supposedly like they've got like ammonia like cooling systems and dude, like what's the oxygen scrubber frickin' protocol? Like how are we gonna make oxygen for this long? How can we I don't know, like keep the CO2 levels? Dude, like there'd be so much shit. Like it's not like a submarine where you come up and get more air. What do they do? Like dangle a snorkel down into the atmosphere, down into the atmo, pump up a little freaking good air. Like, come on, man. It's so freaking stupid. You gotta be a retard to believe this shit.
All those people farting in there. Fuck, it must stink bad, man.
We all believed it, though. Phone's ringing.
Just wish one time we could get like on TV and ask like actual questions like this. Like, how did the food last? How did the oxygen scrubbers just keep working?
It's called real good engineering. Remember when Don Pettit was talking about his tandoori spicy chicken mule and the stomach problems he was having.
He's an idiot. Oh my gosh, when he talked about that guy's asking about how do you turn it here and it opens there without a O-rings, or I don't know what he was talking about, something like that. And that's when he said really good engineering, wasn't it? When he's talking about the cupola.
Oh yeah, like what if there's a leak, and how are you supposed to fix a leak?
Yeah, what's the protocol?
Seals in the window.
Because it's not an electronic device; it's manually operated thing from the inside, right?
Yeah, we'll just
like you
worry
wind
about
a
that.
fucking lever or something.
Dude, it's what it's like. It's like them old freaking you remember the cranks? You crank your little window open, the little aluminum thing. You just kind of turn it to the right.
Yeah, just like a 1968 Oldsmobile, guys. You just got to, crank the window up really tight.
Oh my god. The best comedy, man. I'm telling you.
That's why Smarter Every Day was like dumbfounded, because he's like, wait, you're saying you manually operate from the inside, and it without breaking a seal or anything. Like, it's just dumbfounded. Like, and Don Pettit's like, yeah, that's how you do it. Smarter Every Day is smarter than he fucking realizes, right?
Yeah.
He's dumb because he's realized in that moment this guy's full of shit, and he hasn't fucking said anything. He hasn't taken it on board. Like,
well, he just figures that Don Pettit doesn't really know all the details, and so it's not like he can understand every single nut and bolt in the thing, right, guys? Am I right? I mean, it'd be just unrealistic for us to expect that Don Pettit knows every seal, every nook and cranny. I mean, they just kid themselves.
Like, if you were in a freaking, all right, somebody might be like, well, if you're just the guy that drives the submarine, it's not like you know every single nut and bolt of the submarine. But dude, it's space. Like, it's a different. Dude, you should know a little bit. First of all, they shouldn't give him. They shouldn't. I don't know. You shouldn't give Don Pettit anything. You shouldn't even give him a microphone, to tell you the truth, because he just screws up. But
probably swallow it.
It blows my mind that they can't get their story straight, and it's just stupid shit. Like, I would have never said anything about a manual crank. I'd have been like, "Yeah, that's some electronic. That was operated on Bluetooth or some shit. It just opens up, like don't tell him.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because it's so easy when you're a heliocentrist like this to you can fucking say anything you want, can't you? I mean, I've got friends who are Globers. I've tried to have conversations with them about gas pressure and containment, and they just don't get it. They can't understand it. I'm stupid. But then I could go into globe mode with them and just started talking about, being spaghettified in a black hole and all the other nonsense, and fucking all the other bullshit. They get really interested in it, and it's like, oh yeah, that's fucking right. That, it's so easy to go with the heliocentric model and just talk absolute bullshit. People just go, yeah, great, sounds fucking great. Yeah, could go with that.
They all think the world operates in a very ideal form.
So, what do you guys say about how, if you have a drone or you go in an elevator, and you go up high, you can see the sunrise twice? Why is it that the sun doesn't change its size? It just stays the same size, but instead of it slipping over the horizon,
first off, if you go up higher, you see further because you're widening the angle of view, and the sun does change size.
Oh, I've never seen that before. When does it change size?
I mean, it does throughout. I mean, this is what the Globers claim, right? That it has to change size because of Earth's orbit not being a perfect circle. It's elliptical. So the sun is actually about 3 million miles, they say, closer to Earth during the winter.
Oh, I'm not talking about
Well, yeah, but this causes it to change size, right? And they say that they can pick this up with their solar filters.
No. I'm talking about if on your model where the sun is moving away from us, the reason why it goes away is because it's moving away. It should get smaller and smaller and smaller, but you don't see that. And furthermore, when you
what is the sun? I don't know.
What's
I
that?
know what the sun is. I don't know what the sun is.
Okay, so like, do you have a model? Like, why would we? So if you don't have a model,
in reality, I don't know what the sun is, and nobody else really knows.
Okay, that's fine. You can say that, but look, like if you have a model,
no model. In reality, nobody knows what the sun is.
Gotcha. That's a claim, right? So like when you have two theories, right? And one theory gives a consistent explanation that accommodates all the data. Right, well,
no, it doesn't accommodate all the data like I just described, right? So here's what it doesn't accommodate. The sun loses 23,000 times luminosity as it descends from right overhead to the horizon. How do you explain that on a globe?
And it's burning gas. It's burning gas. Where does it keep getting this fuel over and over and over? It's so stupid.
That's like fusion and fission. I mean, you can just say it's stupid, but you don't have a model to compete with this.
No, you don't have a working model either. You don't have a working model either. I mean, this asking for model business.
I think you guys are just schizos. Look, I gave you something that's an obvious expectation in your theory, and then it fails that prediction, and then you're like, oh, well, what's the sun? I mean, like, there's no convincing you because you'll just ad hoc out of everything.
We're not convinced by good stories, right? Because you know who has good stories? Crazy people and con artists. We don't do
you
that.
are a crazy person. That's why your family doesn't talk to you. That's why you can't find a partner.
We're not giving you stories that are unfounded. We're giving you facts and evidence.
All right, let Rabs go. You guys
I just shared in chat the sun shrinking in angular size. If you want to see the video, you can watch that video of the sun shrinking.
So I have a question though, just based on the Earth. Now, I've had this for a little while, which is so if I mark a latitude and longitude all over the Earth, I can figure out the distance between any two latitude lines is consistent from top to bottom, and I can say it's effectively the 60 nautical miles, which amazingly is based off the radius of the Earth. But we won't go there for now. But the longitude lines don't work that way. You actually have to
because it's not based off the radius of the Earth. It's based off of your observation to the sky. No, you don't get to just say that and expect us to accept it. No, we get to challenge every premise.
Well, you got to if you're going to defeat the globe Earth.
Yeah, so just hold on for a second. If we have, if every point
you get to whistle past these graveyards, dude.
No, I'm not whistling.
Whistle past. He's talking like Gregory. Oh my god.
If every point on Earth is defined with a latitude, longitude, and the distance between any 2 points is determined by a great circle, that literally can't work on a flat map. That's not physically possible. That's just not physically possible. It's not physically possible.
Where's the great circle? Is a great circle below your feet, or is it up in the sky?
It is the way you measure the angle.
How do you measure a great circle?
How do you measure the great circle? As the bird flies, as the crow flies.
Right. So you don't measure a curve beneath your feet. You perceive a curve in the sky, and you call that a great circle.
No. You can actually, you can measure it. You can approximate with the curve at the very least, and then drive it. You can be on the ground, and that's actually the measurement you travel.
Yeah, it's a flat distance. You haven't shown drop over distance on the ground.
You don't need to.
Yes, you do, because your claim is that it's doing that, and you're not providing a means to do that.
Mike, I just did.
And I explained why it's not, because you're measuring you're measuring angular displacement in the sky.
No, I'm not.
Where is the ground curve in that?
That's because you've actually measured the distance over those 2 points. Otherwise, if it's a grid, if it's a grid on the Earth, there'll be 2 points where you
angle
can't
measurements. Where's the curve?
Wait, hold on. If you have two, it doesn't matter.
Hold on. Where's the curve?
The curve is the distance that you're traveling.
You're taking observations in the sky and you're interpreting that as curve on the ground.
I'm not taking observations in the sky.
That's how you measure latitude and longitude. You got to use the sky.
No, you don't have to use the sky. You do not.
How do I get latitude and longitude without the sky?
You can arbitrarily pick a point and start counting.
Arbitrarily? So just arbitrary geolocate yourself? That sounds like a great way to get lost. How do you determine that long without the stars, dude? Tell me.
Hey, look, I am. you start with a point and you say, I'm going to set this point as 0, 0, just arbitrarily. And
arbitrarily? No, dude, I'm talking about definitively with absolute proof, determine your location, not arbitrarily.
So I've set my point 0, 0. I am. Set my point where I am right now, 0, 0, and start walking off at right angles to it and mark down points as I go. I can develop a grid
in real life.
That grid, yeah. This is a grid that we calculate and say, this is a grid. And from this grid, we can calculate distances.
Good. Now, show me that this is done in real life.
You have a distance between two latitude and longitude points. Explain to me how it works. It does not. The math does not follow that it's flat. There's no possible math because there'd be 2 points on a flat. Hold on, because there'd be 2 points on a flat map that should be greater than the radius of the Earth.
No, these points are radius of the Earth. Okay, dude, you are totally off
that's
topic
right. Greater than half of
how do you determine that you made 390-degree turns on the globe?
How do you determine you made 390-degree turns on a globe?
Yeah, how do you determine that you've done that?
What do you mean by how do you determine
You're
that you've done
saying that this is how it's freaking done. Show me.
Sure. Well, we can set a plane on the bottom and go.
Has it been done? Show me who did it.
Yes. So show you who did it. So just let me ask. I've got all the points on Earth are labeled.
Show me who did it.
So hold on. The points on Earth are latitude. Hold on. The points on Earth are labeled latitude. You're about to mute me because you realize how wrong you are.
No, I'm not making any right or wrong claims. I'm asking you to justify yours.
The distance between any two latitude and longitude points is calculated with a great circle, not a straight line.
Yeah, right? Where do you get that circle from? You get it from the sky.
No, you don't.
As you described.
You do not. You do not. The points are labeled latitude, longitude. Why?
Like on the ground? Like if I look on the ground, do I trip over 64 degrees north latitude? Like, do I see painted signs on the ground? What the heck, dude?
Yes, there are signs on the ground.
No, they're not. They're in the sky.
Yes, there are. No,
open any astronomy textbook. It'll show you how to get your altitude and azimuth.
No, there are spots on the ground.
Yeah, it's a celestial sphere model. It's not a celestial globe model.
It is a celestial globe model.
No, it's a celestial sphere.
It's an Earth globe model.
It's a celestial sphere.
So again, it doesn't matter because they're labeled.
It does matter because you're getting angular displacement in the sky based off of your perception of the sky curving.
It doesn't matter. Every point has a latitude.
You're using flat Earth elevation angles to points in the sky. You don't have a curved baseline on an angle.
Hold on. Does every point have a latitude, longitude on Earth? Yes or no?
Does every point have a yes? Every point has every star has a GP. Every moon position has a GP. Every sun position has a GP. And I would dare say Polaris and Cygni Octantis have ground positions too.
I didn't ask that. I asked, does every point on Earth correspond to a latitude?
Dude, I not only answered yes, I gave you more of an answer along the same lines of information that you're asking from, just to be unequivocally clear that I agree. Okay? Why are you resisting this?
So the distance between any 2 points would be calculated with a great circle based off the radius of the Earth.
No, it's based off of the sky.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it does work.
No,
it's exactly how it works.
You actually travel.
Why you use
the distance you travel between two. The distance you travel between
dude, can you shut up just for, God damn it, dude! Get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah.
Holy crap! Can't even. I'm trying to have it back and forth with you, dude.
Shut.
Jeez Louise. Trying to have a good back and forth conversation. Can't freaking do it.
Why don't you guys have a model?
Because we benchmark claims to reality, not a model, dude. Why would I benchmark a reality claim to a model? That's just backwards. You dipshit.
Well, what do you think? What do you think I think? What do you think I mean by a model?
I think
you mean something that's scientifically testable, that's based off of real-world observation, something you don't have for a globe.
Yeah, I think like an explanation of the phenomena that we see. Why don't you guys got one?
Because explanations alone, going into models, don't prove anything. Because I can make a great explanation in a model of Superman flying through New York City, kinematically perfect in every way. There's a model. It doesn't mean it's real.
Okay, but then
that's why scientific model has to be testable, right? That's why scientific models come out of testable hypotheses. Holy fucking dude, can you guys stop spurting out for a second?
I was in the middle of speaking, sir, and nobody's spurting.
No, I wasn't done answering. Holy shit. Boy. Can't get it back and forth going, can we, with these triggered globies? No, a scientific
we don't
model
live
is
on a
testable.
model.
It arises from scientific hypotheses, right? Which arise from testable, observable phenomena, which I said you don't have for a globe. Oh, he's gone. Damn.
Yep. Rab did the same thing with flat map. We don't live on a map. We don't live on a model.
Just pure audio chaos. They come in, ask a question, we give answers, they interrupt and complain that we don't give them answers. Like, you come in, you stir up audio chaos, you're trying to get answers from us, and you keep over talking like a bunch of autistic freaks. I mean, yeah, no kidding. In some cases, you're not going to get an answer because you're preventing the answer from getting out with your over talking. And when we point this out, your best comeback is, flat earthers are stupid. This is 2025. But you don't have a good explanation. We just need explanations. Explain everything. Explain this, explain that. But where's your model? Where's your model that explains reality? How about we have reality from which we derive models for? You know? And in this case, when I mentioned that you don't have a globe model, I sincerely mean that. You do not have a globe model. You have representations of coordinate reference grids that conform to a sphere, but that's not a model. Like, how do I subject this to testing, right?
What about the WGS? Isn't that a model?
No, it's called a datum. It's a collection of information points. It's not a model. There's no cause and effect that's being demonstrated by this, so it's not a scientific model. And models also don't explain things. Like you guys are saying, show us your model that explains. No, people explain things. People explain things in scientific theories. Models just describe what's happening. One is a what is, the other is a how and why. The how and why with explanations come by opinions.
Yeah, exactly. The representation of the things that they are explaining. If you explain gravity or model gravity, some fake force attracting things down.
And going back to the prior point, right? How did we determine Earth is flat with the elevation angle? That's the tool. It's the method and the process. The elevation angle to the luminaries and deriving distance. It is testable and repeatable, and the flat Earth angle measuring tool is the way we determine our position on Earth against a spherical coordinate system in the sky, which itself is an interpretation of how it manifests, even though the sky is likely not a sphere. I think it has to be flat, honestly, because you have to have parallel co-altitudes and lines of position. And you have to have parallel GPs from the observer to the zenith and from the GP to the star that's above it. Those are parallel too. So the sky, you square the box, the sky physically has to be as flat as Earth is. But we interpret it into a sphere, and we mathematically calculate positions based off of running the sphere through our observer-dependent locations on Earth, which measure flat. Does that cause a mismatch? Yes, it does. It actually does. It is not a perfect way to derive your exact location. It's so bad, actually, that there's like 2,000 pages, maybe it's under 2,000 pages of scientific formulas, corrections issued by Helmert, who is a German mathematician and geodetic surveyor. He wrote the book on geodesy in several volumes. He describes the discrepancies between globe and flat and offers all the math to do all the corrections to account for all the discrepancies. The math actually takes the globe as a concept and flattens it back out again. That's geodesy. If you're going to create mathematical equivalencies between flat and globe, then you're going to destroy your own argument, folks. And that's what the globies do every time they bring up CELNAV or surveying. They show this with their depiction of celestial navigation, right? They show parallel light rays, which is a first assumption, from a distant star that is so big, its surface is flat, hence parallel light coming off of it. So it's two assumptions. The rays of which hit the observer on top of the circle in the same parallel fashion as the rays hit the center of the ball Earth, directly beneath the observer, 3959 miles. Then they say you can imagine yourself inside the Earth taking the same angle measurement off of a flat horizontal baseline, which is the observer's horizon is depicted as a line going through the ball. And now suddenly the ball Earth is the point of the observer and a gigantic protractor from which he takes an observation. And that this angle is equivalent to having a fake flat plane on top of the ball, they call a tangent plane, and parallel light hitting it at an angle that subtends a certain amount of degrees from the flat plane to the observer. They are setting this up as a geometric equivalent principle. You got the flat Earth concept, right? The zetetic astronomical concept in the middle of Earth with the flat plane and a dome around that they depict in the same diagram as when they move the stick man on top of the ball and set up the same angle under the assumption that light is parallel from a distant flat source hitting a curved surface. Once they set up that geometric equivalence, they have no leg to stand on. They're admitting that they can't tell the difference, that these are two equivalent ways to understand and derive your location. There's no globe exclusive evidence or process in their own depictions of how celestial navigation works. It's not globe exclusive because the geometric conversion is presented and is used. When people are imagining themselves navigating the globe, they're actually going through the projection process. It's more of a mapping process of mapping the stars to the Earth. They're mapping stars from a conceptual curving surface to a real flat surface on Earth. All their processes are doing this, and they think the opposite's happening. Just like they think the opposite's happening when they watch a sunset. Instead of saying that the sun is setting, that they're rotating backwards. The globe only exists in people's minds. It is a way to conceptualize these things. It's an interpretation. Don't give us these diagrams and depictions and processes showing a geometric and logical equivalence between the globe and the flat concept of celestial navigation and tell us that that's exclusive proof of the globe. You don't understand what you're looking at. You're taking a flat surface that you do experience in reality, and you're moving it to the sky to be the surface of a distant star that's casting off parallel light for you to assume that it's hitting a curved surface. The curving surface beneath your feet, you say just looks flat and you can treat it as flat, but it's really curved, guys. It has to be curved for me to have the assumption of parallel light from a star that has an effectively flat surface because it's so far away and so massive. When in reality, we see more of a point source of light in the sky, not a big flat surface casting off parallel light. And the means by which we navigate by that is with non-parallel angles. Right? I mean, the whole point of having a different line of latitude is you have a different angle to the same star. The light is not obviously parallel. But you're going to say, globies, well, we know it is parallel because Earth has to be a globe, and that light source is just so big that all the rays are parallel to each other. The surface must be flat out there in outer space. Even though it's really curved, it's a really big star, but it's effectively flat. And so the light rays coming in are parallel because they emanate in a perpendicular manner, right? It is really ironic to me that the surface that you can prove is flat, the globies take and move to outer space and say, there it is.
Yeah, even in that damn globe, they don't have those, that light that is 90 degree above their head coming to their head only at when the sun is exactly at noon. So when the sun GP is exactly above their head, they just have to go a little bit farther than the GP of the sun, and they will see that it's not parallel. They will start getting their shadows. They will just you just have to go away from the GP of the sun, and you see that it's not parallel.
That's right. For any star.
Well, good morning. Parallel to what? What reference are you talking about?
Parallel to
with reference to the star or the sun or moon by way of celestial navigation, the assumption being that the light is parallel from an effectively flat and distant surface in the sky.
Yeah, it is parallel to that, indeed, 100%. But I don't understand what.
Well, that's a claim and assumption, right?
No, it's not a claim and an assumption because light.
Okay, how do you prove that the light's parallel?
Light travels in a straight line, so
Yeah, it does, but I don't believe that light's parallel.
Oh, okay.
I have no reason to assume that.
Okay, no problem. That's a claim. What are your evidence?
No, I don't believe you when you say that the light is parallel because you've not presented evidence.
Yes, I did. I said light travels in a straight line. Now,
when you say it is parallel. I've not seen evidence, though, that the light is parallel. That's a different claim than straight line propagation. I don't dispute straight line propagation.
No, light does travel in a straight line, brother.
Yeah, I don't dispute that. What I dispute is that you've got multiple rays that are parallel to each other and perpendicular to a flat surface in outer space. That's what your claim is, and I don't buy it. I've not seen evidence.
No, the laws of how light travels, straight line in all directions.
I heard you, dude. That's a different claim.
No,
dude,
that
is a different claim. I don't disagree. Light is straight line propagation. The point of contention is whether or not those rays of light are emanating from a point source or from a huge flat surface.
Yes, it is. As you can see the light, can't you?
Oh my God, he is telling you in simple words, just try to listen and just try to process the information. He is telling you, wait, you want to talk before I just tell you? You want to talk? You just want to talk? You don't want to hear what he wants to say? He is telling you that he is not arguing about the fact that the light is going on a straight path. We all agreed about that. He is telling you that the light rays are not parallel to each other.
But then he's saying something.
So you might need a chance diagram to understand this. 3 grade.
Right, but he's saying he's going against a law of how light travels.
No, I'm not. No, light does travel in straight line propagation.
Sir, don't talk over me, sir. Just let me.
You're strawmanning my position, so I am going to overtalk you in the middle of you strawmanning my position. I never disputed that light has straight line propagation. I've told you this 4 or 5 times, and you keep insisting that I'm denying the straight line propagation of light. You're being dishonest.
Okay, so that means light will travel in a straight line towards you. It will because you're not disagreeing with me, and it will.
Hold on.
It will travel in a parallel line toward you. You're not disagreeing.
No, parallel.
Hold on.
Hold on, guys.
The same as parallel.
Hey, listen. Don't let these guys take you on a path of one single point. That's what they always. That's the dress. Okay. A ray is a straight line, isn't it? What is radiate?
We all agree.
What's radiate mean? Which way are the rays, the single line rays, going? Are the single line rays parallel or not? See, don't let them get you into one point. It's when you put a ray next to another ray, what's happening. See? It's the same as getting perpendicular on a ball. They use one point.
I very clearly earlier said that their assumption is that light is touching the observer on top of the ball Earth in the same parallel fashion as it's touching
or reaching or attempting to reach the center of the ball Earth, that those two rays are parallel is their claim.
But what does radiate mean?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't see evidence of that.
Yeah,
They need parallel rays to have a curving Earth, which means they could prove the parallel rays by showing that Earth actually curves.
Yeah, they need it so big that conceptually it's doing something else.
No, brother, thank you for saying that.
No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect, sister. Yeah, that's incorrect.
It
doesn't do that. That's a dress.
I was waiting for that.
It's fraud. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Make a fool out of yourself. Go ahead.
No, brother. No, thank you.
He's going to use it.
Thank you. No, I like it. I like what he said. That is perfect. That's what I was trying to drive towards. And the gentleman here, a flat earther, explained it to you guys. The sun is very, very large, very, very far away. So there are trillions of light rays, trillions of light rays coming from the sun. They are very close together. So you don't know. You cannot pick out an individual part of the light beam. Brother, you're talking while I'm talking. Just let me finish. It's okay. Don't worry about it, okay? So you cannot pick out an individual light ray. The gentleman just gave it to you. It's very large, so you're getting trillions of light rays. So when two of those beams, just two of those light beams get towards you, they are as parallel as you can even imagine.
No.
Because they are so tiny and they're so close together. Thank you, brother.
Prove it. Go ahead, Robert versus Utah. Prove it.
I love it, man. I love this guy.
Prove it.
Prove what you just said. Don't give me a story.
No. It's just like your light bulb.
Go ahead and prove it, okay? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to mute you while you go grab proof of your claim and post it in chat. You can be unmuted once you provide said proof of your claim.
And I can prove the opposite, that light rays are coming to the ground, not parallel, but diverging, like supersonic rays.
It's how we navigate. We have to have diverging rays to navigate, like, duh.
Yeah.
Made two assumptions that you need to prove. First, that the sun is very far away, like 93 million light year away. That, like, in a parallel way to Earth. That's two assumptions that you have to prove.
Correct.
Exactly.
They have to have it. They have to have the parallel light for a curving surface claim. They're doing everything they can do to get away from proving that the surface curves, which they have to do. Go ahead, Necros.
He just believe in that drawing that he have in his photo of profile, and he threw that same drawing at us when he were talking about the light. Oh, because the sun is so big. That's first claim. The sun is so big, you have to prove it. And so far, that's another claim. And it is producing parallel rays that is coming to your eyes. A third claim. Nothing has been proven. It's just a story. He just rushed me with the full sentence, complete fake story that has not been proved. He throw at me that same drawing. Oh, look, this is the drawing. Big sun, farther sun, and parallel rays. In reality, oh no, sorry, I wasn't talking about reality. I was talking about imagining.
I think everybody should try to locate a copy of Helmert's Higher Geodesy volumes and just thumb through it. Just spend 2 minutes. Wet your whistle. Just spend 2 minutes, thumb through it, and see what you find. It is bonkers. I mean, first off, the level of commitment that they had to put that together is just astronomical. Seriously. But the amount of corrections and problems that they have to identify and sort out is just insurmountable. It's the gigantic globe coping mechanism, the most gigantic globe coping display I've ever seen. Because it's like 2,000 pages. 2,000 pages of formulas. You've heard others talk about it. There are copies in 24/7. Screenshots everywhere. This is where you pick up the idea that they have to make corrections for curving plumb lines.
Yeah.
This is where they assume that plumb lines are curved because their surveying fails on a globe. They have to say, well, gravity must be curving the plumb line, and not just curving it, but doing a deflection to shift it at the base so that it's not pointing at the center of mass of Earth.
Yeah, I love the plumb. If plumb was not perpendicular, then a building would look pretty freaking stupid.
Yeah, all their buildings and rooms will be just a upside down pyramid. Every single building will be just an upside down pyramid because they accounted on those converging plumb lines. So every corner is going to the other corner in the center of fake globe.
Well, at the same time, though, that the amount of curve is so inconsequential that they claim that they don't need it for all practical purposes. It's only for doing these massive surveys over thousands of miles that they say that you need this and it would make a difference. And it's the same thing as like saying that locally level proves flat Earth is universal, which is a fallacy. So I wouldn't go with that line of argumentation.
That's because the idiots can't picture 8 inches per mile squared in their head. 8 inches. You can't fit that in between your two fingers, your thumb and opposing. You double that and you'll probably get 8 inches. That's a good gap. That's going to make a difference.
I just want to say real quick, my bad, Necros, if I slapped you with that wet fish, man. I thought it was the other guy.
Oh no, brother, you're good.
And that same book is also where you're going to find things like corrections for terrestrial refraction. When they look up and they see a star that isn't where it should be, and when they look out and see their point of interest where it also shouldn't be if Earth is a globe, they say, well, guess what? The light must not be going in a straight line. What do you think of them apples, Robert? They say, well, the light can't be propagating in a straight line of sight fashion. It has to be curving both under the influence of the air that we breathe and meteorological conditions, and curving under the influence of bendy, warpy space-time. Here are the corrections for that.
Yeah, like the corrections with the WGS 40.
Yeah,
it's just a correction because we couldn't find the globe, so they measure flatness and they add that correction to turn the flatness that they measure to a globe.
Right, and that's kind of like a depiction of what mean sea level would be if level was curving around a ball. But they've also got the geoid, which is showing undulations of gravity. And that's where they curve the plumb lines under the influence of gravity. They curve the plumb lines with the geoid model.
That's right. So we invoke terms like the arc of the parallel. And
yeah, those are in the sky. The arc is in the sky, is a way you interpret the arc of latitude and longitude in the sky. In that case, they were measuring a latitude, right? Was it like the 38th parallel or something? So they interpret the arc of parallel in the sky as being below your feet in reality.
In surveying, I'm saying the dress on reality. I mean, because it's a contradiction, isn't it? You're parallel or you're not.
Hijack the celestial dome.
Right. It is a spherical coordinate reference system. It's got 2 points of origin, That's what they use. That is not in dispute.
Yo, Amish, I just have a question. It's just a little bit off topic. If we assume the mass attracting mass, and we use plumb lines, so if I use the plumb line next to a mountain, doesn't that plumb line have to tilt toward the mountain?
Yeah, it will be imperceptive, and you have to calculate it, and the calculation will yield a deflection that is so inconsequential as to not to matter.
Yeah,
But it'll convince you that it's there.
Yeah.
To build buildings next to mountains, they just try and avoid that shit.
See, there's another trick right there. That's word math. It's like saying that light speed, right, is indistinguishable from instant. That diverging plumbs are so minute, it's indistinguishable from parallel.
Yeah.
Don't let them do that to you. Don't let them do it.
Yeah, that's just to make the claim unfalsifiable. So the plumb lines are conversion, and you can't distinguish that conversions from the parallel lines. A horizontal or level is curving. You can't distinguish that curvature on the level. That's just to make the claim unfalsifiable.
Exactly, and you can't fly in a straight line.
Globe or flat, you can't.
Hey.
Yeah, that is a key, Necros. They're trying to make everything so unfalsifiable that they're hoping the audience comes back saying, well, I guess they can't prove it either way. For these Globies, that's a win. We're going to mess this thing up so badly. We're going to make it so incomprehensibly complicated, sophisticated, unjustified, without evidence. We're just going to crap all over the chessboard and declare victory because now nobody can play chess anymore.
Look out. It'll be ironic if they're working on new formulas right now as we speak.
Oh, yeah, they have to. They're always doing that. They're always updating their geoids and reference ellipsoids and world magnetic models and so on. I mean, these things are constantly being worked on. They're shoehorning everything they can into a globe.
Yeah, everything is unfalsifiable on their side. You can't see the curvature from here. Only us, people who go to space, we are the people who can see that curvature, so we just have to believe that shit. You can't measure any curvature. You can't do any optical observation to see distance to far or long distance observations because there is refraction. So every time that you see something that is farther beyond than what the globe can claim, it's just a refraction.
Yeah, everything that they require for you to logically link your flat existence to the globe concept lies within the field of astrophysics. Things that are untestable by nature, inherently so. That's where you find all the logical connective tissue. That's where you find bendy, warpy space-time, deflecting and curving plumb lines. That's where you find astronomical refraction from gases being held to a ball Earth in outer space, causing light to bend through it. That's where you get the claims of outer space light propagation going, what, like 300 kilometers per second? That's where you find all these claims, is in the field of astrophysics. That's what's holding their globe together. And they have to present that as real physics. They have to call that scientific in order to convince themselves that it's true. And they want you to accept that it's scientific and that it's real physics. When it's theoretical physics.
Yeah, astrophysics.
Yeah, everything in Helmert's book, for all the corrections, all 2,000 pages of formulas, hinge upon astrophysics.
Yeah.
This was even before he, like, that book started in like the late 1800s, if I recall.
It's the study.
what I don't get is how they've got laws for nature all around us, but then you go into, the vacuum of space, and some of those laws apply, but not all of them. I just,
Is there a such thing as astrophysics?
I call it astrophysics. I call it the study of the thing that you will never be able to verify.
That's an ology, not a physics, isn't it? When we can only observe and study, that's an ology.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's no physics going on there, is there?
Yep.
Well,
So
not necessarily.
Well, what can you physically do with the Celeste?
I know you can't, but they claim that actual experiments can be done, and they'll point to like the ISS. They'll point to the space shuttle missions and zero gravity and say,
True.
they did this. Yeah, I mean, so
they will, but they're telling you right up front astrophysics. And if you stop and think about it, see, the public, they love every nook and cranny colored in for them with knowledge. And these people are coloring it in for them. They love it. It's something safe about it.
People want their explanations
for you. But they're mocking you by telling you words like pseudoscience right up front, astrophysics right up front, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, they're kind of letting you know it's bullshit right away if you break it down, what the words mean.
But the population, the majority of the population, those globers who come here to talk to us, they completely forget the existence of the word pseudoscience. They literally forget that shit. It's just dropped from their vocabulary.
I agree. It is weird, right? I mean, I grew up with that word, and I grew up understanding that there was a big difference. They try to lessen the blow by calling it the softer sciences, like sociology, psychology, separating that out from like chemistry. Everything is science now.
Without
degrees of science.
Science, yeah.
Without even thinking, they are glad, they are happy to use pseudoscience and talk to you about their globe. They use pseudoscience to talk about gravity. What's the scientific thing in gravity? It's just 100% pseudoscience. And they use that pseudoscience and they try to push it like if it is a fact. Hey, brother, it is just pseudoscience. Just remember. Try to remember the steps of the scientific method. Are you following the steps of the scientific method when you are talking about your gravity, Einsteinian or Newtonian one? They don't understand that shit.
I shouldn't even use the word science.
Well, ultimately, who's the more foolish? The fool or the fool who follows? It's the listener that's nodding to all that. They're the ones that follow, not the message.
Yeah, the fool that doesn't listen to reasoning, like.
They love it. They gulp it up.
You can't blame them. They love it. I agree with that. But saying that they are fools, I can't agree with that because we were kids, not fools, but just kids. So
no,
when you are raised in an environment that is believing in so hard in some like religion, like that religion of the globe, like the mainstream religions, Christianity, Islam, those things. When you are raised in an environment who believes on something so hard, you will just adopt that thing so hard like them, and you will try to defend it blindly. It's not because you are cool, but you were indoctrinated about that topic.
It still confuses me. They've got eyes like we do. They've got ears like we do, but don't seem to use them.
Do you think that people who fly on a plane, they really look at on the window to see the curvature? No. When you fly on a plane, even if you are a glober, just remember yourself being a glober, never heard about flat Earth. You're on a plane. Will you look from the window to see the curvature of the Earth?
In your mind, it is curved. You will see just flatness. It will be still curved in your mind. You never see the curvature from the plane. But you think you did see the curvature, and you think that everyone can see the curvature from a plane.
Really, you probably didn't think at all in your scenario, right? Nobody's really thinking. But that's the difference of who comes here, though. They have been presented with other knowledge. They have been presented with this side of logic. Those people on the plane haven't, no one's sitting next to them saying, hey, look out the window and tell me if you think it's curved or flat. Now, if that happened, those people on the plane will move from an ignorance into a lit, right question. So now they're thinking about it. The people that come to these servers are probably been listening, I would say, for the most part, a good year's worth of flat earth info, right? And then they still come in here and completely defend. It's even, I would be willing to bet there's personalities coming in here. It's more than just defending the globe. There's something about wanting to put this side of things, get it extinguished. They don't want the flat earth thing is threatening, or they get a kick out of it.
When I was a glober in my entire life, during my entire life, I never said to myself, oh, look, the horizon is horizontal. And I swear, I've seen it millions of times. I never said it to myself before I turned flat. Now, when I turned flat, I started realizing things. Because, yeah, in my mind, now there is a dichotomy. People who are saying globe and the other people are saying flat. Before, I just had the idea of a globe. So I couldn't question anything. So when I see go to the beach, I just go to the beach to swim in waves, but never take account of that horizontal horizon.
It's the idea of a belief that drills in your head. Like, I'm still telling myself it's flat to make sure I see it as flat. 2 years later. That globe stays in your head for what? 3 decades? It's gonna do a bit of damage.
Go down these paths too of noticing things after the bell rings, right? When you do start questioning these things,
just because it looks,
in other words, like what you start noticing is more than is it flat or not. What you start noticing are tactics, right, that are being used, right? Like we just heard from this guy with parallel light rays, right? You start peering in, you see, oh, okay. These are the levers they're pulling. This is the duping. That becomes more apparent. And you see that, oh, this is a template. This is a template. They pick out one point. That's used over and over. They never pair it with another point where you get 290s, right? With a common baseline type of thing. No, they want that 190 and they'll move on to the curve, right? You got to have the Earth so big that everything seems flat.
That's what it is. It's 25,000 miles in circumference. So it would seem flat.
Well, the United States just about tucks up within the radius of this supposed globe. It ain't that damn big.
What do you mean by that? I mean, it makes sense by how big the land masses are. 25,000 miles in circumference.
I'm not talking about circumference. I'm talking about radius. How big are we talking about, really?
Yeah, that radius matches with the 25,000 mile circumference.
Yeah, it's all derived that way. Yeah. My point is, they say it's so big that the sun is so big to be so far away. It's so massive from its spherical surface all those rays are going to hit you parallel. It has to be enormous under that theory, which has never been.
It has to be. That's right. It has to be.
It's back engineered that way for that concept that they'll use in a template to show you other things here on Earth as well about where things are parallel or not. And the things that truly are parallel, they try to not parallel. The things that truly are not parallel, they try to parallel.
Yeah. I heard you say that it is flat because it looks flat because it is a sphere that has big circumference. 25,000 what? Circumference?
Get him. Yeah.
25,000 miles, you said? Oh, okay. So from where you got that number? Because it looks flat. Okay, but you can't tell me it looks flat because it is a ball of 25,000 spectrum. Just believe blind, like if I'm talking to a Muhammad, telling me that I went to the sky and see my God on the back of Gaza and expect that I will just blind him. No. It looks flat, still flat till the moment where you will just validate that claim of a ball with a. You can't tell me it looks flat, but I imagine it's a ball.
Necros, I think you're breaking up, man.
Oh, sorry. So, Mushkin, if you hear me, is there any validation of that Earth that looks flat, but it is a ball with the circumference that I don't?
Yeah, so a ball on that circumference, from our perspective, would appear flat. That's not proof that it is that way. It's just, I mean, that's how it works. Any circle with a large enough circumference, from your perspective, will start to appear flat. So,
No. Any circle I use now, just the Earth that I can't validate. But any circle that I use, I don't see any circle that appears to me to be flat.
yeah, that's because.
Can you point to?
Okay, Necro, but a circle that large, you can't see the circle. You can't see the whole circle. You can only see the part that you're on. So you have no idea if it's a circle or if it is just a straight line. Because the circle's so big, you can't see it.
No, I don't want the imaginary thing. What is the circle that you can point to and tell me, go to that circle, look at it, it appears to be flat?
A circle so large that you can't see the entire thing.
Point to one.
You're standing on one. It would be the world. That would be the largest sphere we know of.
No. That's bagging the question. We claim that it is flat and there is no curvature at all.
Well, yeah. When it comes to scales, I can't show you something like that because the scale is too large. So the only option is to beg the question.
So you only dream about circles appearing to be flat. It's not something that you verified in reality. You never took a circle and you a big circle and you looked at it. Oh, this is a circle. I'm sure it's not about any question.
It requires abstract thinking.
It's just imagination.
You can't even do it on CAD, brother. You're not going to get any flat surface on a sphere, my friend. None.
Yeah, there's not a flat surface on a sphere, but it can appear to be flat to your perspective.
That's good enough for you?
That's just how physics work. That's
how your mind is nodding to it. I love it. That's good enough for you, though, huh?
And still till this moment,
that's just a property of matter.
And still, till this moment, I'm just using the observation. And look, even with just the observation, Globers are believing that here what you will have to see, and here what you won't have to see, and this happened like this, and this happened like that, just without any validation. They never tested that thing to happen like they claim, but they just dream about it like that. So no, it's not like that that is working. You
Well, no, it's not just imagination. There's validations. There's evidence for it.
okay? Show me a circle that appears to. Don't beg the question and tell me. Show me a circle that you know that it is a. You validated that it is a. When you look at it, it is just.
Well, Necros, when a circle is so large from your perspective that it appears flat, you won't be able to see the entire. That's the point. I'm trying to.
Same exact. Same. You are reading the same page from the same book of stories. You are repeating the same page from the same book of stories. I understand that you believe that that story. Is there any validation beside the story? I took the story. Now you just told me the story more than 2 times.
It's not a story though, so you just don't believe. You don't think that there's a circle can appear to be flat.
Can you show me that in reality?
Yes.
Go ahead. Don't beg the question. Use the Earth.
So
it's flat.
It's too big to see the curves. You can still see ship disappearing over the horizon. Is that your claim, Mushkin?
What?
Oh, Earth is too big to see the curve. Is that what you're claiming?
Earth is curved.
But it's all about scale. Is that what you're saying?
Scale is a factor. It is a thing. Yes, scale has to do with perspective. So if a circle is so large in scale, from your perspective, it will appear to be flat. That is a fact.
Fact.
And you think it's applied to reality?
Here, somebody put something on in the chat that you can look at. So they're showing small circles, and as it gets larger, what appear to the observer. I mean, it's not that hard to comprehend.
Do you want a diagram of unicorns? Will you believe that unicorns are real because I'm showing you a diagram with unicorns? I can show you a diagram of unicorn, farting rainbow. How it works.
Geometry doesn't have anything to do with a unicorn.
That's true. Hey, man, so what do you mean by flat? What do you mean by flat?
We are not.
Look in the chat. Somebody's put a perfect explanation of it visually, so you can understand it in chat. You see a small circle, and you compare it to the observer, and then you see the circle get larger and larger, and how it appears flat to the observer, even though it's not. It's just a larger circle.
No, that's not.
Hold on, Necros. Hold on, Necros. Does it measure flat? Does it measure flat?
No, it's curved. It just appears flat to you.
Okay, now hold on. So it measures curved.
And depending on how small your measurements are, how precise they are.
I'm talking about you as an individual. You're taking a measurement. You're a surveyor. Does it measure curved?
No.
How does it measure?
Depends on the device you're using. I mean, I can get you a granite surface plate, and it's still not flat, and there's still going to be deviations in it. You can measure it to be flat, or you can measure it to not be flat, depending on how you measure it.
So you can measure it curved?
Yes, if the Earth is curved, then it is able to be measured.
No, I'm not asking if it is or isn't. I'm asking, how do you measure it? Can you measure the Earth curved?
Yes.
With what?
Can you show me?
Yeah, geodesic surveyors, they use power stations, different theodolites.
So you're saying plumb and level measure curved?
Yes.
So level is curved and plumb is curved.
Yeah, level is level with respect to gravity. That's why level over a vast distance of curvature will appear level.
I'm asking. So I hold up a spirit level. Does that show me curved?
It shows you local level.
Does it show me curved?
How long's your spirit level?
60 miles.
A 60-mile spirit level?
60 miles of water in a tube. Yes, sir. What is it doing?
Yeah, there'll be some drop over distance over that length.
So the water won't go to the ends of the tube.
If he send you a diagram with the spirit level.
Will the 60-mile spirit level, will the water go to the end of the tubes or will it curve somewhere?
The whole level would be curved if it's on the ground or if it's above water.
So I can't even make a straight spirit level. So if I engineer a spirit level with level like
water, if the level is curved, obviously by definition it wouldn't be. I mean, if level is curved,
you're saying I can't make 60 miles. Hold on, homeboy. So I got 60 miles of straight pipe, and I cap the ends, and I've got water in it. What's the water doing?
$60 miles
of straight pipe. You believe in straight pipe?
No, there's nothing to believe in a straight pipe. It's straight or it's not.
Ah, so is that a yes? You believe in straight pipe? If you believe in straight pipe and you believe in 60 miles and you believe in level, I've leveled 60 miles of straight pipe. I'll run a spirit level all the way down it and it reads level. Okay? Now.
Yeah, it'll read level at every local area that you measure it, but from end to end, it is curved.
The pipe itself is curved?
The pipe itself is curved.
Holy. Really? Now, audience, hear this. Audience, hear this. 60 miles of interlocking straight pipe. Okay? This man says, if I run a level down that pipe, then the pipe I have made physically is curving, that no true straight pipe exists. Is that correct, sir?
That's not what I said. I said if your pipe is level with the ground over 60 miles, it is curved. If it's not level with the ground over 60 miles, then it could be completely straight.
How would we know it's straight?
Because it wouldn't be level with the ground.
How would we know what's level?
Using a tool.
Like what?
Water level.
A water level, which is curved, right?
It would be measuring curved.
So what's level? So how do we know what's out of level?
What's level is what's level with respect to gravity. That's what's making it.
Are you feeling any of this yet? I really hope you stop and think about what you're saying. You're a young man. You're a young man. I can tell you right now. I'll tell you something else. You're not hired. Yeah, you're a hairless boy. Yeah, you have no idea but a mental image of how it works. And the things you say are ridiculous.
Like I told him, didn't you see what he just said about the circle that appears to be flat? Yeah, for him, a circle is flat. And for him, level is curved. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, circle curve, for him, curve.
No, a large enough circle for anyone will appear to be flat. That's what I'm saying, Necros.
No, what you're saying is there's no such thing as 60 miles of straight pipe.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying 60 miles of pipe that's level with the ground is curving. That's what I'm saying.
No, I have 60 miles of straight pipe reading level all the way down. It's already straight, interlocking pipe, 10-foot sections for 60 freaking miles. Okay, I got water in it. The pipe is physically straight, milled straight, engineered straight. In material, it's straight. Interlocking for 60 miles, it's straight. I run a level down the whole thing. It's level. Now you're telling me that pipe is curving.
I'm saying your senses are not able to pick up on the amount of
I'm telling you, you're telling me straight pipe is curving.
Yeah, I'm saying what's level and straight to you is
You're
actually
telling me
curving.
that straight pipe is curving.
Yeah, it's the same thing. You can look in the chat. A circle with large enough diameter will appear to you to be straight.
Let me tell you something. I'm the devil. I love you, man. You guys hear this in the audience? Do you guys hear this, man? This is what we're up against right here. Now, if this were the message that this man's, let's say this man was authority, that he was a representative of the globe from on high. This is what we're getting, this type of stuff. Okay? It's such a paper tiger. It's weightless. They've got nothing. It's so sad, people. This is embarrassing.
You just can't abstract. You can't imagine things.
Yeah, you can. You can abstract. You have no problems abstracting, do you? No problems. I love it, man.
No, it's not easy. Yeah, you have to be able to think abstractly. Is not easy. Not everything can do it. Not everything's intuitive.
You sure do have to think very abstract for straight pipe to bend. Yes, you sure
It's
do.
not
Pat.
something straight that's bending. It's something that's bending, but so subtly to you it appears to be flat. Just like a machinist with a flat reptile cloth. It looks flat to you, but it's actually not.
No, it actually is hard steel pipe, milled completely straight and interlocked for 60 miles and level. And when it's level and straight, you're saying that pipe is curving. And if I think about it abstractly, which I have to do to invoke what you're saying, right? Put a dress on that pipe and now it curves, see? Here's what it actually is, but after you put this little dress on it, this fancy little dress on it, now it curves in your mind. In your mind, baby. You got to put it in your mind. That's where it's cool, brother. Right? You're a damn scientist, son. Unbelievable. What they're piping down from on high, people, is the exact same crap. It has no more substance than what this young man's bringing. Zero. It's stupid.
Level is curved.
There you go. Hey, are parallel lines?
It's easy for
curve too?
That's just stupid. How would the bolt holes line up?
It's easy for him to repeat that nonsense. For him, level is curved, straight is curved. Didn't you hear that nonsense? Straight pipe, industrialized as a straight pipe. So straight for him is curved. Level is curved. Flat is curved.
Parallel diverges and such.
Yeah.
And wiggles and corkscrews. I can take a triangle and make each one of those lines a corkscrew and have it meet at a vertex and then call it something else and mathematically back engineer it and call it a triangle, which is completely slaps the face of the definition of triangle, doesn't it? It just pisses all over the definition of triangle when I could say things like a circular triangle. It's insulting to actual geometry. Fancy boys with fancy maths.
Yeah, it's stupid. When you put level next to level and they don't, they don't intersect. How do you call that level? How can you trust the level? But we use it every day in construction.
Oh, you
And it
can
works.
trust level. You better trust level, or you can choose not to trust level. Go ahead and start building. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette and watch you build this structure out of. You don't have to ask for level. Go ahead. You can eyeball it. I would love to see this abode, right? That's made from the rebel man who doesn't want to use level or plumb.
Yeah. How do they calibrate their levels, their laser levels? If level is curved, how do they calibrate that shit?
You level all the time.
You level all the time. That's right. Can't get away from level unless you don't ask. Truly, this is a perpendicular principle, guys. There's no place men can go to get away from the perpendicular. It's such a strange thing, really, when you think about it. Level and plumb are everywhere. It's inescapable. In the air, on the ground, on the water, underwater, underground. You hold up a level and plumb, it'll always show you natural balance. You move it through the air over space, right? You'll see that's the gyro. You're keeping that level over distance, right? That's the gyro. These are beautiful tools. They're just submitting to the Earth's expression. They're not arbitrary. They're not inventing. They're not doing their own thing like these supposed scientists and like this young man that came in here, right? These tools are showing you the expression of what the Earth is doing, right? Level and plumb, a gyro, right?
Well,
the pendulum.
A gyro is based off a pendulum. A pendulum, the reason it works is based off the rotation of the Earth. So you can't use a gyro. In your worldview, you can't use a gyro.
No, in my worldview, it's level and plumb over distance, isn't it? That's a gyro. It's keeping your exact vertical and your exact horizontal, which is level, which will match a water level every single time, or you're not in level.
It's keeping that on the basis of precession, and precession doesn't happen without the rotational motion of Earth.
Back up. You got nothing. Nobody's interested in what you got to say. Now, the thing about all these perpendiculars, is very well known. When everything is in perpendicular, this is natural balance. You cannot escape this. What this necessarily means is that all verticals are parallel and all horizontals, i.e. levels, are parallel.
You don't get to use gyros. Gyros are based on precession.
Shut up. You can't escape that. Prove it or not, mate. You can't escape that. How would a plumber still have his job if a plumb bob didn't work? We'll be plumbers getting sacked left, right, and centre if we want a bloody globe, you idiot.
Exactly. Gyros work on the basis of precession. Precession is a fact because of the rotational motion of Earth. So you can't claim gyros. You can't use gyros as a tool because they're working off a rotation of Earth.
They maintain rigidity in space. What are you talking about, you absolute silly guy?
Thank you. Somebody else whip this boy a minute.
And that was such a question. And you know it's round because you can't see it. classic argument from a baller.
Can I ask this guy a question a second? So you put a picture in the side chat, right? And it shows a stickman lying down on a small circle. And as the circle gets bigger and bigger and bigger, eventually the circle becomes so big to the stickman, he's lying down on a flat ground. Do you remember that? What you posted? Is he gone? No, never mind. I think he's gone.
What? You got a problem with that, or what?
There you are. So if we concede that a circle that's eventually big enough would appear locally flat, that's your argument, isn't it?
Yeah, big enough circle relative to you will appear flat to you.
Yeah. So that's the argument. Big enough circle would appear locally flat. So my question is, how is it you're so confident that that's what we live on versus it is actually just flat? Because I'll concede a big enough circle would appear locally flat to me. I don't think that's too offensive a kind of statement to say. But then how would I know that that is in fact what it is? Because what you've shown me there is a diagram of a stickman.
Okay. Well, with navigation, we know how many miles. And then if we're assuming that, okay, if this is curved, if it is a ball, it'll have a certain radius. Okay, well, how do you measure spheres? There's different ways to measure spheres. You can use obelisk.
How do we measure this?
You can use light. You can use shadows to measure a sphere.
Shadows to measure a sphere.
Yeah, you can use shadows to measure a sphere because a sphere is a regular shape, geometric shape. So you can use that principle with shadows to measure a sphere.
How far away is the light source?
Measure a sphere with a shadow.
So for you, the pool table.
How far away is the light source? How far away?
I was waiting for Aristophanes to come up. He didn't take long.
For you, the pool table. All pool tables are round.
How far away is the light source?
Yeah, you can measure something flat that way, but then if you add 3 points.
How far away is the light source?
$93 million.
Hey, it's good to see you on the. It's good to see you on the mic, Shaggy. By the way.
Cheers, mate.
Shout out to you, man. Roto, shout out to you guys. Brand new. You guys haven't really been heard too much, and it's good to see that most of you are getting on the mic. It's appreciated, man. We like to see a veritable amount of people that come through and jump on the mic. Shows initiative, anyway. Carry on, gentlemen.
Yeah, he's got nothing.
Yeah, you're doing well with the argument. One of the things I think people that come through like Mushkane, they try to stick to a specific type of script. Once you get them off script, they don't know how to answer. They clam up. So hence the silence in between, the long pauses between your questions.
Just stick on the question, Shaggy. Hopefully he will just have the courage to answer you.
Well, that's the thing, though. The long pause and the reason why he doesn't respond, Necros, is because he doesn't have an answer to the thing he's only has a script for. Like when you ask him certain questions and they don't respond, it's because they don't have an answer for that question. So they'll
That's the
try to reroute.
manifestation of the cognitive dissonance he's experiencing.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, they
I have
reroute.
an answer. If you want an answer.
What's your answer? Well, we were actually like waiting on a long pause, but this is the reason why I came through, because you weren't answering. But go ahead if you do have one.
I mean, all right, if you want to go through the whole thing. Okay, they say that the light. That is why the light source, from that light source, the light rays will be parallel. Okay, you can dispute that.
How far away is the light source? Answer the question.
I just.
Euro button, go again.
Mushkane, you gotta fix your internet connection. We didn't hear what you said.
Can you hear me now, or am I still breaking up?
Nah, you're clear. Go.
Yeah, so, I mean, I can tell you the distance, but I already know where it's going to go, but 93 million miles.
Yeah, and we'll ask you how that was verified.
There's a logic path here, Mushkane. You have to follow it. So, I mean, the questions that are asked you have to answer them. If you don't have the answer, then you have to replace what you think you know by "I don't know." So,
Yeah, I don't know how they verify the exact distance.
mic drop.
Well, when they went to the moon, it was 12 million miles away. You know.
So going back to that point then about 93 million miles, do you know it's 93 million miles? Or did you read it in a book one day and just believed it's 93 million miles?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even believe the exact number. It changes over time. It's just like it's far enough away for the light to be parallel.
That's exactly right. It is however far and however big enough it needs to be. That's the whole problem with the globe. That's every globe claim, is whatever it needs to be to preserve the globe.
This dude will be a flat earther within the next 2 years, I can tell. I'm not even joking, like, I'm dead serious.
He's taking an hour right now.
You can model the sun by making it the same distance and the same size as the moon. Come on.
And just to help you out here, going back to the whole shadows thing, Aristophanes, when he, quote unquote, measured the ball using the sticks and the shadows, it was a case of, well, we'll take parallel rays from a impossibly distant sun. And the reason they knew the size of the sun to be doing these calculations is because there was this idea of, well, based on when Venus was in transit, and so he saw one light in the sky moving across the sky. A bunch of dudes did a bunch of maths, because obviously as they saw Venus move across the sky, he knew exactly how big Venus was, exactly how far away Venus was, took those calculations, applied them to a presupposed spherical Earth, applied that then to a presupposed impossibly distant sun. And so people take it as this kind of solid foundation. Well, they did the measurements, they did the maths. But if I said to you, I've got £7 in my bank, and then taking £7 in my bank, thankfully I've got a lot more than that, guys, don't worry about me. So take that measurement, and then I say to you, times it by 2, divide it by 3, etc. And you inserted this into this big, long mathematical equation. Then at the end of it, I said to you, how much money do I have in my bank? And you would say to me, it's 7 times the sum I've just asked you to do. And I would say, wrong. That's not actually how much money I've got in my bank. And that's not because your maths is incorrect or your calculations are incorrect. It's because you were dealing with an initially erroneous figure. So because that initial detail of, well, how big is Venus? How far away is Venus? Oh, how far away must the sun be? So the maths is sound, but the answer is wrong. Now, that's something people don't understand sometimes. Your maths can be perfect and you can still be wrong.
Yeah, in this case, all their models are kinematic models, devoid of any actual physics, any dynamics. So they could just as easily model the celestials over a flat Earth, just as easily as they could model a Ptolemaic or a Tychonian solar system, just as they could model pretty much anything, as long as they can model it by taking the observations and mapping them out over vast lengths of time. You can come up with any geometry you want to explain it. But if you really want to find out what's happening, you have to have something more physical than just mere observations. You have to have an interaction with what's taking place.
Guys, tell me this: has the word model been bastardized as well? I mean, isn't model a 2-scale replica?
Yeah, it's colloquially used as what you just described, but also it has a specific connotation to it being what they describe in this room, which would be a scientific model. It's very specific, but they're using model kind of loosely when they're actually talking about a scientific model. They don't know that. We have to explain that to them. So it's not what you just described is valid, but it's not, in this case, it's not used for what we're using it for. Does that make sense?
Is it like astrophysics?
No, a scientific model in this regard, right? When you're talking about like what the Earth is and all what it does, there isn't one. So they don't have what's required for them to have, the explanatory power of what they consider the globe Earth to be. So in a scientific model, it would have to have, explained natural phenomena, but it doesn't do that. So
they need to describe the cause and effect relationship with it.
Right.
So they're in the wrong category.
They can't do that. So they think that using the word model is going to give them a free pass. But what you think a model is, any other type of model would be valid. But in this case, it's not. Because they're trying to describe naturally observed phenomena in regards to like what we see every day outside with a model. And that's just not possible. So therefore, it's a category error and it doesn't exist. There isn't a scientific model for the Earth as a globe. Does that make sense?
Is there any form of model, whether it be a 2-scale replica or any other sort?
For the Earth as a globe or just in general? Because you have to be specific. Hyperspecificity in this case. So if you don't have that, then...
Wherever model's being tossed around.
Well, it's tossed around in this arena like I went over already. So in this arena, it's supposed to be used as a scientific model. It's not. So they're not only in a category error, but they don't understand what they're saying when they say model. So they're using it kind of like the way you described in the first place. But you can't have something that has, if you're going to be observing naturally occurring phenomena outside, you don't have a scientific model to adhere to those, principles. You follow or no? Like I'm trying to see if you can understand what I'm saying. Like,
I know what you're saying.
There isn't what they're requiring there to be in this specific regards.
What they consider in reality as being a model is the claims, is what they say or what they claim as being the explanations, because they say that it has an explanatory power.
Yeah.
So
well,
for them,
no,
those pieces.
Yeah, but it doesn't, because we asked them what model. Then here's the next step. If they do say that, Necros, ask them what model are you pointing to? Talk about it. Which one? What are you meaning? Because there isn't what you think there is in like what you consider to be like in a model form. Like, have you heard what model? Because I haven't heard anybody demonstrate what model they're talking about. Have you? Necros?
The other day, a guy here just came here, and we asked him for a model, and he sent to us. I don't know if Amish was here too, but DJ were here. So they asked him for a model, and he sent an article about why do you don't fall from the globe. So gravity, that it is attracting you to the center of the globe. So like I said,
I remember that.
Those fractions, they consider them models, but they are not. So you can't say the laws of gas are model for gas. No, it's not. It's just the law of gas. Archimedes' principle is not a model. It's a principle. So they use that. They name those things as being models.
So it has to be, in this case, it has to be all encompassing. So if you're talking about a model for the Earth, well, it needs to explain a lot. I mean, it would be vast amounts of information to cover, right? And what do they have? There's no possible way in human existence that's ever been proposed. Now, there's different kinds of models, like weather models and such, but you don't have something to explain the Earth as a globe. There isn't that. That if somebody says there is, then what you guys have to do, people who are having the conversation, is inquire what model are you speaking of. You're going to have to point to what you're talking about specifically, and it needs to be in regards to what you consider science. And if it doesn't have anything to be in regards of science, then you're in a category error. Because I'm telling you guys right off the jump, there isn't any science for the globe, not as what they're considering, right? So they're asking the question, what is the Earth? What is the Earth? And that's not a question for science. It's not the how, why question that needs to be asked. So there isn't a model to explain the naturally occurring phenomena that we see outside, right? This is important, guys, for the conversation, because the longer you indulge it, and longer you say, well, go ahead and present your model, and you don't kind of talk about the elephant in the room, that they're in a category error, they're not going to see that they are. And you're going to indulge them in a conversation going down a rabbit hole that you don't have to have, because they don't realize they don't have a model. But if you keep telling them, well, okay, what model do you have to point it out to them. They don't know
It sounds very similar to the scientific method, right? The strictness, the empirical aspect of the scientific method versus the looseness that's used today in just the word science.
Yeah, I mean, they've bastardized a lot of terms, like level, like you just heard the gentleman saying, Mushkane. So the bastardization of these terms are the reason why they have faith currently in the specific idea of the Earth being a globe. The faith comes from the bastardization and the conflation and just all the different terms that they think they mean two different things at the same time, and they don't. So
yeah, but level being curved is a necessity on a globe Earth, and also with gravity,
right?
That's how it has to work.
If you think it's necessary for the globe Earth, then you have to provide evidence that the globe Earth exists. So in other words, if you're saying this thing exists, then I'll tell you, how does it exist if something that you believe is just fantasy? It's like you believing in a story of, whatever. You insert kind of a fairy tale. Any fairy tale that you believe in because you really like the story, that's your belief system. Doesn't mean it's empirical. Not something we can verify. So that's what we talk about in here. So you have to prove what you're saying exists. How can you do that? That's the rub, Mushkane. And another thing too, the way we use the word level practically, it encumbers a lot of professions. So people that use these things every day, like building and canals and sewers and roads, railways, all that, they need to understand what level means in a very practical sense, right? And there's many citations, there's many ways that people in the industry have used it. So we don't need to rely on your belief. We rely on practicality. We rely on empirical methods. That's what we rely on. End of the day, people that have been doing this for their job look at you kind of trying to make an excuse for your fairy tale and are just like, dude, why do you keep saying that? Like, if I don't use it that way, when I go and measure things for, if I get contracted out to build a specific building that costs millions of dollars, I'm not going to believe in a fairy tale. I need exactness. They depend and rely on my expertise, not on a belief that I have. That's what it's like at the end of the day. That's what it is.
Brother, let me say, man, practicality, the employment, the usage, right, to utilize in practical application, these things that you're talking about is so fundamental, and it is such a perfect common stepping stone for people to enter into this understanding. I think it's, in my opinion, the best gate because it's so reasonable. It is so understandable when it's put into practical application, meaning we do it every day. It's already this way. You don't have to think about it. Here's how the hands lay on it, right? Here's how the actual rubber meets the road when we use it, right, as the level plane. So, yeah, I think it's going to ring the bell for people on the fence. There was a guy in earlier, somebody, I think Matrix may have asked him, what do you think about, where do you land, and he said, I don't know. He's gray, right? He doesn't know. There's going to be those guys that come in here if they're being genuine, but yeah, I think that's a great place to place them, man, with the practical application. So kudos on that.
Yeah, so end of the day, man, people that use this like in their profession are going to utilize the earth as flat and stationary. Like they're not people can wax philosophical when they come in here and talk about their globe belief, and they can carry a belief all day long. That's, to me, I really don't care, because at the end of the day, people that are working outside, they don't care for that. They usually say things, and I've heard people in surveying and such say that even if they were thinking about the earth as a globe, it's so minuscule, the amount of curvature, that it's inconsequential. They don't even consider it when they're building. So that's the way that it's even told, that's the way it's even said. So they don't even have to consider it in building.
That's how it is.
So then that means you know what that means, right? That means that it's not useful. It is not even it's not a part of, like, people have to consider it while they're building.
Well, because you know what? Necros made a point earlier about you're on a plane, you look out the window, you're not thinking of whether it's flat or curved. You've been told it's curved, but you're ignoring any thought of the question. You're just thinking about burgers, boobs, and bucks, like you do every day, right? Until someone sits next to you and brings the information to your mind as a consideration, right? Now it's enlightened to you. Hey, do you see flat or curved outside this window? It's like, well, I've never really paid attention. I've been on construction sites a lot, right? And I'll tell you, all those guys out there aren't thinking about whether the earth is flat or curved.
Yeah.
Measuring it every day, flat and vertical, every day. Now, if you bring the question up, though, it's like, well, if I had to think about it, I'm told it does this, but I've never measured it that way. And if I had to build something into the distance to the horizon, I'd keep it level.
Always.
Right? Exactly. And all my vertical walls are going to be parallel. Right?
Yeah, none of the globe proponents can make somebody in that field believe that level is curved. I don't care how much they're in here until they're blue in the face. No, but you don't understand what I'm saying. They're like, dude, I do not use it that way. There's no way I'm going to consider it. So what use case does it have? What value does it bring to everyday reality? Zero value. So therefore, if it's zero value, why would I need to consider it? Like, you could really, if you think it's so minuscule that it's just, you don't need to worry about it, well then why would you even consider it a part of, like, what you think about? You should just toss it out already.
But they also say it's too sophisticated for normal people to figure it out, Alpha. So you have no basis to reject it because you're not like them. You're just a normal person.
Yeah, that's a good point, because when someone tries to point it out to them, they're just an everyday person. They're not going to take in that information unless they can prove it themselves. It's never going to click.
Yeah, this seems to be
when they say you don't understand, they mean to say, I don't understand. I'm not good at explaining this. I'm failing because I don't have enough knowledge to convey this and experience. There's no way these flat earthers fully understand it. They're dumber than me, so they don't understand it.
Yeah, we've often talked about the psychological ramifications of the belief system, right? It takes the mind to such a deep entrenched belief system that it's like they're so encumbered by the belief that there's no way that they can see, any way. It's like somebody, I don't know, in a cult, if you want to call it that. They're so entrenched in the cult that they cannot see past it. So even if they show empirical evidence to the contrary of their belief, they still won't concede. Even what was some of the things that we've talked about to some of the staunch believers was like, even if we shown you all the evidence possible the earth is flat, would you then understand that it is? They're like, no, it's still a globe. Like it's really bad, guys. I'm telling you. This belief system, the globe belief system that we're actually going against, it's you have to deal with a lot of like psychological trauma when it comes to like people believing the earth is a globe. Like it's deep, dude. Like it's not easy. So
I can't help but to try and wonder, like, what singles us out to all the others. I've got family that I can throw this shit in front of their face. I don't force it upon them, of course. I'm not stupid, but and they're smart. They're very smart, but I can't call them intelligent now. I figured that because I don't get it. Like, what singles us out is, I keep questioning.
It's simple, dude.
Are they really human beings? So it kind of does put you in that state of mind where you question reality, and it's kind of.
I could tell you, over the years of me doing this, I could tell you, convenience and complacency. Convenience because it's easy because I don't have to think about it. Complacency because I'm used to it already. I don't, you're used to something for such a long time, and you don't want to bother. You don't want to bother. Why bother? Right. Smarter minds have figured this out. So complacency has it's been told to you for such a long time and be drilled into your mind. And it's like, why do I need to do all the work to actually figure this? I don't need to do that. Just go talk to a scientist, or something.
Yeah, they have no reason to lie.
By thinking that the Earth isn't flat, like they're not going to gain anything. The only thing they're going to gain is like suspicion from other people.
See, so it's look at the reasons why he's saying that. Can you kind of like peek into a mind when these talk? I can. Mm-hmm. It seems to me like the person either has some sort of boundary where if they cross it, they'll be alienated between their communities. Their people in their culture will look at them differently. So there's a lot of things. Right? Well, it's something to consider, because if you really, let's say, you don't want people to look at you in a certain way, and you're an introvert already, you're not going to want that. That's not the life for you. People that have stepped out of their out of their culture, like they're doing what they're pioneers, they don't really care what anybody thinks. That's the kind of individual that's like, I don't give a fuck what anybody says, dude. The earth isn't a globe. So, but you really consider that, because most of the people that are around you will ostracize you, and you don't want that. You don't want that kind of life. That life is not for you. So it's more convenient to just say, you know what, I'm just going to have to do my best to make it sound like the earth is a globe, so I don't have to deal with all that. So much to deal with, right?
That's a huge factor, I reckon. And the way it's set up for that factor to be, so forced upon people. Because I feel it myself, it's ingenious when you really look at it. It's crazy.
This has the effect, too, of allowing people to be very slippery, very loose with their thinking. So when they pop up a picture and they see something that looks like a curving horizon in the photo, that's it. Earth is a globe. That's all I needed to see. I can now walk away and go on with my life because I've seen the curvature. These flat earthers are wrong. And that suffices for them. There's no interest in figuring out what the geometric prediction would be given those conditions in the photo versus what's being shown in the photo. There's no interest in going any layer deeper than this. They see something that curves. It's enough. Now I can go believe in the globe and be loved by my friends and family again. Yeah.
Called confirmation bias, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I got a question. Does McEwen ever...
Yakushi, go ahead.
Does McEwen ever come to this server?
You're breaking up, dude, because I hear you're on the move. Yeah, I hear you're on the move, but I heard your question. So does McToon ever come over here? Is what you're asking, right?
Yeah, does McToon ever come here? Yes.
Yeah, he has at one point. I don't know. Somebody else wants to chime in on this one.
No, you got much longer history. I know he came to 24/7 a couple times, but he doesn't come by anymore.
Yeah, we have a recording of him, I think, on Helio Skeptic's stream, where he came into the 24/7 Discord, the actual Discord that we have, and we debated with him for a while. That was very early on in his kind of like start from his channel and all that stuff. So he was really trying to get things going with his channel. And go ahead, Jedi. What'd you say?
That was years ago.
Yeah. How many years do now being at the word 25?
Well,
like 17 or something.
the reason I'm asking
18.
The reason I'm asking is because
Go on, man.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is because he had a show on Tuesday, and he's talking about this server because somebody. First of all, he's phoning flat earthers live in his show, which is a scumbag move. Because one guy was like, "I'm with my family," and he wouldn't get off the phone with him. But anyways, someone brought it up. He called us Aussie flat earther, and he basically said, "Why are you backing down from debating Nathan Oakley?" And his response was, "Well, I don't want to go to this 24/7 server because they have the mute button and they mute me." And it wasn't like a Discord, but as a neutral observer, like that's a flat out lie because I've been here. Nathan doesn't have a mod. Nathan was muted last week by a mod. There's opposition arguing with him all the time. So it's just a scummy thing to say to his audience to say that this server is basically on Nathan's side and he couldn't come in here as a neutral platform because that's not true.
Well, think about it like this, man. If you look at the people that come in here, we challenge every day, are just random people that believe the Earth is a globe. So everybody who believes the opposing side can come in here. Well, all we do is we challenge them, right? So we'll challenge McToon as well. But we have people that are, I would say, experts at this conversation. The topics anyway. Like all the talking points are already covered to some degree, right? The length of them. Yeah. So there's nowhere that McToon can actually go in this specific arena that we don't know where he's going to end up at. We're already at the end of every argument. 24/7 has been championing the points that we have in here. We are the ones who corrected people. So we are the farthest ahead as far as when it comes to the topic. I guarantee you will not find anywhere on the internet as far as we've gotten. We challenge ourselves, dude. That's how bad it is. We challenge ourselves in here for the arguments that we make. Everybody's challenged, dude. There isn't one person in I guess you can say in the long-standing time period that we've been doing this that has not been challenged by one another. Everybody has been tested and proven. So it's kind of like when one of those guys like McToon or you name whoever you want, they step foot in here. This is like the end all be all for those guys. This is where they're either going to make it or break it.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot riding on their reputation, right? There's no way they just set foot in here casually. That's for sure.
No,
it's recording. It's recording.
Yeah, we do have the audio recording 24/7. That's the reason why we got the name. Helio Skeptic runs the YouTube channel that records this live all the time. So nobody can escape by saying, I didn't say that, because we have a recording of them saying it. And you guys that are listening right now can play back the audio. And see, we do that because it shows transparency. We want you guys to be the ones who listen back and hear what both sides have been saying so that you can put it to the test for yourself. This is the reason why we've been doing it for such a long time, because we want people to realize that you're not alone. You're not, going out there trying to figure things out by yourselves. We're exposing your mind to the fact that there is no globe. That's all we do. We don't care about converting people, convincing you. That's not at the heart of our aim. Does that make any sense, guys? This is what we do every single day.
It keeps everybody honest on both sides.
Yep.
And that's why it's hard for Globies and some new flat earthers to cope with the recording. Because then they have to really think about what they're saying. Okay, do I really know what I'm talking about here? Do I really know what I'm talking? Am I talking out my ass?
The other thing he was claiming is that every flat earther is an evil person on this earth.
Right.
And that's such a scumbag thing to say, because how dare you call somebody evil that you don't even know just over the internet? Because why? Because they think the earth is flat? That guy's such a scumbag.
Yeah, well, this is kind of the reason. So he's keeping people with the confirmation bias that the earth is a globe. He's giving them a reason, right? So he's trying to heap a lot of insults and whatever he can so that he doesn't face this community. The people that are here that made what this is, he would not set foot in here, because it's not that he's going to get muted. I mean, obviously, if he doesn't stop talking like everybody else, he will. But eventually, we do a back and forth. Like, that's all we care about. Listen to any one of the ones that have been here for a while. We're like, okay, just say what you're going to say and prove your point, and don't interrupt when I'm speaking, because that's rude, right? So that's the reason why you'll be muted. Otherwise, you won't. And so just say your piece. But you got to remember, too, people that come in here, if they start saying things that are not true, or they're misrepresenting what we say, they will be stopped.
Yeah,
that's why
I
this is our
flat
forum,
earther earlier this week for talking nonsense.
Yeah, chickens need an excuse for not crossing a road.
Yeah, but other than that, you can invite McToon in here and be like, dude, like, they were inviting you there. I don't know why you don't want to go.
He's a pussy. He won't come in here.
Oh.
Yeah, by the way, that's how good it is, not how bad it is. Even challenging ourselves in here is a good thing. Just for example, AI brought up angles, right? We don't want to get caught up in our own rhetoric either, right? So we always want the standard high for what the actual truth is, right? So AI bringing up that, like angles, they don't all have a horizontal baseline. You know, for example, if I miter a 2x4, it's a 45-degree angle. It has nothing to do with horizontal, right? However, you know, that is not insulting the word level or vertical whatsoever. It is distinguishing. It is pulling an angle away from that and showing that an angle can do something else as well, right?
The only criticism with the previous point is that the globe side, and they could be wrong, but at the very least they're consistent. Every one of them says the same thing. Whereas the flat Earth,
no, that's incorrect.
You ask Nathan Oakley, he has 1 point. You ask Dave Wise, he has 1 point. Everyone's different, right?
Greg, Grecki, or whatever your name is, Gakushi. Sorry, yeah, that's incorrect, sir. The globe is inconsistent as well, because they don't know, like, their talking points. They can't agree on their talking points. So, and I've been seeing that almost. I mean, I don't know. You haven't been exposed to this forum for a while. I have. They do have inconsistent talking points, so they're not consistent as well.
But I'm saying, like, a general example, right? You ask a glober how far is the sun. Every single one of them will say 93 million miles, right? No one says 50, right? Whereas the flat Earth side, some say 3,000, some say 5,000, some say we don't know. There's a guy
That's another thing.
With 60 miles.
Yeah, that's another thing I wanted to bring up. So the people that have the hardest time in here aren't globers; they're flat earthers.
Yes,
I'll be honest with you. The ones who have the hardest time in this room are flat earthers. It's not the globers. The globers, we already know they're talking nonsense. The flat earthers are trying to get their talking points squared away. So when they're speaking in here to another glober, and we're listening to them, and they don't have their argument buttoned up, we're gonna chime in. We're going to be like, no, dude, that's not it. Like, you can't say, you can hear, you've heard many of us come in there and jump across, you know, somebody that's explaining, especially if you're more on the side of, like, esoteric belief systems, like, you know, ice walls and...
can't stand that shit.
Yeah,
they're trying to blow people's minds. Like, get this, Globey, I got the best explanation. You see that light in the sky? That big, beautiful white light, that's a fucking map of the Earth, dude. I'm not even joking. It's a big fucking map of flat Earth in the sky. Like,
they're all kinds of wrong.
That is the original flat Earth, though. It was the pie with the ice holes around the...
No.
That was a misunderstanding.
No. That's your.
No, I understand. You could prove it's not right, but I'm just saying originally,
No.
like 10 years ago,
Originally, no. No, you're wrong again. Originally, that wasn't the first understanding either, because that was put to you. That specific idea, the AE map or the Gleasons, was something inserted as part of one of the maps that were put out there for the globe. So, trying to map out what the Earth is in its entirety. Okay? So the Earth in its entirety is something of a mystery. So that has never been something that has been a talking point for Flat Earth. Flat Earth has always been ancient. It's ancient. So nobody knows the extent of the Earth as flat. But what they can tell from their viewpoint is that, their 360-degree viewpoint is that everywhere about them is a 360 degree of a flat Earth, right? So, and different cultures have the different way that they put it to them. But they would see in perspective, right? So in perspective, you can see, a flat Earth, but it looks like the sun is arcing overhead. So you would look to see like everything in perspective is converging to the eye line. So they see everything in perspective. You see everything in perspective.
So where does the idea of this map with the ice falls around that looks like a pie come from, then?
NASA.
So NASA inserted a flat Earth map into society? Is that what you're saying?
No. The
ice
AE
walls.
map.
Yeah, the AE
the
map.
ice walls.
The AE map has been around a long time, though. Like it's gotten popular this century, but it's been around for ages, and it was always presented as a globe.
Yeah, it's not a. Yeah,
because in the corner of the AE map, you'll find what's called a scale, and the scale is non-uniform. And if you apply the scale, you will get a globe.
Yep. This is the confusion in the discussion. So this is why I'm saying flat earthers have a harder time in here than a glober. So just for your mind, Gakushi, this is the problem, right? When you've been exposed to the internet and you think that you've heard all the great arguments and flat earthers have been giving back and forth, you're like, oh, that's a flat earther and that's a globe earther. It's very confusing. There's those who can admonish the truth and be concise with their points and, stick to like empirical evidence. And then there's those who are very esoteric in their talking points. Okay, and those are a dime a dozen, right? They're every other person that believes the Earth is flat, but it's a dome and it's got ice walls and all kind. This.
So is your position that you don't have a map and the only basis for why we know it's flat is because our senses and what we see is flat?
No, it's map. Okay, when you say map, you're talking about a world-encompassing map. That's a world map, right? Yes. Not just a regular map could be like an atlas that you have for like local travel.
Map, yes.
Okay, world map. So world maps are, like I said, those things are mysteries to people because of the fact that they can't. There's no way that you could one for one view the entire Earth and give it a specific look. There's no way that you can reconcile the landmass sizes or orientation from the landmass sizes to each other. There's no way you can gauge how they're all put down on the flat Earth. You have basic concepts, right? And ways that people talk about it, but there's no real way to like actually see what. Because there was been people in the flat Earth side been trying to make like maps of the flat Earth, and each one is very different from the other. So there's no way. Even you could take a look at the globe, try to get consistency from those guys. They don't have consistency either. Look at how many. You could type in right now. How many maps are there of the Earth in Google? You'll find out there's hundreds of them, right? So there's no real consistency in the landmass sizes ratio versus like distance from the landmasses in accordance to each other.
Could I intervene for just 1 second? There's also globers that will say science doesn't prove things. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, there's two
globers that are confused as to what the use of science is and denying science.
Yeah, but I just want to stick on the maps for a second because let the gentleman know that there's so much to discuss when it comes to these things because people are all over the place with this topic. In this arena, we got flat earthers confused and globe earthers confused.
Right.
Just like Gakushi is pointing out right now, he's bringing up good points because he's heard on the internet people who claim to be flat earthers are let's say confusing those who are listening as a third party. They're like, yeah, but I don't really understand the flat earther's perspective because it sounds like when he was debating with the Glober, like his talking points were all over the place and the Glober had his shit together, and it's not that. There's a lot. Everybody is all over the place. I would say both sides. We've had to in here correct people to actually get their talking points like in order. I'm serious.
Yeah, multiple meetings, both public and behind closed doors.
Big Boy Dave, perfect example. So he's all over.
A big point of contention is like, what is a coordinate reference system? Is that the same thing as the terrain that is being mapped to it? And the answer is no.
Yeah, every point that we carry, man, it's for your benefit. Like, we hold to these truths, right? They're value to us, but at the same time, it's also for the listener. You know, when we're talking, because somebody pops in here, they'll say a few words, get angry, and then leave. We'll still keep talking about the point that we're on to kind of go through. Because to us, just them bringing it up gives us a reason to discuss, right? So whether they're here or not, it doesn't matter to us. Like, we're not needing, wow, man, where'd he go? We guess we can't talk about it. No, we're going to still talk about it. We'll still go through the information and present it to you guys, the listener, because we have an audience. They don't. They just have their belief system to cling to.
Right. And all of us have different strengths in different areas, too. Some of us are better at talking to people. Others are not. Some of us are really good at being entertaining, and others are just good at delivering information. We got some people that are highly technical, some that are not, but are extremely logical. And we got people with experience in very niche, directly applicable fields, professionally and non-professionally. So we got a lot of topics covered. And sometimes when we are rambling after a Glober gets kicked out, it might be because the speaker has specific domain knowledge that they want to get across. We really do encourage people who have real domain knowledge to speak up and talk on these subjects. The more the merrier.
The way it's structured, you guys are like really mature about it. You know, you just pass it on to someone else when you know they've got more knowledge of the topic. And he's really mature about that in that sense.
Well, it's kind of hard though, Shaggy, because when you hear a juicy Glober come in here and declaring that they know, we're all chomping at the bit, dude. That's the only thing. I was like, no. Okay, we're playing rock, paper, scissors in the background to see who's going to take. No, I'm just kidding.
Shoot, I've overtalked Alpha, Jedi, and Cyclone more than anybody else. When that happens.
Yeah.
Guilty as charged.
It's basically like a sale at Walmart, like on Black Friday. You know, we're running in to get our sorry.
It's like, oh no, I only got 10 minutes before I got to get to work. I'm going to overtalk everybody. I got to smash this Glober before I start my coffee.
Yeah. I've been taking in information from you guys a bit over a year, and I'm already biting my tongue. Like, no, can't cut them off. You know, it's a bit rude.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we do like the discussion. So most of the people in here, they are able to tolerate the back and forth, and then some. I mean, everybody's got their moments, right? But it is what it is, man. This is a world-changing conversation. I mean, this is actually like flipping their paradigm upside down. Like, think about it.
Yeah. Well, dude, like, it's good you say that because something I want to make clear, like, the whole idea of, because I was into Star Trek and Star Wars, like majority of you guys, probably all of you guys, you know, loved it, you know, and until you start to listen to you guys, understand the true workings of this environment, it's really fascinating. And, you know, it's kind of like blissful in a sense, you know, to be able to look around and actually acknowledge the true workings of our environment. Like, you can't get better than that in my.
Yeah, you're walking with a purpose, whereas you were floating in the wind prior. So every step means something now. So you can actually connect with your environment. You know that, you know, the physical and natural world are something that are tangible that you can understand, and it translates to something in the practical sense, right? You don't have to think of fairy tale globes Like you can just realize that you're on a horizontal topographical plane. You're everywhere you go. That's you're going straight horizontal. It makes life. Some people usually when they come in here, like, well, what difference would it make? What is it going to change in my life? I don't see it. Like, it's just, dude, everything that you already are doing will just be cemented and like that's how it is. You don't have to say, well, we are treating the Earth as practically flat, but in reality, it's a globe. Like, no, you don't think that way anymore. It's just that way.
Did that kind of make us ignore nature in a sense because we didn't understand it? Now it's a bit more fulfilling in a way because we can grasp the concept of what's going on.
Fucking paraplegic, dude.
Yeah, in the Truman Show, when the teacher pulls down the map, and so Truman's the student, right? And he's got wide eyes for exploration of the unknown, right? And she says, "No worries, it's all been explored, right? There's nothing for you to see." It's very deflating. It's like we've done it all for you. Everything's colored in. There's nothing more to explore. And then it's like new information comes your way and you understand that what you were told is not true, right? In so many ways. So there is this embarking on this new knowledge. And again, it's kind of like coming out of the ignorant of something. Not that anyone's stupid. It's just that you've never put your mind to it, the thought of it, the concept of it. But now that you have, it's so compelling you can't get away. It is an adventure. It re-energizes something, and what you're armed with are simple things like a plumb and a level and a compass, and that's it. You've got some assurity there, right? But what's at the horizon may still be some unknown. What the celeste may be can still be some unknown. That makes it fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with some unknown. Right?
Yeah, fascinating, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, of course. It's pretty good, man. We kind of go through these discussions every now and again. It helps the listener realize our position here. So I know the gentleman who was in here just left, but every now and again we take a moment to kind of realize where we're at and where we've been, and all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, kudos to it. I heard Roto get on the mic, and I haven't heard him get on there. Shaggy, you as well. But it's good to hear you guys that haven't been on the mic jump on and such. Like for you guys to take the initiative.
Yeah, I got rid of my Starlink because it wasn't tracking satellites. I got the shits with it. I sent him a cranky email, and they didn't send one back.
But if you guys want to invite McToon in here, man, drop him a line. Tell him he's welcome in here with open arms.
Yeah, we'll have to hold our side back. I mean, there are going to be a lot of folks on our camp who won't let him talk.
God, dude, I don't even know if rock, paper, scissors ain't going to do it on that one, man. We're going to be drop kicking each other. It'll be like a WWE match, where we're all fighting for the
pit bulls. Bunch of pit bulls.
If I witnessed that live, that would be my life set. That's all. I'll be great.
I'd have to use my mod powers and kick all the ones that I know in here that would jump over me. I'm just kidding.
It doesn't take long before the globe puts a foot in their own mouth, right?
Man, they do that.
That's exactly right. They have to contradict themselves at some point in the conversation. They have to.
Yeah. There's no going back.
Exactly. They have to. They absolutely have to imply that curve is level and that science doesn't prove things.
Yeah, it's a good way to say it. That's good.
By the way, I have a question, man. Where the Globers at? Who we got in here?
We had a few earlier. You kind of missed an epic train spiral.
Really?
Yeah, we had Robert come in with some cheerleader at the same time as Rab Scuttle. It turned into pure audio chaos, and I got
Hey.
really heated, and I tried to calm it down, but it didn't work. So I ended up having to ban. But then
Scuttle
I
is-
spent the next 20 minutes talking.
Rab Scuttle gets under my skin, dude. He's
Pure chaos. Dude, that was all you. I was trying to get just like a couple words, and you're relentless, dude. It's freaking hilarious.
Who, me?
Amish is a dog with a bone, man. When he's
It's like friggin', dude. It's funny. It's like
Yeah, I tied them up in knots with their claims because they were contradicting themselves, just like we were talking about. And so you let them do it. You let them do it long enough that they can't backpedal and move the goalposts, and then you start pointing out all their faults. And then you come in with your references and receipts, and you back up what you say, and then they get pissed off, and they either spiral out and you have to ban them, or they calm down and shut up, and we can move on to something else.
Well, it's like Confucius say, there's no need to kill a fly with a sledgehammer, but it sure is fun.
That was earlier.
Was there sledgehammers in Confucius times? I don't know. Maybe.
Well, they started with Chinese newspapers, right? And they got pissed and they're like, fuck, time to get the sledgehammers. Yeah, you literally came in right when it got calmed down from that train fire spiral. So we do need some new globies, though. So anybody out there on YouTube, if you're listening, come on in. Bring your globe friends. The water's warm.
Did you guys have that mod meeting or what?
The what?
The mod meeting that you got QE was trying to organise.
Oh, the mod meeting. I don't know.
Yeah, so I tend to slow my words sometimes. It's like 1:43. I really got to hit to say. Yeah, it was gonna try and get you together. Surely you know what.
Yeah, that mod meeting did happen, and we like to keep it behind closed doors. What goes on?
No, I was just saying if you had it, whether you've got a different style, and I wasn't going to ask any questions and details. That's not really appealing to me.
Yeah, they were saying eventually get rid of Shaggy 420, but I mean, I was against it. So.
You're a legend.
I was like, nah, man, he's a good guy. Let him be.
I had a feeling you guys talking about me the whole time, right?
Yeah, it was like the main topic of discussion was Shaggy 420. What are we gonna do about that guy? He's a menace. I don't know. We'll let him slide this one time.
Another Scooby snack will sell him down, maybe.
Yeah. So like AV gave us his word, so if he messes up again, we'll get AV situated. Just kidding,
Right.
bro. Just kidding.
Yeah, I know. Well, you didn't hear from Alphagrass. Is that how you pronounce it? Did I pronounce it right?
Ethergrass?
Ethergrass, so yeah, I should have read it first. Yeah, I figured about a week back, I had too many in me, too many drinks, and we had a mad topic going, but I got to the point where I didn't even realise how much I was slurring my words. Ended up falling asleep while I'm chatting, and he's like, "Dude, I think you better go hit Zach." I was like, "Yep. Sorry, bro. See ya." I kind of felt a bit rude too.
It's happened a couple of times to people in here.
Yeah, it's hard to get off. You kind of get stuck on a topic. yeah, going through a bit of a rough patch at the moment. So yeah, depressants, bit of a go-to, not good.
Hopefully things turn out better for you, man. There's always a better day looking
Hey,
forward.
man, you know who else is going through a rough patch? Is Will Duffy. Have you guys heard the latest about him?
What happened? He's a flat earther now?
Oh, man, things are so bad with Will Duffy that he's considering getting his old job back, dancing at the Bent Carrot.
What? Going back into what? He was a wealth advisor, right?
No, he's a dancer at the Bent Carrot.
I mean, a dancer at the bank. That sounds like a gentleman.
I thought it was a euphemism.
Oh, he's
Like
being
dancing for the carrot.
facetious.
No, hey, Will Duffy's. You guys have heard nothing about it. His dancing name is Muffin.
What?
What?
Yeah,
What is?
he does. Interpretive ribbon dancing.
Cool.
What the hell?
Yeah. He's got one called "Where's the Guns."
Oh, I see.
My stage name is Limp Bizkit.
Woo. Yeah.
After that prayer the other day, that was all I needed to hear. It was freaking hilarious.
Yeah, he's praying for all the flat earthers who haven't come to their senses that the earth is a globe. It's like,
Yeah, that was disgusting.
It's about as bad as like when the summertime comes. Now that the weather's getting warmer, I live in like a Bible Belt of the North, and I drive to work in the morning during the summer, and I see Vacation Bible School signs up and down every street. It's like Jesus dinosaurs, Jesus space, Bible dinosaurs, Bible space dinosaurs. We got it all, folks. Come on, bring your kids. They love dinosaurs. They love space. We'll talk about Jesus too.
Of course.
A bit like a float in your face, Jesus kind of.
Trifecta right there.
It's a sepulcher, right? Beautiful on the outside and full of bones and filth on the inside.
I had some really good pictures last year. I wanted to share them, but I doxed myself, right? So like, have you ever dreamed of going into outer space? We will honor God's creation by doing Vacation Bible School on the Book of Genesis. Come talk about UFOs and aliens and dinosaurs.
I had a very different take in regards to the biblical side of like what we understand with the nature of reality.
Yeah.
And I spoke about it before, but I think that anything that leads you astray from the truth would be like heresy. Others don't feel that way. That's fine. You can think whatever you want on this topic. I just think if you believe that, creation is the fingerprint of the creator. So
yeah.
If you deny that, in essence, what are you saying? That's excusable? Because it says in Romans 1 that even if you think that you're without excuse, well, all of creation speaks for the creator. So if you're saying that creation itself is not what we think it is, it's something else, isn't that a mockery of what I don't know. But some people get into the whole thing of like, well, it's not salvation, so it's okay.
I know. It's not wrong to say that at all, Mickey. I think there are different levels to it, different degrees. People, if you look at creation as divine order that is now fallen from its original state, and you understand that Christ's role in this world is to save the world and to save us, to repair and fix everything, then I don't know if I can really fault somebody for just thinking Earth's a globe casually. But if they start defending it like this is God's creation and this is how it is, then yeah, I'll come down hard on them and say, no, you don't know.
And
you
that's
can't
how
say that.
So think about this. The nice little grandma that goes to church every day. She doesn't think about Earth's shape or anything like that, but because her favorite pastor is speaking about like, well, we live on this big beautiful planet, and and so she's basically a she's taken in by every wind of doctrine. Had she went to the scriptures herself, would be equipped to understand that what the preacher's saying is incorrect. You get what I mean? So it's upon everybody, right? There's no one should be, everybody's left with no excuse. So even the nice grandma that doesn't do anything, she's just really not. Why are we picking on her? Like, this is the thing that I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
is that it's upon everybody to really, like, if you say that you trust in God, and this is the way I'm looking, my point of view.
You
So
can put that in another context.
I agree, generally, Mickey. I agree.
Anyway, it gets really dicey, though. It gets dicey because you start messing with people like, well, what are you saying? Everybody's going to hell, but it thinks the Earth's a globe? Bullshit. Like, that's not what I mean, dude. You guys got to really understand this topic encumbers people and deception, right? So what are we deceived by? And are we coming out of that? Are we staying in it? Are we ignorant to it? Are we excusing it? Like, to what level are we,
The God, the globe, or the man and the devil create the globe?
The other thing is, guys, like that granny didn't really go outside and use what had been gifted to her, the eyes, that our Creator blessed us with.
Is that an excuse?
Our acknowledgement. You can go and look outside and take that in. If someone's tried to, give you that information, you haven't gone out and looked out for that information yourself and gone, hey, hang on.
I just feel like we can all be tied up into, like, trying to make excuses for people that we care about. Like, oh, my mom, I really love her. She always takes care of me. So I'm gonna excuse her from, like, not her, but all these other people who believe the Earth's a globe. Like, I mean, you get what I mean? Like, it gets kind of personal. It hits home. So I take a look at it more as the value of truth and how we, because when it comes to it, like, did God say, oh, well, you didn't know about it, okay, I'm gonna let you slide that one time. I don't know, man. I just don't. You get what I mean? Like,
I'll say it's not their fault.
If it's so important for them to accept a globe, then go ahead and show us how you know Earth is a globe.
Oh yeah, but I mean,
if it's so important for your biblical cosmology to believe in a globe, then show it. How do you know it's a globe? We go back to the same questions we asked before.
It's hard because, prior to the knowledge that the Earth is flat, right, we were probably in ourselves, like, believing that it was a globe, and in our studies too with Bible.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
I'll tell you like this: it didn't make sense, even though we still thought of it that way. It didn't make sense to us because I would look at Scripture, and I remember talking about it. The Scripture where every eye shall see and every knee shall bow when the Lord comes back in the clouds. Yeah. And so I was like, okay, so how can he? I remember I was discussing this way before Flat Earth. Like, I even came to the topic. There was a guy that I was arguing with online, and he was saying that, well, how do you reconcile this? And he was putting it to me. Like, it doesn't talk about the Earth as a globe. And it's like, how were you going to believe it? And I was like, dude, it's simple. Everybody's got TVs, obviously if they see them in one area, they'll see it all over the world. I was arguing like that. I remember that night, talking about it, but I was like, nah, it doesn't, even that answer is still like, because every eye is going to see them. So what if the TVs like go out, or like, electricity not there? So I started to question. I was like, there must be another answer for it. You get me? Yeah. So even at the level, I still wasn't thinking that the Earth was flat at that time. I still couldn't reconcile how the fact some of these things would occur. Like, logistically, let's say. I was making excuses. So, and at some point,
so the God of the gaps, you got to introduce ideas like, oh, maybe it's a mystical thing, maybe it's not literal enough.
Yeah,
and it diminishes the value of the message.
Exactly, dude. Genesis being something allegorical instead of it being literal, like that. Some of the things that when people go into the cosmology, and especially like in Genesis when it talks about the order of creation, numbers, numeric values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? There's a number value, and then there's an order to it. So you can't say this is not the order to creation, right? How things were in order. This is how it was. So if you say that's poetry, well, what do you mean? Numbers are now poetry? Like, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Like, I mean, I don't know. That's how they look at it. Because I remember having a discussion with a lot of these Globers, and they'll say that the language in Genesis is poetry. So we can look at even when it says, that the sun, moon, and stars were created on the fourth day. That's just poetic language. I mean,
yeah, days could be ages, right? And so therefore, evolution.
Yeah,
these are excuses by weak Christians to abandon what they know to be true from Scripture in order to conform to the pressures of the world and society.
The idea of spelling spells. Don't know.
Yeah, if you've been in the studies that I have with like the extent of understanding, like there's no room for people to be like, well, okay, we can just say that this is that and so forth, and you really can't. Like if something's being said, it's like imagine if a king was to speak to you and give you an order, and then you would arrive at the location where the order was to be delivered, and you're like, well, I think this is what he meant, and the person received that information. And then they got totally misaligned with what you were supposed to tell them, or at least from what you told them. And then by the time the word got back to the king, you think he'd be like, that's okay. As long as you said something close to what I said, that's fine. Like, no. Like, you didn't give him the order.
Your heart's in the right place. Your heart's in the right place.
No, this is what internally, when I think about this, I'm like, because that's how it is, isn't it? He's the king of all that there is. There's no more above him. So if you're looking at this book that gives you his order, this is what he's saying it is. So my interpretation to the people that are going to receive this information, me as an ambassador, that's all right. Let the little old grandma believe the Earth's a globe and she's going to heaven. Don't worry about it. Golden ticket and whatnot. So I don't know. I get kind of like, you get what I mean? Like you're being instructed by the creator of the universe.
But I find it hard referring to something that could have been manipulated over the years.
Yeah, everybody has their stance on like biblical interpretations and everybody's hand in it. But I think contextually, what's true is the intrinsic value that it carries. So you can say it's misaligned because it's been handed down through many different people. But what's true is how its value works out to be for morality, for how we are within the context of that specific scripture. I don't know which one you want to point to, but how does it align with our being? Is it something that is true? Because something that's true is, it's self-evident. You don't need to tell people that hurting somebody's bad. We know it is, right?
You feel it, man. You feel it, yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, if there's something in there that's saying, no, hitting somebody is good, do that. Like, then it's like, well, what do you mean? Like, because... So, if you say that it's been handed down and how can we trust it, that's just putting a lot of doubt into like something that should be understood as intrinsically true.
Yeah.
Like it is. Like there's no.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Like,
it doesn't even have to be physical. It can be, a thought, and it's good or bad.
Right. If you have to ask the question, "Can I do this?" then it's probably something you shouldn't be doing. Right.
Yeah, true.
That's the thing. So that's how it is. So it's shown to you. So it doesn't. You could read it in the Bible, or somebody could tell you it's just true. Like you're reading.
Not to hesitate. Do not hesitate, and it can save your life.
Well, that's how most people say the Bible. It's like they'll tell you the truth, and they'll bring that up. Whether you believe it or not is like up to speculation.
No, well, I mean, you think that your worldview is built on what you think subjectively, right? But also, it needs to be understood that there's an objective truth. That's something it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. It's just true.
I bet.
Hey guys, I gotta go.
It depends on what you're about to say, but I'd bet on your entire bloodline, you don't know what the objective truth is.
My entire bloodline. What does that have to do with the truth?
Your entire bloodline.
What does that have to do with truth?
what you were talking about. Like you said, there's an objective truth. If you're
Yes.
really that secure in it, you
Yeah.
would wager that.
Wager it. I don't need
Yeah.
to wager truth. It stands apart
Really,
from my wager.
Veritas, what's
Truth,
the truth?
Truth stands alone. It doesn't need my verification or wager for it to be intrinsic.
You're
it
saying
doesn't.
words, but you're not
Yeah.
actually telling me what you're talking about. What are you talking about? What do you believe
Truth.
in?
Truth is
In what
self-evident.
regard? In what regard? 'Cause-
Well, the nature of reality. That
all
regard.
right. Yep, reality. Everyone believes in that because we exist. All right, try again.
Okay, so do
what
you
else
think?
do you believe in?
Do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Globe has
Yeah, a
specific
sphere,
definition
a
that's-
giant ball.
Yeah,
Yep. So,
yeah.
how is that true?
It's been proven by
How?
satellite images, by people who actually traverse the wilderness, by
Wilderness.
click-based.
Satellite.
Well, yeah.
Satellite.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
Let's talk about satellite imagery, right? So satellite imagery.
No. This has already been proven incorrect. I can share
Yeah.
it in the
Well,
side
if
chat
you're not afraid, you'll talk about the very thing you think is the truth. If you're not afraid,
true. I am not afraid.
there's a
I'm gonna
saying.
share it
There's a
with you.
saying, Tiffany. There's a saying. Truth fears no fullest of investigations.
That is
So if you're not
true.
afraid,
So
if you're not
you
afraid,
should
let's go
mute
down to
me
it.
For about to share this with
No.
your
Hold on a
channel.
minute. Hold on. We're not going to go into it.
No.
Don't
You
tell me
said-
no. There's no telling me no in this chat. There's only what we're asking and how you respond. So just follow the line of questions, right? So you just brought up satellite imagery, and I want to know how is that true for the Earth being a globe? So just follow the line of questions. You'll be fine.
Well, no, I'm about to do it.
Yeah. Okay. So satellite imagery. How do we know that presents the Earth as a globe? Go ahead.
Because it rotates and you can actually, in real time, record it as it moves, which is not something you would know since you're like
What?
a fucking. I guess you never graduated.
Oh wow,
Okay.
that turned quickly. What the
All right.
hell?
So you
So
just
he-
said
So, well,
yeah. Because I didn't graduate, I don't understand. Mom, you got all that fancy book learning. I don't have that. So let's just get into it.
that you
character
sound like you're from the
assassination.
South.
What the fuck?
All right. Yeah,
It's
it was
just
character.
assassination. She's just come in and just tried to assassinate your character by saying that you haven't graduated. Not attacking.
How
anything
to
that you said.
assassinate him?
Yeah, she talked about my bloodline. She talked about how I didn't graduate. Like,
Well, where's
I
this
mean,
witch
any
come
more for
from?
any more?
What the fuck?
My God. What else am I not qualified to do?
7 ways you can easily tell and prove the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you want me to read it?
No, I want you to tell me how the satellite imagery is proving the Earth as a globe.
And what
Since
if
I didn't go to school,
one
you
of
did.
you virgins, you did.
No, we're not going to play your little game here. In what way does satellite imagery prove that the Earth is a globe? Go ahead.
I mean, because it's satellite imagery and they take it constantly and they actually prove it.
Okay, you're
Wait,
just
hold-
saying more of the same.
Wait.
No, we're not waiting. You're saying more of the same. Like, I want to know how it's proving the Earth as a globe. Don't keep repeating the claim. Tell me how.
I told you already.
No, you didn't.
What did I say that I was looking up?
You don't even know what you said.
No. I said satellite verification. You're very.
You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
Yeah,
how do
I
you
did.
verify? How did you verify the satellite?
Well, there's images. I can share it with you, but you.
Yeah, I
won't
know there's
unmute
images.
me.
You're saying the claim. Don't say the claim. Tell me the evidence of how you know that's true.
And it matches your brain.
What?
So, so let me post it.
Post
you
it.
fucking troglodyte.
How have you validated these images?
That's ironic. Someone drunk at 11
Thanks,
a.m.
Ugly.
Troglodyte.
Yeah, right.
Go ahead.
How have you validated these images?
Go ahead, Ugly.
Oh, he's
So
not
she's
ugly,
just not
by the way.
listening. There's no
He's
reason to
not
talk
ugly.
to him. Her.
Well, I mean,
Jedi, I'll vouch for you, man. You're not ugly. Go ahead.
I know.
attractive.
How have you verified these images that you think that you can
Because the scientific and academic
Scientific
people who are backing it. They actually.
Who?
Sounds like
Do you have their email?
Wait.
You got their email?
They list their names. Why
Yeah,
would I
who?
listen to a bunch of people like you?
Yeah, who? Do you have their email or some way to contact them? Who are you talking about? Is this imaginary people or actual people?
Oh, you kept muting.
Yeah, I do. You're watching your mutes, but you got to tell us who, because you're saying all these people. We want to know who.
All right, how about this? I'll tell them.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna secretly talk to somebody that you never told us who they are? Really? We got to know who you're talking about. Now, who's gonna validate this? Jedi was asking. You said academic people, like who?
/3600601 45013.
All right, we don't want you to read out your, social security card or something.
Actually, post. Oh, the Virgin got upset when I actually called it out.
Who's this person talk to?
What's happening?
No idea.
It's called trolling, sir.
I'm posting links, and this person's halting.
You're not posting links in here.
Oh yeah, I'm not
Posting in the wrong
because
room.
you won't let
What
me.
an idiot.
You
What do you mean
asked
we don't-
me to post them.
Yeah, the 24/7 flat Earth room, not wherever you are. Wrong room.
All right, so this guy who's obviously not American is definitely
We
on
don't
the
care. We want to get
What
our
is
questions
happening?
answered.
You don't get questions.
Wait, what?
You muted me when I proved.
All right, this person has a mental disability. Just keep them muted. There's no reason to talk to them.
Yeah, Indio said 11. No, it's 10 a.m. over here, bro. But it's 5 o'clock somewhere, huh?
Did it just call India a Native American?
I don't know. Let me see.
I could have sworn.
No, he did. He did.
Did you call Indio a Native American?
He said he's Native American, but he's also said he's white. Andy says he's black. Andy says he's a Muslim. Andy says he's a Christian. He's a mystery. He's a gigantic. You will never know who he is. Am I right, Indio?
I don't think.
I think Sporadic's
cares.
lying.
As long as
She
it
should not be talking
falls
about
in
him.
lines with them, sporadic.
That's like your auntie when she's getting, snoggered. You're just like, oh man, not again.
Time to leave this room.
Hello.
What's up, dude?
What's
up, Alpha?
Hey, what's up, Flat? Hey, don't be drinking like that guy, man. 10 o'clock in the morning. All right, who else we got in here? Let's keep the party going. We got Jesus was black. That's a Jackie Chan avatar. I mean,
erase it.
All right, go ahead, dude. If you're in here, we got American Dad just popped in.
No, American Defender.
Defender. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. What is your position on the topic of this room, sir?
Personally, I think the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah. What is the evidence for that?
Pictures.
Okay. Which one?
Specifically the horizon. Well, not the horizon, the stratosphere picture showing the curve of the Earth.
Yeah. Show us which one you're talking about.
Yeah, give me a second.
Excellent. The Viking just beat you to it, but I don't know which one you're going to post.
Yeah, I found one.
Pictures of the horizon from the stratosphere.
All right, there you go.
Ah, excellent.
Yeah.
So that rope isn't curving either, right? That's on that image.
It is curving. What are you talking about?
It's
It
a
is?
curving plumb line, guys. We found one.
You see that little thing on the red, like at the top right, and it's.
I mean, dude.
That rope is curving.
How come that ray of light isn't curving?
You are
Because
something else.
why would light curve?
Even that lens flare.
You tell me.
Light doesn't curve. It's a
I
straight
know.
path.
Hey,
So refraction doesn't happen. Light doesn't curve. There's no refraction.
I'm
then
sure light can curve, but light moves so fast we can't.
He double
see it
spoke too
curve.
quick. He double spoke too. Dude, you just finished saying light doesn't curve. Now you're switching.
No,
it back
no,
to
no,
it
no.
does?
Listen.
Flat
though.
man
Let me
should
listen.
win.
Let me listen. Go ahead.
Light, it does curve. Like it can curve. However, it moves so fast we cannot see it personally.
So it
That's a
doesn't
great
curve.
argument.
It does curve.
Wait
It
a
can
minute, did you hear what he said?
It can curve. That's how we can see a light from across the
This is-
corner or something.
It doesn't get better than this.
Where's your evidence?
Too big to see
My
curvature, guys.
evidence, I have personal eyewitness.
You should write this down.
You've seen it with your
witnessed light
eyes.
curving. You've seen light curving with your own eyes, dude. You're a
They
genius.
just said
Are
light
y'all
bends
dead
around
ass?
corners. Light bends around corners now, folks.
It
You know
does.
it's a
That's
globe
how
because you can't see the
light
curvature,
from a
guys.
corner. You learn that in English, dude.
Really?
What?
Yeah, we know Earth is a globe so much by how little we can detect curvature, man. I get it.
Okay,
Hey,
so
that
how
rope
can you
is
confirm that it is a flat plane?
Yeah, so if this is the image that you're going to bring forward to substantiate the Earth as a globe, how much curvature do you think you're seeing right there?
Looks about like 26 degrees.
6 degrees.
I said 26. It's a good circumference.
It's a circumference?
No, yeah, that's what a circle is.
Dude, the answer
Yeah,
is
that's
it's
the
enough.
whole circle.
It's enough for me to believe. Just like we were talking earlier, it's enough.
What's the altitude at the thing where it's at? Taking this image.
I
don't mind
I'd
me
have
asking?
to see.
He said.
Oh, yeah, go check it out.
Altitude of.
Go check it out.
Yeah, this is where the details
Wait,
kind of.
that's not the stratosphere, though, is it?
I don't know. You tell us, man. He's asking us. He's like, "This isn't the stratosphere, is it?" Like,
No, it's
not
the
our
exosphere. It's the
photo.
exosphere. All right, it's 500 kilometers above the surface.
No, really?
500 kilometers.
From a balloon?
above the surface.
Yeah, where did you, what source are you looking? What source do you got, man?
Higher than the ISS.
NASA.
buddy. So did ISS run
Wait,
into it?
no. It's phys.org.
What? Say it again?
Phys.org.
Indio in the house.
And I
Physics.org. Post the
It's
link,
not
dude.
Jewish, so you can be safe with
Post
it.
the link, dude.
So what evidence do you have that the Earth?
Hey,
is flat?
post the link, bro. I'm waiting on the link.
I
tried to
can't
wiggle out of it.
Yeah, we can get to our evidence for flat later. Right now, we're talking about your evidence for the globe.
Well, I already presented my evidence.
No, I want the
We're still
freaking
going
link.
through it.
A bendy rope. That was your evidence.
Post
Your
the link,
guys'
man.
evidence is just Reddit
Hey.
memes, dude.
Reddit memes.
Yeah, this guy
Post the
just
link.
showed. I can't. It's
Why?
not copying. I'm on mobile. It doesn't copy.
Dude, you freaking posted an image. How are you not posting a link?
Yeah, I can post an image. I can't post a link.
That's cap.
So, what makes you think you knew enough about this image ahead of time to share it with us? Because it sounds like you didn't.
Well, I mean, I looked up curving Earth pictures of stratosphere, and boom.
We know, and you know what we were just talking about earlier? How the
What?
globing mentality is that the social pressure of exploring flat Earth ideas is so great and so negative that globies tend to just Google pictures of whatever curvature that appears to be in a photo, and that's enough to satisfy their curiosity. And they say, look, there's a bendy horizon. I can go back about my day and believe Earth is a ball again.
Yeah, so far.
And here you are doing it.
So far, we got that this altitude is 500 kilometers, and we can see 26% of the circumference.
Wow.
It was a
That's
rough.
more than a fourth of a
How did
circle.
How did you come up with those numeric values, dude?
I mean, with my knowledge of biology and ecology, I made an educated guess.
Holy smokes!
Wait, no, astronomy.
Just trolling, dude.
You know, 25% of a circle's a 90-degree angle, right?
No, circles are 360
90-degree arc. Is that a 90-degree arc?
What do you mean a 90-degree arc? And 90 degrees is a square.
There are 360 degrees in a circle. You divide it into 4 segments. Each arc segment represents 90 degrees of arc. And you're saying that you see 90 degrees of an arc segment
No,
in
I
that
see
image.
26 degrees.
I thought you said 26%. All right, so you've got 26 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that this is bending left and right by 26 degrees. Just eyeballing it, right?
Yeah, you didn't measure it.
From a Pacific angle, it'd be 26 degrees, but from another, it'd be more like, oh my god. Listen,
What?
I don't
Only
care
biology.
how I say my words. Pacific, I don't care. It's the same word. Listen, the angle we have, unless you have an astronomically big
Dude, come on, bro.
protractor,
I can't do this. I'm sorry,
cannot
dude.
measure
No,
the astronomically.
no, I can't do this. This guy, come on, man.
You know what I think? I think you guys are LARPing as flat earthers.
You're using words.
Astronomically.
Your tongue's getting like stuck in between the door.
Just
Like,
woke up. And I want to sleep.
finish waking up and then come back, dude. I think that would be better because you're saying
How
words
about
that sound
this?
all.
I just drank my coffee and butter, so let it digest, and I'm gonna be all right.
All right, word.
Astronomically.
I'd rather have you at your best, dude, than
Well,
whatever this
coffee is black coffee. It boosts testosterone.
I think it was a scotch. I think you just drank a beer or something.
So
Claim-
Yeah, this is a great plug. Paraplegic, ready? This is your plug. And if you want great coffee, Paraplegic's coffee is the best coffee
No, I don't want your
on this flat earth.
propaganda.
When you claim,
I gotta mute. Let me mute the guy.
Coffee.
Yeah, he's interrupting the promo, guys. The promo's got to run real quick. All right, so if you want great coffee, you need to have Paraplegic's coffee. It'll wake you up in the morning. Go ahead. I'm done.
when you send the image of a balloon, taking an image, and you say that it is 500 kilometers above the surface, that's nonsense. That's someone crazy talking. What type of balloon will go 500 kilometers? 500 kilometers, is it, guys?
Get him,
is it
Necros.
above ISS? I think 500 kilometers is above ISS. What type of balloon can go that distance? What type of balloon are you using?
Now you're saying you don't need self-orbiting gravity vehicles. You can just launch balloons up to the
Has
same
an
height.
outer shell. The Earth has
Really?
layers.
What's he going on about now?
Outer
It
shell.
has layers in and out. Like
Don't
there's
talk
layers
about-
inside the Earth and there's layers outside of the Earth.
Dude,
There
you're
are
confusing Jedi right now, and we need to clarify some points, bro. Like, is
there ice walls beyond the globe?
Do I gotta bring out like a coloring sheet so you understand this?
Layers of what?
Or are you gonna eat the crowns?
Layers of what?
You've already ate them, dude. Like, there's
No, man. I've been saving them for you.
Layers
That's
of bullshit.
That's what you're mixing your coffee with,
No, I mixed it with butter.
and the color red.
All right, so listen, all right. The Earth. I want proof now that the Earth is flat. Go ahead.
Layers of what? He said layers. Yeah, it's got layers. Layers of what?
I don't know. He didn't say.
What?
Are those layers flat?
No, those layers are curved around the Earth's curved fixture.
What Earth curve?
The sphere that the Earth is made out of.
No, I know what a curve is. But what curve are you talking about?
The curve of the layers.
Which one? Where's the curve?
All of them?
All of
Where's
them?
the curve?
All of the exterior ones, not the interior.
Where
The
is the
exterior
curve?
ones.
The stratosphere, the exosphere, the nanosphere, all of those.
Nanosphere.
You don't know what the nanosphere is? Yeah, stop talking to me.
Go ahead,
You're
man.
actually
Manosphere. Yeah.
Oh no, there is none. Oh shoot.
Does it rain men on your Earth?
I meant mesosphere. My bad, y'all. My bad.
I know. That's
The
okay.
Lesbosphere?
You could take that one back.
Yeah. So listen, we all make mistakes, but listen, all right.
Yeah, I know. You just make
a layer of fish.
Because someone
every time you talk is a mistake, bro.
Someone yesterday told me that the Earth was on a turtle's back. I didn't know what to say.
Your mama.
So
Yeah, just say your mom.
Hey, mute that guy. That was inappropriate. Mute that guy.
On a turtle's back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's they said it was a religious belief.
Yeah,
Is the
the
turtle
claiming,
on top of a is a turtle on top of elephant?
claiming
No.
to be on the back of a turtle, like claiming those nanospheres and mesosphere and shit sphere. Just the same nonsense.
He's going to have a problem with
Listen, man, I don't know what they teach you in Germany, but the Earth is a globe,
Really?
and there's
Bring back
turtles
the drunk.
in
No.
the
Bring
Earth,
back the
not
drunk
out.
chick. She was more coherent than this guy.
They
I'd
can't
say.
breathe.
Yeah.
I think this is media bias. You guys are favoring this guy. He
Dude,
doesn't know
you're
what he's
so
talking
cold
about.
sober, and you sound crazier than a drunk chick.
You listen here, all right?
Was she a chick?
None of y'all have given me evidence to a flat Earth.
You haven't given that a first.
You are the evidence of flat Earth.
Yeah, how about water? Water's the evidence of flat Earth.
You're
How can
walking,
we-
talking evidence.
Water is the evidence of flat Earth.
Yeah, I did in the side chat.
Okay, so
Yeah.
what about the donuts that I just ate? Is that proof
Donuts.
that the Earth is a donut?
When you flush the toilet, it'll diffuse into the water of flat Earth.
That's proof that you have high cholesterol, dude.
No. Cholesterol boosts testosterone, so.
All right, yeah,
Flat Earth,
tried to change the
flat Earth
subject.
is
Bring
an
it back.
observation. The globe is a claim. Okay.
Look,
claim sounds like this. A claim sounds like this: Earth curves or Earth spins.
No,
right?
I've been to space.
That's a claim.
Therefore,
this is why
You've been what on an airplane and seen curve? Wow, you're my hero.
I have personal witness.
Full of shit.
No, you haven't. No one's taking you seriously. You haven't been to space.
Oh my god. No one's taking you seriously either. You're British. I don't
Yeah,
care.
you just gotta lie to Glurf. He won't listen to anyone talk. Every time someone starts talking, he's talking. You hear this clown
Well,
shoes
I'm
every
just
single
saying,
time.
you
Now,
guys
see
are
how he's
mentioning
interrupting me
more
right now. He won't
analogies.
shut
I'm
the
trying to
fuck up.
refute.
Shut up! Why are you interrupting me? That's why I'm talking right now.
Can I speak?
Oh no, man! You've been trying this whole time, and it's not working.
I mean, I think personally, I think I'm winning.
I don't think
Winning
you
what,
are.
dude?
But nothing intelligent is coming out
The
of your
race to the
mouth.
bottom. You're winning at the race to the bottom, yeah.
No, I'm winning the space race.
Brother, if you think that you are winning, just tell me why did you have to lie about that space trip that you have done? What just
Because I mean, listen, it was an eyewitness testimony. I know a couple astronauts.
No.
And they told me they saw.
To him knowing someone who knows someone who went to space. So this is ridiculous.
Well,
I don't even think he knows that far.
So,
Let
Mr.
me
What are their names?
ask you, how would you know that
What are their
Napoleon was
names?
real? You learned it from someone that knew somebody that knew Napoleon.
Yeah,
no, you're asking what their names are. Fair question.
Mr. American Doofus, my question.
Oh, you listen. Hey, don't disrespect my name, man.
Just listen. My question still remain on table. Why did you have to lie? Is it just because of your cognitive dissonance, or there is something else? Can you develop
It is a tactic that I learned in a book. 48 laws
lying
of
is
power.
a tactic.
At least you're honest.
Oh, how to be a clown in 10 days or what?
No, 48 laws of power. You should give it a
At
read.
least you're halfway honest about your blatant lie, sir.
How do we know?
I don't like your attitude. I'm gonna report you.
Once you start lying, bro. Once you start lying, who could actually believe you?
Bro, y'all keep showing me Reddit and flip pictures. I want core evidence that the Earth is flat, scientifically and mathematically.
Just water.
Hey, you gotta wipe the Cheeto dust off your shirt and walk outside
I'm
your
allergic to
front
Cheetos.
door. Well, the Cheeto dust on your shirt would be speaking against that. But you need to walk outside, dude, and look at nature. Nature's describing itself. Yeah, nature's describing itself to you as a topographical horizontal plane.
Yeah, that's from a baseline perspective. If I go on a mountain, I'm gonna see the curve.
Hey, there you go.
If I go on a mountain, though, I'm gonna
Welcome
see
to
good lad.
Go on a mountain. Oh my god, he's like mountain.
Yeah, I've actually been on top of a mountain, like real news.
Oh, did you see
And
curvature?
I saw the curve of the Earth.
Really?
Top of the mountain.
Exactly,
Amazing.
man. I was in the troposphere.
The what?
The troposphere. He
doesn't
have a layer of atmosphere, dude. You don't do that.
You fucking idiot.
Dude, I didn't just make up a word. It's called the troposphere.
Listen.
The troposphere.
This
No,
is
Trump
another
doesn't. He named it the Gulf of America, but he didn't name it a Trumposphere, dude. There's no.
Listen,
such thing
I
as
like
that.
truffle fears.
The reason why it's called Gulf of America is because we're in North America, not Mexico.
So it is another.
No, I mean,
listen,
Mr. America, I have another question.
No, I'm speaking now.
Wait, just wait.
Speaking now, Kitler.
No, wait. Before you go away from your lie, I just have another question.
No, brother, listen.
No, just wait. There is two people in the entire Earth I heard saying that they saw curvature from a mountain. You and an Arabic guy. You both lied. So
Arabic?
Now, yeah, it was an Arabic guy, a Glober, who told me that he saw the curvature from the top of a mountain. Can you just tell me? We all know. I'm not asking you if you saw it or not. I just ask you, why did you have to lie about being able to see curvature from the top of a mountain?
Well, I didn't lie.
Well, you can't.
No. It was a lie. You can't. Even if the Earth is a globe,
Do you want proof?
From there.
Was the mountain higher than 130,000 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was a mountain.
Wait, what?
He said yeah.
Wait, how much?
What is your proof?
Wow, you're on that big of a mountain?
Flat Earth is proof that the Earth is flat.
Hold on, Danville. Was the mountain higher than 130? Was the mountain higher than 130,000 feet?
I don't know how big it was. I didn't have a ruler on me.
Oh my god, wait. Guys, he did the Hillary step. He did the Hillary step, guys.
All right, thanks for that. We got. Hold on, American.
Listen,
Hold on,
I
dude.
got proof of the mountain.
Yeah, we're gonna have to put you on pause. We got Anvil in here who's wanting to know a question to be answered. Anvil, go ahead with your question, please.
Flat Earthers, you have so far only demanded evidence from the side of the
And get close to your mic. Sorry, Anvil. Get close to your mic.
So, the Flat Earthers have only asking for evidence by the Globers so far to prove that the Earth is round.
Mm-hmm.
But where is the evidence that the Earth is flat? Like actual evidence.
All right, does anybody want to take this?
Open your eyeball.
Necro just posted a picture.
Yeah, I can take it.
Yeah, somebody's gonna take it, Anvil. Just relax. Go ahead.
Is that curvature or is that flat?
Not you, Avi. Just hold on a second. Go ahead.
The question is, where isn't it? Literally, where isn't the evidence?
That's not an answer. That's just a statement.
Okay, have you ever seen the Earth curve with your own two balls, your eyeball?
Yes, I was in a plane that was cruising at 60,000 feet. So basically, yes, you could.
So you're going to come in here and lie because Google told you 35,000 feet? Really?
Get closer to your mic, Anvil.
Yeah, Indio, your mic.
Is it really that bad?
Oh, sorry. Someone else take over.
It's better now, though, Anvil.
Oh, that's weird.
Listen, dude,
okay.
Listen, Anvil. Even mainstream scientists admit you can't see curve from a plane. Stop going by Google and saying you saw it. You're lying.
But I did.
Yeah, you're lying.
No, I'm not lying. You just never been on a plane.
True, you're lying. Yeah, I can just prove with simple math.
Everest is 29,000 feet. How did you get up to 35,000?
I got up to 60,000 just to make it a bit weirder for you.
60,000 feet?
Google.
Yes. Now, there is a aircraft that does this, right? And I am in a program of some sorts, but I will not tell you which one. But there is a plane that cruises at 60,000 feet.
You've never been at 60,000 feet.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
Can you prove this, though? Can you prove me wrong, though?
Yes. Quite easily.
Prove what wrong? Substantiate what you said. How about that? Substantiate what you said.
What do you want substantiated?
It's your claim. You provide the evidence.
I don't need to say I flew in a plane in an
so your sources trust me, bro? Okay, trust me, bro.
My sources, my sources, I looked at the window. Your sources, trust me, I've done the math. That's not correct. Prove me wrong. Come on.
No, I didn't do the math.
It's so just
Dude,
statements, no evidence, and just bullshit. Come on, boys.
Hey, relax, Linda. You're spiraling.
Come on.
Listen, I didn't do the math. They did the math.
Use that.
As in Neil deGrasse Tyson did the math.
And the
Neil
side chat.
deGrasse Tyson.
Here in the side chat, I just sent you a footage.
Fuck's sake, that's fucking ridiculous.
Stop nervous laughing.
So he's not
That's
a published
a hill.
astrophysicist
That's
that
not a
runs
mountain.
planetarium.
In just the side chat.
That's a hill. Where's that quote unquote mountain located?
Thanks, Necros. Let Indio cook, guys.
Will you just?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So the Earth is supposed to be a ball 8,000 miles in diameter. So you're saying if you go 12 miles above that 8,000 mile diameter ball, you can see curve. That's what you're saying.
80,000 miles is, what did you say? 80,000 miles is the?
8,000 miles.
Oh, 8,000 miles is the what, sorry?
Yeah, 8,000 mile diameter. What if that ball was 6 feet tall? How high above that ball would you be?
Oh, are you giving me a hypothetical, or are you claiming that the Earth is 8,000 miles?
Yeah, we're gonna rescale it, right? So say the ball, we shrunk the Earth down to 6 feet. How high above the ball would an airplane be?
You would almost be actually you would be probably above the edge of the atmosphere if it was you in my case. Actually, yeah, you were outside the atmosphere. You were in the atmosphere.
It's 1/1000th of an inch.
Oh, you won mathematics. Oh, right. Okay, you won that kind of math. Okay.
Yeah, 1/1000th of an inch above a 6-foot ball. You think you can see curve?
Yes, you can.
Oh my God.
I have another question for you. I just want this honestly answered. Have you ever flown in a plane? Ever in your life?
Oh my God. Can you please hold on, Anvil? Hold on, yo. Can you please take in what Anvil, what Indio just put out?
Why do I need to explain his fucking shit when it's pointless?
He said take it in, not explain it. What are you talking about? He said just take it in, just absorb it. Why are you still talking? He just
arguing that my point is wrong without providing empirical evidence, and your empirical evidence is on make-believe.
Why are you spiraling? He asked you to take something in. You talking about explaining what he said. Why are you so dumb? Why are you talking through me? You're dumb.
Because I can, fuck nugget. That's why. I don't understand the point of you basement.
You don't understand anything. You should shut up and raise your hand.
Like a clown.
Why does the atmosphere keep the gases
Pretender clown. Why are you dumb? Why are you changing the subject because you can't answer the first question?
Because all of these claims that I'm putting in gasking.
Why are you changing the subject because you couldn't answer the first question?
Guys, audio chaos. Let's get the two parties talking again. Indio and Anvil. Go ahead.
I think Indio's preoccupied at the moment, so.
Yeah, look in the chat. Look in the chat, dude. Is he still here?
I am.
You still here? Okay, look in the chat. See that little circle? The little teeny circle.
Oh wow, a tree and a dog. Very good.
No, the Google Earth image with the little circle.
I'm looking at
it. Why isn't he listening? Why aren't you listening?
Because you don't listen.
Because you just got cooked. That's why.
I didn't get cooked.
You just got cooked, bro. You just got cooked.
That's the funniest shit ever.
You have to shut your fucking pie hole when somebody is talking, for fuck's sake.
Anvil, that little circle is what an airplane would see. That's the entire circle of the horizon, that little teeny circle.
You're fucking thinking that you would
you're cooked,
put
dude.
down on the Earth.
You're cooked. That's a 250-mile horizon.
My friend, you've never been in an airplane. You never left your basement. It's so fucking funny.
I jumped out of them, bitch.
You jumped out of it, motherfucker. You think that you jumped out of your mother's womb?
I jumped out of airplanes, you motherfucking. Shut the fuck up, you piece of shit.
Look at this Spurg. Look at this Spurg, bro.
Anvil, and I'm sorry to say this, but I've been in a plane over like 100 times. I have over like 1,000 images of the actual outside of a plane from the like everywhere that you can imagine for a plane, and I've never seen curvature. And I've been at like 40,000 feet taking pictures from seats through the windows.
See, Avi, that's been explained to him. There are a couple of people in here that have been in the military, jumped out of planes. He doesn't even hear that. This pair of clown shoes is just spiraling downward, not listening to anyone. So you have people like me, Indio. These guys are veterans. We've jumped out of planes. This pair of clown shoes can't even hear it. No, you guys
Well,
are blatantly
you know what the spiral is?
keyboard word. He's not listening.
Yeah, you know why he's spiraling though? Because he came in and lied straight away, and he doesn't want us to remember that and go back to that. That he came in here straight lying, saying he saw a curve out of a plane. Straight lying.
His
lie for the curve from the plane went from 35,000 to 60,000, which is military flights. Anything above 50,000 feet is military. Plain and simple.
51,000.
I sent footage from a U-2 spy plane from 270,000 feet. Not just 30 or 60.
Yeah, he's a proven liar. Provably.
Blue Origin says he went up to what was it? 90 miles. And even they said they didn't see the curve of the Earth from that altitude. So
based on who
I don't know why he came in here and lied.
Who said that? We proved you wrong on Antarctica.
You lied because Google told you something and you believed
it. Nothing. We proved you wrong on Antarctica. You still refuse to believe your own
yeah.
people.
No, it was an astronaut. It was an astronaut on the Blue Origin flight who said that she couldn't see the curvature like she expected to.
An astronaut? Really? You're gonna lie like that? Bro?
Yeah, it was in the news, bro.
Come on, boy. Come on. You can do better than that.
No, you projecting. You're the only one who lied here, sir. You're the only liar here.
We got the footage.
Right.
As long as you not on everything.
The same as you. Come on.
The same as
no one here lied.
Wow. The same as you. Oh my gosh.
Ridiculous.
So funny because you'll ask us why would they lie when you're actively lying right now. Why are you actively lying?
On what today I lie? Come on, go.
Because you Googled, can you see curve from an airplane? It told you 35,000 feet, and then you said you did
I don't Google shit. I don't need to.
Yeah, bullshit.
I swear it was a lie.
Okay, so I want to tell you something.
You never took a plane. I swear, you never took a plane.
Real quick, I want to tell him something, right? The highest elevation that you can go in a plane, which is safe, is 51,000 feet. Same for an aircraft. The only thing that can surpass that is a commercial jet. So if you somehow are going 60,000 feet, you probably would be one of the only people in the world to go that high inside of an actual...
That's not true. There's been a couple hundreds at least.
No. You're wrong.
I don't understand the thing, because those liars that come here and say, I saw the curvature from a plane, they all took their ticket and sit next to the window by coincidence. They all.
Yeah, and I was even at my window seat, and I took over maybe 1,000 photos in the last tons of flights I've been on. I've never seen curvature, and I've always been like, is there going to be curvature on my flight? It never happens. It's bullshit. Even if it's I don't know, 10,000 feet up in the air, 20,000, 30,000 feet, I've never seen it. Even 40,000, never. Not once. It's a lie. He's not seeing curvature. The only thing that he's seeing is an imagination schizophrenic trip. I'm going to be so rude.
Yeah, all he did was
Anvil, are we still lying about the curve? Anvil, are we still lying about the curve being visible from that Blue Origin height? Just want to check to make sure.
He's muted.
Oh, so Anvil, I posted evidence from the news article where the astronaut on Blue Origin said that she did not get high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. There you go. Receipts delivered.
And the other guy before him, he said that he went to space. My question for him was just why? Why they have to do that shit?
Went to space.
Yeah, he said that he went to space. I swear he said that.
He left the channel, dude.
Space and then...
Oh, the American Defender guy? Yeah.
Yeah, he sounded like English was not his first language.
Then
There's no way. He's trying to be a LARPer.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the classic, the boat went over the curve. Where's the left to right curve? Oh, Earth's too big to see the curve. It's their classic, workaround.
Yeah. Earth is so big. That's why you can't see curvature. And if you're too close to the seaside, you're not going to be able to see it because of velocity and blah, blah, blah. Projection of light, blah, blah, blah. Bro.
Think about it deeply. If you come to me and you lie and you said that you went to space, and then after that you say that you have with the eyewitness someone that you know went to space. You are a liar, and the other one is a liar too. So you just showcasing what he have done for you. He lied to you. You believed the lie, and you lied to me. You made yourself as an astronaut. That's a lie.
It was three
All right,
people in
look,
a row.
on March,
So the
on
girl
March
lied
like
and
the
said satellite
30th, or like in like
rotation.
the start of April, I'm gonna be going on a flight. So I'm gonna get all these photos, right? And I'm gonna send it to Anvil or whoever believes in curvature, and they're gonna be proven wrong. Because I know exactly where to look. It's bullshit.
It's the same reason thousands, I'm sure thousands left saying, I'm going to go get proof. None of them have returned with any photos of Earth's curvature or proof.
Just go to Jay Tolan channel. You will see footage from planes with normal lenses, with infrared lenses. You just imagine a curvature.
And yes, looking at the sky and the horizon and saying, "Oh, it looks curved due to the," I forgot what it's called. It just looks curved due to like what the sky's presenting. Wow, that's common. That's what the sky does
left the
when
channel.
it's like misty. Oh, he's gone. Okay, there's literally no
Pretender
fucking-
clown.
My bad. Well, I guess he got bitched because like if he's presenting curvature, that's like somebody presenting like I don't know, like a sex ad for say. Like it's not happening. It's not happening.
Enough for
Who was
fraction, enough for fraction entire cities and skylines rise above the curve of the earth or the edge of the earth. Not enough for a fraction to show the curve at ground level.
That's a better way to say it, yeah. But yeah, as I've said, I've gone on like a lot of planes and I haven't seen the curvature one. So I'm kind of like, okay, well if people are claiming that there's curvature, why the fuck can't I see it if I go on planes like every single like 3 to 4 months and every single fucking vacation trip? It just never happens. Like never. And if it ever happens, I will be shocked and I will become a glober. But I know for a fact it's not gonna fucking happen, so I don't really care. It would be cool though, but it's not happening. I can't wait for people to get more educated about topics like these that don't know anything about them and they just start saying stuff and like fucking having no knowledge beside it. Fuck it up. Just do research. Be evidential. Don't like say that, oh, I know this, I know that, I can do this, I've done that, when you haven't done anything in between. People need to really stop doing that. Also, India, I loved Kill Bill. My bad. I watched 1 and 2.
I heard you. Sorry, my app crashed. Yeah, Kill Bill's awesome.
Yeah, I was actually surprised. For an old movie, it's actually really good, yeah. But now your profile picture makes sense. You are the all-knowing wizard.
Your kung fu is not as good as mine.
Irish. I mean, I only do BBJ and Muay Thai, but very little. I'd probably get my ass rocked by any adult, average adult.
You sound young, so you probably don't remember. They used to have on TV. It was called Kung Fu Theater. So it was old Chinese kung fu movies, all voice dubbed. So one of the more famous movies, like they're fighting, and the guy's like, "Your kung fu is as good as mine." So, but their kung fu is not as good as mine. So.
Oh, okay, I get it now. I don't entirely know what you're talking about, but if I asked my dad, he'd be able to explain it to me because I really would not know that. Because I'm only 20, bro. I'm like an infant, basically.
Hey, Avi Loeb, I got a question for you.
Oh, it's you. What's up?
How many times have you been in a plane?
Probably around 40 to 50 times in my life.
I haven't been in a plane since I was probably 12 years old.
But yeah, I'm telling you right now, there's no curvature at all. Like, non-biased, like, every time I go on a plane, I take a photo. And I use a leveler, then they'd say, oh, if you use a level on a plane, it's going to be flat. Yes, because you can still level things to have flat surfaces. That's what people keep on saying for the flat earth belief. But here's the thing, right? Minus that, if you actually go ahead and look out the passenger side window, and if you record left to right and then right to left, it doesn't matter how smooth it is, how high up your camera is in the velocity, you're not going to be able to see curvature. Unless if it's manipulated, like what Rich Evans said, that's manipulated curvature. You cannot get regular curvature as it doesn't exist. So, yeah. Planes are fun. Planes are fucking scary. Yeah. I want to actually ask you a question, Pandos.
Yeah.
When you went on your plane trip, where did you go?
Mexico and Cuba.
Oh, fuck yeah. One of my favorite vacation spots. Where was the one place that I really liked? Fiji. That was fun as fuck. You guys ever like seen those like commercials for Fiji? Super hot tropical island place. The tiki bars and like all like the island wooden cabins. Have any of you guys seen stuff like that? Because bro, it's one of the hottest places in the world and it has the best climate ever. So Mexico and Cuba. Where did you visit in Mexico?
I think I went to Cancun.
Oh, that's a good place. When you went there, oh yeah, you were younger. I was gonna ask if you went to a casino. I'm like, oh wait, well he was well. There's this funny thing in Mexico, actually. If you go to a casino, I believe it's like, yeah, it is in Cancun. And you go into like this elevator, and you go into the casino's top floor. There's a chance that you may actually encounter the Mexican cartel.
In a casino?
Oh yeah, they exist there. Just like they literally exist everywhere. That's crazy. They just like randomly appear.
Drug dealers have their own addictions. Usually it's gambling.
I don't have a necessary addiction towards anything because I don't have an addictive personality. The only thing that I'm addicted to is probably smoking weed. Honestly, that's probably it.
Yeah, I think you were the guy in here yesterday talking about puffing on your vape pen.
Yeah, 99% THC. Yep, that was me. I don't necessarily do that as much as I used to, but it's definitely something.
Hope you know doing drugs is not cool.
Oh, I'm more than aware. Like when I first started, right, I thought it was that case because I was just like really young. And like when you're young, you get like that dopamine where it's like, oh, this is new, I'm gonna do this. And then like depending on how the reaction is towards you doing that and around people and the environment, you want to always do it after you get a good first impression and a good first response. That's what gets people to be addicted. That's all it is for me. The addiction part. I want to quit. If I could quit permanently right now and like never look back, I would. And you know, I've been trying recently, like not to smoke cigarettes or like not to vape or to smoke weed. Yeah, sure, I can go like 3 to 5 hours without doing it. Maybe even 10 some days. Maybe even like 3 days. But it's just not consistent. That's the problem.
Marijuana isn't a drug.
You ever suck dick for marijuana?
Bro. I don't need to hear that.
That marijuana isn't a drug?
No, the other disgusting thing that just came out this guy's mouth.
Oh, it's a scene from
Oh, no. It's a side chat video. It's a video that he just posted in side chat.
Okay, I thought you were saying that you did that.
Bro, no.
Okay.
No. But I'm gonna watch the video though.
Dude, it's funny.
Because I'm
a scene from Dazed and Confused. He's in rehab, like he's in a AA meeting or NA meeting, talking about how he's addicted to marijuana, and everybody freaks out. And you're like, marijuana ain't no drug. And he asked me, "You ever suck dick for marijuana?"
Wait. I'm watching it. I've sucked dick for coke. You ever suck some dick for marijuana?
My God, boy, where the hell have you been? Where the hell?
That's fucking funny.
He's 20, man. He was like 4 when that movie came out.
Serious.
I've never seen that movie, but I can watch it. I wouldn't have even been born, actually, when that movie was made. I'm in 05.
Holy crap. Don't do anything like that for anything. My lord.
I'm trying not to. I don't like it.
Better morality. Just a little bit better. And don't watch porn. Porno is terrible for your head.
No, I that is one thing that I haven't watched in a good 6 to 7 months, genuinely.
Smart enough not to watch porn, but you're not.
No, that was sarcasm. I
Don't
do
fuck
have
that for scratch
something going on. I'm gonna fix it.
Poor kid.
Yeah,
friend
some
of
of my
mine,
friends
he got,
and peer pressure and do this, do that, watch this. Oh my god, look at this when I'm fucking 7 years old. Yeah, fuck everybody. To be honest.
My friend, he got a thing from the Democratic Party asking for a donation, and he sent them a bunch of losing lottery tickets.
But yeah, bro, I can't with my people. Like, it's just the people that I knew were just so fucked up when I was younger. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, like, if they were like, I mean, I hate to say it, like sexually abused or something. Like they had way too much knowledge towards sexual topics when I was like 7, and they were telling me this shit, and like in like maximum detail. So that doesn't help.
You don't need to go into it. Just do better. Do better. Be a better boy.
Yes, sir.
You
don't. Oh, I gotta go. Actually, I have a dentist appointment today. I'll be gone. I'll be in VC though. I'll be back in like 3 hours, 4 hours.
24/7.
We'll wait with bated breath. We can't wait.
Don't ask Steve from Nitrous. Sheesh.
I know, I got kids older than him.
Yeah, I got stepkids older than him. I'm glad they ain't never around that. My lord.
I have jeans older than him.
You're wearing them right now.
No, I'm not wearing them right now.
I have a sweatshirt, Patriot sweatshirt, when they sucked really bad. And like before they made clothes really shitty, it's like in perfect condition and it's like 34 years old.
Yeah, right. I have sweaters.
There's no rips. It's like double stitched, right? There's no rips. You know how sweatshirts, they always like when they start ripping at the sleeve, like the little where the stitch is. None of that is perfect. Like, I mean, it's faded, of course, but it's when they made shit durable. Not anymore.
Dude, order a paraplegic freaking hoodie. I've freaking worked in those things outside. Well, you know, I just roast coffee, but dude, I got some guys that work on farms that reordered my hoodies. They're really freaking nice.
Alright, so I have like a minute to say something, and I want to because it's on a good conversation. Get cotton fiber hoodies. Those are the best. Like, they'll never break. They'll never tear. You'll never like lose like the 2 strings that people always pull off for some reason. Yeah, those will never come out, and they're genuinely very comfy. They're the best.
Port. I got port hoodies, and Fruit of the Loom makes a pretty good freaking hoodie.
Bro, I got Fruit of the Loom songs, dude. They're the best.
I have a guitar from 1981. In the case, it looks brand new still.
I have a paraplegic freaking. I'm sorry. I have a Ravens. I have a Ravens championship freaking leather jacket from their first championship.
I thought you were going to say I have paraplegic coffee older than him.
The company's not even 5 years old, so.
Like 100-year-old painted parrot in my room.
You got a Ravens bloody white tuxedo?
No.
I think my dad does, actually. I'll ask him later. Sarcasm. Cool tuxedo, I know what you're talking about.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you have any clue?
I think he's talking about...
Probably not.
Ray Lewis, who was a middle linebacker for the Baltimore Ravens, got into some kerfuffle at a nightclub. And according to witnesses, he was the killer, but they couldn't find, like, everybody saw him in a bloody white tuxedo and it just vanished. And that was like, he ended up being found not guilty because they couldn't find the physical evidence to connect them.
I wonder if he did.
And the rumor was he threw it in a dumpster somewhere.
Hush said he has measurements of the globe.
Hush, little baby, don't say a word.
You cry.
The tuxedo doesn't fit. He must have quit.
Dude, freaking Ray! Remember when Ray Rice punched that girl in the freaking elevator?
Oh yeah.
Actually, I've seen that video
Man.
on TikTok. Fucking most corrupt platform ever. Oh yeah, another thing. Did you know if you download TikTok, your entire phone is completely hijacked until you throw it out or remove your SIM? Yeah.
Oh no. I think that's the deal with just about anybody who has a phone.
Look, that girl ain't completely innocent. Okay, you're messing with a professional athlete that you probably know is on steroids and is fucking unstable and paranoid, and you're gonna antagonize them. You're fucking stupid.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably.
I'm not justifying. I'm saying she may have bad judgment.
They're probably.
I mean, he had worse judgment.
Yeah, you know what I mean. They're like, oh yeah, I get punched on a regular basis. That's the cost.
Oh, I can say whatever I want. He ain't gonna do anything, even though you know the guy's off the fucking his hinges anyway.
Dude,
Dude, you know what like steroids do to people's brains, dude? It makes them like legit fucking crazy, man.
Along with like traumatic, like closed head injuries.
Oh, there's that too, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude.
Completely unstable. The next thing you know, they're firing their guns in the random rooms of their house because they're shadow invaders trying to steal their trophies.
Yeah, I mean, dude, especially the guys back in the day before helmets are like really. I don't know though, man. Oh, dude, like 40 years ago, there were guys that just freaking would just hurt people. There's a guy named Tombstone. That was his nickname.
Hush said he posted some globe proof. He said this is measurements of the curvature, but I can barely read this data he posted.
Gosh. Nobody's got shit. They're not
blurry as hell.
They'll never have shit. Just the freaking truth.
You have no idea what those numbers mean or where they came from or how they were even done before they were written down.
I've been trying to frickin' do this shit forever.
I'd like to respond to it, but I can't even read the data. Like, it's too blurry.
And have you looked more into that new thing the guy was doing with the, marking the,
theodolite?
Yeah.
No, they're still working on it. I'll look at they're still doing stuff. So I'm sick of incremental shit.
I heard Beasticles go through it pretty good the other day. It was, it sounded like, sounds like a freaking pretty awesome idea, anything that takes freaking. Dude, you should have heard. Who was it? It might have been Wolfie or I don't know, freaking one of them guys or one of them idiots. One of the names, McToon, whatever. He was over there. He was like, "Well, there still might be. It's like you still gotta count for refraction if they're like, no, it's not. What are you talking about? Like it's."
No, see, that's the thing, though. If they so-called account for refraction, then it's the wrong time. So if they make any adjustments, it's the wrong time. Because they timed when it was that you couldn't see the star anymore.
Right.
And then see where does that match stellarium? What if you presuppose this versus presupposing that, which one does it match? And it matches the flat Earth with no refraction. It doesn't match a globe. It doesn't match a globe with refraction. It doesn't match a globe without, like, you can have refraction. They've tried out every combination, right? Refraction to the mountain, but not to the star. Refraction to the star, but not to the mountain. Refraction to the mountain and the fucking star. Like, they've tried everything, and there's nothing that works. There's no time that matches.
Yeah, it was a pretty good idea, wasn't it? I think it's
Oh yeah. And now they have lots of peaks, lots of stars, so they're just like accumulating more and more data.
That's what it sounded like. Like he kept adding, like, okay, we looked at it this way, we looked at it this way, and they just keep adding the same kind of measures. It's getting bad. I mean, it's been bad for them, but still, it's getting silly stupid.
Yeah, they've even got to the point where, well, look in the other direction and try and see when you can first see a star, like as if that's going to matter. Like, if you look east, it's one thing, and if you look west, it's something else.
I heard him say, like, what we need to do is put somebody on top of the mountain and do blah blah blah. Dude, it was just like, it was like anything. I think it was Ruev. I don't know who the frick it was. It was like anything to get to get refraction back into it. You know, like they need it so bad. It's freaking hilarious.
Dude, look at more just typed in the chat. Aristosthenes. Oh, that's Robert Utah. Robert Utah's in the chat.
Arrow, Stoth, Pennies.
Yeah, that's Robert Utah.
Eratosthenes.
Okay, hush. Hold on. Is hush in here? Hush. Those are not raw measurements. Okay? They're not raw measurements. They do something after the measurement called reduction of the horizontal direction. Okay? Because they're projecting it onto a reference ellipsoid. If they were measuring Earth curve, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid now, would they? I mean, that's how simple it is to debunk all the claimed geodetic surveying. Okay, if they're measuring curvature, what's your reference ellipsoid for? Why does it exist? Why do they have it? They're just measuring a globe Earth, so they don't need a reference ellipsoid.
If you look at Robert Utah's profile, it says the Earth is not just spherical; it is 100% spherical.
We could literally clip all the crazy contradictory things globalists have said and just have them debate themselves.
Dude, that dude, he drank the Kool-Aid so bad.
Which one drank the Kool-Aid?
Mickey had him saying that one day he said that when you have somebody tell you something, I think he said that's science. Yeah, if somebody tells you something, you know, if an astronaut tells you what he's seen. I think Mickey freaking had Robert the freaking.
Oh, Robert Utah?
Yeah. When you just hear something from somebody, when they just tell you something, that's science. I guess, especially if it's an astronaut that tells you they've been to space.
Well, you can't deny them.
Hearsay is now science.
So, Hush, are you trying to say they didn't use a reference ellipsoid before they had the WGS-84? Come and tell us that. Tell Indio to his fucking face right now. You ignoramus. And Rich Evans, you're a numpty dipshit. You've been exposed so many times, Rich Evans. Marilyn Monroe and Tyler Swift, whatever her fucking name is, they're both blushing.
The WGS-84 is a reference ellipsoid. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Before that, they used something called the Clark ellipsoid. But there's other ones. There's something called the bezel spheroid. So depending on what country you're in, they all use something a little bit different.
Yep. So they did use a reference ellipsoid before the WGS-84. That's just another one of a long line of succession of ellipsoids that they used as a model.
The survey he posted used the Clark ellipsoid.
So there you go, Hush. You're toasted.
Hush, dude, you're playing catch up. Okay? You're trying to play catch up and like debunk us, dude. You're freaking like nearly a decade too late.
Yeah. You're like living back in like 2015.
Get ready. Robert Utah said he's going to post proof that the sun's rays are parallel.
Oh, boy. Rich Evans, I don't need to go search out your information from your claim. What's wrong with you?
Oh, my. Things are getting hot.
Ask Robert Utah why NASA claims that the rays come in frickin' angular during eclipses.
Why is Rich Evans not even talking? Is he scared to talk?
He's a chicken. Why don't you provide your information from your claim, you numpty?
Do you want to
not
the way that we see them, which is, radial? You're going to
These babbling globers with no information. They can't even support their own claim. And then they cry about that we don't go look up information about their claim.
Oh, by the way, Hush, if I remember right, it's page 47 where they tell you how to do the reduction of the horizontal direction for the Clark ellipsoid. If it's the same survey, which I think it probably is because you probably got it from McDoon's site because you're a Dunning-Kruger pretender clown like he is.
But that was in the arc of the parallel, right? I think that process is described in several places in that document too. But yeah, there was like in the 40s, like I mentioned, like page 19.
Hello.
Hi, Roll. You want pork fried rice?
Good girl.
Can you mute Quack, dude? He's playing some disgusting crap on his fucking mic.
Go ahead and show us how it's or rates of light to compare.
Sporadic, you hot miking or trying to talk there, brother? What's going on?
Testing.
Sounds like he's trying to talk. He was like, sounds like testing something or another.
All right. Sounds like he's testing my patience. Oh, snap.
Yeah, Robert, you're going to have to give us curvature measurements to show us that the rays of light are parallel.
Dude, I said I wanted them to show me. I replied to him saying yes, and then he replies to me not with the evidence, but replies with yes to my yes. This guy's
Sounds
missing
like-
a few screws, dude.
Sounds like the yeses have it. Sorry, go ahead, brother.
Is he listening on YouTube, or was he just texting?
I have no idea. I know he's in the text chat responding to us, but what he just responded with is like completely incoherent.
To be expected from a mentally ill person. But yeah, he said, look, he said so much stuff, right? He said he has a P900. He's taken countless observations. 99, or first he said 100% of the time, the geometric horizon is in the exact distance from the observer height that it would be on a globe. I think he lowered that to like 99.
How do you measure that?
He didn't. He didn't. I don't think he even has a P900, to be honest. He never provided a single demonstration. It's just completely full of lies.
It makes me wonder, like, what's driving him to keep coming back and just telling nonsense.
Oh yeah, he's obsessed. I mean, he has 3 or 4 different accounts. I mean, in PNR, he hangs out in PNR, right? We have him muted in the text, muted in the VC, so he'll just keep changing his username to try to communicate with us. Desperate measures.
Dude, this is what happens. You go to talk to some people at NASA, and they're just the greatest people you've ever seen. You've touched the rockets. You're like the biggest fanboy, and then you have people come in and give you new information that now you realize they're complete lying sacks of shit, and you're like, ah, damn it! Freaking heroes are freaking lying sacks of shit. And then they just can't freaking believe it. And then they just double down. And they want to come in here and fight. I don't know.
Yeah, and act like a lying sack of shit.
They dig in. They just can't go. You know what?
We've caught him lying that many times now. I just don't believe anything he says. Just kind of like NASA. Sorry, Sonny, were you trying to talk? I mean, he literally claims that all of BLSM's observations, like the Black Swan observations, are all CGI. And he also said in some of them, he halfway through when you're looking at the zoom, halfway through the zoom, he changes his location to complete the rest of the zoom, and then he stitches it together.
I heard that yesterday, that the claim on the table is now that the Black Swan is in fact created via AI. Oh my, I thought to myself, oh my. Sporadic, go ahead, brother.
Why didn't they say that when it was first created then? Before AI was a thing?
Because AI didn't exist back then as an escape hatch.
No, that's the whole point. It's just another cope.
Uh-huh.
They're coping, bro.
Yes, we call them globe copes. Sporadic, you trying to get in,
AI
brother?
figured out how to time travel. Did you know that?
Oh, snap. Sorry, say again?
AI figured out how to time travel. You didn't know that?
Yes. Amazing.
I coming in?
Brother. Yeah, you're good. We keep getting awkward cuts. Go ahead, brother, please.
When can it teach humans how to time travel?
Brother, hold on a minute. Sporadic's trying to get in, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just trying to test my mic out. It sounds like it was on the fritz earlier. Is it coming in through okay?
Yeah, you're bang on clear, coming through nice and crispy, brother.
All right, good. Time traveling AI, love it. Perfect globe cope. Any ad hoc rescue fallacy we need to maintain the globe.
A rescue fallacy. I love it. It's a giant fishnet swooping down from above and grabbing the globe from the water, level water, and rescuing it. Yay!
Yeah, I think I just created a new narrative for simulation theory clowns. We're in a simulation. We created AI and then it went back in the past and created a simulation. Dude.
Time traveling artificial intelligence. So intelligent it can travel back in time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it.
Yeah, The Terminator was a documentary.
So was The Matrix.
Did our friend Robert V. Utah give us the curvature yet to show us that the light rays are parallel?
Nah, I think it's still missing.
Hey guys, I need an answer from the hive mind, if I may.
I'm all ears.
All right, would you spend, like hypothetically, an extra like $2 for like an old video game that had a high definition patch or something, or would you just play the old version?
Probably. I'd try out the high def version. Like, why not?
Depends on the game.
Yeah, that's what I said too, and apparently that's like the wrong answer, and I got like timed out for 24 hours.
Right, because I'm not going to waste my time on a crappy game for the sake of checking out a high def version of it. Like, have you seen like the new Doom that they did with ray tracing? It's freaking awesome. They recreated Doom and then they added a ray tracing engine to it, so it's got really awesome dynamic lighting. Same shitty graphic resolution, right? Same shitty texture resolution and all, but the lighting effects are freaking phenomenal.
Yeah, see, I think that would be something cool. Like it's something you'd pay a couple bucks for.
Are you talking about the original Doom?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, damn, I'd like to try that out.
Yeah, it came out recently. Look for it in like YouTube. Just search for a Doom new ray tracing engine or something.
Oh, like it's going to be free? Like someone just did it for fun and then put it on the line?
I know I've seen a demo played, but I don't have it. All right, hey guys, I found a video. It's like 2 minutes. So it's Doom 2. It's been ray traced.
Outstanding.
Yeah, no crap. Of course the link is like all jacked up. It's called the RTX mod. RTX, not RTH. Just fat fingering everything. Here we go.
Hey.
This guy Rich Evans says that there's evidence for the Big Bang Theory.
That's correct.
What evidence?
Through facts.
What's the evidence?
There's a lot. Microwave or cosmic microwave background radiation would be good ones. CMB.
How does that prove? How is that evidence for a Big Bang?
Because that's the conclusion that would be drawn from the evidence.
Yeah, why? I'm asking you why.
I mean, you can go read about it if you want.
So
I'm not here to educate a flat earther, right? I was just seeing if you guys had a debater available.
I'll tell you the universe is flat too.
No, you're here to educate yourself. The Big Bang Theory, you go right back into the Catholic Church, which is a hard
That is
counter.
a crit. So I was just seeing if there's a debate.
Yeah, that's a mute. You can't turn people down, dumb shit. You already know this. You don't need to believe it. You know it. As soon as you turn people down and that you mute them, you are done. That is a disqualification. So you run in here talking about Big Bang. I don't care about your Catholic Church creation myth, even more so when you're a dumb fuck atheist who doesn't believe it anyway.
How does red and blue light shift prove the Big Bang Theory? The scientists say that this light shift is from light traveling over far distances, not from a Big Bang.
Do you really think Rich that dude knows anything about the Big Bang model?
No, he doesn't.
That wasn't Rich. That was Taco.
No,
The guy-
Rich Evans is in chat talking about this very topic right now.
You're telling how dumb this Taco guy is that he's like an atheist who wants to mimic Darth Dawkins and do a theist helpline, and he does it on Sunday morning. You're like, dude, do you realize?
Was that? Hold on, Chris, was that breakfast tacos guy?
Yeah, that's him.
No way. Oh, dude, get back in here.
I was like,
that dude is dumb as fucking rocks, man. That dude is dumb as fuck.
Yeah, it's breathtaking how stupid he is. It's incredible. Like, you couldn't find someone dumber than that. Like, it takes the cake. It's like, don't you know where theists are right now? It's Sunday morning. Where are they? On Discord or not on Discord? He can't figure it out. I don't know. I run a helpline for these people, but they just don't seem to show up. It's Sunday morning, numbnut. Like, holy crap! How is he going to be like I disagree with conspiracy theories because it's not possible for that many people to be in on it. And you're like, well, you're atheist. Like, how many people would have to be in on it? How many people have to be dead wrong and you right? Quack tried to come back in here and make more soundboards, but got him. Too slow. Try again. I am your Huckleberry.
Crit on point, man.
God bless you, Crit. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, he won't leave, DJ. Even if you ban him, he'll just keep. He thinks he has a right to do whatever he wants. Because, subjective morality. He'll just stay in the channel, still post, still do whatever he wants. It goes back to his atheist logic. Rules for thee, but not for me. See, he just sits there, just doesn't care.
Yeah, so Rich, it's observations like that one that you put in the side chat, right? That just show me that you guys are just like grasping for straws at this point when you have to show some 2016 observation. That's absolute horse shit, right? He goes there on one day and he can see the freaking shoreline on the other side of the lake. He's like, oh, that's refraction. It's 30 degrees today, right? So he like goes back on another day where it's like really windy, right? And there's waves in the lake because of the wind. He's like, oh, now the tree's hidden by a bit. And today there must be no refraction at all, right? It's just the weakest shit, right? You guys pick and choose mirages, right? You guys are like mirage deniers, right? So even according to their mainstream, right? They just cherry pick mirages. It's freaking sad. They don't even know like all the different types of mirage effects, how they work, right? They just learnt to parrot a word refraction when an observation like suits them in some way. It's pathetic.
Absolutely pathetic. You're right.
I've got a question for the flat earthers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What do you think about this final experiment?
It was just some people, they just went to Antarctica to look at the sun. It's definitely not any type of experiment. And
well, yes, observation, yeah.
Yeah, just an observation. I didn't.
Do you
agree
Do you agree there's a 24-hour sun?
Yeah, I was expecting it. Right, I had a look at quite a lot of footage. Well before they even went there. And
how is that explained then by the flat Earth model?
Oh, we don't have a model, right? This is a problem, right? We got flat earthers like the ones that went there, like Jaren, right? Claiming a flat Earth model. We've been trying to shut that shit down for years and years and years, right? They're saying that the globe map, right? The globe AE projection map. They're like, that's the flat Earth, right? And this is exactly how the sun works over the flat Earth. It's a terrible argument. But the final experiment shut that shit down. So that's actually a very good thing.
Well, here's the funny thing, DJ. Yes, what's the explanation? Can you tell us what good explanations are?
Sorry, was that for me? What was the question?
Yeah. What good are explanations? Like,
what
anyone can make up a story. Yeah, what good are they? What? Like, why do you want an explanation?
Not to know if something's true or not.
The explanation determines whether it's true or not.
It depends what the explanation is.
Okay. So, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, you have an explanation. Do you know how that's modeled? How they even make that prediction in the first place?
Yeah. It's to do with the Earth's axis in relation to the sun.
No.
What is it?
No. If you go on Time and Date or SunCalc or the U.S. Naval Observatory, the model they use has no globe in it. Yeah, it's an observer-centric model. So it doesn't even matter what surface you're on. You could be on anything. So it's called the equation of time. If you look at the mathematics, there's no globe in the equations.
What's the equation of time that explains this 24 hours?
So equations don't explain anything. All it does is describe. That's why I'm asking you what good are explanations. Because anyone can make up a story. I can explain why the Hulk exists because Bruce Banner got dosed with gamma radiation. It doesn't make it true.
Well, if you take the totality of the conventional cosmological model.
You don't have a cosmological model. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They don't use a cosmological model, a heliocentric model, or any model like that to predict the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Well, I'm talking about
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You just think they do, and those guys should have checked how is this actually predicted, and they would have saw that they don't even use the globe model to predict that in the first place. But I don't know why you guys don't know that. You guys spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to to go confirm a non-globe model.
Well, how do you think they predict?
Let me tell you how it works, right? It's only where is the sun relative to the celestial equator. That's the model. Has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
And the celestial equator is in the sky.
Well, hold on. It's observer-centric, meaning the observer is at the origin of coordinates. That's it. Go ahead.
Yeah, and the celestial equator is in the sky, right? And the location may be given as an offset from the GP of the North Celestial Pole or the South. I mean, I can pull up like a American Practical Navigator by Nathaniel Bowditch. It's considered the gold standard for celestial navigation. And he talks about being underneath the equator and underneath the Tropic of Cancer and underneath the Tropic of Capricorn. Why would he say he's underneath these things? So globers say that these positions, these lines of position exist on the surface of the Earth. And you can calculate it that way, but these are actually phenomena that we see in the sky. Like in this case, the tropics represent the furthest extent that the sun appears to wander throughout the year relative, to the equator, which is kind of the average.
Yeah, you guys are imagining you're on the ball instead of in the ball.
Mm-hmm.
The ball being the stars.
So what do you think's going on then?
I'll tell you what I think. They imagine that there's a ball in the sky that conforms to a spherical idea. They created a coordinate system out of this with 2 points of origin, one in the north and one in the south. And then they map it to the flat Earth. And then after mapping it to flat Earth, they say, look, we constructed a globe. Earth must be a globe. That's what I think.
But it explains seasons and eclipses and multiple other observations.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's, seasons are
simultaneously.
The sun moving between the tropics in the sky, heating different parts of the flat Earth below it. Now, what does this look like from a God's eye view? I don't know. It could be incomprehensible for all I know. And I think the globe is one way people try to represent this idea from a God's eye view, but it doesn't work.
So what do you think is happening then? Do you think the Earth is flat? What is it, round? Is it spherical? Is it does it have a circumference?
I don't think it's a globe at all. The way we experience it is flat. Like light propagates flat over it. Radio and radar propagate flat over it. You can see too far for it to be a globe. Nobody takes into account curvature measurements for anything practical at all, ever. Same with the notion of the Earth spinning on an axis. These things are just conceptual ideas, and they're not used in anything that we need in practicality. So what is the Earth actually? The Earth is our realm, man. The Earth is where we live. And the sky, the stars that you see at night, I think are part of the same Earth system. And this whole thing together is really the extent of the universe that we know about. And it's a lot smaller, like on its face, right? It seems to be a lot smaller than what the Big Bang cosmology proposes, with quadrillions of light years of expanse. Things may actually be a lot more compacted than that. But who knows, right? The cosmos are a mystery.
So what's gravity?
Used to be called kilogram force back in the 1800s. And it was associated with weight. It's associated also with
with the density of materials, right? Specific gravity, which you use in brewing, right? If you want to make your beer have higher alcohol content, it needs a higher specific gravity. So you start adding more shit into it, like, I don't know, sugar and candy and stuff. So it increases the density. Yeah.
Density is mass divided by volume.
Right. Yep. That's one way to think of it. There are other ways to conceptualize this, right? So
mathematically.
Yeah. Gravity's just a phenomenon of heavier things displacing, or denser things displacing less dense things.
Archimedes' principle.
Yeah, Archimedes. I mean, he probably made it as stupidly simple as it could get. Buoyancy and density,
man. An object will float if it displaces more than its own volume in water. Yeah.
Yep. I didn't intend to sit here and talk for a while either, so I'm going to back off. I know Indio was lying out there in the wings, so there you go.
You can call it also specific gravity.
What's specific gravity?
Yeah, specific gravity is the density and buoyancy compared to the...
I thought it was just the relative density.
Yeah, the relative density.
Relative to what?
To the medium. Things that are less dense than the medium, and so they are buoyant enough, so they go up. Things that are more dense than the medium, not buoyant, they will sink down.
And do they go up forever?
Sorry?
Do they go up forever?
Yeah, forever. For example, if you take a piece of foam and you submerge it underwater and you release it from there, that piece of foam will go up forever to the surface of water and will sit there forever. It will never come back down to the bottom of the ocean. Never, ever.
Helium balloons. How far up do helium balloons go?
Till it will be in a equilibrium with the medium. Remember Archimedes' principle? Like when you have, for example, an egg inside the medium of water, you make the water just a little bit salty till it equalizes with the density of the egg, and you can put the egg inside the water and it won't go up neither down, because it just settled in its in equilibrium with the medium. That's what will happen to a balloon if you release it up. If it just reaches a certain distance where the medium is as dense as the balloon will just stop there and sit there. Like, for example, water vapor. If you release water vapor, which will accumulate in the sky near the clouds, because the clouds, they are as dense as the medium where they are. So they won't fall down, they won't go up, like the egg inside the medium of water.
Do you believe that there's like a vacuum in space?
No.
What do you think happens?
What do you think happens? Nothing happens. Just there is no space to.
Yeah, space is probably something completely different than what we imagine it to be. What it's portrayed as in popular media and so on. It's
just completely debunk it, so he knows not to. Yeah, you have to completely debunk space. You have to. He understands, I'm sure, the second law of thermodynamics, so he has to connect those things and realize that space isn't real, so he doesn't have to bring it up.
What's the second law of thermodynamics got to do with it?
Entropy, gas-filled space. We have a solid barrier preventing the the air that we breathe from escaping into the void of space that you believe in.
Sorry, what does second law of thermodynamics have to do with it?
It's the
gas was to equalize pressure. So if the vastness of outer space is a gigantic vacuum, then the air you breathe should be equalizing with that. Gravity is an ad hoc rescuing device that's used to explain why gas is not expanding to fill this immense vacuum. So it's reversing the natural entropic process that gas would follow. And what gravity proposes then is that it's compressing and heating up gas on Earth.
But you don't think there is a vacuum?
No, I don't.
Right, so what do you think space is filled with?
It can't be.
What do you think it's filled with?
Who knows what space even is to say that it might be filled with something, right? What is that up there with the stars and stuff? I don't know.
A better way to put it is it seems to be water beyond the solid barrier that we know we can't pass.
Right, I think you're all crazy.
Cool beans. Ditto.
I mean, some of us might not think there's water. We just don't know. We don't know what that is up there. We can call it space. Is it really an empty space? I mean, if you dig into some of the NASA literature on their technical server, the TRS or whatever it's called, technical report server, they are running all kinds of interesting studies and simulations. They think, and they don't really tell this publicly, but they think that space is like 97% plasma.
The word on itself, the name on itself is just stupid, completely stupid. Space, what the heck is that?
So there's this really great paper that you'll see and being circulated around in 24/7 called Double Layers in Astrophysics. It's from the 1980s. And in there they describe what they think space is. It's full of plasma, hot and cold plasma layers. And in the document, they talk about a simulation. They built a device, a huge freaking plasma generator. It's supposed to simulate the conditions of space. And what's really funny is the device they built in a laboratory is simulated using flat surfaces for Earth. Somewhere in the document, one of the authors says the value of these overhead assets, like high altitude telescopes, is not to be left in the hands of these ding-dong astrophysicists, paraphrasing my part, but should be given over to actual physicists and engineers who understand electromagnetic theory, circuit theory, plasma physics, and should not be left in the hands of these speculators who talk about bendy, warpy gravity space-time, because that's not what space is. It's a space is full of plasma. And gravity, it even says in the document, acknowledges that gravity, if it's a force, is 40 magnitudes weaker than the Coulomb, than electrostatic forces holding atoms together.
Let's acknowledge that's an example.
It's much weaker than that.
I mean, the point is it's undetectable, even if it's a force. It doesn't matter.
It's 10 to the power 20 times weaker than the Coulomb force.
Yeah, in this document they said like 36 or 40 or something. The number changes depending on what book you look at. It could be 36. I've seen 20. I've seen in the 20s as well. Yep. I've seen in the 30s and I've seen 40. It's like they just said, fuck it, we'll say 40. To the 40th power. It's a nice, easy number to remember. Because, hey, 40 in the Bible just means really big and really numerous. Am I right? Oh, gosh.
Indeed. But can we please acknowledge that as long as the person we're talking to thinks that all flat earthers are stupid, they won't be able to absorb any of this information.
Right.
Yo, Amish, hear what they teach people.
You can't read people's minds, though. You got to remember that. We can't really read what's in their brains.
Hear what they teach people.
Use logic like globe earthers don't use. logically.
Well, I mean, how does knowledge of a flat Earth help them? That's what we have to convey, you know.
That's a separate subject.
And then they'll probably be more open when they realize how this knowledge helps them in their everyday life, like helps their survival, helps their knowledge of the truth.
I mean, but as long as they still feel that all flat earthers or everything they say or what they believe is dumb, they won't be able to absorb any of the information.
You're right, and just like reading their minds, kind of making like all or nothing on them. Like they can change. People aren't always set in the way they are wholly, or else they wouldn't be here. Like
I agree.
The universe brought them here, so we should just show them how it helps them. You know.
But we also have to remember that there are some people who can't be helped. They change their names to Crit is a crazy flat earther or stuff. Like, those people can't be helped.
I accept the challenge. You know.
If you don't mind me interrupting again, I interrupt only to bring receipts. I tried to, right? So here, Bar Grunt threw down a challenge, said, where was that quote from? The quote's from here. Look at 11 minutes past the hour. Took a screenshot with the URL link above the top. The quote is, M. Azar, one of the authors, has studied how a number of the most used textbooks in astrophysics treat important concepts like double layers, critical velocity, pinch effects, and circuits. He has found that students using these textbooks remain essentially ignorant of even the existence of these, in spite of the fact that some of them have been well known for half a century. The conclusion is that astrophysics is too important to be left in the hands of the astrophysicists. The billion-dollar telescope data must be treated by scientists who are familiar with laboratory and magnetospheric physics and circuit theory, and of course with modern plasma theory. At least by volume, the universe consists of more than 99% plasma, and electromagnetic forces are 10 to 39 times stronger than gravitation.
It's not. It's 10 to the 20.
It's a really big freaking number.
Yeah.
So big nobody knows because the force is too weak to even consider as real. So we'll call it a pseudo force. Be done, right? Am I right, guys?
Yep.
Indeed.
That's a good quote.
Yeah, and to think that like this came out before you had Bill Nye the Science Guy and Michio Kaku. I mean, this author, this guy in this report at NASA is like pissed off at all these astrophysics rock stars coming out saying that they can proclaim all the secret knowledge of the universe because they're looking at the same data that these real physicists are looking at, and the astrophysicists are getting all the hot chicks, even though they're a bunch of pretender clowns. So this guy's like, look, mother effers. This stuff is too important to be left up to them to look at and start divining divine knowledge of the world from. We have a better idea of what's going on because we study the real shit. You guys are a bunch of posers. Fuck off.
Amish, yeah. Can I play what Lewis just explained in that in MIT? That the gravity, you won't start talking about gravity till you want to talk about a star, a planet orbiting a star and something like that. But on a molecular scale, till thousands of kilometers, it's not gravity, it's just the electricity that holds the world together.
Yeah, I know the clip. It's a great clip. Go ahead.
I will now show you a short video of former MIT physics professor Walter Lewin explain this quite clearly.
So what holds our world together?
I like this professor.
Well, on the nuclear
really
scale, 10 to the minus 12 centimeters, very important are the nuclear forces. On an atomic scale, up to thousands of kilometers, it's really electric forces that hold our world together. But on a much larger scale, planets and stars in the galaxy, it is gravity that holds our world together. And now you may say, that's very inconsistent with what you just told us. Because didn't you tell us that D cancels if you compare gravity with electricity? Yes, but keep in mind that most objects in the universe have only a very small amount of charge per unit mass. The Earth and Mars have each a charge of about 400,000 coulombs. The gravitational force between them is therefore about 17 orders of magnitude larger than the electric force. So even though our immediate surroundings are dominated by electric forces, including your own body for that matter, the behavior of the universe on a large scale is dictated by gravity.
Meaning that you can't use that thing only in Narnia.
Yeah. In order for this to be true, those size and distances must be true. That's not even necessarily so, but that's their thinking.
What happens in Narnia stays in Narnia.
So then, we on the flat Earth side say, okay, so what you're saying is that Mars needs to be, bajillions of miles away and needs to be extremely large, like much, much larger than you might think. Planetary sized. And the Globers will say, yes, of course. This is what scientists think. And then we say, all right, based on what? And this is where you get a lot of coping mechanisms thrown at you. This is where you get the busted rungs on the cosmic distance ladder. This is where the Globie can't substantiate how we should be able to know that these immense sizes and distances exist for gravity to be a thing to behave in the way that they say it does. It's a huge problem.
But Cavendish.
Yeah, like yesterday when the technologist came in, and said, Cavendish.
Nonsense.
We determine the force by which things fall down by measuring an attraction of things in apparent form looking sideways. Oh, how'd you know that's an attraction? Well, it has to be because we know things fall down due to gravity. And the circular reasoning engaged.
How do they know that it's not electricity, static electricity? They didn't isolate the experiment. They say that they wrap the experiment inside a Faraday cage. That's an EM signal stopper, not an ES signal stopper. So it stops electromagnetic signals, not electrostatic ones.
You can use materials that are not that interactive, and you can also set up a double layer cage that has a constant discharge for electrostatic forces, as well as the Faraday cage. I mean, they've been building those for 100 years at least. Yeah, I saw one in an old documentary somewhere on 24/7 where they were able to build a double-walled Faraday cage where one of the walls was serving as like a ground. The other one was a shield for EM propagation. I'm not a big buyer in the idea that gravity's electrostatic or just electrostatic. I mean, the charge difference that takes place during lightning storms is pretty pronounced. Doesn't change anybody's weight, does it? I mean, maybe, I don't know.
I heard yes. And I heard that things are meant to fall slower. Also, I don't have any information.
I chalk a lot of this up to flat earther urban myths.
Well, at least, even if I'm not buying that fully, but at least it's 1,000% better than the claim of gravity. At least you can test things going up and down, manipulating that independent variable if you use it as an independent variable being the cause of the vector. So you have more valuable proofs than when you say gravity, mass attracts mass, or that shit. You want to be able to manipulate anything. You want to be able to vary the effect at all with gravity. I'm not throwing the electrostatic attraction and repel from the window, but like I said, I don't use that thing very often. It exists. The thing we can all agree about. Sometimes when I hear I forgot his name, the guy who made a video, an interesting video about the electrostatic vector. He uses it accurately because he's not saying that the attraction is caused by the electrostatics, but it's just the vector. You use the Archimedes principle, density and buoyancy equilibrium, and those things in principle as why things go down and why other things go up. But just to answer the vector, why the down, why the up, that's using just the polarities with the electrostatic. So the negative charged ground, so the discharger or the grounding.
I love discharge.
And the positive energy, so from above, positive charge from above. So just create that vector, that direction, why things go down and up. That would be with the buoyancy and density.
So are all of you going through the same like psychosis episode right now?
Oh, you're spiraling, bro. Where did the flat earther hurt you? It's gonna be okay.
Meow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's all he has. Yes.
You shit there, bro.
Educate me about the flat Earth, y'all, real quick.
No. Shut the fuck up.
Put me on, you guys. Shut the fuck up. Isn't that what you're all supposed to be doing in here? Like talking about the flat Earth?
Yeah, but we want to have like conversations with like people that come in good faith.
Educate me about the flat Earth.
Shut up while he's talking.
Stop clowning, bro. Oh well, it looks like someone muted you, man. So
yeah.
If you want to come in and talk about it, we're happy to go over evidence and things like that. You can ask questions, but you got to come in someone's house with a little bit of respect, man.
He's complaining about us talking about a topic, but he's not complaining about himself just whining like a bitch and doing animal sounds.
Don't talk while my daddy is speaking. Anyways, educate me about flat Earth, though, you guys. Here, put me on.
You can't be educated. No.
You can't be educated. You're simply not on the high planet. Oh my god. Oh, here, I'll just mute and listen to you guys. Hold on.
There you go. That's way better. Go ahead, Necros.
I'm done. I just finished the thing that I wanted to explain.
Yeah, so what you'll find, Hemlock, is that you probably don't actually know that much about the globe, like you might think. I'm not sure if you think you know much about it, but you probably know nothing about what flat earthers actually claim, right? You probably think that flat earthers claim like a disk in space, right? Something ridiculous like that no flat earther claims, right?
Educate me.
It's so simple.
I've been here for like 5 minutes. So I just said it's so simple. Like, just tell me what it is. Like, go in, talk about it.
Good question for you. Would you say that you know that the Earth's a globe, or it's just something
Actually,
that you would
know that, honestly, bro?
So you can't do this, bro. You can't like just.
Yeah, you're talking right through them, Hemlock. You're talking right through people. You can't be educated. Why are you talking through people?
Flat earther, whatever the fuck. Shut the fuck up, retard. Anyways, DJ. Again, let's say for the sake of the argument, yeah, let's say I think there's a round. Yeah.
Around like a flat coin or table or what?
Like a globe, bro.
Oh, well, you have to specify, right?
Okay, I'm sorry. My bad. I'm not used to being okay, whatever. Okay, for the sake of
Not used to being specific.
There's a globe, bro. Not used to being around fucking brain rotted retards. But
You're not used to thinking.
You're right, dude. That's why I'm gonna have a college degree and you don't.
You don't sound like you have a college degree. You sound like you have maybe a preschool diploma.
DJ, are you ready to go in?
No, bro. I tried to talk to you and you interrupted me as soon as I tried.
I'll mute myself again.
You see how you just did it again?
Yeah, someone else can talk to you. Go on.
No, thanks.
Yeah, like I said the first time, this person can't be educated.
LMAO. Y'all getting bitched down. You don't want to tell me how the Earth's flat now?
It's so simple. Like I told you earlier.
Well, you said it so simple, like 4 different ways.
You see how you're talking through him right now?
Try to listen, because I just got
who's this kid with the flat Earth Ranger?
Oh my god!
Get my nuts out of your mouth, buddy.
Jeez, he sounds like he's been huffing gasoline.
It's just a child.
Yep. I mean, look at his PFP, right? Like, he's angry at his parents. He's angry at school. If you look at his about
Can't
me.
even ask these people to be reasonable, like to have a normal conversation. It's just insults and talking through people. It's just very childish.
Did your parents find the weed in your sock drawer, Hemlock? You pissed off at them? Oh.
I swear we're living in the movie Idiocracy sometimes, right? This guy, like, complete brain rot comes in. It kind of just reminds me of Idiocracy, right? Where it's like that Justin Long guy is like the doctor.
That's exactly what I started thinking about, DJ, when he was talking.
Me too.
I know tattoo. I know tattoo.
I mean, it's scary how accurate that movie is for the 24/7 lobby.
For society, period, today.
Hemlock's probably in charge of the plants. Plants like electrolytes. That's why we feed them Brondo.
That's exactly where I was. It's like people forget the fundamental basics of water, and they forget that it makes plants grow. They forget that it lies flat in a cup in a pool.
Yep. Here's another one about plants growing. Plants don't grow from burning plasma or burning gases or nuclear fusion. Plants do not grow by any of those means. That's how you debunk their stupid idea of the sun. It's absolutely idiocracy level.
Imagine the plant growing because you put a fusion reactor next to it.
Yeah. So do that with a plant. Put it next to a fusion reactor, and then now spin it around. Spin it around so the plant is only facing the fusion generator, half the time, and see how well the plant does. Or like Matthew learns, it's only spinning like one time in 24 hours. Okay, spin the plant one time in 24 hours, see how well it grows.
When he talks about the RPM, that's funny. That's so funny.
So you have to spin it so slow that it may as well be still. Am I right, guys?
That's what he's trying to say. So spin the plant and a rotating planter. If you can keep the soil in there, that's going to require some special, container. But even if you could keep the soil in, like, ridiculous. And that's coming from someone who's supposedly educated. That's what he thinks. And he teaches people.
Right. So it's like, hey, Matthew, if it's that slow, then I want you to run up to it. Okay. I want you to keep running so that the sun is directly overhead. It's so slow, right? Like, how slow do I have to run?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Should be able to just stay right underneath it. Right, Matthew? Watch him come in after he hears us. He's probably listening.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. It's really a funny thing when you hear them saying that, you won't feel the rotation because it's just too low RPM. They don't even flinch to or try to think about the edge of speed. The bigger, if the RPM is the same, one full rotation on 24 hour. If it doesn't depend of the RPM, but how big is the radius, how big is that distance away from the center. So the bigger the distance, the bigger the edge of speed, the edge of velocity that you have there. So just, Amish, think about an object doing a rotation on 24 hour, full rotation on 24 hour, but the radius or the circumference is just, imagine the number for the speed of light. So that number on distance, the 360 times. So the orbit will be the distance that the light for that velocity 360 times, meaning that person on the edge of that shit that is rotating on the same RPM as the Earth, one full rotation on 24 hours, he will go at the speed of light. They don't even think about the edge of velocity on the object that is rotating. No, even if it is like Earth, if you stand still and you create a hand going from the surface of the Earth to your face, and you make that hand going from your right side of your face to the left side and slap you, that hand is slapping you as 1,000 miles per hour. It will just throw your head far away from your body. Matthew Learn will think that I won't feel that slap. It's just low RPM. It's making a rotation in 24 hours, but in 1,000 miles per hour at the edge of velocity, aka equator.
DJ, Robert.
Yeah, man, I thought I found that hilarious.
Oh gosh, wow. I got to give it to him. He's been polite in the sense that he hasn't outright called anybody names. I don't think even once. It doesn't mean he's not trolling. It just means he's doing it without name calling.
Yeah, that's another one of the tactics. Exactly.
Yeah.
The
extreme polite sea lioning tactic. It's when they pretend that everything you're saying is just not connecting with them for some reason. It's still not making sense. I'm sorry, you must not understand these things. You know, and they keep doing that, and they keep asking you to explain.
Yeah, and you flat earthers are just being mean.
Yeah, and your standards are too rigid, and nobody in the academic or science world would take your standards seriously enough.
This statement of they have visceral hate and disdain for me. If you went back and looked at the chat in the 24/7, you'll see that is not true.
Oh, and I'm sure we caught this man, Robert, lying about his academic credentials as well. But maybe we don't want to bring that up because it could be a sore point. I'd hate to be disrespectful. The man is obviously touched.
Touched. That's a good word.
Thanks. I learned that from my grandparents.
So how do you guys explain the different kinds of eclipses?
I don't explain. I'm really not into speculation. So I do know for a fact that eclipse geometry does not work if Earth is a ball in outer space spinning around a sun. And the moon is a small ball spinning around the Earth. I know that geometry is impossible. I can tell you one of the ways I know this is the Selenelian lunar eclipse. It's one of 3, maybe 4 ways that I know the geometry is impossible. Because in this case, the moon gets eclipsed while the sun is directly facing it without the Earth being in the way. How does that work on a globe? I know what the globe explanation is, essentially what people who support the globe would say is happening in this instance. And I also know that it doesn't make any freaking sense.
The refraction thing?
Yeah.
I always tell them, I'm not even talking about the position of those bodies in the sky. Just explain to me the most obvious thing, not just the shadow. And they're stuck there. Because
the shadow's moving backwards from what the sun it's not just the shadow's in the wrong spot, but it's moving in a direction that shouldn't be happening. It's moving the opposite direction.
Because they don't think. Because they don't process any information. They got those memes from those websites and those explanations from those websites saying that because those things in the sky are refracted. But they are stuck there because there is no information about the shadow. So they are stuck.
Yeah. Hey, are y'all talking to each other? Are y'all talking to each other or are y'all talking to the Glober?
We're talking with the Glober present.
All right. Well, I mean, he just asked the question, and you re-asked him a question he didn't answer, and you're waiting until he answers.
Oh, okay.
He asked him a question again because he probably didn't hear y'all since y'all could continue talking to each other.
I didn't really have a question for him, but I don't know if Necros did.
I mean, you asked him about the soul video.
I don't know if I mean, I was going rhetorical and I was talking about the Selenelian.
Yeah, I just told him that they have in the globe paradigm those claims about those things in the sky and what they are doing. We can debunk those claims. And because the guy asked him for his opinion about the eclipses and those things, Amish just told him the reality. We don't make speculations or claims for some things that are unverifiable. That's
Right,
all.
but I wanted to know him try to explain the Selenium eclipse.
Oh, I see. I don't think he can. And I know what like the NASA quote unquote NASA explanation is,
Yeah,
but
I understand we all know that, man. I mean, but just try to have a conversation with the Globers that are here.
yeah, well,
He did ask you a question. You answered with another question. So I mean, I'll at least I want to hear the conversation between Globers. I want to hear a conversation between flat earthers at the moment, man. I've been going at it for like an hour already.
Yeah, no problem. Just ask him to explain the Selenium.
What was his name?
It's rhetor.
I was just asking a question. So it sounds like you don't have an explanation, but you can prove the converse impossible. Like, is that the idea?
No, he didn't say we don't like to explain things because an explanation is not an actual evidence. Practically, it's just a story. And then when your story falls off is where a Selenium eclipse. It's called an impossible eclipse. Do you have an explanation for the impossible eclipse? How could it actually happen on a globe?
So, I guess how are you saying it's impossible?
That's what the Glober, the quote unquote scientist, named it. It's called an impossible eclipse. It's also named as Selenium eclipse.
Yeah, he maybe doesn't know what that is. I put an image in at 41 minutes. I tagged you, rhetorician. You see where it says the failing globe theory? That's the Selenium eclipse. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So these are daylight observations of the moon. So the sun and the moon are both above the horizon. And obviously the observer is standing on the ground. Why is the occulted or the shadowed part of the moon going from top down?
yeah, the top down thing really gets me. If you've seen this in real life, it's even crazier. I think 2.5 years ago, this was happening on the East Coast of the United States where I live. And it was happening at like between 4 in the morning, between 4 and 6:30 in the morning. I want to say it was October. And so it started with the moon at about 24 degrees elevation in the sky from where I live.
Did I get an exact? No, not really. That's kind of what it looked like to me, and I remember seeing something about that on time and date. That's what its elevation was at that particular time of my latitude. And that's when the and this was around 4 something in the morning, and that's when the shadow started coming down from the top of it, working its way slowly down as the moon was setting in the west, 24 degrees up. What kind of astronomical refraction? Like, what kind of angle is that? How is that even possible? What?
But what are you saying? Refraction can move shadows?
Well, in this case, the shadow is coming from the opposite direction it would if it was even refracted. And it was moving in the opposite direction as it should be, even if it was refracted.
Yeah,
so what's going on?
I don't think refraction has to do with shadows.
Yeah. And then because it turns red, right? So what's a red color, a red brightness have to do with the shadow? Because that's what happens after the moon gets so-called occulted. It's kind of like dark and black, and then it turns brown and then rust red.
Red, was it retrotition? Do you see how that is impossible on a globe?
The shadow coming from top down.
Yeah, as the moon sets.
I don't know. Like, I don't know what the angle of the orbit was, or like, I don't know. So I don't know at the time of
the sun and moon are above the ground. According to the globe, it's supposed to be the sun in between the earth and the moon to cause a shadow, quote unquote, on the moon. But if both of them are above ground, how is that causing a shadow?
Right, and the shadow progresses as the sun comes more in contact with the moon.
Let him answer.
Okay.
I mean, I just like if I had to guess, like my best stat face value would be like it seems like a partial shadow, which would be possible from farther away.
From the top down?
Yeah, not from the top down. That's why the Globers call it the impossible eclipse, because there's no way that fits into anything in any part of their paradigm.
Well, here's my favorite hobby. Can you draw it in paint for us?
Yeah, good one. Yeah, draw it in paint for us.
Fire up MS Paint, be an MS Paint engineer, and diagram this out. How would this work?
Shoot, even just draw it on a piece of paper, man. Sketch pad.
Amish, did you were you on the other night with Daza was on here talking about the what do they call it? Blue Firefly or something that landed on the moon?
No, I must have missed that. I try to rewind in the mornings to catch what I missed at night, but I missed that one.
Yeah, so Daza's like, I know a satellite person that what do you say? Constructs orbits and using general relativity and Newtonian, he worked on the Blue Firefly that landed on the moon. So I asked Daza, I'm like, well, it's kind of weird. Wasn't there a lunar eclipse? Why didn't they catch the solar eclipse? And he was like, oh, they did. Oh, he's like, oh, they did. And then he posted an image from NASA. I'm going to post it in the chat. Okay, here we go. That's it right there. You see the problem? You know what the problem is?
Well, the fact that he's able to view this eclipse. Well, like where is this spacecraft, dude?
That's not the problem. The angular size of the Earth from the moon is 1.9 degrees, but the sun is half a degree.
Oh yeah.
So how do you have a ring of fire?
Yeah, you don't.
Then, if you have a ring of fire, remember the moon turns red? Why isn't the ring of fire red? Doesn't quit the chat. You gotta quit the chat 30 seconds after that.
Yeah, I heard that.
That's razor sharp.
Dude, I even asked ChatGPT. I asked it I asked it two ways. Like, would there be a ring of fire eclipse? Actually, I asked DeepSeek, and it did all the calculations. Like, oh, you wouldn't see that. So I asked it another way. What is the path of totality? Like, well, the path of totality is something like 3,196 miles, which is wider than the moon. So, yeah.
So, Indio, when you first shared this, I wasn't thinking that Firefly was already landed. I thought it was like somewhere in space. Like, so it already this is so bad. This is so bad, dude. So they're saying it's on the moon right now.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. That the angles can't match up that way. That is. And the ring of fire, yep. And then it would be red. It'd be absolutely red. Wouldn't that be cool if it could capture the red lunar surface? They missed that opportunity.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh man,
that would have been fat.
Yeah.
Like Doom 2. Like a Doom 2 wad.
Yeah, like I've known about this for a couple of days, man. I'm just like keeping it in my back pocket. I'm waiting for someone to say something. You got no evidence of fake photographs. I'm like, oh yeah.
So was this the same mission that this was on? Lunar GPS, was that also?
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Lunar GNSS or whatever they did.
Yeah, explain that one, Daza. You said GPS only works if the terrain you're using is a globe, because the range timing, the pseudo ranging of the satellites only works interoperably like a network if they're orbiting a ball, he says. So what gives?
I mean, when I first thought of it, I was like, hold on. The path of totality for the ring of fire on the Earth is 23 miles wide. So I asked Dad, I was like, how wide is it on the moon? Right?
Yeah.
Why isn't it? Or 27 miles. Like, he was like, well, it would probably be a lot larger. Then I thought about it, like, hold on, the Earth is going to be way bigger than the sun.
Yeah.
On the moon.
Well,
that don't make sense. And then I thought of like, why isn't it red? Like, yeah, just so many problems here.
I mean, when you watch the lunar eclipse, you're watching the path of totality.
Yeah,
The Glober thinks, yeah.
But from the moon, like on an Earth-based solar eclipse, the totality where you would see the ring of fire is 27 miles wide. And we brought that up. You know what they say, like, you know how they have the divergent, converging rays in the diagrams, right? We're like, well, how are the rays converging? And we brought that up lots of times. And they're like, well, it's an umbra penumbra. You can see this, whatever. It's been like an argument for years.
Holy shit.
Now, yeah. Big problem.
Well, they'll come up with a way to do converging, diverging rays to diagram a lunar eclipse from the Earth. Suddenly, it's not so parallel anywhere.
No, so that's the funny thing is, man, if they say, well, the ring of fire isn't actually a ring of fire, like the atmosphere lends the sun like a freaking fiber
Like a
optic
cone.
cable. Yeah. But then they have the red part problem. It would be red, according to them.
Yeah, where's the red wavelength? Where's that going to be when you have a diffraction pattern anyway? That's kind of where they're going with it. Where does the red lie? I mean, where does the blue lie? Does it shine like a red freaking filter over a flashlight? Or is it at best a ring?
You know, and then there's the thing with the moon and the sun, like that solar eclipse. And I've asked Globers, but they don't know what it is. It's something called an Arago spot. So if you take, you can do edge refraction with a disc. You can actually make a telescope out of a disc. There's actually, Cody's lab actually did this with a CD.
Huh.
So what it does is like, because you have diffraction on the edge of the disc, in the center, like wherever so say I have a light source, and then there's a disc in front of it. The edge of that disc so you'll get diffraction on the edge, but then that's like wave interference patterns, but they'll constructively interfere at a central location, and they call this an Arago spot.
Oh,
so one of these should be on Earth during a lunar eclipse. There should be an Arago spot.
Like
And
a
it should
fucking
actually be
bullseye.
Yeah, but it should also be magnified. So it should be like burning a freaking hole in it. It should be like a on the surface of the Earth.
Oh crap! Hey, is that what's going to happen here at the end of the world? Are we going to get like barbecued like ants at the magnifying glass?
Yeah, sun space laser from the moon.
Yeah, but that's interesting though. That they're just endless rationalizations, post hoc rationalizations that they can come up with for anything. They don't have to be very good, and that's kind of what bothers me about this and my whole journey into flat Earth. I'm looking at all these explanations that people are given, and they're not very good, and everybody fucking believes them. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with everybody? This suffices? This is good enough for you? Our whole modern world is built on these beliefs. Are you fucking kidding me? It's been amazingly tough for me to accept that this is the state of affairs, but it is. I mean, it's amazing more flat earthers don't go crazy, right?
Yeah, and nobody else is allowed to do ad hoc, right? No one else is, just them. They're the only ones that can rationalize ad hoc. Right? Everybody comes in here to do it earlier. Oh, how do you explain that? Even if I had an explanation, then what you would have is two explanations. How do you know which one's right?
Right.
My girlfriend comes back from the store with a broken leg. She explains how she got hit by a car. Well, she could have fallen down steps. That's an explanation. She could have freaking got hit by a freaking bus, fell off a bike. Like, there's all sorts of explanations to what happened. Doesn't mean it's true, whatever one, but they wouldn't take any other explanation anyway.
Yep.
They would just say it's ad hoc.
Absolutely right about that. And this is like so basic to like philosophy 100. Like you go to college and you take an entry level like gen ed course on philosophy or something. You learn about all these mistakes and thinking that people are making and carrying with them every day. And it's not just about this Earth topic either. It's about damn near everything. But I think this Earth topic highlights the more egregious cases of it. I used to tell people when I was new at this that, hey, you know what, if I'm wrong about flat Earth, so be it. But damn it, if this is not a great way to get people to sharpen their critical thinking skills, at the very least. And so I continued. I continued looking into it further.
Yeah, at the very least. I mean, I mean, I've said it before. We shouldn't even like give them evidence of anything. We should just check to see if they even know how to critically think. Like,